Vlad is a young orphan born in the slums of Shura who's always dreamed of a better life, but had no means to achieve it. He struggled just to survive, so making grand ambitions seemed foolish. But what he and no one knows is that he possesses the potential to become the greatest swordsman in the world. Beyond talent, he has the willpower and sheer insanity necessary to become the deadliest killer. And even amidst of all that misery, he swore that if given the chance, he would change his life. But is that really true? When things took a turn for the worse, far beyond his imagination, he caught a glimpse of an opportunity to pursue his ultimate dream. However, he would have to start from the very bottom. It doesn't matter if you're not high up in a night sky or if you're trapped being invisible in the misery of a slum. From amidst the rubble and trash, a hand rises. As long as you want to shine, as long as you have light in your heart. If you believe, then you are a star. In front of a blacksmith's shop, a boy observes a sword. He smiles, saying he never gets tired of looking at it. Someone suddenly calls out to him, saying they knew he had gotten distracted again. The protagonist recognizes her as Jamina, who calls him Vlad, saying that lately he's been very distracted. He tells her to go easy on him because that's one of the few pleasures he has in life. However, Jamina warns that standing there like a lunatic is making a lot of people talk about him. He wants to know what they're saying about him as she looks around. Approaches and asks if he still hears that voice when he looks at a sword. He seems to ignore it, and she says that apparently he did something terrible in his past life. What kind of person would be struck by lightning in the middle of nowhere? Especially a black lightning. She warns that he should spend more time at home, since the new bishop doesn't like this kind of omen. Besides, he worked for the Inquisition, so if he hears about these things, Vlad could be burned at the stake. Vlad says she's exaggerating, and she responds that he never listens. She reminds him that several people saw him get struck by lightning, so it's best he doesn't give them more reasons to be interrogated by the church. Vlad says it doesn't make any sense, and all he's doing is looking for a sword. She says that sometimes he's very frustrating and asks why he doesn't just buy it on credit. Vlad explains it's too expensive, and she says it doesn't make sense. It's just a piece of metal, so how expensive can it be? After a brief silence, he says it costs 5 gold coins. Jamina says he must be joking. With 5 gold coins, you can live for an entire year, which is much better than a piece of metal. Suddenly, someone shouts, asking who called it a piece of metal. It's the blacksmiths, saying that sewer rats like the two of them don't even deserve to look at that masterpiece. But Jamina says that only sewer rats pass in front of his shop anyway, so who does he expect to buy that thing? Is the old man already getting senile? The blacksmith says she's a pest for saying something like that. But Jamina continues, saying she doesn't know why he makes swords, since no knights pass through that failed place. The old man yells at the two of them, telling them to go back to their shop and wash some dishes. The girl gets angry, asking how he dares to say that to a young lady. Vlad pulls her and tells her to stop provoking the blacksmith, who is cursing and saying he won't waste more words on them. Watching them leave, the old man thinks they're really rotten. He saved the two from misery, and now he's being repaid with insults. In those cold times, it was he who gave them a lot of food. He gets angry and decides to go back to his shop, but not before noticing something. Vlad's footprints in the fog indicate that once again he stood there for a long time. But the blacksmith says he should be thinking about how to survive and not about how to get a sword. Those who come from a place like this can't fill their heads with dreams, or they will end up bitter and disappointed. This is something the blacksmith knows very well. Observing the sword, he says he will only sell it to someone who has the ability to leave this place. He doesn't want his masterpiece to rot here forever. However, looking at the blade, he says that in a way it reminds him of the boy. Even in the filth of this slum, he somehow still manages to shine. This city is the main trading hub of the northern region and is ruled by the powerful Bayezid family. This is the region of Shura. But beneath all this beauty and splendor, there is shadow. And it is precisely where the slum is located, a place where everything considered trash and disgusting is abandoned. In a busy bar on the second floor, a man drags a girl by her hair, asking if she really thought she could deceive him like that. Being dragged, she wants to know what he means by being deceived. He says he's been a mercenary for 20 years and won't be made a fool of. Someone comes down the stairs saying that there's never a moment of peace there. The bald man points at Vlad and says it's good he showed up, but tells him to call the madame of that place. Vlad warns that spending time with the madame requires payment in gold, not silver. The bald man angrily says that this place is trash to be spending gold on and claims that with that money he could even buy his mother. Vlad just stares at him, but the bald man says that the candles they are using are a scam. He hadn't even taken his shirt off properly, and the thing had already gone out. Vlad asks if he really thought he could have fun with a 5-minute candle. He says that if he's so poor that he can't buy more time, he should go home and squeeze his own wife's butt. The man's veins are bulging even on his bald head, and Vlad says he's too noisy, so he'll have to show him something. He points to the clock and says they will use it to see if the candle really lasts 5 minutes. If the candle doesn't last, he can take out all of his frustration on the woman he's holding. The bald man angrily says he doesn't want to believe a bunch of scammers like him. Vlad says he will have to participate in this bet, and if the candle lasts more than 5 minutes, then he'll have to get beaten until he loses a few years of his life. The mercenary trembles, wondering how such a young kid can have such a terrifying look. But without hesitation, Vlad lights the match and says they will now find out who the scammer is, The bald man sweats as time passes and the girl watches. Everyone in the bar is eager to see what will happen in the end. Finally, the candle goes out. The bald man turns to the clock and sees that 5 minutes have passed, and he already takes a hit to the face. The poor guy stumbles backward, and Vlad announces that exactly 5 minutes have passed. He lifts his foot and kicks the bald man in the butt. He falls into a small room. Vlad enters and closes the door, warning him that he can start praying now. Desperate, the chubby man asks him to wait, but Vlad doesn't forgive and starts beating him, saying that he seems to be the liar here. He orders him to repeat that thing he said about the mother he doesn't even have. With that, the poor guy takes a beating. The next day, someone eating says that the cannibals are not lasting 5 minutes. It's Vlad asking if they heard what he said. A knight eats calmly, and Vlad calls him George and says that they're trying to mess with the main source of money they have. Suddenly, a girl in that room screams, asking if I have the courage to mess with the sacred candles of that place. Vlad says they will have to find that out. The girl says it's really good because that's now his new job. Vlad is confused, wondering how he will discover that. Suddenly, the girl says she already knows, and Vlad asks who it was then. She reveals that it was herself who messed with the candles. She is Marcella, a madam of the Smiling Rose, saying she was just trying to get more money out of that bunch of drunks. She is radiant while George and Vlad say nothing. Sometime later, he is going down the stairs thinking he beat the guy for no reason at all. But what can he do? If the madame did it, then it's done. Suddenly, someone calls for him and says they heard he got into a fight yesterday, but thanks him for solving it and asks why things go wrong when he leaves for a bit. He hugs Vlad and says they need some extra money. Maybe he received some tips from the candles he sold. Vlad asks what Barry thinks he's doing. The guy backs off, telling him to take it easy and that there's no need to make a scary face. He's not asking for the money, he's suggesting a deal. Vlad asks what kind of deal. Barry says that if Vlad hands over the money, he will give him something he wants. A pickpocket, somewhat silly, somewhat crooked, and totally incompetent. He lifts the boy by his hair and asks if Vlad recognizes him. He says he will sell him for 40 silver coins, which is almost a steal, it's so cheap. Vlad asks how the boy's fingers and ankles are. Barry says he's still intact and they would never sell something damaged. They only gave him a little adjustment, but he's still healthy and strong. Vlad tells them to go to hell and throws the money on the ground. But he warns that next time they shouldn't call him and should kill the kid. Barry and his friends leave, saying they're too honest to kill a boy like that. But Vlad knows they're all a bunch of liars. As they leave, they comment that it was obvious Vlad would accept the offer. There must be some reason he's buying all these street kids. Vlad calls out the name Ned. The boy apologizes and says he tried to escape, but Vlad stares at him and asks if they broke anything. Ned says no. He then tells the boy to disappear before he has to beat him too. Ned gets up and thanks Vlad. Vlad wonders how he's going to gather 5 gold coins at this rate. The city of Shkora is bustling, and someone writing says the boy was lucky. He could have lost both fingers for trying to steal like that. This man is Harvem, Captain Hoover's attendant. He had his fingers cut off and his ankles slashed, because the bishop wanted to make an example of him last time. Harvem comments to Vlad that he heard the candles from the Smiling Rose had been tampered with. Vlad says information is traveling very fast lately, and Harvem says everyone is saying it was the madame's doing, but he knows she's not like that and would never do something like that. Vlad says that's the case and that George isn't someone who likes to cause trouble without reason either. But Harvem isn't naive and says that since they know the guy did this, he must have a very good reason. Vlad asks what he thinks the reason is, and the boy replies that the guy must be in urgent need of money. So it's good to be careful because there's only one reason families start gathering money so desperately: a war against another family. At the moment, there are 5 bosses who coordinate the slums of Shkora. George, who is known as the guard of the brothel girls, the Black Bear, the gambling guy known as Dice, Captain Hoover, and lastly, the guy known as the Stingy Hand, One-Armed Jack. The scariest things in life approach us silently from the shadows. And at this moment, Jack is in front of Vlad asking where the boss is. Vlad knows that accidents happen without any warning and destruction always comes unexpectedly. He wonders why the Stingy Hand is there in front of him. Are they preparing for war? The guy beside him yells at Vlad and orders him to answer the boss now. Vlad stares at him and says he doesn't know where the boss is because he's just the guy who sells candles. Not giving an answer to the boss makes the guy lose his temper. He punches the candles, ordering Vlad to call the boss now. But Vlad remains calm while all the candles fall to the ground. The place goes silent. Both the girls working there and the drunks and Jumino watch what's happening. Vlad crouches down, saying it's a pity that so many expensive candles got broken like that. Almost losing his temper, the guy asks if he thinks it's a joke. Vlad asks for permission. The guy asks what he means and he repeats, telling the guy to move his foot. At that moment, the guy loses his temper and comes to kick Vlad. Vlad thinks that a fight is nothing more than a small-scale war. You need to consider the terrain and come up with a strategy. With a broom, he hits the guy right on his supporting foot, making him lose his balance from the kick and hang in midair, while Vlad goes on the attack, saying it's necessary to be audacious. It hits the guy in the jaw with the certainty that this is the way to achieve victory. The girls in the brothel, the drunks, and even One-Armed Jack are impressed. The protagonist knows very well that in the slum, there is a rule that never changes. The right person is the one standing and the losers are on the ground. The other henchmen want to rush in, asking how he dares to do something like that. But Jack tells everyone to stop and says he likes the kid a lot. He apologizes for not being able to clap louder, but it's because he only has one hand. Vlad says it's okay, he doesn't discriminate against anyone with a disability. Jack laughs, saying the kid is wild, but he warns that he'll see him again later, and asks about the child who was with him before, whose name he even forgot. Vlad says if he doesn't remember the name, the child must have died a long time ago. Suddenly someone shouts, asking Jack what brings him there. It's George, saying that if he had known, he would have prepared something for him to eat. Jack smiles, asking since when they've been so close to have a casual meal. George says they can go up since it looks like he brought some visitors. But one-armed Jack replies that he's not hungry and asks if there's something good to drink. George says if he goes up, Marcelo will take good care of him. And with that, Jack says if that's the case, he'll have to give it a try. With that, they leave. And Vlad sighs in relief, thinking that was a close call. The only problem is that a bunch of candles got broken. Sometime later, someone calls for him. It's Jack saying that George spoke very highly of the kid and he knew he had a good eye for people, saying that if one day he gets tired of the smell of candles, he can come work for him. Vlad says he's fine because there he has something to drink, a place to sleep, and food to eat. One-armed Jack smiles, saying they can also provide all that, and he throws a coin, saying it's for the candles. Vlad sees that it's a gold coin and tells Jack that the value isn't that high. But one-armed Jack replies that there's a lot more where that came from if he wants to come work for him. With that, he thanks for the food and leaves with everyone. Vlad thinks the guy is smiling, so maybe the conversation went well. Until Jamina from the second floor calls him, saying that George wants to talk. Upstairs, no one seems happy, and Vlad is impressed, where George gives him a knife as a present, saying that circumstances are changing, and tells him to keep it close at all times. Vlad could tell from the vibe of the brothel. The conversation between Jack and George had been a disaster. Jack said he didn't want to see him selling candles anymore, and George asked what he was going to do then. George explained that some of his sources are warning that Jack is bringing a mercenary knight. Vlad asked if it was someone like him. George said yes, someone like him. In Shkora, Jack has a huge gang, but no one there can defeat a former knight like George. As the saying goes, an army of sheep cannot defeat a single wolf. However, the balance of power would change completely if Jack hired a former knight as a mercenary. George says this would be a huge disadvantage, and that's why he needs Vlad, and warns that soon he will receive his first mission. Harvem had his fingers and heel tendons cut, so he can't walk properly. But naturally intelligent, he learned to read on his own and works as an administrator for Captain Hoover. Seeing Harvem made Vlad realize that sometimes if you work hard, you can be rewarded with a better life. He makes a cut with the sword and someone calls out to him. A voice says he needs to keep his elbows closer to his body when cutting like that. Vlad wonders why he hears a voice every time he starts training. A month ago, he was struck by black lightning and has been hearing the voice ever since. Every time he picks up something that resembles a sword, he hears this demonic voice. He starts thinking that maybe the right thing to do is to buy holy water and not a sword. Maybe the secret is to ignore it, since the more he responds to this voice, the more it keeps talking to him. He needs to stay focused and give his best until the end, concentrating all his energy and strength, and strike with everything he has. However, as soon as he raises his hand, the voice tells him to bring his elbow closer, and instinctively he obeys. He makes the vertical cut and feels that something was different. Before, it was just the sensation of holding a sword, but this time he felt he created something abnormal. An energy that flows beyond the reach of the sword, known as the blade arc, which makes Vlad wonder whose voice is in his head. Under the moonlight, someone cleans a blood-soaked blade, saying that age is starting to catch up. The winter cold now seems to cut right to the bone. He hears a chicken sound, and thinks it's not a bad imitation, but seems like it's someone pretty dumb. He then approaches and tells whoever it is to stop what they're doing because he has arrived. The voice asks if he is Stanger. The man says yes and assumes he must be Vlad. Stanger says he knows Vlad is from the slum, so it's strange that he has golden hair and blue eyes. One might even confuse him for a noble. Vlad hands over the letter from the boss, and Stanger understands that another family has also hired a mercenary knight. Vlad turns, saying he will lead the way and they should arrive in 2 nights. Stanger says nothing and sighs, saying he doesn't know if he should follow someone so idiotic. Vlad says he's smart enough to show the way, but Stanger says he doesn't seem like it, especially since he imitated the sound of a summer bird, but they're in winter. And he warns that if he notices Vlad changing the path, he'll kill him on the spot. Vlad looks at him and tells him to follow quickly because he doesn't want to mess up his first mission either. Stanger is incredulous about this kid. He put on the scariest face he knows, but the boy didn't hesitate for a second. He smiles, thinking he now understands why George likes this guy. He really is a diamond in the rough. Sometime later, the two are in a cave and Vlad is just staring at Stanger. Stanger asks why he's doing that. Hasn't he ever seen a retired knight before? Vlad says not this close, and the man says it looks like he hasn't seen much of the world. Vlad asks where he's from, and the man says he's from Dhaka. The boy recognizes it as a place in the middle of nowhere. Stanger says he wished Vlad would get lost a little so he have an excuse to kill him. But Vlad jokes, asking if knights can't take a joke. Stanger says his dried meat seems very fresh is part of it for him. Vlad says unfortunately he didn't bring any for him and asks if he doesn't have any food. Pulling out 2 old dried meats, Stanger says he does have food. Vlad lights the barbecue and the poor guy is starving, saying the smell is very good. Stanger then asks Vlad if he wants to know something, and warns he will answer 1 question for each piece of dried meat. He says Vlad is lucky because an opportunity like this isn't seen every day. Vlad just looks, asks how many pieces he wants, and says just tell him and he'll hand them over. But Stanger responds by saying he's proud of him and that a knight can only accept something in a fair trade. Vlad asks if he's retired and he replies yes. Before Vlad finishes, he already asks his name and the man replies Stanger. Vlad asks his age and the man says 42 but tells him not to push his luck. The boy asks if he knows how to use aura. Stanger smiles, saying that it seems Vlad doesn't know much about the world. Not all knights can use aura, and using aura in combat is something completely different. Vlad insists, asking if he can use it or not. Stanger smiles and Vlad gets scared, handing over all the dried meat to the man. They stare at each other and Stanger warns that he only makes trades for something of equal value. But he will be a little generous since he's been eating old dried meat all this time. Vlad felt anxious, thinking the guy would use aura right in front of him. Stanger prepared himself and opened just 1 eye. Vlad asked why he did that. In an empty space, he explained that he needed to do this to summon his world, which is kept in the depths of his soul. He told Vlad to pay close attention, as this was the true essence of a knight. He opened his eye and Vlad was astounded. Stanger had activated the aura on his blade. Sometime later, they had already arrived in Shura. Stanger was complaining that he looked like a beggar and Vlad said it was better for him not to stand out. He said it was too disgusting and that a knight has his dignity. Vlad ignored him and said that when they arrived, Stanger should go through the back door while he went through the front. They then started walking. Stanger found it strange that the place was too quiet. Suddenly, both stopped. Stanger asked if that was normal in this place, to which Vlad replied no. In front of the Smiling Rose, it was full of bodies. Vlad said they would have to split up now and told Stanger to go through the back door. Stanger was about to ask where he was going, but Vlad had already run off, saying he would see him soon. The place was bloodied, and as soon as Vlad entered, he saw that the entire brothel was destroyed. Upstairs, Marcella was tending to George, and he said that one-armed Jack had come and attacked while Vlad was out. Vlad asked if he was okay, and George said it had been a long time since he fought a knight, and immediately asked if he had brought the person with him. Vlad said yes, and that he showed him the back doors, so he should be arriving soon. George said that tomorrow they would settle this damn war with that one-armed Jack, and asked Vlad what he thought of the guy, if he still had all 4 limbs. Vlad said yes, he seemed fine and looked like a decent guy. George asked if he had lost weight, and Vlad said he was very agile. Besides, he knew how to use aura, so they would surely resolve everything tomorrow. At that moment, George was startled as the back door was opening and Vlad said he probably had arrived. George called for Vlad and asked if he was sure the guy had used aura, to which Vlad replied yes. He saw it with his own eyes. George then grabbed the blade and told Vlad to stay behind him. Stanger was not a knight who knew how to use aura. Vlad was shocked as Stanger was opening the door, saying it had been a long time since they last saw each other, and greeted George. At the first moment Stanger appeared, he was cleaning a bloody blade, saying the cold now penetrated deep into his bones, and right behind him, the real Stanger had already been killed. Now face to face with George, he said the guy had changed a lot. George asked why he had come out of nowhere. The guy said that Count Gator had died. It hadn't been announced yet due to certain complications, but soon everyone would know. He raised his glass, saying it was for the poor Count of Gaitar. Enraged, George leaped at him, who calmly observed him. The attack shattered half the floor, but the guy vanished in a second, and no one even saw his movement. From behind George, he said it was for Sigmund, the new Count of Gaitar. George shouted the name, calling the guy Godin, landing a blow that Godin defended. Godin said that the new Lord Sigmund ordered that Knight George return now. George shouted that Sigmund was not his master, and Godin replied that Sigmund knew very well he would do that, and he didn't want him to return either. The entire room was being destroyed in the fight between Godin and George. Vlad grabbed Marcella and said they needed to get out of there. With that, they went out the door. As soon as they were outside, the guys called for Vlad and asked what was happening. Vlad shouted for Barry to call everyone because they had a problem up there, when suddenly George was thrown past him. Marcella, Vlad, and everyone there saw him falling to the ground from Godin's blow. Godin said he was still as idiotic as ever. The members of the brothel were asking if the boss was okay. He was writhing on the ground while Godin watched him from above. Suddenly, a knife came his way and he deflected it. It had been thrown by Vlad, who was right next to him. But Godin ignored him and leaped towards George, with Vlad shouting for him to be careful. George was getting up and was almost struck. Godin looked at him and said he should have followed the order from that day. George replied that he was human and didn't follow repulsive orders like that. But Godin said he was not human but a knight. George gritted his teeth and began to rise amidst the group. Suddenly, Godin said that the night had already been too long. He then closed his eyes, saying he needed to rest. Vlad was running down the stairs and was shocked to see that Godin had activated his blade's aura. He shouted to try to warn everyone. As soon as Godin opened his eye, he told him to stop. White lines began to draw on the bodies of everyone in the brothel. And with a movement of the blade, Godin created a flash that destroyed the entire place. When the smoke cleared, Vlad found himself on the first floor, wondering what had happened there. In front of him, all the members of the Smiling Rose were dead. He didn't know what to say when he heard someone beside him and recognized it was George. But he saw the blood on the ground, and he remembered that this had been the first person to extend a hand to a boy from the slum streets. He saw potential in the boy before everyone else, and to the boy, he was the strongest person he had ever seen. But on that silent night under the pale moonlight, the boy's world was destroyed. Vlad grabbed the sword on the ground and ran towards Godin, telling him to stop. He managed to activate the sword's arc, which caught Godin's attention. He wondered how the slum kid knew how to do that. He said it was impressive while Vlad ran towards him, telling him to die. But soon something hit his stomach and a kick sent him flying to the corner of the room. That split second made Godin realize the boy had natural talent. Before the kick hit his stomach, he twisted his body to reduce the impact. Trying to get up, the voice in Vlad's head told him to breathe or he would faint. Godin thought the boy's talent was too valuable to let him die there, even if it created the risk of facing him when he was stronger. And he remembered when George said that it was always satisfying to see the growth of someone with potential. With that, Godin smiled and told Vlad that knights could only accept fair trades. Vlad was confused, and Godin then revealed that his name wasn't Stanger and he wasn't 42 years old. He handed back 2 pieces of dried meat, saying that was the price of the lie. But he would take George's head, both as a reward and as a symbol of victory. Vlad stared at him, saying he would kill him. But Godin turned and said it was better for him to accept those 2 pieces of meat and not trade his life for nothing. Vlad knew he had no chance. So while Godin left, he swore that one day he would kill him, even if it was the last thing he did. But Godin ignored him and continued towards the door with George's head, while Vlad kept shouting. Sometime later, he met up with Jemina to try to escape from that place. But after that fight, he was already finished. That kick had broken some ribs, and he remembered that as soon as everything was over, Marcella came to him and told him to get up, or else he would end up dying there. Vlad showed no reaction. Marcella got irritated and slapped him, telling him to wake up to life, and asked if he knew the difference between the rich people and them who live in this slum. Opportunity is everything. Those at the top can make mistakes and keep failing because they have that luxury. But a single mistake for them here will end everything. She grabbed his cloak and warned him that in this place, one mistake means you die. So it's best he doesn't miss the only chance he has to get out alive. Jemina asked Vlad if he wanted to go slower, to which he replied that it was okay. He wouldn't let things end there. Suddenly, a man appears behind them, shouting that they are there. Both Vlad and Jemina are being pursued by Jack's men. The nest was now a mess, and even the youngest birds had to learn to fly on their own. Sometime later, the street is filled with Jack's henchmen searching for the 2. The man who had knocked over the candles earlier announces that whoever finds them will be generously rewarded. They continue the hunt, but right behind a door, Vlad and Jemina are hiding. They knew very well that at this rate, there was no way to get out of that place. Vlad told her to go to the coastal region when things calmed down. She asked what he would do, and he said he would manage. But if she stayed with him, it would be even more dangerous. Jemina shouted, saying she would not leave him. But Vlad reminded her that she had said she would do it for Marcella. He told her to ask Harvin for help, but she kept insisting that she didn't want to. Vlad shouted that she was being a nuisance and asked if he looked like someone who could protect her now. She cried, not knowing what to say when someone asked who was there. At that moment, she grabbed a blade that was next to her and pointed it in the direction. It was the blacksmith with a lantern. He asked why there were 2 kids in his shop. Jemina told the old man not to move. The old man wanted to know if they had gone mad since this was his house. Jemina continued shouting, saying if he didn't stay quiet, she would attack him now. But the old man just looked. After staring at them, he said he understood the situation was serious, but asked her to put the blade away. Jemina gritted her teeth and told him to hand over the sword now. The old man asked what she was talking about, and she said she wanted him to hand over the sword that was always in front of the forge. Vlad told Jemina to put it away, but she continued shouting for the old man to hand over the sword. The blacksmith knew that was how things worked in the slum. People sold to survive, and that's how he had also come far. And it seemed it was now this young girl's turn. The old man said she was pitiful. Jemina gripped the handle tighter, and Vlad told her not to do it. The old man, on the other hand, just closed his eyes. Suddenly, with a knife, she cut her own hair. The old man was startled, and she said it was the only thing of value she had. But she promised to come back and pay everything back later. All she asked was for him to give the sword to Vlad. The old man observed, not knowing what to say, and asked Vlad if he was leaving, to which he replied yes. The old man thought he had never dreamed of something like this his entire life. But the young man in front of him was about to try even before his wings had grown. He then said the 2 of them were a nuisance but told them to follow him. Some time later, he came out with a cart from the shop. Jemina complained about the smell, and he said it was the only option. Suddenly, someone called out to him, asking what he was doing on the street at this hour. The blacksmith realized the men would be persistent, and even this exit would be blocked. One of them approached and asked why he was taking out the trash so late. The blacksmith shouted, saying it was all their fault for causing chaos in the entire city every day. After all the mess that had happened, he could only find time to leave now. The man told the old man to relax a bit, but he asked who the person behind him was because he worked alone. The old man shouted, saying he had to hire someone to help push the cart. The man said he would let him go just because he was the only blacksmith in that slum, but he would have to take a look at who it was. He placed the sword on the person's hood and told them not to move or lose an arm. Then he cut the hood. The old man was startled by the sickly look Jumina made, imitating a beggar, saying she just wanted to earn a piece of bread. Seeing that, the man said they could go. The old man then asked who they were looking for at that hour, and the man replied it was Vlad, who worked for Georgie. He then pulls the cart, saying he's leaving, but the man insists on checking one more time. Under the trash, Vlad was hiding, and the man called someone to take a look. At that moment, all three knew that if anyone checked thoroughly, everything would go wrong. A dark-skinned man with a spear approached and said he would handle it. The old man wondered if he should have taken another route, but he knew those routes must be blocked too. The man remarked that it was a lot of trash, strangely, but seemed to notice something. He readied his spear, and Jumina felt insecure. The man said not to blame him because he was just doing his job. He then started to attack the trash, rummaging through it. Jumina and the blacksmith knew something was about to go wrong. The man continued searching through the trash when he suddenly mentioned that Harvin had placed a boat near the river. They investigated because it was strange for someone who couldn't walk to do that. He was just telling them to stay alert and then said they could go. The blacksmith then pulled the cart, and the man told him to consider this a payment of the 40 silver coins his little brother owed Vlad. With that, they left with Vlad thanking Otar until they reached the edge of the dump. The old man said everything from the city was discarded there, and Jumina just asked Vlad to stay safe. With that, he unloaded the cart and Vlad fell, taking a star with him. That was the product of an old man's dream and a young girl's tears. Sometime later, in the mountains. Looking at the blade, Vlad asked if it could hear him. The blade responded that it could, and Vlad asked who it was. The blade replied that it unfortunately didn't know. Vlad got angry, saying that this voice kept trying to boss him around all the time but didn't even know who it was. But maybe that's a good thing. They could help each other. Vlad would help the voice recover its memories, and it would teach him how to fight with a sword. He didn't care if it was some kind of demon. At this moment, he'd only feared one thing: the fact that he was a nobody. The voice then accepted. It would teach him everything it knew about fencing. Sometime later, at a military base, inside one of the tents, someone observed a map of the region. The name was Joseph Vazid, and he said it all seemed too easy. Too easy. Someone entered the room calling Master Joseph, who recognized him as Zayar. Zayar said something seemed to be bothering him and asked what the problem was. Joseph said everything was too easy. Zayar agreed that they were doing well, but Joseph reminded him that many people were deserting and some were disappearing without reason. If the mission he participated in showed mediocre results, everyone would doubt his abilities as a leader. Both his father and other family members, especially his older brother named Wrecker. Zayar remained silent. Joseph thought that if things continued this way, the next count would definitely be Wrecker. The Vazid family is a family of warriors, and their history proves that. After all, his father got to where he is by destroying his own brothers. Joseph said he didn't have enough knights by his side, other than Zayar. Zayar approached, saying he needed to talk about that. He said one of the mercenaries was very suspicious. Joseph asked if he thought it was a spy for Wrecker, to which Zayar replied that it wasn't that kind of suspicious, but something he would only understand if he went and saw. They then observed a goblin with its belly slashed. Joseph said it was pathetic. The cuts on that goblin were from a total amateur. Zayar told him to look at another, and he said it was terrible too. Whoever did that had terrible fencing skills. He kept looking and said the other one looked a little better. Then he noticed that the trajectory of the cut was always the same, but the skill seemed to be improving. He asked Zayar if all that was the work of a single person. Zayar said yes. One of them arrived today, and the others were from a month ago. Observing this, Joseph thought it was impossible for someone to evolve so much in just a month, and he asked who this person was. In the middle of the forest, the goblins were writhing as someone cut them down. It was the group of mercenaries they had hired combating them. The men told each other to hold their positions and not let any escape. One of them drew his spear, saying that now this fight was nearing its end, and he calls everyone to finish off what's left. But they all tremble. The guy doesn't realize there's a giant goblin behind him. The monster strikes and the guy's body is crushed. Everyone there is shocked. The monster roars and starts heading towards them, easily breaking through the front line. The mercenaries wonder where it came from and how they're going to defeat it. They all run towards a chubby guy on a horse. He asks what they think they're doing and tells them to get back to the front line now. But the mercenaries say no one told them they have to fight a hobgoblin. If he wants that, he'll have to pay a lot more. The chubby guy goes to draw his blade, calling them a bunch of useless fools. When a body falls right beside him, the monster is killing the entire group. Seeing this, he calmly puts the blade away again, until someone approaches. The young man has blonde hair, and they ask who he is. They recognize him as Lyman the Worshipper. Vlad had taken on a false name, and he's confident he can defeat this hobgoblin. He charges forward, and the monster notices his presence. Before the creature reacts, he slashes back, but he quickly realizes the cut was too shallow, and now he's about to be struck from behind. He notices the attack coming and barely dodges, but he's angry that he failed again. The sword asks how he can't manage when it's told him everything. Vlad thinks he's not a genius who can just listen and do it. Seeing the monster coming, he says for now, he's just trying to find a way to win. The creature approaches and makes another attack that he dodges. Another one comes and he ducks. One swings close to his face and the creature starts losing its temper. At that moment, it goes for a vertical strike. The attack kicks up snow everywhere, but Vlad dodged again. Saying he swears this time he will cut through it. The monster looks back as Vlad comes with a slash. And Joseph says he wants Zaire to find out everything about this person called Lyman the Worshipper. Zaire accepts the mission while Joseph thinks it's unbelievable. How someone goes from amateur cuts to almost a blade arc in a month. And he smiles knowing that if this is the case. Vlad slashes the creature and Joseph is sure he's a genius. After the battle, people are collecting the goblins' bodies saying there's nothing useful among them. One comes over smiling, saying the captain was incredible. Vlad tells him to stop talking nonsense and gather the bodies of the creatures he killed. The guy says he's already done that and reminds him that this job is about to end, offering to continue working together. But Vlad says he doesn't like looking into the eyes of a criminal, much less working together. The guy then reminds him about the mercenary insignia and says he won't be able to keep using it, offering to call someone who can make a perfect copy. But Vlad warns Got that a loose tongue is the quickest way to die in this place, and it better not be a threat. The poor guy trembles and says he was just trying to help because with such good skills, the boy shouldn't be there. Vlad tells him to finish the preparations unless he's tired of having his head attached to his body. With that, Got says he'll take care of it. While Vlad thinks he'll have to deal with this guy sooner or later, he then leaves the troops. Watching him go, the guys say that Lyman seems to be going to pray again. He really is a very devout boy. In the middle of the forest, he kneels with his head on the sword, and the guys say he looks like the son of a noble family and doesn't even seem to be in the same class as them. But Vlad is asking the voice why he can't defeat the monsters with one cut. The voice says it's told him 1,000 times that the most important thing for a lethal attack is how precise and unexpected it is. Vlad tells it to explain better. The voice tells him to remember when enemies raise their swords and make a whissa. At that moment, he just has to take advantage and make a whoosh. Vlad asks how he's supposed to learn anything from such stupid tips. But the voice says it's too easy. Just pay attention to the whissa and the whoosh. The poor guy is there praying, furious, while the others are all blessing him. The camp is as busy as ever. The only problem is that the meat in this place is quite questionable. Got says he shouldn't complain about the food since it's free. Not many families besides the Vezid offer such privileges. But Vlad gets up and tells them to enjoy the meal. The guys wonder if Vlad is going to see the priest again and seems to be praying for something. He then goes to the church tent and the priest welcomes Lyman. Vlad greets him and says he hopes he had a good night's sleep. Andrea responds, saying he heard the boy went to pray last night despite the cold. Vlad says no cold can reach him when he's warmed by the Lord's blessings. Andrea laughs, saying the boy sounds more like a priest than he does. A little boy named Jim then announces that breakfast is ready. The priest tells Vlad to sit down, who awkwardly says he didn't come to eat. But they're already preparing to pray and all he can do is thank for the daily bread. While they pray, the priest glances at Vlad. To him, the boy is very genuine. Someone who hasn't lost an ounce of sincerity despite the misery surrounding him. He needs to guide this young man destined to walk through blood-stained fields of war until the day of his death. Perhaps the connection between them is a gift from God. With that, he says amen and tells Vlad they can eat. Now the lucky guy has fresh bread and hot soup that's real food. Andrea then says he wants to talk about the boy's fencing. He knew he was talented and says even Joseph Fayezid has heard of him. Vlad is curious and asks what happened after that. Andrea says he recommended him because he's a very good boy with a bright future ahead. The Fayezid family is widely known even in the north, so just working for them improves his life. And he tells the boy that he more than deserves this opportunity. In the forest, Vlad thinks that this wasn't a good thing. Maybe he stood out too much. The boy says he had no choice since the only way to learn fencing is by using the sword. Maybe he got too close to the priest. Vlad says that could be the case, and the voice asks if he stopped thinking it was a dark spirit. Vlad knows that Father Andrea has a good reputation and was even recommended to be a bishop. If he didn't feel anything wrong, then he's probably fine. Vlad wonders if he should take this opportunity, and the voice says it's a good idea. He's just insecure because to get his insignia, he had to kill another mercenary and then would be judged for fraud and murder. The voice says that putting it that way, he really seems like a wicked boy, and advises that the best option for now is to run since they're not after him. Vlad says the plan is to escape tonight and take Got with him. But suddenly the sword says it doesn't think he'll be able to escape, and he asks what it means by that. She warns that someone is coming from behind, and judging by the energy, it's at least an elite knight. Vlad readies his blade and points it backward. But it's Zaire calmly looking at him, impressed at how sharp he is to have hurt him. Zaire tells him that Lord Joseph wants to see the boy. Vlad gets up, thinking he should have flowed but now can't show weakness, and then says he feels honored. Zaire asks if the boy knew he was coming. Vlad says he heard from Father Andrea but didn't expect it so soon. Zaire is once again impressed as he approached, and the boy didn't flinch even once. With that, he begins to walk away, telling him to follow. Seeing Zaire gaining distance, Vlad wonders if he should try to run. The voice tells him not to even think about it. A knight at that level can cut off his head in less than 3 steps. With that, Vlad realizes he has no choice. He then goes to Joseph's tent, who greets him, saying it's a pleasure to meet him. Vlad bows, saying it's an honor to meet Lord Joseph. The Lord asks if things are to his liking. Vlad says yes, all thanks to the Lord's kindness. Joseph then says that with blonde hair and blue eyes, he almost looks like the son of a noble. He asks if his name is Lyman, and Vlad confirms. Joseph then closes the book and says he should have known. Zaire slaps him across the face. They stare at each other, and Joseph warns Vlad of Skora that he hates liars. Vlad says it looks like they already know everything then. Joseph says they know his mother is a prostitute and they don't know where his father ended up, and he asks if Vlad has any idea. Vlad sarcastically asks if this is some new kind of joke, asking the son of a prostitute who his father is. He immediately gets a kick behind the knee and falls to the ground. Zaire tells him to show more respect in that place. Joseph says it's okay since that was funny, but he warns that he knows Vlad killed a mercenary and also the reason he fled Skora. What he doesn't know is where the boy learned to fight with a sword. Watching him, he says he sees many things hidden behind those eyes. Behind him, Zaire begins to draw his sword. Vlad hesitates for a second, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, he says he learned all this from a master who appeared and disappeared as quickly as light. He did mention the name, but said one thing. This is a secret sword technique that cannot be taught by anyone else. Joseph thinks he doesn't see any hesitation in the boy's eyes, and he apologizes for being so harsh. Vlad wonders if he believed that. The Lord then says that maybe he doesn't know, but at the moment, he has a certain problem. So if he wants to propose something to Vlad of Skora, and asks if he aspires to a better life for himself. Power, freedom, survival, and the life of a knight. He, Joseph Fazid, wishes to sponsor him. Soon after, he began to practice with Zaire. The other mercenaries said that he was holding up well. Apparently, he had become Zaire's squire. Really, the boy is a promise. He got lucky because his whole life is about to change. Zaire strikes him, saying he's an arrogant brat, asking how he can be so confident in front of Joseph with such poor fencing. And now he's going to show him his place. Vlad can't keep up as the guy is on a completely different level. If he dodges, he immediately takes another hit. But trying to defend head-on is impossible because the guy's strike is too strong. If that's the case, he puts the sword to protect his shoulder. He lets Zaire's blade slide off and takes advantage of the moment to attack directly. But the guy easily blocks it. That impresses the mercenaries. Even Zaire says he liked the move a bit. But Vlad is the only one who knows very well. Zaire created that opportunity just to see if he could do something. He then tells the boy that this will be the morning and evening training, twice a day, and the poor boy is scared. He leaves, saying it's enough for a morning practice, and tells him not to stay too long in the cold. Vlad wonders if that's all. He didn't receive a single piece of advice. But their voice says that was indeed an excellent fight. It helped remove all unnecessary movements. Really, a beating is the best way to learn. The poor boy wonders why no one ever seems to be on his side. Finishing, Joseph asks what his impression of the boy is. He responds that he has potential. Maybe if he were the son of a noble family, even the count himself would be interested in the boy. Joseph smiles, saying he knew he was right about him. But Zaire warns that the big problem is arrogance since the boy doesn't know his place. The Lord responds that it's okay since the boy grew up in the slum, so it's common for him to be like that, especially considering he has the perfect person for the job. Zaire says a knight without loyalty cannot be trusted. Joseph responds that he wouldn't believe the boy even if he knelt the moment they met. In fact, he even prefers that he is so honest about his feelings. Vlad said he has something he has to do. And for the Lord, it's better that things are this way since they both have something they want and they can both help each other. The knight simply agrees, saying that if that's the case, then it's all right. The boy is like a wolf, pure arrogance, untrustworthy, and still presumptuous. However, Joseph says it's okay. He's in no hurry. It takes a long time to build a cage big enough for a wolf to think he's free. In the forest, God was freezing as it was the middle of winter. He thought it was unbelievable that Vlad had now become Zaire's squire, and it would be difficult for them to escape. Maybe he was lucky since now he doesn't have to stay in the cold and doesn't need to train with the expeditionary forces anymore. Suddenly, a knight comes by and asks if everything's all right. God recognizes him as Roderick and says everything is fine. Roderick tells him to keep an eye out for any problems and leaves, while God says he can count on him. He stands there, just watching Roderick and observing the area, thinking that the guy looks like a statue and not even a needle could wake him up. But now with him there, he can finally get some sleep. He ends up dozing off and suddenly wakes up. He hears Roderick asking what someone is doing there and that it looks like someone is looking for a child. He watches Roderick from a distance, who asks what's wrong with a woman and says he's not her son. God finds all this very confusing and wonders why he stopped mid-sentence. He gulps and starts heading in that direction, confused about what's happening. Why is Roderick going to that place away from the camp? Suddenly, the man is surrounded by a black mist. At that moment, God trembles. The next day, Vlad was exhausted, wondering why the damn Zaire couldn't be a bit kinder. However, a voice told him to appreciate it because few in this world have the chance to practice with someone so good. Vlad replied that he was sure the damn guy was hitting him hard on purpose. The voice responded that this made things even better, making Vlad sad since no one seemed to be on his side. At that moment, someone called for Lemon. It was Got behind a tree wanting to talk to him. Vlad approached and asked what it was. Got said he would flee that place tonight. He mentioned that he was only telling Vlad because they were friends. Vlad wanted to know what this crazy guy was talking about, but Got said he saw it with his own eyes. That forest had a monster that carried a curse. Our boy seemed scared, and Got asked why he thought there were so many deserters if they got food and the working conditions were good there. The truth was there were no deserters, they were all being taken by this curse. He warned that he saw one of the knights being taken to the forest. However, Vlad didn't react and started wanting to hit him, telling him to stop talking nonsense just to flee. But God insisted it was true and asked if he didn't know about the guy who disappeared. Vlad asked if he was talking about Roderick, and God agreed. He explained that another strange thing was that everyone who disappeared had black hair. At least the protagonist was immune. Changing the scene, God was already making an angry face. Apparently, Vlad had told everything to Zayar, who now ordered God to show the way. Zayar asked if the guy was trustworthy, and Vlad said he wasn't the type to lie. Zayar saw it as an opportunity to increase Joseph's accomplishments. After all, discovering a phenomenon and defeating a ghost was much more interesting than just defending against goblins. The problem was that he found this black hair thing strange. He seemed worried, and Vlad said that with the 3 knights in the field, everything would be fine. The only person stronger than Roderick in that place was Zayar, so he had to lead this advance. After a while, God announced that they had found the expeditionary forces. A boy named Ern introduced himself as Roderick's squire. Zayar asked if he hadn't found anything, and Ern said unfortunately not. They had the best hunters and researchers, but no footprints were seen. Zayar realized he would have to look for himself. So he ordered everyone to divide into groups of 3, stay within sight of each other, and start searching the area. A while later, God was dying of anger at Vlad for reporting him. He said Vlad took advantage of his goodwill. Vlad told him to stop complaining and keep looking around. Zayar asked if they had found anything, and they replied no. Zayar called him useless and asked how they found someone who disappeared in the slum. Vlad explained that they just beat the person closest to where the guy disappeared and got the information. Obviously, an unhelpful piece of information for Zayar. However, he knew it would soon be night, and they would have to return empty-handed. But at that moment, something caught his attention. He asked the group if anyone had checked the other side of the river. Got said no because the expeditionaries ignored that area. Zayar thought it was probably the last place to be seen. He ordered everyone to gather the mercenaries and cross the river. With that, Got signaled to call everyone. Stepping on the ice, he said it wasn't completely solid. Vlad said it seemed hard enough for a few people to cross. At that moment, some mercenaries appeared and asked if they had found anything. Zayar said no and explained that they would go to the other side of the river in groups of 3. The guys agreed right away, and everyone started crossing. However, Got was hesitating, and Vlad asked what the problem was. Biting his lips, he said he had a very bad feeling. Vlad said the feeling was called fear, and Got said of course he was afraid. He wasn't some kind of genius knight. Someone as weak as him could only survive by having good instincts. And at that moment, all his instincts were telling him not to cross that lake. Vlad said he didn't understand the instincts Got was talking about. However, he was sure that if Got tried to flee, he would die now, because it's very suspicious that the only person who witnessed the crime is fleeing the scene. Vlad warned Got to stay quiet and cross the river quickly to avoid raising more suspicion. Got complied, though he insisted it was a terrible idea. As soon as he stepped on the ice, it cracked slightly, and he warned that he was sure it would break. Vlad agreed, but told him that if he didn't take another step, he would throw him into the water. Got fell to the ground, saying he couldn't move his leg. Vlad grabbed him by the collar, insisting they had to keep moving because they were falling behind. However, at that moment, Got screamed in fright. Vlad told him to be quiet, but then both noticed something under the ice. There were many bodies beneath the river. They shouted to alert everyone that the missing people were all frozen below. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and everyone tried to flee. A hand emerged from the ice, and the bodies rose as zombies. In a flash, they were all surrounded in the middle of the lake, asking Zayar what they should do. Zayar quickly realized it was a trap. Someone had carefully planned this, knowing they were coming. The creatures before them didn't belong to the world of the living. Meanwhile, back at the camp, the priest and the boy were praying. Suddenly, Andrea started shaking, and the boy asked if he was okay. The water seemed to be becoming murky, and an energy began to form around the chalice. Someone was observing the camp from a distance and approaching. It was the woman searching for a child. Meanwhile, the zombies attacked, and Got was about to die. However, the creature was sliced in half by Vlad. The problem was that there seemed to be an endless number of them. Vlad quickly chopped 7 of them into pieces. Got, terrified, fell to the ground, and Vlad told him to grab his spear. A voice told Vlad not to panic and to observe the area before moving. Moving forward wasn't an option due to the crack, and he wondered where Zayar was. In the midst of the chaos, Zayar was cutting through the crowd. The problem was that many soldiers were being defeated, and the fight seemed endless. As he fought, Zayar wondered about the trap's purpose. He concluded that he couldn't be sure, but he knew who the target was. Without hesitation, he activated his blade's aura just as all the monsters jumped at him. One slash turned them all into pieces. The soldiers cheered, believing Zayar would save them. Zayar then shouted Vlad's name, telling him to fulfill his part of the deal. Vlad looked back, asking what he wanted him to do. Zayar told him to run back to the base and defend Joseph until he returned. Vlad agreed and started running, telling Gok to come along. Watching him leave, Zayar hoped his prayers would reach Joseph. Someone stepped on his back and Zayar turned to face the attacker. Seeing the zombie, he realized he was too late. It was Roderick and all the recently disappeared men. Meanwhile, in Joseph's tent, he was reading calmly. He heard shouting outside and wondered what was happening. Suddenly, a chubby knight entered. Joseph asked what was going on, but the knight didn't know. He had come running after hearing the noise. The prince scolded him for not knowing what was happening and for forgetting his sword, saying it was worthy of hanging. Gordon apologized. At that moment, the church members entered the tent. Joseph asked what was happening and Andrea explained that something evil was attacking. He showed him that the Holy Bible, written with sacred ink, had trembling letters. The prince asked if there was anything to be done and Andrea explained he wasn't an exorcist. He would try to use sacred power to defend, but the creature was much stronger than he could handle. This frightened the prince, knowing the only powerful knight wasn't there. But the priest and the 3 men in front of him were his only option. He ordered them to move. As soon as he stepped outside, he noticed something strange. Everyone was writhing on the ground, seemingly going insane. He covered his mouth, telling everyone to do the same. The mist seemed to cause some sort of illusion. The prince knew someone had planned this, and they were caught off guard. At that moment, everyone felt a chill when the woman called for her child. She was right next to the tent, wondering where he was. Everyone in the prince's group froze. She stopped and turned to him, asking if it was him. Seeing Joseph, she said she had found her son after all. She approached with a sinister hand, but a hand of light blocked her. The boy and Andrea began praying to protect the area. Seeing the monster, Joseph was sure that only Zayar could defeat her. The other 2 knights were useless, even with the extraordinary blessing from the priest. The monster kept hitting the barrier and the prince knew it was a curse, a deadly curse targeting him. The problem was figuring out who was behind it. Jin started coughing up blood and Andrea told him to hold on or the barrier would fall. The monster's hand began to penetrate the light, but as Jin resumed praying, it was repelled once more. Joseph realized that the priest's acolyte was at his limit. Once the boy's energy ran out, it would be the end. At this rate, he didn't think they could survive until sunrise. At that moment, something caught his attention. Vlad was approaching from behind the monster. It turned to react, but Vlad wielded a blade of aura. Earlier, the voice had told him that a normal sword wouldn't cut a curse. Vlad asked what to do, and the voice asked if he knew how to use aura. Obviously, he said no, so she suggested something they could try. She could take control of his body for a few seconds. Vlad asked if this was possible, and she said she knew how to use aura. She could try to force its activation in his body, but he would be paralyzed afterward. The voice warned that it was their only option, but she didn't recommend it. Vlad explained that if he did nothing, he would die anyway. When Vlad drew his blade, the voice said that this was the path of a warrior. He said he wanted to do it, and she asked if he was sure. He replied that he had made a promise to Joseph and had something he needed to do. He had assured Joseph he could rely on him. Face to face with the monster, it screamed to attack him. At that moment, his body froze and the voice told him to close his right eye. He found himself in a storm of lightning, the world of that voice. When he opened his eye, the blade was covered in electricity. The monster screamed, but Vlad simply delivered a clean cut down the middle. The priest, the chubby knight, and Joseph didn't understand what happened. Vlad immediately lost all his strength and collapsed to his knees in agony. Joseph called out to him as Vlad crawled. The prince was certain he had seen the mark of an aura. He had no idea how the boy had done it, but it was clear he was paying the price. However, even without its leg, the creature continued calling for her child, slowly approaching Vlad. Joseph ran toward him, telling the others to keep praying. He lifted Vlad onto his shoulder, telling him to hold on. But at that moment, the creature grabbed his leg and a curse seemed to be inflicted. Joseph was furious with himself for not being able to escape the monster's grasp. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the cloak. It was Borden, who apologized for his insolence and threw both of them away from the monster. The creature advanced towards Borden as they fell next to the priest. Joseph said he had never felt so grateful to have Borden by his side. Vlad then picked up his sword and asked Father Andrea to bless it so he could send the monster to the underworld. The priest agreed, bathed the blade in blood, and said it now carried the blessing of certain victory. Vlad thanked him and headed towards the creature. On the ground, it agonized, begging for someone to find her child. For a brief moment, Vlad saw a fragment of her life. Some women had been imprisoned deep in a dungeon, and their children had been abandoned to die on the cold ground before them. From inside the cell, she had only pleaded for her child to be returned. Vlad then said she could now rest in peace as she wondered where her child was. With that, he plunged the sword into her and she cried out, asking where her sweet child was. Somewhere else, a summoner was smiling until suddenly his curse was broken. He wondered how the connection had been severed. He knew the only knight with an aura wasn't at that camp, so who had killed the creature. At that moment, Zayar appeared, saying he had found the bastard controlling the puppets. The next day, Joseph asked if it was really him. Zaire said he was almost sure it was, and holding a box, said it contained the source of the curse or the child the woman had been looking for. Joseph told him to leave it in the hands of the priest to investigate. But in the end, their expedition had been a complete failure. Zaire apologized, but Joseph said the journey back would be very rewarding. The knight asked if he had seen potential in the recruit. He smiled and said he had found someone to fight for his name. That child would shine brighter than any swordsman ever seen. 3 days later, Vlad woke up exhausted. A voice told him to be more careful and said this was the price for using her world. Vlad was amazed they were still at the camp. He thought he was going to be thrown into the back of a truck and taken away like a piece of luggage. A sword said they were waiting for him and mentioned that Joseph seemed quite worried. With that, he left the tent and noticed that the camp was unusually quiet. Suddenly, Got came over, all happy, saying he thought he was going to die. Vlad said he was impressed that Got was still there, but Got replied that the guys increased the salary until they returned. Got started talking about how he brought Vlad here and then went back on horseback to fetch the other. Vlad said it was fine and that he would tell the guys about it later. Got then told him to go to Joseph's tent as soon as he woke up. With that, he left, telling the annoying guy to shut up. In Joseph's tent, he poured some wine and asked if Vlad knew how to drink it. Vlad said yes because he had worked in a brothel for a long time. However, he had never tried anything as expensive as that. Joseph explained that it was only available to nobles and said he wanted to thank Vlad for saving his life instead of running away to save himself. Vlad explained that he only did it because of the agreement they had made. Joseph agreed, saying they had a pact of trust rather than loyalty. The prince thought about how the boy followed the deal without even signing anything. He couldn't afford to lose such talent. In fact, he had to do everything possible to keep him around. Joseph then said it was time for him to fulfill his part of the agreement and announced that, as compensation for what he did, he would be officially invited to join the Bayezid family. The scene shifted to Varna, the territory of Count Bayezid. Zaire explained that he had already dismissed the mercenaries, and Joseph said they should stay there at least one more day. Zaire noticed Vlad looking around and asked if it was his first time in Varna. Vlad said it was his first time outside Shkora. Naturally, he was called a country bumpkin, and the two left, saying that today he was free to explore the city. However, Zaire warned him not to cause any trouble and to return before sunset. Vlad was getting tired of the insults, but the voice said it seemed that Zaire liked him now too. Vlad then said that with the good pay he received, it was time to eat something nice. However, at that moment, someone grabbed him. It was Jin, and Vlad asked what he wanted. Jin said that if he wasn't too busy, Father Andrea would like to see him. Vlad then found himself in front of a gigantic church. He was amazed, saying that not even the entire city of Shkora had a church this big. Jin explained that while the city of Asturma might be the capital of Bayezid County, Varna was the religious center. He then told Vlad to go in while he called Father Andrea. Once inside, Vlad was impressed. The church was radiant, and he thought that although he was called Lyman the Worshipper, he had never truly prayed in his life. In a way, he was a sinner. Andrea appeared and apologized for making him wait. Vlad said it was nothing and thanked him for the invitation. Andrea handed him something and Vlad was confused. He explained that it was an identification badge. He could receive one from Joseph himself, but those issued by the church were more effective since faith extended across the entire continent. Vlad was impressed to see that Father Andrea's name was registered as his sponsor. Andrea placed his hand on Vlad's shoulder and told him to come there whenever he needed anything. From that day on, he would receive all the support he could. The boy, who hadn't even been registered at birth, now had one of the church's most important figures as his sponsor. From that day forward, he was no longer Vlad from the slums, but Vlad from Shkora. The county of Bayezid contained 3 cities and 12 villages. Shkora was the trading hub, and Varna was the religious center. And here was the capital, Sutramata. On the way to the mansion, Zaire told Vlad that he was now a guest of Joseph. Any foolishness he did would tarnish the prince's honor. At the door of the room, Zaire warned Vlad and Got not to act like 2 country bumpkins. They said they understood, and he informed them that some maids would bring drinks. However, he advised them not to drink or eat anything, just to watch. Otherwise, everyone would discover they ate like a bunch of pigs. Vlad asked if they couldn't take a small bite, and Zaire told him not to touch anything. They then entered the room, an extremely luxurious place. Even Vlad didn't expect something like that. At that moment, someone said they didn't recognize the two. From behind the curtain, he said he had been planning to stay hidden for a while. The man approached and asked who they were. Vlad was startled. The man had a face similar to Joseph's, but was clearly a much stronger warrior. Got introduced himself, saying he had served Joseph in the last expedition. The man then asked who the boy beside him was, and Vlad introduced himself as Vlad from Shkora. The man stared at Vlad, impressed, saying he had never heard of him. He could see in Vlad's eyes that he had been through a lot and didn't seem intimidated by his presence. It seemed that Joseph had found a promising recruit. The man reached into his pocket, took out some peanuts, and offered them to Vlad. Vlad hesitated and said they had been told not to eat anything there. Got seemed shocked, but Vlad explained that they really couldn't eat anything. Poor Got was terrified, clearly understanding that this person was important in the family. Refusing something like this was significant. The man felt a bit awkward, not understanding why Vlad refused. After all, he was the first son of the count of that place and Joseph's competitor, Rutger Vezid. Someone was writing a letter and asked if the name was Vlad. It was Joseph talking about the boy to his father. He mentioned that aside from Zaire, whom he received from his mother, he hadn't brought any other promising soldiers. He added that if he could turn this boy into a respectable soldier for the Vezid house, he would receive a good reward. Joseph thanked him, but his father warned that although his strength wasn't in combat, he shouldn't forget he was a member of the Vezid family. Joseph said he understood, and his father asked how he was feeling, to which he responded he was fine. With that, his father told him he could leave, and he then withdrew, though it seemed he had difficulty moving one of his legs. The father instructed someone to find medicine for him, and the man next to him said he would speak with Miss Oksana. The father remarked that she spoiled her son too much. He then asked Ragmus, the man beside him, what he thought of what Joseph had said. Ragmus replied that it seemed true given the many strange occurrences. The count responded that they needed to find who was behind all this since it was clearly a direct attack on their house. Ragmus said that the church in Varna reported that it was a sophisticated attack using necromantic curses. Such a thing could only be done by an extremely powerful dark mage or a group of them. The father thought that if that was the case, there was surely an organization or group behind it. However, even if they knew, there was nothing they could do now. The Vezid family would stay where they were and prepare for anyone who came against them, but he instructed them to find these people as quickly as possible. No one could be left alive after threatening his son's life and bringing chaos to that land. At dusk, Joseph spoke with them both. He called Gott and said he would receive a reward tomorrow and instructed him to speak with one of the servants to find a room. With that, he excused himself and left. He then sat in a chair and told Vlad that they needed to have a small conversation. Vlad had saved his life and sworn to be a warrior from that point on, and he asked if that was correct. Vlad confirmed this. Joseph then asked if what Vlad wanted to do required a bit of freedom, and Vlad agreed. The prince questioned him, saying he wanted to serve as a swordsman, but also wanted to be free. If that was the case, he needed to know why he wanted that freedom. If Vlad revealed this, they could reach an agreement where he would have the freedom he needed. Vlad was silent for a few seconds, and then asked if Joseph knew a man named Godin de Gaitar, the Knight of the Moonlight. Joseph found it strange that he knew such a name and asked if the mysterious knight who attacked the Smiling Rose was Godin de Gaitar. Vlad hadn't forgotten him for a moment. He was the person who killed the man who saved him and destroyed the world he knew, and yet he swore he would be like that person. Joseph said that unfortunately, he couldn't help with that. Godin was beyond the sphere of influence he could exert. Vlad seemed saddened by this news. However, it was something he expected since Joseph was only the count's son. But the prince replied that if that was the case, they would change some terms of their agreement. He offered Vlad to Shora a 7-year contract. Vlad seemed confused, and Joseph explained that he had given up all the dignity and pride of a noble. Vlad didn't fully understand what he was talking about, but it seemed important to his family. The prince explained that in exchange for saving him, he would provide food and training for the next 7 years, enough for him to become a knight comparable to the best in the world. The word knight caught Vlad's attention. The prince said that in return, Vlad would have to swear loyalty and only follow the commands and permissions he gave. Obviously, he couldn't do anything against Godin during this period. However, he would have permission to deal with anything related to the slums of Shora. He would also help him find the girl named Gemina who was living in the convent. He warned that in this world, there are things much sharper than entering the slums with a sword. As a prince, he had other weapons at his disposal. He asked Vlad what he thought of this offer. Moments later, Joseph was impressed with Vlad's goals. Zaire found it strange and asked why he was so interested in the boy, saying there were many more talented young people there. Joseph agreed, noting that every young person carries a certain potential within them. But whether a person would develop that talent was something entirely different. Zaire asked if he really believed the boy would meet these expectations. The prince replied that he was sure. He had seen the potential with his own eyes. Zaire tried to warn that the boy was extremely unpredictable, rebellious, and wouldn't be easy to train. But Joseph smiled, saying that was why he had a Zaire. 7 years wasn't a short period and should be enough to tame him. Zaire said he would at least try his best. Joseph thanked him and said that the wilder a horse, the more impressive it was to tame it. Or at least that was what he thought. In reality, the boy was a wolf hunting the moon. The next day, Zaire showed him the room he would stay in. Vlad asked if all of it was really his. Zaire reminded him that he was just a kid from the slums. Normally, other squires had trouble adjusting because they came from wealthy families, but he warned Vlad not to cause any trouble there. Vlad asked if refusing things that Rutger offered would be a problem. Zaire said it didn't matter because he wouldn't follow anything anyway. But he told him to go to the training field after finishing his meal. They would train in the morning and afternoon just like in the expedition. At that moment, something caught Zaire's attention. In front of him, a woman with green hair said that he was her loyal knight. Zaire introduced her as Miss Oksana, Joseph's mother. They greeted her, and she asked if that was the boy. Zaire confirmed that he was the one chosen by Joseph. She looked at Vlad, who glanced back. Seeing her all radiant, he felt embarrassed. What was this boy doing, looking at the mother of the man who hired him? She said she had heard that he saved her son and thanked him. Blushing, Vlad stammered that he was just doing his job. She said he deserved a great reward since his service was more than anyone could imagine. She mentioned that his hair had a beautiful color that matched his blue eyes and noted his broad shoulders despite being so thin. She said she would need to make some clothes for him. Vlad, embarrassed, thanked her, and she smiled. With that, she left telling Zaire to get back to work, and he thanked her. Vlad was still awkward, and Zaire asked what that was about. He had never seen the boy act like that. Vlad said he didn't know. It was just that he had never met a noblewoman before. Zaire replied that perhaps it wasn't so bad for a first time, noting that he himself still felt embarrassed every time he saw her. He told Vlad it was time to eat. The scene shifted to the cafeteria. A guy spat into Vlad's plate as he sat alone. The guy apologized, saying he mistook him for a trash can. The other squires laughed. Vlad said nothing, took the saliva with a spoon, threw it out of the plate, and continued eating, thinking it took less time than he expected. The guys found it strange that he was so calm. He remembered that Zaire warned him that anything he did would reflect directly on Joseph's reputation. Now he needed to find a way to teach these guys a lesson without tarnishing the prince's honor. The guys left in anger, saying he would soon realize his place. Vlad then asked what his name was. The guy found it strange, and Vlad asked again for his name. Intimidated and a bit embarrassed, the squire said his name was Solonen. Vlad got up and left, saying he would remember that name. That morning, the count was walking through the castle, observing the new squires practicing. He stared and asked if that was the boy. The lad with blue eyes and golden hair at least seemed respectable. Ragmus told him to pay attention. Far off, someone was watching everything in secret. It was Zaire, eager to see what the new recruit would do. The father thought that if Zaire was interested, he also wanted to see what the boy would do. Vlad took a swing and the guy defended himself. Vlad followed up with a sequence, causing the guy to lose balance and nearly get hit in the face. Ragmus remarked that it seemed the boy had no fear. The father found him a bit awkward, but noted he indeed carried a bit of potential. As Vlad fought, he remembered everything the voice had taught him. Fencing always starts with foot technique. Once positioned, you deceive your opponent with your shoulder and eyes. Once they believe they know your move, you surprise them with another. The guy missed his attack. Vlad stepped aside, got face to face, and landed a blow to the chest. The guy fell to his knees, saying he was sure Vlad was going to attack from the left side. However, Vlad grabbed him by the hair and asked if he wasn't one of Sovanin's lackeys. He was sure he saw him laughing earlier at breakfast. "So it's time for you to laugh a little more," Vlad said, landing a punch right in the middle of his nose. The other squires couldn't believe what he had done. Ragmus asked the count if it was right for them to fight so brutally. The count said that in the end, a knight must have a strong heart. Besides, from a distance, Zaire seemed to be gleaming. Another squire came running, telling Vlad to stop, shouting that things would get serious if he didn't let go. Vlad dropped the guy to the ground and apologized for being too focused. People went to help the boy as Vlad walked towards Sovanin. He told Sovanin to apologize on his behalf when the boy woke up. Sovanin got angry, and as Vlad passed by, he said he also wanted to apologize in advance. He warned that the next time the soup was bland, he would call for him again. Sovanin was convinced the kid was a psychopath. Zaire had brought a wild dog from the slums. In the next scene, Gott mentioned he heard that Vlad had been beating up other squires. Vlad ignored him and asked if he was enjoying working in the stable. Gott said he definitely was, noting that it wasn't just any stable, it was the Vayazid house stable. However, he told Vlad not to change the subject, saying that hitting others was a crime in the state. Vlad said it didn't matter because in terms of brutality he went easy. Besides, he only hit the guy who was training against him, and they provoked him first. Vlad said it was better this way because none of those spoiled nobles would try to talk to him. At that moment, a chubby boy introduced himself as Portly. Vlad stared at him and asked what he wanted there. The chubby boy wasn't sure what to say, and Vlad told him to sit down or disappear. Portly seemed happy and sat down, but Vlad had only said that to make him leave quickly. Embarrassed, Portly said he always had to eat alone, which was why he wanted to join them. Vlad told him to talk less and focus more on eating. Portly mentioned that the sausage he was eating was supplied by his father, who had been raising livestock for generations. If Vlad liked sausages, his family could provide more. Vlad asked if he was really trying to buy him with sausage. In the next scene, they went to Portly's stash, which was filled with food. Vlad had forgotten that many of the squires came from wealthy families. Perhaps it would be good to start building some connections. He asked Portly if he wanted to eat together from now on. The chubby boy was overjoyed, asking if he was serious. Vlad said of course, noting that squires had to stick together. It wasn't just about the sausage. Oh boy. Zaire was exhausted from training Vlad twice a day and helping Joseph. At that moment, a knight called him and asked if they could talk. Zaire greeted Mr. Gregory and asked what it was. Gregory asked him not to seem so dissatisfied to see him, and Zaire said he was very busy. Gregory laughed and Zaire told him to get to the point. Gregory said that now he had the chance to train a good squire, it seemed, but Zaire told him to focus on training his own. Gregory replied that he had trained his own well enough, noting that Portly was his and now chubby. He then said that Vlad seemed to have potential and didn't appear to be the type to let people bother him. Zaire told him to say what he wanted. Embarrassed, Gregory said that Vlad and Portly seemed to be becoming good friends. Zaire said that was impossible, noting that Vlad thought too highly of himself to make friends. Gregory revealed that he wanted Vlad to defend Portly a bit. He explained that Portly was his cousin's son and had been suffering a lot lately. Zaire asked if he really expected this to be for free. Gregory said that if he did it, he would owe him a favor. Zaire then said he would try, but the boy didn't listen to him much. Gregory said that was good. Zaire explained that he didn't understand. Vlad really didn't listen to anything he said. Gregory remarked that Vlad would go far in life then. Back at the stable, Gott said he didn't understand the problem. The horses there were well trained, but none of them accepted Vlad. It wasn't that he didn't know how to ride one, it was just that none accepted him. Vlad thought that his life had always been like that. Every dog or cat always ran away as soon as they saw him. But he remembered that on the day at the lake, he stayed on the horse even though it was Gott who was taming it. Gott mentioned that the horse belonged to Zaire and cost a fortune. Vlad didn't know what to say. How could he tell the prince that he could only accept a horse if it was very expensive? At that moment, a woman appeared and informed Vlad that Miss Oksana wanted to talk to our boy. He didn't really understand, but just said he was on his way. Sometime later, in another part of the castle, Oksana said that anyone who saw him wouldn't believe he grew up in the slums. The clothes suited him very well, but the boy was all stiff and awkward. She then told the man beside her that his clothes shouldn't be so tight since, at 17, he still had a lot of time to grow. Because of that, she would have new clothes prepared for him, including some for the summer. Vlad just thanked her. He wasn't going to say anything else. But she simply replied that she was the one who should be grateful that he had saved her son. She then apologized for taking up his time and told him he could go back to training. Our boy thanked her and was already outside. The boy really struggled when talking to older women and nearly died from holding his breath. However, looking at the clothes, he knew that this type of fabric was extremely expensive. It was very different from what he used to wear, which was already very different from what he wore when he lived in the slums. Walking down the corridor, he thought about how he had been doing his best to adapt to this place, yet he always felt like he didn't belong. That feeling was getting worse and weighing on him a little. Before he could glance out the window, he heard shouting and saw a group gathered. Down below, someone was beating up another boy, calling him a stinky fatso. Throwing another punch, he said that just because they had given him a truce, it didn't mean he had stopped being a loser. Portly couldn't do anything, and the guy warned that he was still the same trash, even with his new friend. Man, I thought Vlad was going to step in and help the guy, but he was still there at the window, just thinking about how people were always the same, no matter where he went. And for the poor, the world was always full of idiots who needed to beat up the weaker ones to feel better about themselves. He threw his old clothes over his shoulder and said that apparently he would have to wear them once again. A little later that night, he knocked on a door. Someone asked who it was, and it was Vlad. Portly then opened the door, and our boy stared at him. Seeing his friend all bruised and awkward, he asked why he was there so late. Vlad just said he came to say one thing. It was for him to take it. Portly looked back and saw that he was talking about a big chunk of ham, asking if he really wanted to give him all of it. Vlad just said yes, and with that, his friend lowered his head, thinking that he had been a fool to believe this guy was his friend. In the end, he was just another person who saw him as an easy source of food. However, even with all that, it was still better than eating alone, so he took it from our boy. Vlad then told Portly not to be too upset because this was compensation. The chubby boy didn't understand anything, and Vlad said that a knight had once told him this. A knight only accepts something if it's exchanged for a fair price. And now he was face to face with the guys who had beaten up Portly. He saw that it was 14 against 1 and said that not even the guys from the slums were this cowardly. But the other guy just told him to shut up and warned that today his confidence would be crushed. But our boy just beckoned them with his finger, telling them to come at him already because he didn't have all night. The guy got really mad, and with that, everyone rushed at him. However, Vlad was just happy that he had managed to change clothes, because tonight, there would be blood everywhere. The first two who came at him got hit right in the cheek and head. Their friends saw that the poor guys didn't stand a chance and dropped like trash. But before they could react, Vlad had already moved forward and landed one on another guy's jaw. The fool's confidence faded when he saw that Vlad was completely different from training. He knew Vlad had only recently started learning swordsmanship, so it should be impossible. Right then, he ordered everyone to attack, saying they were going to kill this guy. But before he could finish speaking, Vlad was already underneath him, and he asked if he had ever felt the sensation of death before. The guy went for a strike, telling him to stop fooling around, but Vlad easily dodged. While facing him, a voice said that the results of his training with Zaire were starting to show. With a series of attacks, his opponent was stuck in place. The guy was trying to fight back, but kept getting hit in the shoulder every time. Meanwhile, Vlad thought that he finally understood what Zaire meant by creating his own space. He struck his opponent squarely in the back, and the fool collapsed like a piece of garbage. Before he could suffer, Vlad came in to strike his face. The poor guy was crying in fear, but I don't think Vlad was going to stop, and he landed the blow. The rest of the group looked on, but it was close. It barely missed his head. And Vlad warned them that from now on, they had better stay out of his sight and stop bothering the chubby guy. Crying like a child, the guy just said okay. While thinking that it was a close call, Vlad had almost actually killed him. Our boy then said that should be enough payment for that ham. It was time for the next ones, and he asked who wanted to continue. The boys were all standing there, scared out of their minds, and no one moved. But now Vlad was feeling inspired and said that if they weren't going to come at him, he would go after them. He started walking toward the ones who were still trembling, and man, it looks like he really beat up everyone. Meanwhile, the Baron of the house was just watching everything. Seeing everyone get beaten down, he said that the boy was quite impressive. The scene then changed to a hall the next day where the monthly meeting of all the knights was taking place. It wasn't explicitly stated, but the people who supported Rutgers stood on one side, and those who supported Joseph stood on the other, along with the neutrals. Antalas, the commander of the knights, said that the meeting would be rescheduled because Rutgers people were not present. They were about to move on to the next item on the agenda, which was how they would distribute the relics sent by the church. Meanwhile, the lord of the territory was simply observing how tense the room was. Rutgers' knights were absolutely furious, while those who supported Joseph seemed quite relaxed. But to him, this was no surprise, since Joseph's knights had always remained in Rutgers' shadow. He glanced over at Zaire, who was wondering if the Count was smiling at him. Sometime later, the meeting ended and everyone was supposed to check the missions. With that, the knights were all leaving, and behind Zaire's back, some murmured that it looked like someone had brought a stray dog into this place. He looked over with a calm smile, and the guys only got angrier. One of them walked off, saying there must be some suspicious reason for him to accept a squire like that. At that moment, a man approached from behind and said that everyone was talking about what happened. Zaire played dumb, but the man said that everyone already knew. Vlad had gotten into such a huge fight with the other squires that people were struggling to keep it under wraps. Apparently, Zaire really hadn't heard about it, and he was now thinking that this kid was really a handful. However, the man thanked Zaire, saying that it seemed like he had paid the bet, so now he owed him a favor. He simply walked away, saying he would remember this. He was genuinely proud of what Vlad had done, but that was the least he expected, given that he was the one who had trained the boy. In a room, someone presented a suit of armor and said it had been sent to Vlad as a gift. Apparently, it was sent by the Count himself, and Borden was impressed, saying it was rare for a squire to receive something like that. Zaire commented that it was made from gray orc hide and was extremely durable, a type of monster found in the northern region and incredibly difficult to deal with. Joseph knew that in the short time Vlad had been there, he had already proven himself to his father. Zaire mentioned the fight that had taken place and how it seemed none of the squires stood a chance, and now everyone knew about it. At that moment, Joseph raised a letter and said it wasn't the time to sit around but to act. Inside was their next step. Zaire took a look and said that an invitation like that was quite uncommon, but his friend only wanted to know if he was going to accept it or not. He said of course, since he was beyond tired of taking care of this kid. The two agreed, and with that, it was settled. He was heading to the region of Durmar. Bright sun, blue sky, and he was already in the carriage, and apparently, Vlad was coming along too. Joseph explained that they were going there because it was a region full of fruit, as well as a direct path to the central region. It was a very important connection for them, who were in the north. Our boy asked if that was why Zaire was going as well, and Joseph confirmed, explaining that crises were moments of opportunity even when you weren't directly involved in them. House Heinel was going through a succession dispute, and one of the contenders for heirship was asking for help. Vlad responded that the noble world was really complicated. To that, Joseph summarized that they were fighting for control over all of Durmar, and obviously it was an internal struggle. The rightful heir of that land was known as Alicia Heinel. However, her uncle Ender was trying to make everyone believe that she was born from an illegitimate relationship. He wanted this because if she was removed from the dispute, he would automatically rise to the throne and be considered the Baron. Even though Alicia was the true heir, she didn't have many supporters and was also born a woman in a house of knights. That's why a competition was going to be held, where she would have to prove her legitimacy. Joseph knew that his family's relationship with hers was distant, but it was enough that he could stand in her defense. So he explained that this was their chance to gain a favor from that house, and his father also agreed to it. Vlad quickly understood why Zaire was going. Most likely, the head of that house had personally called him to defend their honor. Zaire immediately noticed the stare and told him not to keep staring so much. Vlad asked what the problem was, and Zaire said it was weirder for a squire to be sitting so comfortably in the carriage while he was outside. Vlad apologized, saying that honestly he was embarrassed about this situation. Obviously, this was because our boy still didn't have a horse of his own, and Zaire said it was ridiculous for him to beat up a bunch of squires and yet be afraid of horses. Our boy tried to mumble that the problem was the horses, not him, and he was sure that if it were a more expensive one, maybe things would work out. But Zaire immediately scolded him, saying that the horses he needed were worth more than him. Suddenly, Vlad noticed something strange. His heart was beating fast, and he wondered if it was because he was getting scolded by Zaire. He figured maybe that was it, even though it didn't make much sense. The whole time, Joseph was rambling about things he didn't understand, while Zaire wouldn't stop lecturing him. But then he felt something even weirder, and the whole place started shaking. Borden said the ground felt strange, and suddenly everything started trembling even more. Zaire ordered everyone off their horses, and the men obeyed. At that moment, our boy immediately opened the carriage door and pulled Joseph out, who was a bit confused. Joseph told him that he appreciated the concern, but there was no need to panic so much. Borden, who was on the ground, said that whatever it was seemed to have passed. Vlad commented that this was his first time experiencing an earthquake, but Joseph said it wasn't an earthquake. Looking into the distance, they could see that something had passed through the area. The entire forest floor was completely disturbed. What had passed by was a giant deathworm, essentially a remnant of an ancient fallen dragon. Vlad was shocked, but in the next second, he was smiling, saying that something like that was magnificent. Sometime later, they were arriving in Durmar. They stopped in front of an inn, and Joseph told him that for now, he was free to do whatever he wanted. He could go for walks, explore the city, gather as much information as possible, or anything else. Vlad, however, was a bit confused since he wasn't entirely sure why he was even there. Joseph asked if there was a problem, and he said no, maybe he would just try to find something to do. But the prince told him to really think about why he had been brought there. It wasn't every day that one could witness a duel of honor, especially a group battle where each mate came from extremely important families. He was there to watch these people and learn from them. Joseph intended to train Vlad as best as he could, and obviously, this was a perfect opportunity. At that moment, Zaire just told him not to get beaten up out there because they had training in the morning. Vlad glanced at him and said that he wasn't that much of an idiot, but the trainer made it clear that he had no confidence in the boy. They then left but warned him not to do anything too suspicious. Now alone, Vlad realized it had been a long time since he had free time, so he had no idea what to do. As he wandered around, he noticed that everything was much smaller than he had expected. Not to mention that everything seemed somewhat old, almost as if no one was taking care of things. Maybe business hadn't been going well. At that moment, his sword trembled and said that it remembered being there before, or at least it remembered the tree at the top of that hill. Vlad said that apparently he had found a good place to pray. For someone who wasn't religious, this boy sure prayed a lot. He told his companion that it always helped him with sword skills, so now he would help it recover its memories. Either way, it was time to start returning the favor. In another part of the castle, Joseph introduced himself and someone thanked him for coming. He said that naturally, a threat to any member of the family was a threat to him, so of course he would show up. In front of him stood Lady Alicia. Joseph said that House Vayazid had already given its approval, so now it was up to her to make a decision. The girl said that the decision was already made. She would respect the Count's wishes. Of course, that would only happen if she won the duel. Joseph said that in that case, she had nothing to worry about. When it came to duels, House Vayazid always guaranteed victory. Leaving the meeting a little later, Borden commented that they should keep an eye on the girl because she didn't seem foolish. Zaire noted that she actually had leadership qualities, and Joseph said he was impressed that she had truly managed to hold her own in court. But even so, none of that changed his plans. Back with Vlad and the sword, he thought that memories were the only things left at the end of a person's life. Maybe that was why humans were so obsessed with leaving their mark on the world. Because when those marks were seen in the future, it was as if memories of that day returned. Looking at the gravestone, Vlad said he wished his mother had also received a proper burial. He started clearing the leaves, saying that apparently no one was taking much care of this place. He told the sword that he was just tidying up a bit because it was a good thing to do. The sword seemed a bit flustered, so he said that since he had come up there because it had asked him to, it should take a good look around. He then planted it into the ground, and immediately, an image emerged from it. A voice said that memories were surfacing like bubbles rising to the water's surface. It remembered that the tree had been much smaller in the past, though it had no idea when that was. But it did recall being there with someone else. Then it seemed to notice something and told Vlad that something was watching them, something that seemed to recognize it. Vlad, confused, didn't understand what it was talking about, but the voice simply asked to borrow his body. Our boy said to give him a minute, and with that, he closed his eyes. As soon as he opened them, a flash of blue light swept through the area. Vlad was startled to see a massive serpent-like creature perched atop the tree staring at him. And the voice said that it was a spirit bound to this place. Our boy realized that he had been seeing a lot of strange things lately. He told the voice that the spirit was clearly looking directly at him. The voice responded that it was because it knew that it was inside Vlad. The creature started descending and our boy was scared, but the other reassured him that it didn't bite. That's when Vlad noticed that despite the creature getting closer, his body was actually reacting with complete calm. It was almost as if he had been filled with the energy of spring. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him, demanding to know who he was. Vlad jumped in surprise, the serpent vanished, and the person repeated the question, ordering him to explain himself. A blue-haired girl said that only members of House Heinel were allowed to come to this cemetery. Vlad apologized and said he had just ended up there while looking for a quiet place to pray. She looked a bit confused, so he showed her the Vayazid family token, telling her that she didn't need to be suspicious of him. Seeing that he was Zaire's squire, she said that he really didn't seem to be lying. He thanked her, and the two fell into an awkward silence. He immediately imagined that what he had done probably wasn't very polite, which would be a problem if word got back to Joseph. He would definitely end up getting beaten by Zaire as usual, so he had to make sure this woman didn't say anything. He then asked if there was anything he could help her with. If she was there, she must be a member of the Heinel family or someone who took care of the tombs. Since he had already come up there, he had taken the chance to clear some of the leaves off a few of them. She then noticed that the graves were indeed clean, and our boy said that it was a kind of gesture of respect for the owners of this land. He grabbed the bucket and said that this applied to her too, but he only wanted one small favor, that she please not tell anyone that she found him there. Otherwise, he'd get scolded by Zayar if he got found out. She let out a little laugh and said that was fine, but it would depend on how well he cleaned the place. Vlad was already annoyed at this damn girl taking advantage of his goodwill, but he wasn't going to say anything. He just kept cleaning calmly. She stood there smiling while he worked as the leaves fluttered away. Meanwhile, back at the castle, sword clashed against shield. Our boy was there, impressed by the knight's practice. That was a real spar between two true knights. The voice told him that the man's striking was incredibly strong. A normal person's bones would be shattered if they tried to block Sir Colin's attacks. Our boy thought that it was no wonder he had the title of Wild Ox of the Central Region. But what impressed him the most was Sir Pablo, who was managing to defend himself with ease. He was amazed. The duel was tomorrow, and yet these guys' warm-up was already this intense. He asked if all knights were like this, and the voice reminded him that Borden was also a knight. He realized that the men in front of him were truly talented. But now, after all this time since leaving Skora, he was finally starting to understand where he stood in this world, which unfortunately meant he had a long road ahead of him. Finally, the day of the great duel had arrived. Our boy was helping Zayar get dressed, tightening his right cuff as instructed. Vlad glanced to the side and saw a blue-haired man, Heinel, the one trying to steal Lish's throne. Zayar told him to pay close attention since opportunities like this were rare in life. Besides, he didn't know what Vlad had seen yesterday, but it was best to forget everything. Vlad was a bit confused, but Zayar just said it was written all over his face. Our boy realized that even the training that had impressed him probably wasn't anything special. And the trainer told him that he was just a beginner with a long way to go, and that he didn't even have the right to think about running. The greater one wanted to become in this world, the longer the journey would be. Our poor boy, always getting life lessons, just said, "All right," until someone called everyone's attention in the room. The doors opened and he already knew it had to be the Hair House Heinel. In theory, he shouldn't have known her, but our troublemaker did. Lady Alicia Heinel was announced in the hall. The voice told him that he had managed to offend the tombs right in front of the girl who would inherit everything. She walked through the hall, and no one said a word. She passed right by Vlad's side. No silly smile, just a cold stare. Our boy immediately realized she had recognized him. But the moment she passed, there it was, the little smile, sneaky girl. Yet once she sat on the throne, she was back to her cold mode. That girl had mood swings. The priest then spoke, saying that with all participants present and under his watch, he was the eyes of God and would bear witness to this duel. Vlad could only think that the entire region of Durmar was at stake. At the same time that this was a duel of honor, it was also a battle without mercy. They were saying that nobles needed to have blue blood and be extremely cold because of the decisions they had to make. But, unfortunately, Alicia wasn't ready for that. Her blood was still red. She threw the cloth and told him to stop. That was enough. Apparently, the old man she had called to protect her was already finished. But he said that it wasn't over yet. He wasn't done. However, the church official said that the handkerchief had already been thrown, so he had to admit defeat. The knight told the commander that it had been an admirable duel, but the old man said he didn't even deserve to be called a commander anymore. The truth was that Lord Duncan himself had trained this man, intending to make him a great knight of this land. He had never imagined that the talent he had nurtured would be used to strip Alicia of her power. Then the church official declared that the first victory went to Lord Ender. The men praised Ender, saying it was a perfect result. The next duel was between Sir Colin and Sir Zayar. Both were reminded that the use of aura was strictly forbidden in this fight. The battle would end when one of them surrendered or could no longer continue fighting. Zayar glanced at Vlad. He gave a little signal for him to pay close attention, since there was a lot to learn. Our boy quickly realized that today's training would take place right there, and the so-called Wild Ox of the Central Region was about to teach him a lesson. Zayar shifted his body sideways, dodging the first strike. Calmly, he observed Colin, who was impressed that he had dodged with just a single step. But Colin went in for a second strike, figuring that if he just sped up a little, he'd eventually land a hit. Zayar leaped over the next attack and once again sidestepped. He crouched to evade another strike and retreated across the arena. Ender, however, was excited, saying that Colin was really putting a lot of pressure on Zayar and that he had no chance. However, in the background, Pablo had already realized that this was not the case. How did they not notice that this fight was actually in Zayar's favor? The one who must have noticed the most was Colin, who couldn't land a single hit. The big guy wondered why his blade wasn't making contact, and Zayar was even toying with him, dodging effortlessly. The wild boar charged in furious, ready to land another strike, but this time, Zayar moved forward as well. The voice told Vlad that this was the moment Zayar wanted to show him. He struck the side of Colin's blade, forcing it backward. Colin realized he had fallen into a trap, but Zayar remained calm. Losing his composure again, Colin used the impact to launch another overhead strike. Meanwhile, the voice told Vlad to notice that Zayar had intentionally guided Colin's blade upward. This way, the only attack the man could make was a downward strike. This was what they called a counter, using the opponent's own attack to create an opening. Colin was already on the ground, realizing that Zayar was on a completely different level. He knew that no matter how much he trained in his life, he could never catch up to someone like that. With that, he simply admitted defeat. Alicia let out a sigh of relief as her representative was announced as the winner. Obviously, Endra's side didn't take it well, but Zaire remained composed. He walked over to Vlad and asked if he had observed anything. Of course, Vlad responded that he had and thanked him. The final duel was supposed to be between Pablo and the purple-haired guy. As soon as his name was mentioned, a friend next to Vlad told him to stop stating the obvious since everyone already knew him. Still, Pablo said his name for everyone to hear. And then the other man introduced himself as Jude de Shazad. The voice told Vlad that Alicia had really gathered impressive people. This Jude was at a higher level than Colin. But then suddenly, Jude looked over at Alicia. She found it strange, and out of nowhere, he bowed. Joseph immediately recognized this as the gesture of someone signaling that they were leaving. Jude then declared that he, as the representative of House Shazad, would not be participating in the duel. Everyone in the room was immediately shocked. This was something Joseph had not anticipated, and Endra immediately clapped, saying that with this, everything was over. Obviously, the man had been bought. Endra even took a step forward, declaring that he was now crowned the ruler of this land in the presence of God. But Joseph said that this was not over yet. Endra insisted, saying there was no way to undo this, especially since Alicia's knight had chosen to withdraw from the duel. Joseph responded that this wasn't over until he said it was over. House Bayezid would not accept a loss like this without a fight. Everyone in the room agreed that they at least needed to hear what Joseph had to say since he was the representative of the North. One of the men standing behind Ender whispered to be careful, as it would be terrible to start a conflict between the two regions. Ender then asked what Joseph intended to do to resolve the situation. The prince knew there was one scenario he absolutely wanted to avoid, the worst possible outcome. He then said that the duels had to continue so that Lady Alicia's reputation would not be tarnished. Endra agreed, but said they would now need to find someone to replace Yub. For him, this was also fine since he knew there was no other knight present who could defeat Pablo. Joseph then said that he had someone to fight in Yub's place. As the heir of House Bayezid, he would designate the next person to fight for Alicia's honor. Obviously, he called for the blonde one. Vlad, standing there with his dumbfounded face, had no idea what was happening. Endra, however, objected, saying that this was not allowed since the guy wasn't even a knight. But Joseph replied that in a duel of honor, anyone who could wield a sword had the right to participate. Endra insisted that it would be disgraceful to have Pablo fight against a mere squire. But Joseph countered that it would be even more disgraceful for House Bayezid to lose a duel like this due to underhanded tactics. He wasn't going to accept such a ridiculous loss, which was why he was nominating Vlad. Ender sighed and agreed if Joseph was insisting, so be it. After all, he knew that the boy was just a squire, so there was no chance. Vlad, meanwhile, asked if he had heard correctly that he had to fight a real knight. Zaire simply said yes. Our boy only wanted to know if his life was at risk. The trainer told him not to worry. If his life was in danger, he would personally stop the duel. But what Vlad really wanted to hear was that the fight would be stopped before his life was in danger. Zaire didn't answer, and Vlad obviously didn't like that silence. At that moment, Joseph walked up and gave our boy a hug. Vlad said that wasn't necessary, but the guy was actually just passing him a message. He only needed to hold out for 10 minutes. From the start, he already had a plan in place, and the instructions had been given by Borden. All he had to do was buy time. Our boy wanted to know if 10 minutes was really enough, and Joseph said that the longer, the better. Vlad sighed and replied that he'd do his best. But obviously, he was told to be careful. Our boy then walked up to Alicia and greeted her, to which she simply gave a small nod. The two knights stood face to face. Vlad introduced himself, of course, as Vlad Skora. Who else would he be? But Pablo looked furious. He threw his shield to the ground and said the boy didn't even have the right to hear his name. He wasn't worthy of this fight and was dishonoring the duel just by participating. But our boy was getting tired of this whole talk about being worthy and knowing your rightful place. Ever since he left Skora, he had wondered why nobles wanted to keep the world's beauty all to themselves. He was born in a poor place, sure, but he saw no reason why he didn't deserve to be here. He wasn't about to walk away without doing anything, so he asked Pablo how they were any different from each other. The man simply responded that Vlad's actions were bringing shame to House Bayezid. Then he warned the boy that the normal duel rules wouldn't apply. He should use everything he had, and even then, he would still be utterly defeated. History would remember this day as the boy's moment to shine, and he charged forward. Pablo blocked the first attack and smoothly slid his blade, sending Vlad stumbling backward. Today, for the first time in his life, Vlad was fighting for someone other than himself. He advanced with the voice telling him to aim for the left side of Pablo's head. That was where the knight tended to defend with his shield. Even though he was skilled, he was still a creature of habit. Soon, the men standing behind Ender noticed that this kid wasn't an amateur. Vlad kept striking left and right with speed, but Pablo remained calm. He could see that the boy had natural talent. He truly carried a fire within him. It was clear that he was a wolf starving for combat. Pablo actually admired that kind of enthusiasm. Then Vlad felt something strange, and at that moment, Pablo landed a clean strike. He looked at the boy and told him he had talent, but he was still too young and had a long road ahead. To block the attack, Vlad had to throw his arm and sword into the way, but even so, he was sent to the ground. Pablo stepped forward for another blow, asking if Vlad was out of tricks. I thought our boy was going to dodge with style, but nope, he was slammed to the ground and was already getting beaten down, turning his face away from the blows. The voice told him he needed to stop taking these direct hits and learn to redirect the attacks. But another strike came, and even though he blocked, he was sent flying again. Man, he hit the back of his head and fell to his knees. Before he could get up, Pablo was already in front of him. He said that the boy was impressive, but it was still too soon. Still, he admitted that Vlad had truly been worthy of challenging him. It was a shame that their first meeting had to be under these circumstances. They could talk another time, but for now, this was the end. Vlad saw only the shadow of the incoming attack, and in a quick motion, he redirected it. Zayar was just about to stop the duel. Everyone in the room was stunned. Pablo immediately realized that he had just fallen for a counter exactly like Zayar's. Everyone in the hall was trying to understand how a mere squire had just blocked an attack from Pablo. Andrew was shouting that it wasn't possible, that it had to be a coincidence. Just looking at Vlad, anyone could see he was barely able to hold his sword. But Pablo was the only one who was sure it wasn't a coincidence, because even he didn't fully understand what had just happened. Then Vlad called out to him and asked, why? He asked the knight why it could only be their kind of people. Pablo was a little confused, wondering if the boy was delirious. Vlad's eyes were half closed, and Pablo noticed. He looked like he was caught in some kind of dream, reliving a memory. The story then spoke of a boy who was worth nothing, but still wanted his place to shine in this world. He longed for mastery, for opportunities. Somehow, he wanted to find his worth in this world and reach a place of beauty. And then Vlad said that he wanted to get there too. At that moment, his talent began to bloom, in a way that no one in this world had ever seen before. Their swords clashed again, and Ender tried to make sense of what was happening. Man, Vlad's hand was turning red. Meanwhile, Zayar muttered to himself. He had shown the technique to the boy, but he never expected him to use it. Watching him fight, he remembered that all he had ever taught Vlad was the basics. So how was he already doing this? Pablo noticed that Vlad's attacks weren't as sharp anymore, but each one carried an unshakable will of steel. Somehow, this was starting to get fun. He wanted to understand what exactly the boy was so determined to reach. Then Pablo noticed that Vlad's sword was starting to tremble. He knew what that was. It was resonance. Maybe the boy was on the verge of awakening his aura. If that was the case, then Pablo had a duty as a knight to fulfill. He struck again, testing whether Vlad could block it. He wanted the boy to show the talent that was just about to be born. Once again, Vlad defended himself, while the audience murmured, trying to grasp what was happening. His blade was beginning to glow, surrounded by a faint blue aura. And the knights present knew what that meant. It was an omen. Pablo then shouted for his shield. The squire immediately brought it to him, and he strapped it onto his arm. Then he struck his sword against it and declared, I, Pablo Narnstein, acknowledge this boy as worthy. And then he commanded him, say your name. Vlad slowly began to speak, and the story told of the boy born in the slums. He walked through those alleys, living his entire life in search of the light. But in this moment, he had proven his worth. Vlad saw the glow of the city, and his eyes filled with aura. His aura awakened, and he declared, I am Vlad of Shora. The brightness blinded everyone in the room, forcing them to shield their eyes. At that moment, Pablo also activated his aura. He told Vlad to come at him with everything he had. He had earned his recognition. Surrounded by aura, Vlad leaped toward him. But a short time later, he was on the ground. Pablo smiled and said he had fought well. Our boy had fallen asleep peacefully, until Ender spoke up and announced that Vlad had used aura in the duel. That was completely against the rules, so he was disqualified. Pablo just thought to himself how pathetic Ender was. He couldn't see the value of this moment. Joseph and Zayar then walked up to Pablo and thanked him for fulfilling his duty as a knight. Pablo replied that he was simply doing his job, and that it had been an honor for him as well. Then Joseph turned to the priest and asked if what had just happened was truly aura. Shaking slightly, the priest confirmed that it was. Joseph then said that they had a problem. Between breaking the sacred rules of the duel and violating the Master Swordsman's code, the priest had no idea what to say, and Joseph reminded him. The Master Swordsman was just a man who once lived in history. He had defined the knight's code of honor and their duties. If Pablo had interrupted the boy's awakening, he would have gone against the duty of a knight. And no one in this room was qualified to say whether that was right or wrong, which was why they first had to discuss the matter with the Vatican and the royal family. The dispute could only be settled once they received an official decision. The Master Swordsman had once said that every person in the world deserved the chance to awaken. That was why any knight had the obligation to help when that moment arrived. Anyone who walked the path of a knight swore that oath. That was the first rule in the Master Swordsman's code, King Prazin's decree. Sometime later, under a clear blue sky, our boy woke up in bed. His whole body was stiff as he groaned for water, saying that everything hurt. Someone handed him a drink, and he saw Joseph standing right in front of him. Our boy apologized for passing out, but Joseph said it was fine. He then asked Vlad if he was feeling any stronger, but Vlad said no. Joseph simply thanked him for the duel and admitted that he never expected Vlad to hold out for so long. Thanks to him, the decision had been postponed. He explained the sacred rules of the Master Swordsman, and our boy remembered that the voice in his head had once mentioned that name. Joseph said that if things worked out, Vlad would have to take that oath himself one day. Our boy was already imagining himself as a knight, riding a horse, That Joseph thought was a bit far-fetched. Then Joseph told him to recover quickly since they couldn't stay there much longer. Vlad said they could leave now, but Joseph replied that it was too soon. Now he could see that Vlad had potential, a potential that he also had to protect. Before leaving Durmar, an attendant was speaking with Alicia, saying that most of the visitors were leaving. She asked if Ender had left as well. The old man confirmed that he had. Until the church's verdict was announced, it seemed he wouldn't be returning. She was frustrated, saying that these people had tried to steal everything, yet they could still walk away unscathed. Duncan told her that their time would come. The real problem now was how to manage the region of Durmar. She agreed and asked how the lemon harvest was going. Unfortunately, the old man said, not well. She knew the situation was getting worse, so she asked why they hadn't expanded into the barley region. The old man responded that any major change to the economic structure of this place needed to be postponed for now. She knew that, unfortunately, it was too risky under the current circumstances. Even after climbing one massive mountain, there was already another standing in front of her. Then she looked out the window and asked Duncan, wasn't a knight supposed to be skilled at riding a horse? He answered that of course they were, since a knight who couldn't even ride properly didn't deserve the title. She let out a laugh and said that God really couldn't give everything to a single person. The old man looked out the window, and of course there was Vlad completely failing to stay on his horse. He fell, hit his back on the ground, and got up looking like a wreck. Zaire frowned and asked, this was an expensive horse, so why wasn't it working? Embarrassed, our boy said, maybe it wasn't expensive enough. Only to immediately get smacked on the head by his trainer, who told him to think twice before speaking. Our boy then swore that there was a time when he had actually managed to ride a horse. Got backed him up, he confirmed that Vlad had successfully ridden one before. And that's when Zaire started realizing that maybe he had been an idiot for thinking Vlad just needed more training. Maybe horses really were a problem for him, since they always seemed to avoid him, even when he was just standing nearby. It was almost as if the animals were afraid of him. With that, Zaire called it a day and said that there would be no training tomorrow. However, our boy wanted to know when he was going to learn how to ride a horse, to which Zaire responded that for now it was best if he just gave up. Vlad closed his eyes and muttered that everyone sure loved telling him to do that. Tired, the trainer sighed and said that, unfortunately, there was nothing they could do at the moment. When they got back home, he would think about it. But for now, they had another issue to deal with. His friend then joked that it seemed like the horses liked him even less with each passing day. Meanwhile, our boy was wondering what he would do if even the expensive horses didn't want anything to do with him anymore. Got laughed and suggested he try riding a cow, at least they wouldn't run away so easily. Vlad wasn't amused, and his friend told him that in that case he should just stick to riding in Joseph's carriage. Surely, Zaire would love that. His friend waved goodbye, and at that moment, the voice told our boy that maybe his internal energy was simply too strong for the creatures. Animals were much more sensitive to that kind of thing. Vlad asked what he should do, and the voice advised him that he would have to learn how to control the energy he had. Once he mastered controlling his aura properly, this kind of issue would become much easier to handle. However, Vlad groaned that even summoning a tiny bit of aura was extremely difficult. And the voice reminded him, just as Zaire had said, that it was a long road and it would take a lot of time. He looked off to the side and said that after the ceremony they'd be heading back. Maybe they could stop by that place one last time. Meanwhile, walking through the corridors, Joseph knew that he had technically failed his mission, but people would understand his side of things. That boy had been like a natural disaster. There was nothing he could do. Still, it was incredible the mere squire had caused all this. Suddenly, he stopped for a moment, and a blade was placed against his neck. He sighed and said that this was a rather rude way to greet someone in the morning. Perhaps it wasn't entirely necessary. Zaire, on the other hand, disagreed. He thought it was very necessary. Zhu then commented that apparently Zaire had nothing better to do with his time, since he had been standing there waiting for him all this time. But Zaire answered that he was here to settle unfinished business. Zhu admitted that he understood Zaire's anger, but unfortunately, he hadn't had a choice. Zhu pulled back his blade and told him to calm down a little. As a knight, he should know what this occupation demanded of them. Even if their master ordered them to bark, they had to obey. They stared each other down, their auras colliding. Zhu smiled and said that this should be enough of a warning. They could call themselves knights, but they were just mutts that bit when commanded. With that, he turned to leave, saying that it seemed Zaire had gotten tired of barking at him. But just before he could walk away, Zaire landed a clean hit on his cheek. Zhu staggered back and hit the wall. He muttered that his master was tolerant and wouldn't mind if he resolved things right here. Zhu clearly didn't want to get involved in this fight. He asked if Zaire was satisfied, only to take another hit as Zaire growled that he wasn't. Zhu dropped to his knees, coughing. Zaire then told him that as a young knight, he should know exactly why this had to happen. Still struggling, Zhu admitted that maybe he deserved this one. But Zaire said it still wasn't enough to make up for the humiliation the prince had suffered. Zhu staggered to his feet, saying that he was sure they would see each other again soon. After all, he should know that the empire was starting to crumble, and in times like this, it was smart to choose the right allies. With that, he walked off, waving goodbye, saying he'd see him later. As much as Zaire didn't want to admit it, it was true. Difficult times were coming. Knights would be more essential and necessary than ever before. In front of the tree, our boy said that the serpent seemed like a friend, so maybe they could talk. But the voice admitted that, to be honest, it was also confused when the serpent recognized it. Vlad waved his hand dismissively and told it to hurry up and talk. Before Alicia showed up, a glowing eye appeared, and suddenly, the serpent was right in Vlad's face. Our boy jumped in surprise and asked if the voice was sure this thing was friendly. The voice hesitated and said it hoped so. Then the serpent started circling around him. After a few loops, it stopped in front of him and gave a toothy grin. That seemed happy. The voice told him to stop trying to understand the spirit. They lived in a completely different world. Then, the serpent opened its mouth toward the sky, and the surrounding plants began to glow with a blue aura. The tree behind it shone, and Vlad was enveloped in a warm energy. He had no idea what it was, but the voice answered that it had forgotten about the mysteries of this place. What he had just received was a spiritual blessing. Sometime later at the castle gates, Alicia apologized for the simple banquet. Joseph responded that he appreciated it nonetheless. He understood that House Heinel was still recovering from the battles. She thanked him and he bowed, saying that they were leaving now. At that moment, Duncan spoke up. He told them to wait, and then called for Vlad Shora to step forward. Our fool stood there frozen, and Joseph had to tell him to step forward already. Zaire knew that they had prepared a reward for the boy. Meanwhile, Joseph mentioned that he had asked Alicia to keep the ceremony as simple as possible. Our boy kneeled and Alicia thanked him, Vlad Shora. She told him that she wouldn't be standing there if it weren't for his help. He had defended her honor in that battle and had outshined everyone in the duel, ruining her uncle's plans. She had nothing to offer that could truly represent her gratitude. And with that, she handed him a handkerchief. She said that he might not be a knight yet, but he had fought more honorably than anyone that day. Joseph knew she was planning something. He was certain that the girl was smart. By doing this, she demonstrated a connection to House Vazid, tying her success to Vlad's future achievements. Looking at the handkerchief, Vlad thought, this looks pretty expensive. Was it really okay for him to accept it? He remembered that Zaire once told him it was wrong to refuse what nobility offered. Just like that day with Joseph. To avoid any problems, he took the handkerchief and thanked Lady Alicia. But suddenly, everyone looked shocked. Joseph sighed, realizing he had forgotten to teach the boy about this particular custom. The world of nobility was something Vlad didn't understand, having grown up in the slums. Duncan then stepped forward and explained. A noblewoman had two ways to get a handkerchief. She could place it at the tip of a sword, which symbolized honor, or she could hand it over directly, which symbolized love. Our boy stood there casually holding the handkerchief, while Alicia was completely blushing. Of course, he had no idea what was going on, but everyone else in the room sure did. In the background, Joseph had his hand on his face, trying to process why the boy had done this of all things. And then Vlad, completely unaware, just said, "Well, thanks for the handkerchief, I guess." On the way back, Joseph said it had been a long time since he had seen something this ridiculous. Even though it was technically his fault, his story alone was enough to fuel the city's bards for years. Still dazed, Vlad apologized, saying he hadn't known anything about this. Zaire sighed and told him that from now on, before accepting or rejecting anything from nobles, he should look at him first. However, Joseph congratulated him. He had been honored by a lady of high nobility. At that moment, he was one step away from becoming a knight. Vlad was confused. What was this about him being almost a knight? Joseph explained that wherever Alicia's name was honored, he would share the same honor as a true knight. Our boy was amazed. He didn't know there were benefits like this. But Joseph reminded him that this applied only to Durmar, since Alicia had just assumed power. Now it makes sense why he was almost a knight, huh? It wasn't like he was officially one. It wasn't that easy. Joseph told him that even though he had accepted the handkerchief by accident, he should never lose it. It represented Alicia's honor. Vlad asked what would happen if he did lose it. Joseph simply said, "You'll have to figure that out yourself." From his face, Vlad already knew. Not even Joseph could save him from that one. Then Joseph pulled out a letter and said that thanks to Vlad's actions, he hadn't needed to use it. It was a promissory note proving that Alicia had borrowed 10,000 gold from him. Our boy asked why, and Joseph explained. It had been a contingency plan in case they lost the duel. The debt would have served as an excuse for Joseph to take Alicia under his protection, ensuring she wouldn't fall into her uncle's hands. Obviously, the money was fake. She had never borrowed a single coin. Vlad didn't understand why he went to such lengths, but Joseph said that even if she had lost her title, she would have remained a symbol, and having her by their side would have made it incredibly easy to start a rebellion against Durmar. Vlad was beginning to realize that the world of nobility was all about finding justifications for things. Suddenly, he looked behind them. He felt something approaching from the eastern forest. In the distance, smoke was rising. It looked like a huge group of horses, and they were moving in confusion. A troop was heading in their direction. Vlad wondered if it was a bandit horde, but Joseph simply drew his sword and told him to stand still, because this was what he had been planning since the very start of the duel. As the riders approached, they knelt before Joseph. One of them spoke, They had taken longer than expected, but they can secure the compensation. Joseph responded that this wasn't their original mission, but he appreciated their work. Then he told the man to stand, glance to the side, and ask it, "Is that the boy who accepted Lady Alicia's handkerchief?" Joseph simply said yes and asked him to take care of the boy as well. But Vlad noticed something. The man was not looking at him kindly. Not only that, his aura was completely different from the other knights. It carried the same kind of danger he had felt from the bandits back in Shkora. The kind of man that your instincts tell you never to turn your back on. Joseph then asked if the man was heading back to Sturma. Maybe they could travel together. But the man refused, saying he was in a hurry and needed to go ahead. With that, Joseph thanked him again for his service. The man replied that he had only fulfilled his duty as one of Ayazid's secret knights. That was something Vlad had never even heard of before. He had no idea what was in that sack. Joseph noticed and asked if he really wanted to know what was inside. What was in that sack was proof that the world of nobility was heartless, cruel, and merciless. Poor Endra had already passed on to the next life. Meanwhile, in Sturma, the Count was listening to a report from an elderly aide. The man informed him that a group was approaching. They didn't seem like they were going to stop there, but they were heading toward the dragon's path. The Count assumed they were real pilgrims, something he hadn't seen in a long time. He said that it wouldn't hurt to help these people, even if they never knew it. They were people who deserved respect. The old man agreed and said he would make the necessary arrangements. The Count then mentioned that he had heard Vlad gave a splendid performance. The old man said he had heard that his performance had moved people's hearts. The Count grew thoughtful. It had been a long time since he had heard of someone following the swordsman's code. Normally, knights came from nobility, their talents cultivated from birth. And in times like these, when a knight's skill was worth more than anything else, that must have been quite a battle. It reminded him of the past, the golden age of House Ayazid, the golden generation. He then told the old man to prepare something special for the boy. The Count had thought that Joseph would give up on the competition since he had been struggling, but it seemed he had gotten lucky by finding Vlad. The problem was that this made choosing an heir even more difficult. At the squire's table, the guys were talking about Vlad returning from his mission. Everyone already knew that he had fought against a real knight and had awakened his aura. But of course, some still thought that was impossible. Just a few months ago, he had been living in the sewers and the slums. Then the door opened and someone walked in saying they were hungry. It was Vlad, swaggering in, saying it had been a month since he last came here. But as soon as he looked around, he saw that everyone was silent, too afraid to look him in the eye. The nobles who once looked down on him now knew that status meant nothing. All the criticism they had for him no longer made sense. The simple world they thought existed had been shattered by the presence of one person. Now stuffing himself with sausages, Vlad asked if they really had to keep staring. All he wanted was to eat in peace. Portly said it was normal, considering everything that had happened. Vlad responded that it seemed like news really traveled fast. Portly then asked what Vlad was going to do for the holidays. Our boy didn't even know he was getting a holiday. Portly explained that all the squires would have time off this week, but Vlad had no idea what to do with the holiday. He wasn't from a noble family, so he had nowhere to go. His friend suggested that he visit his home and said he would have his father send an official invitation. It would be good since he had never had a friend over before. Vlad thought for a moment, while his friend continued listing reasons. He said they would have sausages and all kinds of meat that Vlad wanted. On top of that, he had heard Vlad was looking for a horse, and his family's business involved horses. When Vlad heard that they had better horses than Zair's, he immediately perked up. If that was the case, then he was definitely going to visit his friend. Sometime later, he was training with Zair. Vlad was distracted and Zair immediately noticed. Without warning, he attacked again, telling Vlad to focus. They kept exchanging blows with Vlad blocking, but Zair was starting to get frustrated. Then he prepared an attack and struck Vlad square in the back. In that moment, his lunch nearly came back up. Zair told him to stop pretending in front of him. It was time for him to stop thinking he was something special just because he fought a knight from Durmar. Apparently, all the advice Zair had been giving was going to waste. Vlad wanted to say something, but seeing Zair's expression, he simply apologized. The trainer then told him that if he was going to keep forcing himself to come to training, he might as well not show up at all. With that, he walked away, saying that was it for today. Our boy left feeling dejected. Zair knew that what Vlad had achieved was impressive, but all of it was just a sandcastle. At any moment, a strong wave could come and wash it all away. Right now, he needed a stronger foundation. Walking through the hallways, the voice reminded him that it had told him to focus on the basics, and now Zair was furious. Vlad said that he was just trying to activate his aura one more time. His companion explained that not every knight could use aura, and not being able to use it didn't mean a knight was weak. Aura was simply a manifestation of potential that allowed someone to go further. But Vlad had to remember that he had just started learning swordsmanship. He still had a lot to learn. If that weren't the case, Zair wouldn't even bother lecturing him. As always, Vlad got beaten up in training and then got scolded by the voice. He was already used to being underestimated and humiliated. But what he saw on Zair's face wasn't disdain. It was disappointment, and that hurt more than the sword strikes. The voice mentioned that Vlad hadn't even had a chance to talk about his holiday plans, but Vlad responded that it didn't matter. He didn't deserve to rest. he was going to keep training until he was exhausted. Under the moonlight outside, he continued practicing. He raised his sword, swung it again, and a faint trail of energy followed behind. He was getting exhausted, and the voice told him that was enough for today. He wanted to keep going, but his companion said he was only wearing himself out for no reason since he wasn't improving at all. He stretched his back and said, "All right." He glanced at the moon and thought that, honestly, they were both right. He was still at the beginning of everything. From the top of the wall, Zaire had been watching the whole time. He saw that the boy's eyes were, as always, locked onto the moon. He truly was a wolf chasing after it. Meanwhile, in Count Ravenoma's territory in the city of Trinova, the entire place was on fire and screams echoed everywhere. Inside the throne hall, blood and bodies were scattered all over. A man was lying on the ground, and a voice asked why he was still there. A figure approached, sword in hand, asking if the final mission had been completed. The man got closer, and the one on the ground said that apparently this was how it was going to end. In front of him was his target, Godin. The fallen man said he knew that a knight had to prioritize his master's orders over his honor, but that didn't mean he would follow every command unconditionally. The former knights of Count Gaithar would never have done something like this. Godin responded that this was exactly why they were all dead. The knight then told him that one day his light would fade too. He should make sure to send that message to Count Gaithar, that he'd been waiting for him in hell. Godin simply replied that the message would be delivered, and with that, red splattered through the air. Back with Vlad, he was standing there looking confused, asking if he was really getting a holiday. Joseph said yes, adding that he had heard he even got an invitation from the Connor family. Vlad was shocked, and Joseph just laughed, saying news travels fast. Besides, his friend was the squire of Gregory, who definitely went around telling everyone. Our boy could already imagine exactly how that message got to Joseph. Joseph told him that regardless, he was getting a break, and now that he actually had somewhere to go, that was even better. Vlad just thanked him while noticing Zaire had his eyes closed. Joseph sensed tension. Something must have happened between them. He could have said something to ease the awkward silence, but he preferred to let them suffer. Vlad was standing there thinking that the silence hurt, and he didn't even know how to leave the room. Then Zaire finally spoke, saying that holiday or not, a knight never stopped practicing with the sword. Vlad said he understood, and Zaire added, if he skipped training for one day, he would notice it. If he skipped training for a week, his enemies would notice it. Zaire knew that Vlad wasn't the type to run from training, but in a moment like this, he needed to make sure he stayed consistent. Then he said he was looking forward to seeing Vlad's progress when he returned. Hearing that, our boy lit up and eagerly said he understood. Joseph then casually warned him not to get his hopes up about the horses at his friend's estate, since he doubted he would find one that suited him there. No matter how good the horses were, the problem wasn't them, it was Vlad. He then dismissed him, telling him, see you in a week, but he shouldn't bring back any gifts. Vlad wondered if that meant Joseph was actually expecting a gift, and once again, he couldn't understand what these guys were thinking. As soon as they were alone, Joseph brought up House Connor. Zaire said that now that they were going there, they'd definitely catch attention, and maybe that person would take interest in the boy. Joseph knew that person would absolutely try to steal Vlad away, but of course he wasn't going to let anyone take his boy. As always, the scene switched to our boy looking clueless. They were dressing him in new clothes, and Oksana was standing in front of him, naturally. She commented that the color looked splendid on him, and that it matched his leather armor perfectly. With a well-built and developed body, anything would look good on him. Blushing slightly, he simply thanked Lady Oksana. She then mentioned that she knew he was visiting House Connor, and that he should remember he was carrying the honor of this house. He should at least have basic etiquette, or he would bring shame upon them. Then she stepped closer, put a hand on his shoulder, and asked him not to embarrass himself. Our boy, completely starstruck, saw her shining like an angel. Blushing all the way to his ears, he just nodded and said he understood. Then she told him that after the holiday, she would assign him an instructor to make sure he never made the mistake of accepting a lady's kindness with his bare hands again. He quickly apologized, already knowing exactly what she meant. She then told him that since he had accepted a handkerchief, he needed to start acting like someone who understood what it meant. She picked up a basket of oranges and told him to bring them as a gift, since it was forbidden to arrive empty-handed. Once again, Vlad thanked her. She then wigged him off, telling him to enjoy his holiday. He walked out of the room, glanced to the side, and saw his own reflection. He could barely recognize the person he had become. Next to him in the reflection, he saw Gemma, a memory from so long ago. From the news he had heard, at this moment, she was in a convent of nuns. All he could hope for was that she was doing well. But he was sure that whatever clothes she was wearing now, they probably felt strange on her. The scene switched to a convent. In the kitchen, someone mentioned a squire from House Vazid who was causing a commotion. While the nuns stood around chatting about how the boy was supposedly very handsome, one of them, a red-haired girl, was on the ground scrubbing the floor. Her hands were battered and bruised. The women continued gossiping, saying that the boy had blonde hair and blue eyes. He was definitely from noble ancestors, and on top of that, he had awakened his aura at a very young age. Hearing the mention of nobility, Gemina immediately knew it couldn't be him. It was impossible that her friend had already achieved so much. All she wanted was to know that at the very least he was still alive. The other nuns looked over and asked why they couldn't hear the sound of scrubbing. They reminded her that someone like her, who hadn't paid the donation to join, should know her place. She should be working harder than everyone else, grateful for the blessing of being allowed to stay there. Then they walked away, laughing, saying that either way, she had nowhere to go if she left this place. Jimina was left there, still on the ground. At the very least, she had learned how this world worked long before leaving the Smiling Rose. She then remembered the moment she arrived at this place. A woman had told them that they didn't just accept anyone, because this was sacred ground. She knew very well what those dirty girls had done, so they couldn't be here. But Marcella stood her ground, saying that all of these girls were virgins since the bishop himself had looked after them. The nun said she understood, but even so, there wasn't enough space to take them all in. Marcella insisted, saying that she had already donated a fortune to this place, more than enough to feed these girls for 10 years. The woman hesitated, but then Jimina asked, "What about Marcella?" Marcella told the girl to worry about herself and to just go inside. Of course, the nun blocked Marcella at the entrance. Marcella just sighed, saying she expected not to be accepted here, but at the very least, they should take care of the girls. At that moment, some men appeared from the forest. They had found her. The nun rushed to close the door and bring the girls inside, but Marcella was caught. One of the men said that finally this day an honest worker was going to pay for what she did. Jimina screamed, crying out for Marcella, who was dragged away by her hair. The door slammed shut in Jimina's face, and now here she was crying and scrubbing the floor. She had definitely ended up with a hardcore life. Back with our boy, Vlad was impressed. He knew his friend's family was influential, but the size of the castle and the gates were far beyond anything he had imagined. Then an old man appeared, welcoming young Master Portly. Portly lit up with joy, running over to give him a hug, saying that he had missed him a lot. They explained where his father was, and the old man said he was receiving some unexpected visitors. He told Vlad that he should see the ranch. It was the pride of this household. Vlad thanked him, saying that sounded like a great idea. He was curious to see the horses. The old man said that the head of the house would later show him the best ones, but for now he could take a look at the rest. They crossed the bridge, and the next scene was pure chaos. The horses were all panicking. As soon as they saw Vlad, they all ran away. Even the cows, even the sheep, whatever animals were in that place, they were gone. Our boy quickly realized even cows weren't going to be an option. The old man said that this seemed like a serious situation, and even suggested that Vlad go to the church. But Vlad insisted there was no curse, since Father Andrew himself had looked after him. Watching the horses from a distance, he was devastated. What was the point of being able to use aura if he couldn't even become a knight? Completely dejected, he muttered that while everyone else rode horses, he'd just run alongside them. His friend, however, told him not to give up. They had countless horses of many different breeds and functions, so at least one of them had to work for him. Vlad said he hoped so, but he didn't look convinced. Portly then mentioned a horse like no other, an incomparable pedigree. Giving Vlad a few pats on the back, he told him that tomorrow his father would show it to him. Inside the house in the afternoon, they were having a barbecue. Man, this story might be medieval, but that barbecue with multiple ovens looked incredible. Damn, now even I'm hungry. Vlad commented that it seemed like his friend's family took hospitality very seriously. Then someone nearby called out, "You're finally here." A man introduced himself as Olsen Connor. It was obvious he was the lord of this place. Our boy was about to say his name, but Olsen immediately cut him off. "Everyone already knows who you are. You've been the talk of Sturma." He patted Vlad's shoulder and said it was great to have him there. Olsen knew he had a highly talented young man standing before him, one who would bring honor and pride to Sturma. His son had definitely made a great friend. He then told them to come along, they should talk, while dinner was being prepared. It was amazing. So many unique guests had come to his home today. Vlad suddenly remembered. Olsen had mentioned unexpected visitors earlier, but he had no idea who they were. Then Olsen said something strange. The odd thing is, both of them are from House Vaizid. Immediately, Vlad knew there was only one Vaizid who wasn't there. When the door opened, he froze. Sitting there calmly in a chair was a man. As soon as he saw Vlad, he greeted him casually. "Haven't seen you in a while. How have you been?" Vlad hesitated for a second, then formally greeted Lord Rugger. Rugger chuckled and said, "This time you don't have a choice. You're eating with us because the food here is amazing." At that moment, Vlad understood. This was a jab at him for refusing the peanuts that one time. And when he glanced around, everyone from House Rugger was glaring at him with hatred. Clearly, this had nothing at all to do with the fact that he had beaten the hell out of their squire Scooter. But Vlad just smiled and thanked them, saying he was looking forward to dinner. Rugger seemed surprised by his enthusiasm, then gave him a small smirk. He then mentioned that he had heard Vlad was on holiday and asked to meet with him tomorrow. Vlad asked why, and Rugger said he wanted to take him somewhere. The next day, they were outside. Everyone was on horseback. Everyone, except, of course, him. Right ahead, there was a long-eared girl who asked why he was staring at her, and if it was the first time he had seen a creature from the beast race. Her name was Dorothea, and she was a feline. Vlad, bored, simply responded that there's a first time for everything. Then, a comment heard that he was from the slums of Shora and wanted to know how he became a squire for the Vaizid. Vlad replied that it was much stranger for Rutger to have a half-animal as a mage. She was starting to get fed up with this kid who never answered anything, so she asked if it was true that he could summon aura, but apparently couldn't ride a horse. She glanced at the chubby guy and said that even his big buddy could do it, to which our boy replied that life has mysteries that can't be explained. She insisted, saying that it was kind of weird, while Vlad wondered when this girl would finally shut up. He didn't understand why they were on this trip and if it was really worth taking a break from his usual life. But Dorothea wouldn't stop and asked if he was even listening to her or not. He asked if her race really talked this much, and she asked if he was discriminating against her race. He asked if it was a mage problem, and she said that now he was discriminating against her profession. At that moment, Rutger told her to stop bothering the boy since he was a special guest. However, she responded that the boy made a face like he had drunk sour milk every time he looked at her. Rutger told her to stop annoying him, and with that, she seemed a little down. Sometime later, at the top of the hill, the guy asked what he thought of that position, and Vlad replied that it was fine. Then Portley told our boy that apparently Rutger was going hunting. The boys looked around. They didn't think the people there seemed too interested in it. Now you and the falcon they might use had been taken out of its cage. Then the guy pointed to the horizon and said that something was coming. Rutger commented that it was a great omen. He hadn't expected a group of pilgrims to pass by there. He then ordered that they raise the banners so the travelers wouldn't get scared. With the Vayazid symbol raised, he said it was time to start the hunt. Nearby, there was a big black horse among several smaller horses. It was at the top of the hill while everyone was eating, until suddenly the entire ground started to shake. The horse sensed that something was beneath the earth. Meanwhile, the group of pilgrims was calmly passing by. Rutger's team was on the hill, and Vlad, still bored, had said that this was clearly just an escort mission. He was about to complain a little more when the cart hit a rock, making everything shake. He immediately jumped out of the cart, saying that at this rate, he'd rather walk. His friend asked if he was okay, to which he replied that he was, but it was weird that his heart wouldn't stop racing. Portley commented that it was probably because the cart bounced too much, but our boy thought it was his own fault, so he decided to walk a bit and calm down. However, he agreed that the view in this place was at least incredible. Looking at the vast horizon, Portley said that everything was stretched to the plains of Varna, and the place was so clean thanks to the expedition he had participated in with Joseph during the winter. The boy smiled, saying that in a way, part of it belonged to him as well. And then looking to the left, Vlad saw a cloud of dust approaching. A bunch of horses was coming, and Vlad was startled. The black horse was leading the group, and our boy felt something. He placed his hand on his chest, not understanding what was happening to him. As the creatures kept advancing from the top of the mountain, Rutger commented that they looked quite promising, until he noticed something strange and wondered why they were heading south. The other riders agreed that this was unusual. They should be going north, where there was fresh grass. Not to mention that they were clearly desperate, so there must have been a reason. It was almost as if they were being chased by something. Vlad, with his hand on his chest, watching the horses advance, had already realized it. All the creatures were terrified, but he didn't know why. That's when the entire land began to tremble, almost like an earthquake. But Vlad had felt those vibrations before and knew exactly what they meant. From behind the horse, a mound of earths started to rise. The giant worm, a remnant of a dragon, emerged in the middle of everything. All the riders, Rutger, the pilgrims, and our boy were terrified. As the death worm continued advancing, passing through the horses and sending everyone running. Man, that beast didn't stop, and it took a bite out of a poor little horse. I really felt bad. Dorothy noticed that something wasn't right since this creature wasn't supposed to be carnivorous. She quickly realized that something strange was on its forehead. Some kind of red crystal was embedded in its head. At that moment, the black horse changed direction, and one of the men warned Rutger that they were now heading toward the pilgrims. Meanwhile, the crystal seemed to be pulsating and emitting a dark aura. The shadow worm turned to the side, and in the distance, the pilgrims were now trying to flee. Rutger then asked Dorothea for information about the creature. She explained that these beasts had no eyes or ears and could only move based on the vibrations in the ground. He then ordered her to come up with a solution so that the creatures wouldn't go after the pilgrims. The guy even called out to Vlad, telling him to go with Dorothea and give the signal as soon as he figured out a way to distract the beasts. Vlad just nodded, and with that, the man raised his sword and told everyone to listen. The situation was unusual, but that didn't matter. They were in the perfect position to help those people. After all, the Count had said that the pilgrims had to be received properly. He then charged forward on his course, telling everyone to go protect them. However, he knew something was off about this situation. Someone had to be behind all of this. As he thought about how bold these people were to pull something like this in Vayazid territory, he activated his sword's aura. At the top of the hill, someone was throwing a bunch of potions on the ground. It was Dorothea, looking for the magic seal that would create vibrations. Vlad had no idea what that was, and the voice told him it was a type of mystery, just like sacred power and auras. The magic seals completed the trinity of mysteries. Vlad thought that now it made sense why Rutger kept someone like her around. Meanwhile, in the distance, a burst of flames appeared. They turned around, wondering what it was, and right in the middle of it all was the death worm burning, while Rutger was charging forward with his aura. Our boy was instantly shocked when he saw that. The difference in power was staggering, but the voice warned that the attack hadn't gone deep enough since he hadn't had time to prepare. Rugger knew that at this rate, he wouldn't be able to win. The creature's skin was far tougher than he had expected. The monster lunged to take a bite out of him, but he tapped his course, dodging to the side. With that, the creature missed its attack and burrowed back into the ground. The guys asked if he was okay, and he told them not to let their guard down because it wasn't over. The voice then pointed out that this complicated things a lot. Rutger was an exceptional knight, but he had nothing to deal with something that hid underground. So the prince ordered everyone to find the beast. It had to still be nearby. He looked around trying to figure out where that thing was going, until one of them pointed and said it was heading toward the pilgrims. Immediately, Rutger changed course while our boy called out to Dorothea, telling her to hurry up. Looking to the side, she was painting something with ink on her tail. He was confused and told her this wasn't the time to be playing with her tail, but she replied that it wasn't playing. This was how mages from her race made scrolls. On the ground, the paper was glowing, and she told him to stop rushing her. She was almost done. Then she told the chubby guy to take the scroll to Rugger. He would know how to use it properly. But the poor guy didn't want to deliver it at all. She explained that she was way too exhausted after using up all her magic to create it. Besides, the boy next to her didn't know how to ride a horse. The voice told Vlad that not even on a horseback would the guy make it in time. At that moment, our boy knew he had only one option. He snatched the scroll from his hand, knowing that the only way to solve this was with a jump. Dorothea asked what he was thinking and told him not to jump, but it was already too late. As he ran down the hill, Vlad thought about how Rutger wasn't a weak man. Besides, all the soldiers here were definitely the strongest, which meant there was no reason for a squire like him to get involved. But he wasn't going to let a beast like that tear through this land. He knew very well what it felt like to have a much stronger enemy destroy his home. The voice told him to focus or he was going to trip, and that's exactly what happened. Obviously, he felt like an idiot, hit his arms, slammed his ribs, and rolled down the mountain. At least he landed on his stomach instead of his head. From up top, the two of them cheered that at least he was still moving. Vlad found it weird that he was strangely fine. He was sure he had broken something. And then suddenly, a blue glow began to shine. The little black horse nearby looked to him. Our boy was radiating an aura, glowing in the horse's eyes. The voice then explained that the snake's blessing had activated. If not for that, he would have died. Now Vlad was truly impressed. He had no idea this thing was so powerful. So he took off running, thinking that he'd have to go back later to give thanks. Looking around, he wondered where those pilgrims were. Up ahead, he spotted one and slid to a stop. It wasn't just any pilgrim. It was Father Andrea himself. That made Vlad even more nervous as he turned, trying to find out where Rutger was. The troops were still too far, and the worm was much closer. He knew Andrea was in danger, and he still had the scroll in his hand. The voice told him that sometimes fate worked like this, and he had to make a decision. The worm kept advancing until our boy threw the scroll into the air. He drew his sword, knowing for sure that he had to act now. If he was the only option, then there was no reason to hesitate. The slash was made, and the magic circle formed. Several runes appeared on his sword, which started to vibrate. He then called out to the damned beast and struck the ground with his sword. As soon as he did, energy began to spread. But the voice warned him that it wasn't strong enough. He had to amplify the vibrations using his own energy. Vlad then focused, saw his reflection in the water, and upon opening his eyes, called upon the cursed snake. The aura kept amplifying until finally the beast emerged from the ground. And Vlad taunted the monster, telling it that he was right there. Obviously, the creature obeyed, and the moment it lunged at him, our boy dodged the first strike with agility. The voice immediately warned him not to even think about trying to win this fight. His only goal was to buy time. He wasn't strong enough to deal any damage, so all he had to do was keep the beast there stalled. Vlad glanced back, wondering if the others would get there soon. At that moment, the monster lunged to attack again. He braced himself and rolled to the side once more. But unfortunately, just like before, the creature burrowed underground and didn't come back out. Vlad tried to figure out where it had gone. He looked left and right, wondering if it had gone after the pilgrims. But then, he felt something trembling beneath him. The ground started to crack, and the voice told him to be careful. Too late, he was about to be eaten. From a distance, Rutger saw it all and shouted in alarm. When the monster rose from the dust, something unexpected happened. There was a little black horse, and the guy was surprised. Finally, Vlad had gotten himself a horse. He was overjoyed, but the voice told him to pay attention. An aura was emanating from the horse's forehead. It might look like a regular horse, but inside it carried the spirit of a unicorn. But as the creature leaped, our boy was all smiles. For someone who had nearly died, he sure was enjoying himself. For the first time, he saw the world from the back of a horse. As he basked in the thrill, Rutger called out to him. He asked if he was okay, and Vlad replied that he was. Rutger simply observed that he had apparently used a special technique on his sword and hadn't hesitated to draw the monster's attention. That proved not only that he had talent, but also that he was willing to sacrifice himself for others. He was a young squire who embodied all the principles of a true sword master. Then Rutger praised him, saying it was a courageous decision that truly honored the knights. Vlad felt a bit awkward, but simply thanked him. Then Rutger told him that now they had to kill that beast. It was the only way to guarantee the pilgrims' safety. Our boy, however, seemed uncertain, saying the thing was a remnant of a fallen dragon. But Rutger simply replied that he could do it. Just by looking into his eyes, Vlad knew the guy wasn't lying. And then Rutger pointed out that he had Dorothea's seal and an excellent horse, making him the only one who could stall the beast. Vlad, on the other hand, wasn't sure if he could even control this horse properly. But as he looked directly into the horse's eyes, he realized something. It was also trying to protect its herd. If that was the case, then they would work together to make it happen. Rutger then told him to circle around the hill ahead. He would be waiting on the other side. Vlad immediately acknowledged the plan and distanced himself from the army as the beast chased after him. With a quick glance back, he saw how terrifying that monster really was. His horse was incredibly fast, and the soldiers were wondering how he had accelerated so much. Rutger smiled and said that maybe it was because both of them were extraordinary. Vlad kept moving forward until the voice told him to place his sword against the ground and create more vibrations. He obeyed, pressing his sword against the earth, generating a series of impacts. But the dragon was right on his heels, about to catch up. On the other side of the mountain, Rutger ordered the soldiers to evacuate all the pilgrims. And from the horizon, he saw their boy approaching. The dragon destroyed the mountain and was already right behind him. Rutger then steadied himself, closed his eyes, and his aura began to expand. A small touch on his sword, and suddenly, lava started to erupt. Vlad, who had been dragging his sword across the ground, wondered what the hell was happening. Out in the open, Rutger stood calmly, expanding his aura. The voice explained that this type of expansion, like in Jujutsu Kaisen, was only for those who were ridiculously strong. Knight Rutger Vezid was even more powerful than Vlad had imagined. Vlad was beginning to grasp the sheer difference in strength between them. If he ever had to fight this guy, he'd be incinerated in a second. Man, this dragon just wouldn't let up. It was already lunging to bite him again. But suddenly, the monster seemed to sense something and hesitated. Vlad noticed this, and just ahead stood Rutger. The voice explained that the beast was now feeling the incoming threat. Vlad needed to do something, but his energy was too weak to draw the monster's attention. Then, out of nowhere, the horse turned and charged forward. Vlad didn't want to do this, but the little horse galloped right in front of the beast and started running in circles. Our boy was freaking out, yelling at the horse to stop. Then suddenly, the horse leaped, and he felt his aura expanding. The unicorn's horn activated, merging Vlad's aura with the snake's aura and the horse's aura. This kid was turning into a beast himself. That was enough aura to get the creature's attention. The horse waited for the monster to strike, and just at the right moment, it dodged. Man, this horse was fast. Legend says that on that horizon, the two became one. Lohengrin kept galloping, trying to reach Rutger, who was still standing calmly with his sword in hand. The voice then said that Rutger's power kept increasing, meaning that soon, the monster would be too scared to move. The problem was that Vlad had reached his limit. He couldn't use his aura anymore. That's when the other knights appeared by his side. They told the kid not to give up and activated their auras as well. Now, with so many people drawing the monster's attention, it was enough. The guides told him not to stop until they had passed Rutger. Man, I think the only thing he's trying to do is buy them about 10 minutes. Rutger was there, standing tall, his sword radiating an expanding aura. Then Vlad called out to him, and the moment he opened his eyes, everyone rushed past him. Facing the beast head-on, Rutger declared that now it was his turn. He announced that this land belonged to House Vezid. He would not allow any monster to defile this place. A whirlwind of flames started forming around him as he attacked, sending the creature away. A vertical slash created a wave of fire. The pilgrims and everyone present were stunned. For the first time, Vlad witnessed the true power of a real knight. A short while ago, he would have never imagined something like this was even possible. The world of knights he was now discovering felt like an endless mountain. He never thought guys like Godin Zaire or Pablo could actually pull off something like this, and he wondered if he would ever be able to do the same. For the first time, the voice was humble and said yes. Once the aura inside him became strong enough, he would be able to withstand any challenge. Rutger was crouched down, and from the looks of it, the monster had disintegrated. There wasn't even a corpse left. Vlad walked over and asked if he was okay, and right away the guy praised him, saying he had done an excellent job. But our boy pointed out that the whole place was now on fire, to which Rutger explained that it was just a plane, so the flames would burn out soon enough. He tried to stand up, all wobbly and shaking, muttering that all he wanted was an ice-cold beer. But then he collapsed onto the ground like an idiot. The voice explained that even though he was strong, expanding his aura that much was extremely dangerous. The fool asked for help getting up, but Vlad just sat down, saying he was tired too. This prince really thinks he's a princess. He looked at his hand for a moment and smirked. What's with this guy? Our boy, huh? Unfortunately for him, Miss Alicia already has her eyes on him. Rutger then remarked that Vlad was better with horses than he had imagined. And our boy responded that he always said the problem was the horses, not him. Rutger glanced to the side and admitted that, indeed, it was a magnificent horse. Just as Vlad was about to agree, he got smacked on the head. The knights all started laughing, saying they finally understood why their own squires had been beaten up. Vlad, looking a little embarrassed, thanked them. Then someone called out to him. It was Father Andrea, with the expression of someone begging for money at a traffic light. Our boy greeted him and said thank God he was safe. Andrea then said he knew at the moment he saw that light, a force capable of cutting through impenetrable darkness. He took Vlad's hand, knelt down, and thanked him once again. Our boy felt awkward, but then the priest started praying, asking God to bless this young man's body with divine protection, that God would grant him solace because he was someone who defended this world, and that he would have mercy on the boy for he was a beacon of light. Countless souls had gathered that day, expanding Vlad's world. Meanwhile, in a castle, someone holding a letter asked if it was true. A knight standing behind him confirmed that yes, Dorothea herself had sent the message. The Baron was furious, now realizing that dark magic was involved in this. The knight commented that apparently some enemies had established themselves in the north. The cursed creatures were seeking revenge on the empire now that it had weakened, but at least they had some good news. The man nodded and said they had been hearing this boy's name quite a lot lately. First it was the expedition, then it was the royal duel, and now this encounter with the pilgrims. 3 situations that, if not for him, would have put House Bayezid in serious trouble. He smirked, recognizing that the boy was remarkable. Then he ordered Joseph to be summoned, and the knight asked if he was going to grant permission, to which the Lord responded that those who deserve respect must be treated properly. Meanwhile, under the moonlight at the pilgrims' camp, everyone was gathered around the campfires, and off to the side was Vlad, as always cleaning and sharpening his sword. Not just him, his sword had also had a long day. Then Rutger appeared, wondering why he was sitting there all alone. Our boy glanced to the side and said that Dorothea and the chubby guy had already gone to sleep. The man asked about Father Andre, and he was still praying with the pilgrims. Rutger then realized that everyone was busy, except for him. He offered our boy a drink, but Vlad said that for now, he was more focused on polishing his sword. Rutger grumbled about being rejected again. I keep saying this guy is peculiar. He then commented on how Vlad had turned down everything he had offered so far, and asked if it was some order Joseph had given him. Our boy picked up the bottle, took a look at it, and saw that it was expensive whiskey. Rutger pointed out that it wasn't just expensive, it was only available to nobles. Hearing that, Vlad realized that despite their differences, it was clear that this guy was Joseph's brother. Rutger then looked at the sword and said that it would definitely need to be repaired when they got back. Vlad mentioned that he had once asked the Bayezid blacksmith to fix it, but the blacksmith told him that the hilt would have to be broken first. Rutger found that strange, but Vlad explained that the blacksmith said only the person who made this sword could be the one to repair it. The prince then smirked and said that the sword was just as stubborn as its owner. At that moment, the blonde guy said he had refused the repair for that very reason. He didn't want to lose this sword under any circumstances. It meant too much to him. After a brief silence, the man said that eventually he would have to fix it, because soon it would become dangerous to carry it around in that condition. When Vlad mentioned that he needed to find the person who made it, Rutger wanted to know where that person was. Obviously, my boys, that person was in Shkora. The prince remarked that sometimes he even forgot that his name was Vlad of Shkora. Taking a quick glance, he thought that this whole shining of Shkora thing really did suit him. That day he had been a light brighter than any other. Now he understood why his brother had made such a big deal about this boy. He then stood up and said he was sure that if that was the case, sooner or later he would get it repaired. Vlad was confused, and Rutger told him that when someone truly desires something, someone will take notice. Then the man walked up to him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said he was living a life worthy of respect. He walked away, waving, saying that tomorrow they would head straight for Sturma. Staring at his sword, Vlad could only think that he was right. One day, he would fix this. There was a place in the world he still had to return to. At the top of the hill, watching everything, stood our boy's horse. It remained there, motionless. It seemed to be able to see his aura, as he stood there, glowing beneath the stars. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Miss Oksana was crushing. She commented that this piece would do, showing it and asking if it resembled the emblem of House Heinel. Once the woman confirmed, Oksana said that now was time to make his. The woman revealed his sword embedded in the ground, and Oksana said she didn't even need to look at it. She already knew it by heart. She then mentioned that this was the first time in her life she had done something like this, but she had watched her mother closely the entire time. The woman responded that this made it all the more meaningful, and Oksana agreed. A tradition like this could not be forgotten. The knights of today were too pampered. They didn't even deserve the right to raise a banner, let alone have the honor of raising their own. The next morning, back at the camp, the guy next to the jumpy woman said he had never seen anything like it. A herd of wild horses standing alongside a group of humans. The tiger agreed that it was indeed a rare sight, probably the first and last time they would witness something like this. Looking back, he could already imagine that what Vlad had done must have truly impacted the lives of those creatures. Meanwhile, our boy knew it was time to say goodbye. Just as Vlad had things to take care of, a horse had to look after its herd. Suddenly, it halted and reared up at the top of the hill. Vlad knew that this was as far as they would go together. As he raised a hand to wave, Father Andrea told him not to be sad about it. Our boy tried to lie, saying that it was just a horse, so of course he wasn't sad. But Andrea told him that he didn't need to be so dishonest about his feelings. Life was a series of endings and beginnings. New adventures would always come. He could see that the two of them had a special bond, so surely they would meet again someday. The depth of a connection wasn't measured by how much time was spent together. Our boy thought about it and realized it made sense. He hoped he could meet him again one day. The scene then shifted back to the mansion on a rainy day. With a grim look, the Count received the news that Ravnoma had been killed. Yes, that same guy Godin had taken down, and the old man said the reports had just arrived. He already knew trouble was brewing in the west, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. He then asked if Count Gaithar's family was really that powerful, to which the old man explained that it seemed they had unified all the western families and their combined forces were now something to take seriously. The Count wondered how the royal family was allowing this to happen, to which the old man replied that it was difficult to understand the intentions of the central authorities. Standing up, the Count affirmed that he had full confidence in the strength of the North. The towering walls they had built made it difficult for anyone to challenge them, but at the same time, they also prevented them from receiving news from the outside. He then remarked that it was truly a miserable end for a noble family, especially since the ones who died had been the very guardians of the pact. The Count knew that the old rules and traditions no longer held any meaning. Everything was being torn apart by a new power and turbulent times were coming. The fall of Count Ravnoma was a sign of a new era. Looking out the window, he saw people unloading supplies. Now he realized that not all of them were pilgrims. They were refugees from Ravnoma's territory. Meanwhile, Vlad stood there like a fool, wondering what he was supposed to do. Standing in front of the door, he knew that he had saved the pilgrims. But at the same time, he had also helped Rucker. Joseph was going to be happy about that, which meant Zaire was going to beat the crap out of him. But having no other choice, he knocked on the door and announced his arrival. The man inside told him to come in, and the moment he stepped into the room, they commented that he had returned rather quickly. They had already heard about what had happened and asked if he was okay. Our boy said he was fine, and Joseph simply said he was relieved to hear that. But he should get ready to continue his training. Vlad acknowledged it, though deep down he wondered if everything was really alright. Joseph seemed very different from usual. Or rather, there was definitely something off about the situation. He was definitely screwed. At that moment, Joseph brought up Skora. He knew a little about how things worked in the slums of that place. As far as he knew, a gang conflict only ended when the opposing gang surrendered or was completely destroyed. Vlad said that was true, but he had no idea why this guy was bringing it up. Then Joseph asked if that was why he had sent the letter, but our boy had no idea what letter he was talking about, until Joseph mentioned that he was referring to his girlfriend who was at the convent. Our boy, embarrassed, said she was just a friend. The prince said it didn't matter. He knew that Vlad was in a tough spot. He couldn't let the people who knew him find out he was alive, or they might get hurt. He wanted to help the boy deal with it, but some problems were more complicated than he realized. Besides, he thought that the man known as One-Armed Jack could be useful. Vlad knew that guy was definitely useful. After all, he was the one controlling all the money in Skora. Then Joseph stood up and said that, on the other hand, our boy had proven to be admirable. Since he'd been working hard, he was going to be rewarded. Vlad was still confused, not understanding what he meant. Joseph then said that being able to raise a banner was the highest symbol of honor. He had heard that back in his grandfather's time, knights possessed something like that. In his thoughts, Joseph knew he could never carry a banner himself, which was why he preferred to raise knights instead. And one of those he had found was capable of carrying this one with his own hands. Then he picked up the banner and told Vlad that he was now worthy of having his own. Both House Heinel and House Vayezid vouched for his value. Now, as the one who carried Alicia's honor and a squire of the Vayezid, he would return to his homeland carrying this symbol. And when he got there, he was to cut off everything that still bound him to that place. Only then, when he was completely free, would he be ready to return. Vlad was deeply moved. He remembered how everything had started with an old man's sword and a young woman's help. The identification given by the priest, the handkerchief given to him by a noble lady. All of it had led to his own banner, now carrying the names of 2 families. Each of these people had helped plant the roots of the boy he was today. But of course, the one who had earned it all was none other than himself. And Vlad simply said that an order was an order. Then he went to the Count, standing before the coffin the pilgrims had brought. He knew very well what that was. It was the symbol of the pact. Andrea confirmed, saying that inside lay a fragment of a dragon. Not just any dragon, but the most powerful one that ever existed, defeated by the founding king himself. Andrea apologized, but he said this was the truth. Until now, the Ravnoma family had been the only ones capable of protecting this pact. The Count immediately understood and said it was fine. He would personally select knights to guard it, and ensure that the transport was carried out safely. For now, Andrea was to make himself at home until everything was ready. Andrea thanked him, and with that, the men covered the coffin. As soon as they left, the old man asked if the Lord was troubled by their presence. The Count stood up and said he knew very well that they had no choice. Only one other family was capable of protecting this, the sovereign of the north known as Timur Varanov. However, gazing out the window, his thoughts told him this was not a good thing, until something caught his attention. He commented that he hadn't seen a banner like that in a long time. When the old man looked outside, there stood our boy. Even he, despite all his years, couldn't remember the last time he had seen one of those. He was certain that the boy was eager to start his journey. The Count was not surprised. If he were in Vlad's place, he would do the same. Now Vlad was his own man, a knight under his own banner. He hoped the boy would reach his homeland safely, whatever important mission awaited him there. Meanwhile, in the alleys of Shora, In the same bar where it had all begun, a crowd of men stood in front of the stage, eager to know when they would appear. They wanted to have fun and were already arguing about who would get her. Whoever paid the most would have her. Inside the dressing room, Marcella was getting ready when someone called her name. An old woman next to her muttered that there were a bunch of dogs on fire waiting for her outside, and that she better remember. Each of those customers was there to pay off her debt. Marcella said nothing as the old woman stared her down. She walked over, grabbed the girl's face, and said she was looking forward to seeing the day her arrogance finally broke. She was still so young, yet she would spend her whole life here, growing old working in this place. Marcella paused for a second, then she laughed. She said she doubted the old hag would even live long enough to see that happen. The old woman thought to herself how disgusting this girl was, someone who had nothing in life yet never gave up. Then she walked away, telling Marcella to get back to work. Marcella stood there, thinking that for someone who made a living selling her body, she had made it further than she expected. At least while she could, she had enjoyed herself. What gave her peace of mind was that she had chosen her own fate. The door opened and the men were already shouting, saying they had been waiting for Marcella all night. And she finished her thoughts. She had also chosen her own ruin. The old woman then told them to take it easy, that they would have to pay a hefty price to taste that honey. The first man offered a gold coin, but another immediately doubled the price. Meanwhile, the other three said that if all three of them went in, they would each pay a gold coin. Marcella remained quiet as the offers kept rising. The old woman was delighted. She had never imagined this flower would bring in so much money. Then a bald guy in the back shouted that he would pay 4 gold coins. The woman wanted to know who would offer more, but the men were getting excited. 5 gold coins, that would be enough to drink for a long time. Just as the old woman was about to finalize the deal, someone from the back offered 100 gold coins. She can spit out what she was chewing, and everyone turned around. She had no idea who this lunatic was. A figure was walking forward, confirming that they would pay 100 gold. At that moment, Marcella trembled. She felt the exact same sensation as when the person who had destroyed this place appeared. Then the man reached the doorway. Everyone turned to look and saw a hooded figure. The old woman asked if he was really going to pay 100 gold, but the man just walked forward, passing through the crowd. The others stepped aside, wondering who he was. They didn't know him, but one thing was certain. It was best not to provoke him. At the counter, he asked if this was where he should leave the money. The old woman noticed that everything he was wearing was luxurious. 100 was an exaggeration, but at the very least he could afford 10. She said she would bring him the menu, but he replied that it wouldn't be necessary. Since the day he left this place, he had missed the food. Grilled sausage with blood pudding, potatoes, and a fresh roll. As he removed his hood, he said he would order what George always did. Of course, she was overwhelmed with emotion. The golden aura surrounding the boy was not one of greed. To her, he was different. This was the boy George had saved, the one Marcella had cleaned up that day. And now he stood before her, shining in a way she had never seen. Our boy then declared, "I'm back." To her, he was like blinding gold. Marcella began to cry as the people in the background remained confused. Then her expression suddenly changed. She told him he had to get out of there immediately. One-armed Jack was now in charge of this place. While they talked, a woman in the back was listening closely. She realized they knew each other, and something about it gave her a bad feeling. She quickly signaled someone. This had to be handled before it got out of control. Right next to the table, there were some knights, and one of them reached for his sword. He stood up, and suddenly, people in the bar began to move. Vlad felt something was wrong. He then told Marcella that before he could pay, there were a few people he needed to settle scores with. The old woman asked what he was talking about, and at that moment, our boy simply said the name, Jack. He announced that the bastard owed him. The men in the bar noticed the tension and asked who the hell this kid thought he was. Just as one of them was about to say something about the boss, Vlad had already moved and slashed one of them across the neck. A quick glance back and the first fool collapsed onto the floor in front of everyone. The old woman and the rest of the bar froze in shock. Marcella realized that Vlad wasn't here to play around. The red was already spilling and the old woman screamed in desperation. But Vlad ordered her to stay quiet and still in that spot. If he didn't get what he came for from the men in the room, she would pay the price instead. With that, the coward shrank into a corner, trembling in silence. The rest of the men in the bar raised their swords, demanding to know who he thought he was. They wanted to know who had sent him, but Vlad only gave one name, George. Since the day he left this place, he had been George's dagger. They seemed confused by the title until one of them shouted, suddenly remembering. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid who used to stand beside George, Vlad. One of them said it was impossible. Everyone knew that scrawny kid had died. But his friend beside him whispered that it was clearly him, standing right in front of them. And besides, they had all heard there was a very generous reward for anyone who brought the boss this kid's head. At that, Vlad told them all to shut up and just come at him. Just like that day when they were all so eager for blood. But the men in the bar didn't look so eager now. Even though he was alone, he looked like a wolf on the hunt. Vlad then said that if they weren't going to move, then he would. He lunged forward, dodging the first strike and slashing someone in the gut. A glance to the side. Another one was coming at him from behind with a sword. But before the attack landed, he had already turned and cut him down too. Man, he was completely surrounded. But at the same time, with every strike he made, a scream echoed through the bar, and each scream meant one less life in that room. He wasn't going to let a single person walk out of there alive. The fools couldn't even react, they were being butchered. Vlad declared that he would make them pay for every tear Marcela had shed, and this wouldn't end until he decided it would. Meanwhile, in another part of the bar, Jack was drinking peacefully. He set his bottle down on the table and leaned back. Now that George was gone, all of Shura belonged to him. The problem was, he wanted so much more than this. He was destined for greater things in life, and that was why he had never hesitated to take lives. He had piled up the corpses of his enemies to reach this goal. But now that he was at the top, he realized something. The lives of those in these slums were decided by the ones above them. In the end, his own existence was miserable. He had always believed that victory was the path to success. And yet, even though he had become Lord of Shura, he had still lost. George had won the battle, but he was dead. So what difference did his victory even make? A single word from someone at the top was enough to change his fate. Right then, someone burst through the door, telling the boss there was an emergency. Jack wanted to know what the problem was, and the man said they were surrounded. Confused, he asked him to explain exactly where they were surrounded. The guy clarified the entire slum was surrounded. There were soldiers everywhere. Another man opened a window and confirmed it to the boss. There were soldiers at the back entrance too. Outside, there really were troops standing still in position. The men inside were baffled. They had paid their dues this month, so why was this happening? Maybe it was just routine patrols, but there were far too many of them. Jack suddenly started laughing. He knew this day would eventually come. In the end, he actually felt relieved. He preferred to face destruction head-on. It was much better than living in fear of when it would finally come for him. Meanwhile, outside, the boy was approaching, drenched in blood. One of the soldiers turned to Borden and reported that everything was ready. He asked if all the exits had been blocked, and the man confirmed, yes, they had done everything possible. At that, the chubby man sighed, saying that next time they should make sure things didn't spiral this far out of control. Even the Count had heard about the chaos in this place. Once again, the poor soldier apologized, admitting that one-armed Jack was a far more dangerous opponent than he had expected. Borden knew that was just an excuse, but he didn't say anything. At the same time, he wondered who this stranger was. How was a knight like him so familiar with the alleys of Shura? He then said he was very pleased that they were finally here, finally getting rid of this disease that plagued the city. However, Borden knew the real disease here was this man. Jack had accumulated far too much power for someone who had come from these slums. And the only reason Jack did what he did was because he and the mayor had allowed it. Borden, who had bribed many people in his life, knew exactly when someone was being paid off. Then the mayor, trying not to sound too eager, asked when the Vayazid knights would arrive. Borden simply responded, he's already here. At that very moment, Vlad stepped through the gate. The man asked if this was the knight they had sent. To him, that was insanity. They needed to send more men with him. But Borden simply said, no, you can't do that. The truth was, Joseph had specifically prepared for this moment. This was meant to be Vlad's official debut. A while later, Borden asked if the boy was sure. It would be smarter to take more knights with him. There were over 50 people inside. Vlad replied that even if he got hurt, he wouldn't let Borden take the blame for it. But Borden knew that was just talk. There were no guarantees. Still, our boy was looking straight ahead, directly at his target. Seeing that, Borden simply reminded him of the promise he had made. He then told him to take the banner. Joseph had insisted. It was to be presented to him personally and in front of many witnesses. Vlad accepted, took the banner, and planted it into the ground. The knights standing below were stunned. This was a tradition that many thought had died out long ago, but they had no idea who this person was to have his own banner. Another knight commented that he had heard Vlad was a knight of House Vayazid. Vlad stood still, staring at that place. At that moment, this entire land belonged to him. He had earned the authority he needed to do whatever he wanted, and now the lives of the people there were in his hands. Then Borden unrolled a document and read it aloud for Jack to hear. This was an official proclamation against him for his crimes in Shura. He had abused the people who lived here and had gone against the law. That was why House Vayazid had issued an order. His actions would no longer go unpunished, and they had sent a representative to deal with him. This knight carried the full support of House Vayazid and the church. That was why Jack and his men were to open the gates and let the representative inside. The soldiers began striking their lances against the ground, chanting Vayazid. From above, the people in the slums quickly realized what was happening. Inside the room, Jack was still sitting in the same chair. After hearing the proclamation, Borden declared that Vlad now had full authority and backing for this mission. He could move forward without mercy. Vlad thanked him, and Borden told him to be careful. Then the voice warned our boy that someone up there was already waiting for him. He needed to stay alert. He could be attacked from any direction. This would be a very different fight from anything he had faced before. When life was on the line, whoever struck first won. So he had better make a strong first impression. Focusing his aura, Vlad wondered, on that day had Georgie survived? If he hadn't brought God into this place, what if Jack had never threatened George? Maybe Godin wouldn't have even needed to come. He had replayed those possibilities countless times. The soldiers had no clue what he was doing until he cut the curtain. As it started falling, he leaped, grabbing hold of it and soared upward. Before the men could react, he had already reached the second floor. Now standing behind the guys throwing traps, he said, "You're all pathetic." So this was all they could do? He charged forward again. This time they had no choice but to fight back. The first one swung his sword, but Vlad dodged back and tore him apart. As he passed through all of them, Vlad realized, today his sword felt sharper than ever before. But still, they kept coming from all angles. He wasn't fazed though. The wooden sword Zaire used in training was more dangerous than this. He tried to catch his breath for a second, but almost took an arrow to the head. One of the men cursed, "That damn rat just won't die." Others kept shooting, trying to block his path. Vlad sprinted down the corridor, dodging the arrows. Then he glanced to the side and jumped straight at the archers. In midair, he grabbed onto a chandelier, sliced an arrow out of the air, and landed behind them, cutting them all down. The men were starting to lose their nerve, and Vlad just sighed. "You're making this way more annoying than it has to be." If they all just stood still, he had to go to each one of them. The bastards swallowed hard, while our boy casually took a sip of water. He set the cup down and asked, "So how are we doing this? Was he going over there? Or were they coming to him?" Either way, they still had rent to pay. Jack's goons had started believing this place belonged to them. But they were completely wrong, because long before they came along, this place belonged to the Smiling Rose. From the very beginning, this was his nest. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, that idiot was wondering what Jack was thinking. Even the old criminals of Shkora weren't this stupid. Jack had become a completely different person after George's death. He was stealing more than ever, committing more crimes, and seemed outright desperate. At this rate, all of Shkora was going down with him. He was wondering how they were supposed to explain losing half their contraband again. Then someone burst through the door, calling for Harvin. Yep, got the name wrong. They reported that the slum was in complete chaos. The whole area was locked down. He asked for a better explanation, and the guy said that the forces from Sturma were going after Jack. The city guards and knights had surrounded the entire district. Just as Harvin had expected, Jack had crossed the line. But that wasn't necessarily a good thing. As soon as Jack was gone, it would trigger another war to see who would take control. Then someone asked him, "Aren't you close to that guy?" Harvin squinted. "Who?" "The man. Do you have a name?" "Vlad." Harvin told him to stop throwing out random names like that. But his colleagues said that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. The executioner they sent had blonde hair. Harvin went back to his notes saying that Vlad wasn't the only blonde in the world, until the man said that the person himself had introduced himself as Vlad of Shkora. At that, he knew it was the boy and asked if he was sure. The man confirmed it. He had even planted his banner right in front of the Smiling Rose just minutes ago. Harvin started trembling because he had heard the rumors. The new squire of the Vezid, the one who awakened his aura in an honor duel. Not only that, but he had also played a crucial role in the hunt for a death worm. The name was Vlad of Shkora, but it was exactly who he had thought. Maybe the rumors were true, but he would have to see it for himself. Meanwhile, Vlad was in midair, finishing off another one. Another fool tried to take advantage of the moment, sneaking up from behind, only to see our boy turn around and launch a dagger straight into his brainstem. A body hit the ground and more men rushed forward. Vlad kept going, cutting down 4 more. As the blood flew, the spirit watching began to notice. Every time he fought, it was like he was possessed. Not only was he talented and hardworking, but he had an iron will. The boy was a natural-born killer. Vlad smirked and said the guy was going to need dentures. The poor bastard stood there toothless, and Vlad reassured him. "Don't worry, you won't need to bite anything anymore." The man's hand trembled, and another one fell. The voice then said that this was enough. Looking at the trail of bodies, Vlad admitted that maybe it was. It looked like he had recreated the massacre from that day. But now it was time to end this. Jack sat there with his eyes closed, until he heard footsteps approaching. The door creaked open, and Vlad stepped inside, announcing to the boss that he was back. Jack then said, "So here he is, the rising star." He welcomed him and offered him a drink. When he looked at the boy's face, it was nothing but the expression of someone bathed in blood. He chuckled, saying that in this state, it wouldn't be fun. So it really was him, Vlad of Shkora. He had heard the rumors, but he hadn't believed something like this. Jack took a sip, slammed his glass down, and admitted, "I really should have gotten you to work for me. But to do that, you would have had to torture the kid. And that wouldn't have been a good idea, because by now he would have been the one dead." He then stood up and said that, at the very least, he was glad it would be with someone he knew. He had been stalling for too long. He drew his sword and announced that he was the kind of man who liked to settle things quickly. But Vlad only thought about how tired he was of this relationship between them. That man's existence was like a parasite, feeding off his life. But he no longer felt that intimidating presence he had seen the first time. Now he knew for sure. This man couldn't stop him. Vlad got ready and told Jack to be prepared. Jack simply told him to come at him with everything he had. Vlad charged forward, knowing that this man had once been his enemy. Their blades clashed, sending a shockwave that pushed everything aside. Vlad said that since they had once been enemies, he would show him respect. His blade slid forward, but Jack made a quick move, knocking Vlad's sword upward. Vlad was thrown back, but immediately attacked again. The fierceness he was showing was a form of respect, and Jack's legs were starting to shake. Every time Vlad attacked with his aura, the man couldn't stay on his feet. This was how respect was shown in Shkora. Jack was struggling, using his only hand and half an arm just to keep up, but it wasn't enough. Once again, he managed to knock Vlad's arm upward and tried to counterattack. Our boy blocked it, and Jack admitted, "This is a surprise." The kid had really changed from the child who carried a wooden sword. Now he was starting to understand how Vlad had come this far. In that moment, Jack was genuinely impressed by the boy's progress, because a long time ago, he had once had a dream too. He had wanted nothing more than to capture the brilliance in his hands, but to get that, he needed power. More power and more blood. He had done whatever was necessary because in this place, there was no good or evil until he reached the top of this city. But even then, he was still too far from achieving his dream. The brilliance he had sought was now stained with blood and greed. He saw the stars approaching and covered his eyes. It was Vlad coming in for the attack. And in that moment, he understood. To hold brilliance in your hands, you had to deserve it. Now Jack was no longer one-armed Jack. His remaining stump hit the ground and he clutched the wound, trying to stop the bleeding. But Vlad was exhausted after fighting for so long. Jack winced in pain, then started laughing. "This is amazing. George would have loved this." But our boy didn't like that at all. He lunged forward, telling him to shut up. Even so, the bastard managed to block one more time. Vlad wasn't going to forgive this man in any way. He had helped kill George. He had swallowed the smiling rose when it was at its weakest. He was the man who had tried to sell Marcella, so it was obvious. The only thing he deserved was a miserable death. Vlad kept striking, but even as he was being cut down, Jack kept smiling, saying that tonight was a joyful night. It was the perfect night to crack open every barrel in this place and throw a feast. He told the boy that he was sure he would go much further than he had ever managed. But Vlad kept attacking, telling him to shut up, and yet Jack kept smiling. Vlad came in for another strike, and Jack stepped forward. Blood splattered. It dripped onto the floor, and from the shadows, it was clear what had happened. Jack thought that maybe this was for the best. Rather than being crushed under Jorge's overwhelming strength, it was better to be destroyed by a young man climbing toward the top. Vlad then asked for his last words. Jack rested his hook on his side and said that the kid had fought well. He told him to make the most of his time in this world. Our boy didn't say anything and pulled his sword free. Jack staggered backward, trying to clutch his wound. He repeated that the boy had fought well. Jack knew he had lived a wicked life, that every day he had done the best he could. Even if today he was killed by the very light he had once chased, he told Vlad that he had done an incredible job. He raised his hook into the air and thanked him for the good times. With that, he stumbled back and fell from the upper floor, his smile never leaving his face. Vlad only heard the impact. He had always thought revenge would be sweet. That was why he had chased after it. But in that moment, there was a bitter taste in his mouth. He turned around and saw the glass Jack had left behind. He walked over, picked it up, and drank. He remembered Jack's words telling him he would go further than he had. After a brief silence, Vlad set the glass down and muttered that this was for him. A knight only accepted rewards that were fair for what he had done. This was the Smiling Rose, a temporary place where outsiders met. But on this night, a filthy part of his life had been erased. And with that, Vlad stepped out the front door. Outside, beneath the banner, Borden stood there, uneasy. Things were too quiet. What had happened? That was when Vlad appeared, dressed in red. He went to speak, but just one look from the boy left all the soldiers trembling. They couldn't believe it, that all of that was blood, that he had fought 50 men alone. The boy was on a completely different level from them. Borden could only think how terrifying it was, but our boy looked worn out. Borden swallowed hard as Vlad walked past him. As he was approaching the stairs, someone called his name. When he turned around, there was a man leaning on a cane calling himself Harvin. But Vlad, exhausted, couldn't even recognize him. His friend was standing there being held back by the soldiers. That was when reality hit him, and he remembered who he was. Borden noted that the two of them seemed to know each other, so he ordered the soldiers to let him through. Stumbling, Harvin walked toward our boy, but he didn't say anything, just kept calling his name, asking if this was really the Vlad he knew, asking if he was okay. At that, our boy smiled. He really was his friend. Vlad dropped his sword and stepped forward, pulling him into a hug, saying his whole body hurt. Harvin only wanted to know what had happened to him, but our boy just stood there smiling peacefully, saying that for the first time he felt like he had finally come back. In the next scene, after the long night, the sky was blue. Our boy woke up, saying he still couldn't get used to this. Looking down at the city from above, it felt strange not being in the middle of the alleys. Got stepped into the room and told him to get some more sleep. However, Vlad said he was in so much pain that even trying to sleep was uncomfortable. He asked what Got was holding, and he said he had come to give the boy a bath. Obviously, our blonde boy was confused, wanting to know what had happened to him. Got was there, all awkward, saying that he had always been like that and had never changed. The truth was, he was seeing many of Vlad's old comrades nearby and was afraid of being kicked out. No way was he going to be left alone in the Vase household taking care of the horses. That was exactly what Vlad thought he was thinking. He told his friend not to be impatient. If he did a good job, he would surely be well taken care of. Got excited, and our boy told him that in that case, he could take that bucket and leave. However, he was way too excited, and Vlad just wanted to rest. That was when he remembered to tell our boy that Mr. Borden wanted to speak with him, which was something Vlad also wanted to do. A feast was laid out on the table, and our boy warned that if they kept eating like that, they would have a heart attack. However, the chubby mustached man knew he would have a heart attack regardless of what he ate. He told him to take a look at that pile of papers he had to deal with, understand the situation he was in. The shadow that Jack had left over Skora was much deeper than he had imagined. Vlad replied that this was no surprise since the guy had spent his entire life there. And Borden reminded him that it would take a long time to erase all the influence that guy had. He then asked where Vlad planned to go now that his job was done. They would stay there waiting for the next orders from the Vaesiv family and ask if our boy could lend a hand. Vlad said there wasn't much he could do if the issue was paperwork. At that, Borden picked up a sheet, and when our boy read it, it was a permit to act in place of the guards. Borden explained that basically, with that, he could go around arresting people and was supposed to wipe out all the criminals he knew. Basically, Joseph wanted to use this situation to clean up the place. The goal was to root out all the corruption and let the city be reborn. And he, who knew that place perfectly, was the right person for the job. Borden, however, said that he didn't need to rush and could even go pick up his girlfriend. Our boy reminded them that she wasn't his girlfriend, just a friend. Borden ignored him and said he had already sent a visit request to the convent, but it would take a few days. Vlad thanked him while being impressed that the guy was more meticulous than he had imagined. He was about to talk about it, but the guy already knew everything. However, there was one thing he had overlooked. He then asked Borden if the guys who worked for Jack were in prison. He replied that after they all got beaten up, they were put in there, yes. Our boy said he wanted to visit them, but Borden asked why. Our boy replied that there was one person he needed to find. The scene then shifted to the prison, with Vlad thinking that the guy had to be there. Behind the bars, someone was sitting in the shadows. By the shine in his eyes, we already knew it was him. And Vlad was thinking that he would have to search every corner of that city to find this person. Walking through the prison, one of the guards wondered what he thought of all this. They were all sure that he was the former dagger of George, but they didn't know what he was doing there. Stated, the people found it unbelievable that he had become a representative of the Vaesiv. They just didn't know why he was there, until one of them said that maybe he had come to get revenge for what they did that day. Vlad just stared at them. That was when they all got scared. They ran to the back of the cell like frightened dogs. However, our boy glanced around and found who he was looking for. From a distance, he said he almost didn't see him sitting in the shadows. The guy had suffered, and Vlad then said that for 40 silver coins, he would get him out of there. Man, it was that guy with the cart from the day he fled the city. The fool who had always suffered miserably in that place. For the first time, he saw a hand reaching out to help him. And it was from the boy he had saved despite everything he had been through. The scene then changed to the convent, where all the nuns were at the window looking outside. Smiling, they said he had arrived. Inside the carriage, Vlad was approaching and the girls were all swooning, saying he was way too handsome. From his banana-colored hair, they already knew he was the famous Vaesiv squire. They knew he was a squire. Had the boy already been promoted tonight? Considering that the nun herself was walking beside him, probably yes. What they didn't understand was why so many people were following that boy. Another girl replied that it was obvious. They wanted to get close to someone connected to the Vaesiv. As she spoke, she said that now it made sense why they had bought so much wine. Jamina was there in the corner, cleaning the plates. Suddenly, a well-fed nun opened the door, asking why they were all standing around doing nothing and reminding them that an important visitor was coming. They apologized and said they would get back to work. With that, the woman left, saying that prayers would begin soon. At that, the girls looked to the side and called the redhead to tell her that they had found the problem because she was too slow. Poor Jamina just apologized without saying anything, while the girls left saying they would enjoy the ceremony and she had better clean everything. The poor thing stayed there, desolate, as the girls said they wanted to sit in the front row. Already in the middle of the church, someone said that today they would present a special person, a distinguished guest who had come to represent the Vaesiv house and had the blessing of Father Andrea. When the priest's blessing was involved, the nuns all blushed, saying that was truly incredible. It was the first time they had seen a knight who looked like he had stepped out of a fairy tale. However, Vlad was just looking from side to side. The girls were wondering if he was looking at them, if those biscuit-like faces of theirs, definitely not. Our boy couldn't see who he was looking for, but he remembered calling them all together. The woman then clasped her hands and said it was time to pray. Our boy, the non-believer who prayed more than any believer, was there like gossiping. The artist had worked hard to make sure they all had weird-looking heads. And there was one more girl arriving in a hurry. Just for hearing the footsteps, Vlad smiled because he already knew who it was. She opened the door, happy that at least the ceremony wasn't over yet. She then slipped into the back of the line and Vlad glanced behind him. Her face was covered by the light, but he already had an angry look. As soon as he turned, the nun asked if something was wrong, but he just said that the girl was skin and bones. Apparently, they weren't even feeding her. The woman didn't understand what he was talking about, but he just walked away, saying he wished he could teach everyone there a lesson. He then started walking toward Jamina while the other girls watched. She saw his face and wondered if he looked like Vlad. But remembering the boy from before, she lowered her head, convinced it wasn't him. until he called her name, and when she looked up, she saw him standing right in front of her. Our boy looked at her from an angle that made him seem 2.36 meters tall. Then he noticed her clothes were all dirty and asked what the hell that was. He crouched down, saying she was a mess, while the nuns were all confused, not understanding what was happening or how they knew each other. But our boy just asked if they seriously didn't give her food or wash her clothes there. Jemina stood still, staring while he kept complaining, until, trembling, she slowly reached out and grabbed a lock of his hair. He asked if she wasn't listening and told her to answer. But when he looked up, he saw that the poor girl was crying. He got emotional for a second, but then he stood up and said he didn't care about formalities. The two of them were leaving now. He called her to come home, and that was the first time in her life anyone had ever said something like that to her. They were both children from the slums who grew up without family, so they had no home to return to. They didn't even have food, and the only thing they each had was one another. Together, they were searching for their own home and a family. Already in the carriage, Jemina was all curled up. She glanced at him and he asked what her problem was. She kept stealing weird glances at him. She didn't seem to respond as she stared at the boy, all glowing. Gripping her clothes, she said he had changed too much. Our boy noticed she was quiet, so he asked why she was acting so weird when it had only been 6 months since they last saw each other. Even so, she remained silent, until she looked up again and realized that he really did look like nobility now, while she, on the other hand, was all tattered and dirty. She was about to say something, but he shoved something into her mouth, saying she was completely lost, but this would make her feel better. She asked what it was, and he said it was a caramel he got from the night he was assisting. She found it odd and questioned if he was sure someone would just give away something so expensive. So apparently, he was still stealing. But Vlad didn't care and told her she could think whatever she wanted. She went silent again, and when he looked at her, he asked why she was crying again. She snapped back, saying he took too long to come get her. He tried to reach out to comfort her, but she pulled her arm away. So he leaned out the window, at least appreciating the nice weather. Back in Shkora, where it all began. No matter where people are born, everyone deserves their own star, like them. But making that star shine in the sky is something entirely different. Watching the coal burn, the blacksmith said it was just like him, wasting time with nothing to do. It was better to close up shop early today because not even the city's thugs were showing up. He stepped outside and glanced to the side, where a sword lay, and he wondered what that kid was up to. That day, the boy had made him proud, but at the same time, he felt sorry for him. At the very least, he hoped he hadn't frozen to death out there. Until someone asked why he was closing so early. The blacksmith told him to come back another time, but the man said that unfortunately, that wouldn't work. He was too busy tomorrow and needed this taken care of today. But the old man scoffed, saying, what could a thug from this region be so busy with? Then the person said he needed him to take a look at a sword that hadn't been repaired in centuries. It was our boy, saying he had talked to other blacksmiths, but they all said only one man could do it. The old man froze for a moment, and Vlad then asked if it was true or not. Right away, he lit up, saying he could definitely fix that sword for the boy. He quickly told him to come in and take a seat. Our boy then handed over the sword, and the man took a good look at it. It was clear he was going to make excellent use of it. He asked about some of the scratches, and Vlad said they were from the Winter Goblin expedition. He asked about others, and our boy said those were from the Duel of Honor in Damar. The last and worst ones, the ones at the tip, were from the battle against the Death Worm. Seeing his own reflection in the blade, the blacksmith was impressed with everything this sword had been through. He was proud of the boy. Rather than being stuck in that place, he was living up to his full potential. He then stood up, saying he hadn't been this happy since the day he completed that masterpiece. He started heating up the furnace to begin the repairs. The embers, which had been on the verge of dying out at any moment, suddenly burned more intensely than ever. And that man's light shone just like the likes on this video that helps. And do you remember how the last chapter ended? Vlad went to get his sword repaired, and the old guy got all emotional hammering at the forge, saying the star that had been losing its light was shining again. The next day, Harvin asks if Vlad really has Rose's loan papers that Jack stole. Vlad says, yeah, fair trade. Then the kid wants to know if Vlad's going to run the place now. Vlad says not a chance. He already handed it back to Marcella right away. She won't be able to start immediately, but little by little, everything's going to get sorted out. His friend says, good, that's what you'd expect, because that place is soaked in blood. But so what's the kid going to do now? Go back to Sturma? Vlad says no. He's staying around for a while on standby. Harvin laughs, saying it's good to see him like this, a man following orders from a noble family, employed and all. Vlad, though, says they also asked him to investigate something for a while. The kid asks what, and Vlad explains Jack's hidden belongings, anything they couldn't recover, because that maniac stashed money in every corner of the city. Harvin says he can help, and Vlad says of course he will. He was counting on it. That whiskey he's drinking wasn't free. On top of that, Marcella seems to be looking for the other girls who worked with her. Harvin says it'll be hard. They were probably all sold, but Vlad is sure they're still somewhere around. Harvin goes quiet, thinking he's looking for gold coins and girls. There might even be some connection between the two. Vlad says, yeah, but it's tough. Some things don't leave tracks. Like, for example, killing Diana. She went to take the guy up to the sky, take her to my house. Harvin admits it really is weird. There should be traces. Jack did a lot while he ran those alleys, but this is different. He says he'll take a look around, but unfortunately his information network has shrunk recently, so he won't be much help. All of a sudden from far off, Othar calls Vlad saying he checked and found the suspicious place Vlad mentioned. Vlad thanks him and says he's going to take a look. He says bye to Harvin and heads out, while Harvin stays there thinking the kid just got here and he doesn't get a second to breathe. In a butcher shop, Vlad is talking to a guy staring at a paper asking what's up with these names. Vlad asks if he's seen any of those people. The guy, confused, asks why he's looking for people in a butcher shop. They don't sell people there. Vlad asks if that's really true. The guy turns around saying he's busy as hell and doesn't have time for this nonsense in the morning. Get out. He goes back to cutting meat while Vlad asks if this place has always been a butcher shop. As far as Vlad knows, half a year ago this used to be something else. The guy just says to talk to the black bear. He has permission to run the butcher shop there. Vlad knows one of the 5 alley bosses was the pig butcher known as the Black Bear. The guy is trying to scare him by dropping that name. Vlad thinks it's pathetic, but he says fine, he'll go talk to him. Still, Vlad is fascinated by the fact the guy knew those were people's names written on that paper. That's strange, because in this alley, everyone gets mad when they see anything written on a sheet. Learning to read is extremely rare. Looks like the outsider doesn't understand how things work in this alley. What the guy is selling there isn't human meat, it's humans. Right away, everything goes quiet. The guy moves to stab Vlad, but Vlad just dodges. The older man demands to know who he is and where he came from. Vlad laughs and says he's there to ask exactly that. If the guy cooperates, no blood gets spilled. The older man tells him to go to hell and Vlad says now, finally, he's starting to sound like someone from the alleys. Othar starts closing the door and Vlad says the shop isn't operating today. Next chapter, Othar is cleaning his dagger, wondering how a guy like that managed to work there. Othar says lately the city's been full of outsiders. Looks like Jack wasn't really keeping the area under control. Vlad thinks it's weird. Why are they causing so much trouble? Othar explains that since that day, everything's been different. Then we see Vlad drove a blade into the guy's hand, and the guy admitted he was just a regular collector. The ones who knew the details were the slave traders. Vlad can't believe it. This guy is buying and selling people deep in the alleys, shamelessly, not even hiding it. He started this job thinking it would be simple, but he didn't imagine the roots went this deep. Then he tells Othar, well, they found out the truth. For now, that's enough. Othar says, yeah, the higher-ups will probably uncover the rest. But then suddenly Ned comes running, calling for Vlad, saying he checked what Vlad asked for. Looks like some of the kids had information. Vlad hands him a skewer and says he did great work. Then he asks what the children saw. Ned says that woman he mentioned, Aina. A month ago, one of the boys saw her arrive and get into a one-horse carriage they'd never seen before. Vlad doesn't get it, so she was sold somewhere else. But Ned says there was something off. It looked like all the women who got into the carriage were pregnant. Vlad is shocked. Wait, all of them? Ned says yes. Every single one of them, visibly pregnant. Vlad thinks it's really strange. Why would anyone buy a bunch of pregnant women if they can't even work? You can already tell the plot's about to get messy, because it's probably some noble woman trying to buy a child. It's always that. Othar wants to know what the problem is, while Vlad is still stunned, not understanding why someone would buy a bunch of pregnant women. Even in the slums, that wouldn't make any sense. Something like that shouldn't happen, but then he remembers that cursed woman, the other one locked up calling for her child. The sword tells him to trust his instincts. A feeling like that always turns out to be true. Vlad clenches his teeth, saying he hopes not, but now he's going to have to get ready. The scene switches to a table loaded with sweets, and Borden asks if Vlad found anything. As soon as the boy says yes, Borden goes, come on, give me a second. We just got here. Vlad says, you're the one who told me to investigate Jack. The chubby guy says he knows, but he didn't expect it to be that fast. How is he supposed to rest if Vlad works that well? He just finished the document. Why doesn't Vlad delay these findings for 2 days? Besides, it's not like some huge crisis is right in front of them. Vlad asks if he'd rather Vlad go visit the prefect so he can use a different authority. Borden narrows his eyes and says that won't be necessary. He looks out the window, thinking he just got a little time off, and he doesn't want to spend his break working. Then he sees a bunch of carriages arriving and says someone's always showing up to bother him. They said those people would come back in about 2 days, but there they are. The carriages stop and Joseph appears. The opportunists come in with, oh Lord Joseph, I know you, how are you? He ignores everyone and goes to greet Gordon, who thanks him for coming. Joseph asks if something happened, and Gordon says, of course not. But Joseph is just staring at Vlad, who's kind of looking from the side and already knows something went down. Joseph starts walking and tells them to hurry up so they can talk inside. They head to the entrance of the mayor's office, but Zohir says he's going to check first to make sure everything's safe. One of the men gets furious, saying it's rude to think they'd set a trap for Joseph. Zohir gives him a hard look and says that's for them to decide. The man shrinks back while Joseph keeps watching Vlad. Joseph gives that little sideways smile, saying Vlad did a good job and Vlad thanks him. But Joseph still wants to know what Vlad had to say. Vlad says he has a feeling he's causing trouble for no reason. Joseph says it's fine, he can talk, but Vlad says it's better if they ask the mayor first. Joseph keeps smiling, thinking it was worth teaching this kid. Vlad can tell what the right moment is, because being affiliated with the family doesn't automatically give him authority. Basically, it's a good thing Vlad didn't say anything in front of everyone, whatever his concern is. Then Zohir tells everyone to come in, and they go into the mayor's office, praising it, saying the view of Squara from up there is really good. The man thanks them, saying yes, you can see everything from there. Then Joseph says, yeah, but that chair needs to be replaced. It's too extravagant, too showy. The man is like, wait, replace my chair? Lord Joseph, what do you mean by that? Joseph sits in the man's chair and tells Vlad to say what he has to say to the new mayor of Squara. The scene changes to Vlad walking through the wrecked city, saying the place stinks like always, the oldest and most dangerous alley in the whole place. A mix of the smell of blood, dead things lovely. And on top of that, it's just beggars staring at him. The look of people who spend their whole lives face to face with death. No wonder even Jack didn't get too involved in that area. But you had to pass through there to reach the butcher boss's alley. The guy's got these skull braid decorations. What is that? Real welcoming. Vlad knocks on the door. A man shows up asking who he is. Vlad says they already know because they've been watching him since he arrived. The man shuts the little window in his face and tells him to wait. Vlad realizes they're trying to provoke him. He thinks it's better not to let that kind of disrespect slide. Even if in the past that treatment was normal. Now a lot of people's names are tied to his. So when they disrespect him, they disrespect everyone. He can't let it go. A long time passes before the man opens the door and tells him to come in. Vlad just stands there, eyes closed, not saying anything. And the man asks if he's coming in or not. Arthur already knows this is going to turn into a problem. The older man turns and says, screw you kid, get away from the door. Vlad warns him that if he closes that door, he won't be able to handle the consequences. The man keeps asking what nonsense Vlad is talking about. Vlad steps to the side, grabs Othar's banner and drives it into the ground, saying he's going to exercise the rights he has, and they'd better tell the Black Bear that if he doesn't show up right now, everyone there is going to die. The man starts shaking. He heard what happened the last time that banner got planted somewhere. Vlad locks eyes with him and says this is the last polite warning. But then the scene completely switches to the former mayor leaving, seeing Joseph at the window staring at the poor guy, thinking, I don't want to feel bad for him, but I kind of do. Sire tells him to remember the man is paying for his crimes. His administration was completely corrupt and now everything was being exposed. He wasn't going to escape it anyway, and maybe it's even better if he disappears. Joseph thinks yeah, but either way they moved his punishment up. Now he wants to know what the Black Bear said. Vlad answers that the bear said he would cooperate as much as possible. Joseph says that's strange. The Black Bear cooperated? He's usually stubborn. Vlad explains that because he's from Squara. The bear responded to the message faster, but Joseph is sure that's a lie. It's hard to believe the boss who runs everything would act like that. Vlad probably did something to make that guy obey, but he didn't say a word about it. That was the kind of thing a polished knight would do. Make everything look easy. Then he turns around, says it was great work, and tells everyone to get ready. They had 5 knights, 1 mage, 10 administrators, and another 30 elite warriors, plus Vlad, who people said was the rare jewel. All of them were going to share his fate, and everyone knew that if Joseph became the head of the family someday, everyone would move up in rank. But on the other hand, if he fell, everyone would fall with him too. And for everyone there, Squara was going to be the final stepping stone. So he says his goal now is to work to make sure Squara is governed properly. But unfortunately, he's going to be way too busy with other things. He knew that for now, it was impossible to deal with every corner of Squara. And it was also impossible to prepare for everything. That's why he's going to change the strategy from now on. Leah to go on the offensive, because he thinks this is the last chance he has to do it. Then he says he's going to entrust this task to Sir Gregory. He was going to pick members for the investigation team right there and then. Joseph trusts that Gregory is always neutral, even inside the family. He wouldn't get blinded by the conflict between the brothers and mess up the plans. Even if Gregory doesn't work directly for him, he's the right person. Gregory says, all right, they're going to need someone to track, so he's choosing Sir Cade, who's a tracking specialist. And also, since he knows Squara, he's going to rely on the rising star, our boy. The scene switches to a baron's house, I think in the city of Mashian. In a castle at night, there's a mother there, a father by the bed, and the kid burning up with fever. Behind them, there's a woman, and he asks if this is really going to save his son's life. That goth-looking girl with the lipstick says, of course, my lord. The kid keeps suffering. The father clenches his fists and says, fine, he's counting on her. He'll pay whatever it takes to save his son's life. The woman is already brushing off that dark ritual stuff, saying not to suffer ahead of time because God couldn't watch over everyone. She puts her hands together, this purple power starts showing up, and she smiles, saying that's exactly why people like her exist. And here comes another demon for our boy to have to cut the head off. Next chapter, the protagonist team is out there in the rain, and Gregory says the weather is awful. The protagonist agrees they almost didn't make it, but that's life. It never goes the way they planned. He pulls out a little drink, saying, one sip won't hurt, it's way too cold. The protagonist says he'll grab some branches to start a fire. The other guy's like, a fire in this rain? That's going to be really hard. The protagonist heads out, and the guy says that kid really is Jaeger's disciple. While he's gathering, he's only finding obviously wet twigs, until Cade shows up saying he found some that are hollow inside, so they should work. The boys thank him and take them from his hand, but they kind of just stare at each other. Then the kid says he didn't get a chance to say it on the road, but thanks for that day when the protagonist helped them. Vlad says it's fine, he was just doing his job. Speaking of that, how is he? The kid says he's good thanks to Vlad, and right then Gregory shows up saying that watching the two of them makes him realize he chose the right people. A lot of people would refuse this kind of work because they're knights. Both of them think of Borden. No way that mustache guy would be here. And Gregory says that's the mindset. From now on, they have to forget their knights and act like mercenaries. They're in Uthman territory, and thanks to the cooperation of the Black Bear, they managed to track the enemies to this area. But the evidence still isn't solid. Either way, that isn't Vazid territory, and it's as far as Joseph's support can reach. So the main goal is to investigate without being detected. They say they understand, and Gregory says, all right, let's head back now because we need to save our energy for tomorrow. Looking off into the distance, the protagonist hopes he won't have to hear those same cries of pain from that winter day. Next day, they're arriving in the city by carriage, and Gregory warns them they're about to be ambushed. The kid up front says he's got a terrible feeling. There's nobody in this city. Vlad says maybe it's just too early. Then Cade points to the side and says there's a tavern over there. At least it's a good place to rest. So let's go. The mustached guy inside asks, customers this early in the morning? What do you want? You're starting to drink now? Gregory, kind of awkward, says that unfortunately because of the rain they got delayed getting there, and since it's really cold, he'd like to order some hot soup for the team. While a little girl watches, the guy asks if they're mercenaries. There have been a lot of incidents in the city, so they're not letting just anyone in. Gregory keeps talking, saying they only need help because of the weather, while the protagonist looks at the girl and gets this little pang, thinking she looks like Gemina when she was younger. Then all of a sudden the sword speaks to Vlad. He turns, walks out, and asks what the problem is. The voice says it believes this is the right place. It's going to lend Vlad its power so he can look at that girl. Smoke shows up in Vlad's eye, and when he looks at her, he sees everything in black and white around her and the necklace on her neck, with a curse clamped onto her throat. Vlad thinks kids are pure and innocent, but they're always the first sacrifices. He's seen it countless times. Adults stealing from poor kids in the slums. In the end, the kids always died because they had absolutely nothing. Either they starved or they froze to death. In the middle of all that hell, he made a decision that when he grew up, he'd be different, and he started beating up the adults too. That was his vow, and now he knows that in this place, right now, there are some kids who need help. The scene switches to him standing in front of a church. The voice says it's there. The necklace is energy. The protagonist says, all right then, they're going in. The church is completely empty, and the voice says that so far nothing suspicious. But the protagonist is sure something is missing. Suddenly someone is coming up behind him. And Vlad knows it's bad if they realize he's investigating. He needs to look natural, so he kneels down to pray, which, considering how often he prays, really is natural. Then someone behind him says the boy must be new there. The protagonist turns, says he's new in town, and comes face to face with a bishop, who comments that he must be one of the mercenaries who arrived recently. The protagonist starts to apologize for coming in. So suddenly, when he notices the man's Bible has an upside-down cross, that's when he realizes the church also didn't have a cross on top. Something is clearly wrong in this village. The priest tells the boy it's fine for him to be praying. God's hand is open at any time and in any place. But the voice tells Vlad that for now it doesn't see anything strange about this man. The protagonist apologizes for interrupting the prayer, and Vlad says, all right, I feel even better now that I've got your permission. As soon as I finish my prayer, I'll leave. The priest says that's fine. This is a home for those who seek God, and the boy should feel comfortable. But the protagonist knows that necklace was pointing here, so something is off. The priest is smiling, but it's not the kind of look you can trust. He needs to stay alert. He thanks the priest, who walks past, saying he's going to pray too, so that the plague sweeping through the city won't affect Vlad's group. The protagonist doesn't really get it. Plague? The priest adjusts his glasses and says he prays the same for all the children. Nothing suspicious. Scene switches to a bald guy saying, plague? What are you talking about? The protagonist says the priest mentioned a plague when he was praying in the church. The guy looks thoughtful and says, if the priest admitted something like that, then there must be something going on. The protagonist gives an awkward little laugh, saying they're only staying a few days in the village, but plagues are kind of worrying. The guy wipes his face and says, you don't need to worry. Looks like this plague only kills children. Nothing suspicious. Vlad says, hold on, only children. How is that possible? The bald guy says he has no idea. He heard it's affecting most of the villages in Baron Uthman's territory. God must be angry with that man. It's hard to admit, but that's the truth of it. Vlad realizes the guy doesn't know much more, thanks him, and leaves. A bunch of women disappearing in Squara, and a bunch of kids dying in this city. Clearly a lot of bad signs. This definitely isn't some normal plague. But there's no evidence that would let him prove anything. So the protagonist asks the sword if he should go back to Squara and get a holy item, but it says that won't help. It thinks this is actually a curse created by a dark mage. Only high-level priests would be able to identify it. The protagonist thinks it's weird. How can something this big be happening and nobody noticed? The sword says it obviously doesn't know, and he says it's extremely frustrating. The suspicion is strong, but there's zero evidence. That's when he jumps a little after seeing someone up ahead in a green cloak handing a cross to a child who's all happy, saying, wow, the priest gave me one too. I really like it. The person smiles, hands it over, and walks away. Immediately, Vlad starts following, thinking it's extremely suspicious. The sword tells him to be careful. That clearly isn't a normal person. Vlad tells it to relax. He's stolen plenty of wallets in his life. The sword tells him not to be proud of that. He keeps following, feeling like something's off. The person keeps drawing him toward the edge of the village, and now they're completely far away. The sword says, oh great pickpocket. I think they noticed you. Vlad realizes that out in a forest in an open area like this, he can't keep tailing them. Still, he saw what the person looks like, so maybe it's best to go back to Gregory. But the sword says it looks like the person isn't going to let him get away that easily. In the same moment, the cloaked figure draws a sword and charges straight at Vlad. Vlad has to draw his too, but the attack knocks him back. The sword tells him not to retreat, but the attacker is already coming from the side with another strike. Vlad blocks but gets shoved back again. Vlad is shocked. After just 2 hits, he's sure this person is at least knight rank. The hooded figure looks down, activates the sword's vibration, and looks at him. Vlad is ready. He tries to figure out whether this person is a retired knight or an active one. He focuses, thinking that either way the key is a deadly surprise attack. His eye glints and the figure comes in aiming a clean hit right to the middle of his head. But Vlad dodges, slipping to the side and coming in low to drive his blade into the chest like it was going to take the head. But the figure shifts away, turns on this golden vibration in the sword, and Vlad realizes its aura. Their blades crash, and Vlad's sword tells him to stop. But he realizes it's too late. The swords collide again, light everywhere, smoke bursting out. It forces Vlad to use all his power. His eye is glowing, mana pouring off the blade, and the figure is staring him down like a final boss. The sword tells him this is a really strange situation. They're facing a holy knight. Vlad thinks, wait, before I say anything, I need to know if this is a man or a woman. Vlad figures if it's a holy knight, they can clear up the misunderstanding. But the sword says words won't help now. Swords move faster than words, and this person already looks decided. She's going to defeat Vlad before he can even open his mouth. Vlad thinks she's probably a really beautiful girl. The sword just tells him to fight back, and in the same second she swings again. But he manages to redirect the strike. He's impressed by how heavy every blow is, way stronger than Pablo's. And on top of that, she's using aura without any sign of activation. The sword tells him that's called a blessing. She doesn't need to activate anything because God already decided it. She brings down a vertical smash on him, and Vlad thinks this is unfair. How can she be this strong just from accepting God's will? But he won't give up. He redirects her attack to the side again. He thinks the blessing is overwhelming. But this holy knight is full of openings. He steps into another vertical strike from her, flips his grip on the sword, and once again redirects her attack upward. She looked like she'd spotted an opening, but the protagonist saw it first. He went straight for her neck and said he'd got her, but she was tough. She managed to redirect it with her shoulder. The sword tells him to regain his balance, but he's still midair and she's already right next to him. She grabs him by the neck and slams him down into the ground. Damn, he got wrecked because she'd already put her little sword right beside him. He can't figure out how that happened, how she moved that fast out of nowhere. And the sword explains that woman was using magical armor. It was a unique technique used by holy knights, letting them change the trajectory of both the sword and their own body. All he can think is that she's completely broken. She's got that blessing aura, she's got magical armor, and on top of that, she doesn't look like she's even broken a sweat. And now he realizes that opening she showed him was obviously on purpose. He starts laughing, thinking that she played him, but she wants to know who he is. The kid goes full movie mode, saying he's from Skora, and he's there on an investigation. She gives him this gorgeous stare, and then the scene switches to a cabin with her introducing herself as Justia of the Northern Archdiocese. She says it must have been the will of the heavens that she ran into the Knights of Skora there, and Gregory says he feels the same. He asks her to sit so they can talk. Yeah, but this is suspicious. Wasn't this the woman leaving those inverted crosses? What's going on? Justia sits down and says she first thought it was a plague, but she found out it's actually a curse. She found traces of something extremely ancient. Gregory says that's weird. How can it be a curse if there's a church there? Evil things shouldn't be able to roam freely in that area. Then Justia reveals the church itself is the source of the curse. The sword tells Vlad that she's sharp, and Gregory realizes the situation is way more serious than they thought. For a holy knight to be pointing her sword toward the church, the problem is this isn't under Bayezid jurisdiction. Things are already way beyond his ability and authority. Justia says to pass her gratitude on to the mayor of Sarar. The information they brought was useful, and they gave the situation proper attention. Gregory immediately gets it. She's telling them not to get involved any further. Or maybe she's being cautious in case they're connected to it somehow. Because anything related to black magic is the church's responsibility, so they don't have any grounds to keep pushing forward. The protagonist drops his head. She drew the line. Up against the weight and authority she carries, they can't do anything. It's frustrating. He's standing there looking miserable, thinking he won't be able to find anything in this case. Then that little girl from earlier asks if he's leaving. He says discouraged, that he'll be going soon, the job's done. The girl says there's no such thing as work being done in this world. There's always something that needs doing. He thinks she said something powerful, but then he wonders why she doesn't have friends and stays inside all day. She says her dad told her it's better if she doesn't go out. He thinks the guy's smart, considering nothing in this town is normal. Then the girl asks why he doesn't stay a few more days. Everyone's saying the church is going to hand out gifts. Totally not suspicious. The guy explains it like this. The church is going to gather the children and do a blessing ritual. Times are hard and they need it. The protagonist asks when the ritual is. The guy says in 3 or 4 days. And the priest said he'll personally gather each child. The girl asks if the boy can stay a little longer, and Vlad looks thoughtful. Justia sent a carrier pigeon to ask for help, but it would take at least 4 days for them to arrive. It's going to be insanely last minute, so she tells the girl that maybe they can stay a bit longer. The girl says she'll give him a present, and he asks what it is. She shows him a flower ring. He says it doesn't look like a flower ring since there isn't any flower on it, but he realizes she made it from the vines growing on the walls. This village was so run down that not even a tiny flower would grow. Then her father tells Marianne to go upstairs because it's bedtime, it's late. She looks sad, just saying okay, and the boy is there in the middle of it again. Vlad says he'll be there, and she brightens up and waves goodbye. But as she takes a few steps, she suddenly stops, starts shaking, and then boom, falls backward. Vlad turns around, the father runs over, and the girl is already pale, trembling. The sword tells him it'll lend him its vision, so he can understand what's happening. And when he opens his eye, he can see a hand squeezing her throat, energy leaking out of her eye. The girl's curse had activated. Gregory and Justia come running, asking what's happening, while the girl keeps shaking in her father's arms. They both flinch, and the sword tells him the girl's breath was slipping away. The curse was draining her life force. The protagonist sees the smoke flowing toward the church, but how is he supposed to explain that to anyone? Justia says it looks like her presence was noticed. She's sure it happened during her fight with Vlad. She was careful, but she didn't hold back enough. That level of divine power must have been sensed. She turns furious, aura flaring, saying that if she doesn't come back, they need to explain the situation to the colleagues who arrive later. Gregory stands there with his eyes closed, saying nothing, and the protagonist doesn't understand why he isn't doing anything. Is he really acting like this because of limits of responsibility and authority? Then out of nowhere they hear more screaming in town. Children in every house were passing out, foaming at the mouth. The screaming spreads across the whole village, and the protagonist thinks he didn't claw his way out of the alleys just to survive. He also didn't carry a sword, just because he liked being a knight. If he just stood there watching, he wouldn't be any different from those adults in the alley. He's about to say he's going forward, but Gregory blocks him, saying he understands how he feels, but he has to understand something. A knight's sword is as heavy as it is sharp. That means they need the right justification and responsibility. Vlad says that if they don't protect what needs protecting, none of that matters. Gregory says the kid nailed it. The protagonist doesn't get it, and Gregory says that's the justification they'll have to rely on. Basically, follow the knight code, do what they need to do, and if anyone complains, they say they followed the code. The scene switches to that devil church with the bell tower surrounded by power, a ton of energy being pulled inside. Justia is still thinking that no matter how much dark energy gets brought there, it's still God's land and nothing can stand against his will. She opens the church door and is hit with the drawing on the wall. She jolts. She sees the priest with pentagrams everywhere writing all over the place, energy running through it. Immediately she's sure it's blasphemy and draws her sword. The priest up on the pulpit laughs and says she came earlier than he expected, but she shouldn't have come alone, because just the two of them wouldn't be enough to pray for everyone. Justia is confused. The place has a strange energy, but there's nobody else, except there are a bunch of creatures on the floor from what it looks like. She seems to sense something too. The bell rings again, and the man opens his hands saying they can begin the work. Then all those women outside start exploding through the door beside Justia, hands pushing through, screaming that it's dark, they can't see anything. Where's their child? Exactly like that earlier curse. Justia asks how he can do something like this. Doesn't he fear God? The priest takes off his glasses and says God should be something worth fearing, but those women have little to do with him. And besides, he doesn't fear God because he doesn't need his embrace anymore. He's activating energy in his hand at the same time the women burst through. Justia slams her sword into the ground and starts a prayer, calling on the glorious commander of the heavenly army. The women close in and she asks for the salvation of those miserable souls, saying she'll pay the price. Golden wings appear on her back. The sky lights up, a pillar crashes down onto the church, and everything starts getting destroyed. Lava on the floor, the women burning. The priest is stunned. He recognizes it as the solemn exorcism, the only light that can be seen even without eyes, illuminating even darkness. He praises her, saying pulling that off without the ritual is incredible. It's just a shame it doesn't matter how strong her light is, because there's a limit to how much she can illuminate. And the priest pulls out a sword too. He says he knows perfectly well that the ability she activated costs her body a lot, more than anyone. She should know that. And when that glorious light runs out, the only thing left in that place will be deep darkness. Next chapter. The golden light burns through all the bodies until they're just smoking. The man stretches out his huge purple sword while Justia stands there, still holding her stance behind her blade. But more zombies come in through another door. She's shocked, asking how many people were killed in that place. The priest steps closer and says, now it's time for the darkness to begin. He approaches while she keeps praying, calling on the glorious commander of the heavenly army, the saint of the heavens. He laughs and says all her effort now is meaningless. She warns him the church will destroy every enemy, and she casts again, summoning a giant knight. The man is shaken as she says she'll do anything to kill him even if it costs her life. But then they hear something outside through the flames. They look and it's the boy Vlad arriving. He tells her to get out of the way and throws in a cart loaded with bombs. Justia dives aside. Gregory yells to push the cart, but the priest just stands there saying it's a joke. He slices it in half, but the flames keep rolling toward him. And through the flames, Vlad appears, like Levi going after a titan, saying the bastard crossed the line messing with children. He lands the first slash, but the priest blocks. They stare each other down, and in Vlad's eye, the priest sees something like a massive lightning cannon. Suddenly the priest says only now does he recognize him. It's incredible they've met again there. Vlad doesn't care, tells him to shut up and stop talking nonsense, and keeps attacking. In the background, Gregory goes to help Justia, asking if she's okay. She says she is, but warns him that them being there will bring huge problems. He says he didn't have much of a choice. Children are dying in town. But before worrying about that, what's going on in that place? She'll have to explain. She says the source of all of it is the bell tower. That's where the curse is. Gregory realizes they don't have time to move slowly and proceed carefully. They'll have to split up, even if it's the riskiest option. Mr. Cade is only good for tracking, since he can't use aura. And looking at Vlad, Gregory says they need to get him out of there first. Then Gregory steps up and takes charge, stomps the ground, shouts, eyes glowing. The protagonist is grateful and keeps pushing forward, while a hailstorm of attacks rains down on the monsters. The sword's voice tells him he needs to hurry. He activates his eye power, orders everything out of his way, and starts cutting off heads. He runs up the stairs while the narration says everyone in this world is precious, but not everyone can protect themselves, and that's why knights who swore to help others exist. For that reason, when they're in a place where their strength is needed, they have to act. He tells himself he has to ignite and become the torch that lights up the darkness. That was the second motto of the Sword Masters. Meanwhile, down below, the women keep coming. One gets her head taken off, another comes from behind. Gregory turns and splits her in half. The whole floor explodes, another appears, a kick lands, an arrow flies. Cade is there with his fingers already bleeding. He's the one suffering the most, stuck on the back line. He's surviving, but barely. Gregory thinks that if he were that popular with women in real life, life would be a lot better. But he's lived too long to go through something like this, especially with that ridiculous expression on the priest's face, laughing non-stop all the way to the end. The priest says he's laughing because there's no way to stop him. Not even with death. Gregory walks up and goes, "Alright then, let's see what you've got to say after your head gets ripped off." The guy keeps laughing, and Gregory says he's gonna die either way, then swings. The blade goes through and the big head goes rolling. Right away, the zombie women twitch and stop moving. Justia says it's that saying, if you want to destroy an army, you capture the commander. Gregory focusing on the priest really was the best strategy. Still, he's there tugging at his shirt like, that was way too close. He'd have to drink all night to see if he could recover from that. But then out of nowhere, the priest says that in today's ceremony, there was no wine. Everyone freaks out, and there he is, smiling, saying that if it's not too much trouble, he'd like a little of that liquor. And he's saying all that with just his head sitting there outside his body. Cade warns Gregory, because behind them the priest is standing up. Then a blue flame appears from the neck, and Justia immediately recognizes what he is, a Dullahan. So it all went to Vlad, who's already going full speed and just slams straight into the bell. The sword says, this is the curse of a noble sorcerer. He'd have to give everything he's got to break it in a single strike. Vlad says fine and starts focusing, expanding that world of his. But then the Dullahan shows up. The sword tells him to be careful, and the whole ground starts shaking. Everything collapses at once. The protagonist starts falling, has to jump to the side, goes rolling. Everything shatters, yet he's still standing. He gets up trying to understand what's happening and sees the entire church in front of him is destroyed. Then the Dullahan appears behind him, saying the kid is impressive. That was a magnificent landing. Vlad points his sword and says he knew that bastard wasn't human. What happened to everyone else? The Dullahan just says all their lives were insignificant. The only thing he cares about is that seal. Vlad tells him to give the curse back. The Dullahan says if he wants it, he'll have to take it. Vlad charges, demands he hand it over, swings only for the guy to block. The Dullahan tells him to stop pushing his luck. The courtesies he gives to those like him are over. Vlad tells him to shut up. They're nothing alike. The Dullahan replies that he isn't talking to Vlad. Obviously he's talking to the sword, but the protagonist still hasn't realized it. Then the guy comes in with a whipping chain combo. The protagonist manages to defend, but the problem is the Dullahan seems way faster now, and he can't counterattack. The sword warns Vlad, those movements aren't human. The Dullahan gets close and says the kid is too slow. Another attack comes straight at the protagonist's face, but he stomps the ground and manages to ricochet away. The Dullahan is confused because that was an armor technique. How can someone do that in leather armor? That's when the spirit says it really is surprising. The kid has a spirit's protection. He manages to pull the sword aside and lands a clean cut across the priest's abdomen. The guy looks like he's about to disintegrate, but of course it's not that easy. His body is held together by black energy, and he slashes at Vlad again. Vlad realizes there's no way to win if he keeps dragging this out. He needs to use the limit of his aura like Sir Rudiger did. Then the story says the kid's world to grow needed something to fill it, and that person's voice intertwined with his. Seeing the sword spirit in front of him, he says they would become us, and the spirit answers that he has permission. A spark starts forming in Vlad's eye. The Dullahan looks startled, and the sword says that from now on he can use his world. The kid is crackling with electricity, telling the bastard to stop messing with children. The creature tries to defend, but a storm comes down like the whole sky is crashing into the middle of the city. A few seconds later, it's just his sword there, still sparking, and the Dullahan standing far away. The strike even left the ground shocked, literally. But all it did was leave a cut on the creature's hand. He can't believe all that only amounted to a scratch. His body's strength is too small to handle the power of the voice. And considering how hard that was, he's got maybe 2 or 3 chances left. The voice replies that it went easy on him because it thought they shared the same style. Suddenly, the priest's clothes start turning into armor. A helmet appears on his head, and the protagonist tries to figure out what he's looking at. Now the priest has truly become a real Dullahan. The creature slices the air and the voice tells the protagonist to dodge, but in that same instant the creature disappears, reappears behind him, strikes, only for the protagonist to throw him away. The kid gets launched into a wall like a Dragon Ball dummy, but the Dullahan is impressed. At the exact moment the attack was about to land, the kid concentrated his aura to deflect it. He has real potential. What he saw with his own eyes proves this kid is different, truly unprecedented, and that's exactly why he has to die here and now. He looks at Vlad and says the kid should only do what's within his reach. The sword over Vlad's chest comes down to stab, but suddenly the kid's electricity flares again and he manages to grab it with his hand. The sword's voice says to leave children alone. A lightning bolt drops between them. The Dullahan starts screaming, and the voice says it doesn't know who it is, only that it has something it must do. The memories of its existence disappeared long ago, but what needs to be done is carved deep into its soul. The reason it exists is that duty. And there's the protagonist, fully charged, hair floating like Killua's, telling the monster to fight someone its own size. The Dullahan is down, twitching, trying to brace himself. Then a flash of light and Vlad is already beside him. Except now it's really the sword, isn't it? The slash looks like it's tearing the sky. It's insane. The Dullahan gets blasted away. Now it's straight up Dragon Ball. Before the creature can even get up, he's already face to face, getting slammed and exploded into the ground. The sword says it's ridiculous for someone that weak to try to cause this kind of mess. The Dullahan demands to know who he is. The sword says it doesn't talk to someone who uses children's blood to survive. Today he's simply going to die. Another lightning bolt drops from the sky onto both of them, but the Dullahan vanishes. He reappears behind Vlad in a purple aura, muttering that none of this makes sense. In that moment, he's feeling fear. Vlad keeps walking forward while the Dullahan says that existence is something to be afraid of. He doesn't know what's in front of him, but he knows it's coming to devour him. The protagonist keeps walking with lightning striking around him. Then he disappears. The Dullahan tries to understand what happened, but lightning is falling all around. He looks left and right, trying to guess if he'll come from one side or the other, while the sword asks if he hesitates that much because he's slow. The Dullahan turns and fires an explosion at where the voice came from, only for the sword to be behind him again. He spins and throws another chain of attacks, but again he hits nothing. The sword says the Dullahan will pay the price for mocking the one who carries the potential it values. The Dullahan tells himself this body is free from death and rejects pain. So why do these attacks feel like they're tearing his soul apart? He's getting completely carved up. Vlad swings again. The Dullahan drops to the ground, trying to understand how something like this can exist in the world. Then the sword drives into his shoulder. The spirit tells the Dullahan to hand over what he's hiding. He hesitates, and immediately the sword thrusts again, right into the middle of his neck. Then comes a barrage of electric punches, the whole ground breaking apart. A hand hits his chest. Boom, his armor explodes. Hidden inside is the curse rune. He grabs the runes and tells them to disappear. The creature screams no, but a bunch of lightning mixes with the purple magic. So much light, it's unreal. The whole city is lit up by lightning from the sky and from the ground in every direction. At least with that, the kid's life force starts returning. And Vlad is collapsed there, with the sword stuck in his chest. The sword says it knew the exact method to kill trash like them. Electricity keeps running along the blade, while the Dullahan's spirit says he thought that bastard was on the same side, someone who had escaped death. The spirit stands up, pulls the sword out, and says he'll cut off all his limbs, since that's basically the same as dying. An arm goes flying. The creature tries to crawl away, but gets cut again and loses both legs. One more limb and he'll never walk again, while the creature screams for Lamashtu. That name makes Vlad hesitate for a second, and purple energy rises around the Dullahan. The creature looks emotional and starts shouting that she's there, waiting. Suddenly, a bunch of black hands come down from the sky and start attacking him, and it's clearly not what the Dullahan wanted, because he's asking what Lamashtu is doing. One hand grabs his head, others start pulling his body. What is even happening? Vlad's spirit understands. This guy is having his immortality taken away. The Dullahan screams for Lamashtu not to do it, but then there's just a hand left, and then only smoke. There's a picture of a woman there, while Vlad's spirit says Lamashtu is a name he doesn't remember, but he has a strange feeling tied to it. What kind of being is that? But then he feels pain in the body's shoulder, and the spirit realizes he pushed this body too hard. At the same time, the kid matured brilliantly. He's proud the boy held on this long. When he wakes up later, he'll apologize, and then the protagonist face plants onto the ground. Morning comes, and the boy is still lying there. The scene shifts to Baron Uthman. On the throne is that thick goth woman, dangerous with that wicked little stare and those full lips. She says that soul carries something bright and relentless. The person is using a kind of magic that's existed for a very long time. The ancient beings were starting to move. It was time for her to make a move too, because the moment the rift appears, the chaotic era she's been waiting for will begin. And there are countless heads there. So many. Anyway, you can keep the thick goth for yourselves. Then we see a knight in front of all that, saying to take anything in front of them that catches their interest. They're all Baron Uthman's knights, so they'll do, since he paid the price. And because of that, his only son came back from the dead. But the kid is drooling. Wouldn't it have been better to leave him dead? While the Baron cries, realizing he never should have made that deal because it looks like he lost all his knights. The big-lipped goth says they'll stay in these lands for now. Then crazy. She's built an army of Dullahans with the big Dullahan in front, and everyone says together that they only follow her will, and everyone calls her Lamashtu. So she's the one who took the guy's immortality? Yeah, she's the real deal. Next chapter, The kid wakes up exhausted, wondering if he slept for 3 whole days again. Got shows up and says he's glad it looks like the fighting stopped. But like always, every time he runs into Vlad looks like a torn rag. It was a struggle to bring him back. The protagonist asks about the rest of the knights too. Got says that out of everyone the captain is in the worst shape, but he doesn't need to worry about anyone else. He'll go tell them the kid woke up, and if he needs help, just call. Vlad thanks him. Got leaves, and the protagonist feels relieved that at least everyone's alive. The spirit tells Vlad they were lucky. Justia was there. The barrier she made lasted long enough until the end, and on top of that, it healed everyone. She really is powerful. Then the protagonist says it feels weird being able to talk to the sword without holding it. The spirit explains that from now on, both of their worlds are connected. Even though they only fully shared everything for an instant back then, now they can talk completely mentally. The protagonist feels relieved, finally. He won't have to keep whispering to himself everywhere. Then Vlad stops to think and says that even though it's a secret only they know, in the end it was the sword that saved everyone. Not just the knights but all the kids in the village. And that's why he wanted to thank her. The sword just looks kind of out of place sitting there. And Vlad does too. She just says good that he worked hard, so he stays there by the edge of the bed until a little later we see a soldier telling him to stay right there and not come any closer. It's Vlad, saying he came from Skora, and Miss Justia knows who he is. The guy stares him down, Vlad stares back, and then they turn away, telling the boy to wait there. The protagonist feels relieved. Yeah, the knights took forever to show up, but at least they came, and now they can finally rest. Then the guy says, alright, the boy can go in. The protagonist walks into the church, and when he gets there, he's shocked by row after row after row of bodies. During the fight, he didn't really notice because everything was chaos, but there really were countless victims. Justia, holding the book, asks what Vlad is doing there. Right away, she says Gregory already confirmed the missing woman, but he says there's someone else he's looking for. She says that's fine, but he should come receive her blessing afterward, because there could be traces of a curse. So Vlad starts checking some of the bodies, and then he glances to the side and sees brown hair. The moment he pulls, the boy is completely wrecked. He'd been hoping he wouldn't find her there. Then we see a day when he told her eye was all swollen and she needed to rest. But she says it's nothing. It's not like she broke a bone or anything. So he hands her a cold egg and tells her to put it on her face to cool it down and bring the swelling down. She gives this tiny sweet smile. She just got beaten up and she's still smiling. Thanking a girl. The girl is dead. No. The protagonist says life is sick and he gently strokes her, asking that in her next life she's born into a good family and grows up loved. He puts that little flower ring on her. So cute. Scene cuts to a tent. Justia is dumping a ton of sugar into her coffee, wanting to know why that black hole appeared out of nowhere. She wants him to explain everything that happened, all the details. He says, well, that's all he knows. The whole place collapsed and he couldn't see much because he was busy fighting. It was hard enough just dealing with that person's attacks. Ah, got it. He's making it up, saying the guy got taken by the black hole and some hands, kind of to hide that he was the one who won. The sword says he did a good job making that up because it's really a mix of truths and lies. The protagonist says his whole life he worked as a prostitute and a con artist, so making things up is something he can do. Justia thinks the traces left behind were from a destructive force. She hoped Vlad would be useful, but he really doesn't know the most important part either. Then Vlad says the guy kept calling out a name at the end. He doesn't remember clearly because he was losing consciousness. Suddenly she starts peeling an apple and asks if he'd remember if he ate something. He starts improvising. I think it was something like mud, llama stew. And she goes, wait, llama stew? And he says, yeah, that's it. I think that's the name he said. And she's there squeezing the apple, saying it's fine. She appreciates his cooperation. Vlad notices something weird, and in the same instant she stands up saying, San Rachino would never forget how he fought that day. He can go home now and rest. Vlad says, okay, and the sword tells him to relax because she didn't suspect him. But he's more worried about the look she made. The second he said the name, her face completely changed. Scene cuts to another castle. Now we've got Joseph drinking tea, wanting to know if Lemon just arrived in Skora. The old man with the distinctive hair says he's been there a long time. Joseph says he should have just let him know, and he would have welcomed him. But the boy laughs and says now he's the lowest ranked person. He can't let Joseph go to that much trouble. Besides, the most important thing is where's that boy? Joseph explains he went to the barony of Uthman, and they'll have news soon. The old man finds it interesting that the boy, who's a servant, is already doing missions like that. Then he reveals he already met with the patriarch before going there. There's only one more duchy left for him to pass through, and he wanted to wrap things up there. Joseph takes that as the guy warning him he didn't come just to see Vlad. Then we see him in front of a bunch of soldiers, saying Sturma's servants are way too slow. It's impossible for someone to take on the name Svoazid like that. So yeah, sounds like he went to Sturma and didn't like it, and now he wants to know if the servant Joseph prepared is like that too. Svoair says the boy is better than all of them, but he only likes doing what he feels like doing. Lemon laughs and says for a grump like Svoair to even open his mouth, the boy must actually be useful. Sayar seems to respect the guy who stayed quiet there, wanting to fight but not saying anything. And Lemon says he's looking forward to liking this kid. If he's even a little like Sovanin, always causing trouble, then he's getting beaten. Joseph says none of his servants have families. While thinking that now he understands Lemon's intentions, he needs to catch the old man's interest. And he explains Vlad grew up in the alleys, has no family, and got where he is through his own strength. Joseph thinks he needs to make it clear that the boy made it on his own. Apparently that old man carries the name of several families. I'm trying to figure it out too. And Joseph tells him, you don't need to give your duchy to the boy, but I hope you can teach him a thing or two. The old man chuckles and says it's been a long time since he was interested in something like that. But since Joseph is asking, he'll watch him closely. Alright, so we're back with Justia's group leaving. She thanks the protagonist group, saying they the San Racinos would never forget the brave actions they took. Gregor says he hopes they'll put in a good word for them because their mayor isn't exactly careful. She says she can't leave anything out of the reports, but she'll take it into consideration. He's furious because if she mentions they took part without orders, it'll just make things worse. He says it's better not to mention it at all, if that's how it's going to be. But then Justia glances to the side and sees that Vlad has a banner. She's interested. Gregory says it's been a long time since the Vyazid found someone who stands out. They're treating the boy well. She just keeps thinking the traces of his battle were savage, and he had the courage and spirit to fight a Durahan. That alone showed extraordinary potential. Gregory says they're leaving, and she gives everyone her blessing, and the boy leaves waving goodbye. All the families and kids are happy, shining. Gregory says now that the fog has cleared, the place is lit by sunlight again, and the protagonist feels relieved, saying Anna would have chosen to be buried somewhere sunny too. Goodbye, Anna. You showed up 3 times, but it was still sad to see you go. Later that night, they set up camp, and the protagonist realizes his defeat against the Durahan was total. If it weren't for the sword's voice, he would have died for sure. That creature had a world way bigger than anything he could face. Basically, that world is like how much power someone has. He calls it a world, but it's basically a power bar. Gregory asks what the boy is thinking about so intensely. He says a lot of things, and his friend asks what exactly is so important. He answers that there are people who are just too incredible, and he doesn't know if he'll be able to survive among them. Gregory says it's normal to think that at different moments in life, there aren't any final answers, but he came to his own conclusions. Vlad asks what they are. Gregory says all you have to do is keep the fire alive. The flame won't always stay lit, but as long as there are sparks, it'll come back. He needs to stay steady, even when he loses confidence. Only then can it burn forever. Vlad thinks it makes sense. There's no shortcut to getting stronger, and he won't be able to surpass everyone all at once. He needs to stay lit, like Gregory said, focused only on the present moment and continuing to grow. Only then would he be able to start preparing to face the vast world that was coming at him unexpectedly. But while he's there deep in thought, his little horse is in the background, just observing the galactic world. Scene cuts back to Joseph's new office. He's praising the boy, saying they did a great job. He congratulates everyone on an excellent mission. They moved, found the root of the problem, and solved it. The problem, though, is that the Vyazid swords were drawn in another lord's territory, and that couldn't be ignored. Gregory goes, I'm sorry. I'm the squad leader, so I take responsibility. Then Laman suddenly appears behind them, saying times have changed too much. How can knights act so carelessly on someone else's land? Worst of all, they all knew exactly what would happen afterward. Vlad watches while the old man says this was the worst decision of all. The protagonist has no idea who this crazy old man is. All he can tell is the air around him is extraordinary. Joseph says Laman is right. They hit a sensitive nerve in a chaotic time. The empire is starting to fall apart. Everyone's already saying the imperial family can't keep control. Everything that's been building up lately is exploding one by one. That's why territorial wars are breaking out in different regions, and there's nothing guaranteeing it won't happen in the north too. Gregory apologizes again, saying he doesn't want to start a war because of this. But Joseph keeps going, saying even some Iron Duke paid attention to what happened in the village. He knows they had good intentions, but the fire they caused was too big. They all should have left earlier. Lamond, off to the side, comments about the San Rashino knights who were there. If that's true, handing leadership over to those people was the proper procedure. Vlad is furious, thinking this bastard doesn't know anything, and he's running his mouth. He wasn't even there to see it. But the old man goes, young people these days don't think before they act. They don't understand the consequences of their actions. Vlad starts to say, if we hadn't gotten involved, and instantly everyone is shocked, and the old man shoots him a look. Vlad says all the children would have died if it weren't for them. The old man is stunned, wanting to know where Joseph found him. He thought he was about to meet another snot-nosed brat, but the boy already looked like a beast. The next chapter even adds that San Racino witnessed what they did and said they deserved recognition, not a scolding. Then boom, Joseph slams the table and says not to test his patience. The protagonist is there with his mouth open. Everyone in the room goes quiet. The whole place is silent. Vlad turns, apologizes, while Joseph just watches Laman standing quietly off to the side. Then Joseph tells Gregory he has to understand how sensitive the second rule of sword mastery is, basically saying those rules are brutal, and he says he recognizes the carelessness. Joseph says they'll have to move fast and show sincerity to Baron Uthman, and because of that, Knight Gregory will be suspended for an indefinite period. The protagonist is shocked. Joseph says during that time he won't receive pay and will be barred from any benefits of the Vyazid family. Cadids will get the same punishment. Gregory just says it's fine. Then Joseph calls for Vlad. Joseph is staring hard at the kid, thinking he gave him clothes, food, everything. But he couldn't tame him, and he says he feels deeply regretful that the boy spoke without permission. While he says it, Joseph wonders if he's angry at Vlad because he feels embarrassed. But he decides it's not that, he's disappointed. So he turns and says Vlad is suspended indefinitely too. Joseph thinks it's a shame, but he has to be stricter with the boy. And then he says Vlad is forbidden from being seen near Joseph unless he's called. Like, come on, might as well cut this guy's head off already. Let his whole family blow up, screw these Vyazid. The protagonist is totally messed up now, walking down the corridors listening to XXXTentacion. He says he never imagined he'd be looked at like that again. But then that old guy in the corner says the kid's just a simple servant, and I'm doing just fine, Sir Joseph. Vlad takes a look and the man says the boy doesn't even answer the elders. Honestly, he never learned etiquette. Vlad gets angry and thinks, yeah, I learned from that lady who looked at me with a mother's eyes. Miss Oxena, the tall one. Out of nowhere, he greets the old man like he's trying to provoke something. I'm Vlad. What's your name? The old man only talks about the boy. My God, he stares at him like he's been waiting for an opponent for a duel. It's been a long time since he felt energy like that. Then he says, all right, kid, you want to know my name? Too bad I don't have a name I can give you. Then he slams his banner and says he's just someone who walks the lower path, showing that he's got 300 boxes on his banner, and he still hasn't completed his duties. Then the story talks about those extremely rare knights who managed to grow old without dying. That's because they couldn't die an honorable death on the battlefield. They say those are the people who walk in the lower places searching for the honor they lost a long time ago. Just like the founding king, the swordmaster, did in his final days. I didn't get it. He's looking for the last war to teach someone? I'm not following. And we're seeing a pine cone there. Then someone says Count Gaidiar prepared a corridor that leads north. And there's that longing for our boy's fiancée. Well, not fiancée, the girl he gave the handkerchief to. And the woman says that for that guy to reach the north, he'll have to pass through them. But would he really go that far? The old man says they'll have to prepare for it. All discouraged, she answers that just when people thought they'd sealed off the center, now the west is closing in. They'll have to write a letter to the Count of Ayazid. They'd probably help since they must have a reason for doing this. The man says, yeah, probably, because if they pass through Derma, they go straight into Ayazid County. Now the girl's like, I'm glad I gave my little handkerchief to that boy since we're going to need them. And the old man says yes. He heard rumors and it looks like the boy was becoming a worthy man. The woman knows everything, total gossip. She even knows he has connections with the Knights of San Rosino. Nothing bad ever came from getting closer to the church. The old man says she seems strangely proud of the boy. She gets all red saying of course she is. She invested in him. The old man says he agrees it was a good thing because their spy network got stronger thanks to him. But now people might start saying they're famous not for lemons but for spies? I didn't get it, but she blushed again. She says they'll expand surveillance, since that's what's been giving them the biggest advantage. But as for the city, she just hopes they pass through the territory without causing trouble. The old man, though, thinks the world is changing too fast. You can't even tell what's coming. Still, change wasn't necessarily bad. Like new flowers showing up this season, he hoped it would bring hope and comfort too. Then the scene cuts to Vlad talking with the blacksmith, saying that if he could, he would have punched that old guy in the face. The blacksmith asks if that's really true, but he also wants to know if Vlad's using that sword again. What happened? He fixed it the other day and it's already wrecked. Vlad says it was a headless man and it was extremely hard to kill. The old man doesn't get it. What do you mean headless? Vlad says it's hard to explain. The more he travels the world, the more he realizes there's a lot he doesn't know. Maybe that was his fate. The blacksmith stops and asks the boy if it isn't time to change swords. Vlad doesn't get it, and the man explains that sword is only a little better than what most mercenaries use. Vlad's been lucky to cut any monster with it since it's made of regular iron, and whoever made it was just an ordinary blacksmith too. Vlad asks what he's talking about. The blacksmith explains that when you use a low-quality tool, it eventually breaks. Come on, old man. Maybe he needs a better one. So what's he going to do? He's not really going to pull that on him, is he? Next chapter, we see a mercenary with a cut, saying he wants a sword that cuts ghosts. The blacksmith's like, what are you talking about? Cut ghosts? Are you out of your mind? Then he tells Vlad about this guy who showed up and even mentioned Vlad's name, saying Vlad obviously cut ghosts. Vlad says he knows exactly who it is. The blacksmith explains the man didn't believe Vlad could use aura at such a young age, so the sword must be special. When the old man heard that, he felt relieved, because it meant the boy was alive. Achieving so much with a sword like that was surprising. Vlad keeps asking what the blacksmith means, while the man looks at him thinking the boy keeps growing and overcoming challenges. But the sword stays the same forever. And maybe on the day it breaks, it won't be the only thing that gets hurt. For a long time, the blacksmith hoped that sword wouldn't become a burden on Vlad. But maybe everything changed. He tells the boy he's not asking him to throw it away now. He just hopes Vlad thinks about it. Vlad asks if the blacksmith would accept a custom order, but he says no. This sword was the last and best thing he ever made. Vlad will have to find someone else. Come on, old man, don't abandon the kid. While Vlad looks down, the blacksmith thinks the boy grew up so fast, but in a moment like this, he was still a child. Suffering over separation was a privilege of the young. For someone old like him, it was normal. Then he asks if Vlad is leaving today. Vlad says no, there's nothing urgent. But then he suddenly changes his mind and says it's possible he'll need it soon. The old man says all right, then he'll sharpen the blade. He starts sharpening while Vlad just watches. After a while, he looks at the reflection and says it looks brand new, sharper than before. Vlad thanks him, saying he'll always count on him. And the blacksmith tells him to stop coming around and bothering an old man. Vlad tells him to stop complaining and says next time he'll bring some good meat. The old man says it can't be good if Vlad's the one bringing it. Vlad says goodbye, saying he'll bring a drink too, and the blacksmith tells him to take care. Then Vlad leaves. But the moment he's gone, the blacksmith starts coughing, saying he really needs to rest. He looks back, sees the boy walking away, and thinks he walks like someone who gives off certainty and confidence. Right now, he could dodge anything. Then he closes the door, saying that's how it's supposed to be. So Vlad's walking along, but someone's watching him, following him, tracking him. And look who it is, that old man. Lamund. He's surprised when he realizes the boy sensed his presence, and Vlad is already behind him, while the old man thinks it wasn't for nothing that he received armor from the Vayazid. Vlad asks why he's following him. Lamund says Vlad's crazy. He was just walking in the same direction. Vlad tells him to stop lying. He knows Lamund's been following him since he left the city center, and he has the feeling the old man's been testing him since the first time they met. As always, Lamund's thinking, I love this kid's energy, and he's keeping control even while he's angry. Maybe he's really capable. Then the old man realizes that earlier, when Vlad kind of challenged him, he already knew everything, so it was intentional. The kid was rebelling. Lamund asks why Vlad seems dissatisfied. Did he say something? Vlad tells him to say what he wants, and stop dragging it out. Lamund thinks the boy is rough when it comes to manners, and that makes it even better. Then he says swords speak better than words. Vlad knows this man is a knight backed by countless houses. He has no idea why he's acting like this, but he's someone Joseph trusts. Vlad figures he must have a good reason and says fine, then he'll start. The goal was to find out why all of this was happening. Vlad rushes in, but the old man blocks the first attack. He praises him, saying the boy is skilled. Vlad grits his teeth and manages to redirect the blade. He throws a whole sequence that makes the old man step back. Lamund slides over Vlad's sword, almost lands a thrust, but Vlad slips to the side and redirects the sword the other way. Vlad is impressed. This man was redirecting his attacks with the tip of the blade. That wasn't coincidence. All of Vlad's movements so far were basically being read. That's because this old man has definitely clashed with countless people. Lamund asks if the boy is done. Vlad says of course not. Lamund is shocked. Vlad suddenly releases his aura and says he's just getting started. Lamund gets scared. Even in wartime, there were very few people with an aura that vivid at such a young age. Considering the life the boy lived, it was insane. Vlad charges again and collides with the old man, and Lamund is holding him off just fine. Even with aura, Vlad has to push himself, tearing things up while the old man dodges and says he likes the boy's spirit. Vlad moves to the side and attacks again, saying he won't let him get away. He might have less technique and less experience, but he'll make up for it with strength, since he's younger. The old man blocks at the shoulder. We see sword against sword, both of them bracing, and the old man gets dragged back, saying time really is cruel. But let's see how long the boy keeps that smile on his face, because even if his strategy is good, he picked the wrong opponent. Then Lamund draws out his aura too. The two swords shake, and he says this is called physical reinforcement. Vlad doesn't get it. The man barely activated aura, but his endurance is completely different. And Lamund says if you know how to adapt that power, there are other ways to use it. Then he grabs Vlad's sword. Vlad can't understand how he just put his hand on it like that, even with aura active. But Lamund is surprised when Vlad lets go of his own sword, goes for a dagger, and almost slices his neck. Lamund is impressed. That's the difference with someone who grew up on the streets. It's not the kind of thing a trained knight would do, but it's the kind of courage you need to survive. Lamund lets go of the boy's sword and forms a fist, calling him a brat. And then he lands a brutal hit on Vlad's shoulder and sends him flying, wrecking everything around them. Lamund panics. He fought seriously without even realizing it. He runs over asking if the boy is okay, but Vlad is completely down. Then he remembers Joseph said Vlad is a boy he values a lot, so please don't hurt him. Now Lamund doesn't know what he's going to say to Joseph, but you can see Vlad's finger twitching. Vlad remembers Gregory saying the important thing is not to give up and not to let the flame go out. In the next second, he gets up. Lamund is distracted for a moment. Vlad grabs his clothes so there's no escape and headbutts him in the face. Lamund says that's basically cheating and drops to one knee. Then he activates that same power on his forehead and says this boy is dangerous. He almost got him, but he says, anyway, Vlad passed the test. Obviously, Vlad went to sleep. The next morning, someone tells a man that Sir Lamund is there in Shkora and seems interested in Vlad. I think that's the Vayazid father. He says he understands, and the old man beside him says he's relieved. The patriarch says yes. Sir Lamund was a knight from the older generation. He's someone even he doesn't like dealing with. The moment Lamund arrived inside because of the servants, he already knew it wasn't a good sign. Now he doesn't know if they recovered their pride or if they caught Lamund's interest. The gray-haired man answers that times have changed a lot. Sir Lamund is one of the few still alive from those turbulent days. He started at the bottom as a servant, and he wouldn't be interested in anyone raised in comfort. The patriarch answers that sometimes things change, but they also stay the same. When Lamund sighed, he already knew it was some kind of dissatisfaction. Then he says to leave it alone. Looks like they managed to make a strong impression. Did Samrazino really send a suit of armor in person? Damn, does that mean the kid Vlad is going to turn all angelic now? The old man says it really is one hell of a recognition, and the patriarch says it's going to be sent to Shkora. He's totally relieved, saying some traditions never got lost, and the Vayazid are still going strong. All thanks to a single servant who's not only carrying the family, but also carrying that filthy Joseph too. And while that's happening, he wakes up over there saying that damn old man left him with a headache, and he's never seen anything like it. How can someone cover their body with aura instead of using a sword? Then the sword spirit tells Vlad that's someone he can learn a lot from. Everyone has their own way of showing their talent. Vlad says it's pretty obvious. People respect him because he's strong. But right at that moment, look who shows up. Gemina. After all this time, she says the boy finally woke up, that she thought he'd been sleeping this whole time. The blonde kid greets his girl, telling her to open the door before coming in, but she shows she's carrying a pile of clothes, so she doesn't have a free hand to play along with his little demands. Vlad asks why she's washing his clothes. He could have just washed them himself, and she says it's part of the tavern's service, that it's their job since he's staying there in the most expensive room. The protagonist doesn't really get what she's talking about, but she looks serious. He warns her he doesn't have money to pay, but she says for him it's free, because his presence there helps them. Ah, Rose's smile. Remember that place from the beginning that was actually a brothel? Now it's a tavern. The only problem is the guys who liked it when it was a massage house keep coming in angry. Where are the honest workers? The protagonist is confused, asking how his presence helps with any of that. Gemina says Marcella told her his name carries a lot of weight. He had the mayor of Skora and the second son of the Vyazid family at his side. On top of that, he was a banner knight. He tells her not to go around saying that, but then she pulls out a little handkerchief and says he is a knight. Damn, a knight of Lady Alicia. Now things got intense. All awkward, he can't explain himself. Gemina says she felt satisfied cutting her hair to help him hold a sword. He really came a long way. She's staring coldly. The protagonist stays awkward, saying he'll always be grateful. She slams the door. That was an enemy he didn't expect. I'm gonna say it. Gemina, best girl. She was eating 3 mice a week for my boy. The other one was born rich, and all she did was toss a handkerchief. Next chapter, the story says valuable people shine wherever they are. That black horse of the protagonist is going full speed, and it looks like a bunch of people are chasing it. And the story ends saying people will always desire that kind of person. After the black horse passed the role of group leader to another, it went looking for the boy, remembering what happened that day. But a bunch of dead weight shows up trying to tame it, and it dodges them. The narrator says it was blocked by those who hunt shining individuals. The barbarians don't get it. What kind of cavalry sack is this that's impossible to catch? The black one left because the shining boy wasn't there that day. But that was its challenge. Now the black horse has lore. What the poor thing doesn't know is there's a lesson in paying attention. Then you've got this final boss-looking guy saying they're going to capture it. The scene switches to the tavern. My boy is cutting a sausage, and the old man says he's going to give him something good, so he can't get mad. Vlad says there are things money can't buy, but he appreciates the meal. Turns out the old man gave him armor that's only given to servants who seem promising. When he got one, he slept hugging it for days. The protagonist asks, wait, you knew that and you still destroyed the armor? So yeah, it looks like he wrecked the kid's armor. And the old man goes, let's change the subject. I need you to go somewhere with me. Vlad doesn't get it. Where are they going? The guy explains they need to show Vigas how useful Vlad is. If he just sits around while he's suspended, he'll be seen as a troublemaker. Vlad thinks about it. Unfortunately, that's a strong argument. And the sword tells Vlad it might be good to obey the old man a little, since Joseph respected him a lot. So Vlad asks, all right, old man, how do I prove I'm useful? The old man says Vlad will help him with something, and then they'll just pass the results to Joseph. Vlad asks what it is, and the old guy asks if he likes horses. Then you see the horse hunter group heading out. We're outside now. The old man is sitting there talking about the rumor of a black horse wandering around Sora, but apparently it vanished like a ghost. Got right next to him, says he heard about it too. They're calling it the ghost creature, and he's got a bad feeling. What if it's a headless horse like that headless horseman? Even though he knows it isn't, even the sword tells Vlad it could be possible. Considering the headless horseman showed up, it might be connected, since they're saying the thing disappeared out of nowhere. Vlad asks if the old man is okay. Isn't it risky to be lying around like that? The old man says there isn't much they can do besides follow the merchants for now. Vlad thinks it's better to stand guard, but the old man says to relax. The horse will come to them. Vlad doesn't get how he knows that. The old man says this ghost horse isn't just fast, it also acts weird. It seems to have extremely sharp vision and can observe things from far away, and it's not a normal horse at all. The protagonist thinks this whole talk is strange. If it's really a horse controlled by evil forces, they should have an investigation squad. Layman tells the kid to stop overthinking. There's nothing he can do except wait for the horse. When the time comes, he needs to make the right decisions. Layman says that because he doesn't even care about the horse, he just wants to watch Vlad for a few days. If he likes the kid enough, he'll teach him a thing or two. Then he asks how long Vlad has been using aura. Vlad says about 3 or 4 months. The old man says that's a huge amount of progress. Vlad asks why, and the old man says it's an interesting progression, even though Vlad still hasn't found his own color in the manifestation. Vlad asks what he means. The old man explains the kid's world still hasn't been decided. Remember, world equals power. He hasn't chosen an element, basically. Vlad asks how he finds his own color. He's all bright-eyed and curious. The old man tells him to step back, asking if the kid didn't learn how to use aura. It's basic. Vlad says they taught him only the minimum. Layman is sure Zaire must be trying to teach something specific, since he still hasn't talked about that. Then he says something kind of random to Vlad. Stop holding back from the world. He should use all the talent he has. Vlad doesn't get it at all. The old man says he has to create something that can be pulled out of his inner world. Knights call that a key. Vlad tells him to explain better. The old man talks about other knights who use aura. Did something else appear? Vlad tries to think. Something else. What does that mean? The old man tells him to remember the actions, what exactly each person's aura did. Vlad remembers that fight against the shield guy and him striking the sword. And then he realizes everyone had a thing. The shield guy struck his sword. Gregory stomped the ground. Rudiger snapped his fingers to make flames. And that moon guy, Vlad can't even remember his name. He put the sword in front of him to make the moon. Layman says, good. Looks like he remembered. That's the key. Everyone has a kind of mini ritual, a tool to open their world. Vlad says he uses it, however, he just activates it depending on the situation. The old man says that's obvious. It's because he still hasn't found his color. When the right time came, Jaeger would talk about it. But it's not bad to already have an idea. Suddenly, the old man senses something weird. The sword tells the protagonist to move. The two of them crouch down, an arrow hits the carriage. Right away, Gott asks what the hell that was. Something flew past. Layman jumps up and warns everyone it's an ambush. To stay on guard. They're screwed. They wanted to ambush a bunch of professional paladins. Some people get hit by arrows and fall off their horses, and someone yells to look at the mountain where it's full of bandits. Layman tells Gott to get away on horseback as fast as possible. Vlad asks why a group of crazy bandits is attacking them. Then the old man reveals they aren't normal bandits. They're way more trouble than the usual kind. Those bastards are barbarians, and they're coming in fast. A barrage, arrows raining down, everyone raises their shields, and out of nowhere it's turning into a war. A couple guys on horseback keep firing arrows in sequence at the carriages. The barbarians are moving like they're circling, like they've got a system. The old man says at least they're attacking the mercenaries first, so the merchants in the rear will be protected. But the protagonist wants to know what barbarians from the northern border are doing there. Layman says it's strange. He's never seen those guys around there. Right when he thought it would be a peaceful trip. Then he tells Gott to throw a saddle on that horse. Gott says it won't work. This horse is made for carrying baggage. But the old man says they don't have a choice. They'll have to do it like this, because it's the only way to deal with them. Every barbarian rides a horse from childhood, so if they can't get close, they can't win. The only thing that'll be a problem for them is a real warrior. He tells Vlad to always remember that when you face a barbarian, first you have to take away their mobility. But then the barbarian leader says he doesn't want to kill everyone. If they pay a fee, they can leave. Obviously there are merchants, and the guy doesn't want this fight to happen. So he raises his hands and says, all right then, just tell me how much. The leader says everything except their lives. They leave everything there, walk away, and they won't die. But if they take even one thing, their lives will be the price. That blonde guy looks like someone from Tokyo Revengers. The merchant looks at the group he hired and knows there's no way these mercenaries can beat those guys. He never imagined he'd run into a bunch of barbarians in the middle of Vayazid territory. In the end, his priority has to be staying alive. The problem is, can he trust that guy's word? Then the leader signals and the guy in front starts riding. The protagonist warns they're starting to move, they're going to attack. Laman says he never liked those guys. He tried to, but it's impossible. Better get ready because here they come. If Vlad doesn't knock them off their horses, he'll die and he'll only get one chance. The horses start closing in on Vlad, ready. But they feel the aura of the blue-eyed kid. The barbarians are all shocked. The blonde leader tries to act, but the old man already pulled Vlad behind the horse. He's kind of separated. Laman wanted to get much closer because those guys still aren't dismounting. But this is the chance. The guy in front is like, hey, who's coming? An old man and a brat, let's kill them. And they all rush in. But Laman stares with a glowing eye and says they're a bunch of worms who don't know who he is. And with an aura burst, he tears through them. The barbarians are shocked too. That was aura. Why is there a knight here? They try to pull back, telling each other to create distance, but it's too late. Vlad is already at the side saying this isn't a place for bandits, and that's it. Someone's neck goes flying. A body drops to the ground, and another guy looks at Vlad, who's staring with pure hatred and runs off scared. Seeing that, the old man tells Vlad to chase him, because that ambush didn't succeed. He's talking about killing as many knights as possible when all of a sudden something jumps over them. For a second I thought it was Vlad's big black horse, but nope, it's the leader of those guys coming in full force with his sword to cut down the old man, and the old man manages to defend himself. Even the old guy is shocked by how strong this dude is, and when the guy notices the old man's aura, he finds it interesting. So there really was an aura warrior there. Lamanja though doesn't like that this guy saw his aura and didn't even flinch. This isn't the kind of person you beat in a single strike, so he tells Vlad to run. All the mercenaries are going to bolt the moment they get an opening. Vlad needs to be with everyone else to protect the people. Vlad wants to stay, but the old man says it's pointless without a horse. He needs to be near the ones who need protecting. So Vlad takes off running. Another horse is already coming their way. The guy tries to swing his sword, but the blonde kid manages to block. I thought he blocked and killed him, but nope, he misses, and he's stunned by the strength of the hit. When you combine it with the horse's speed, the sword spirit tells him to calm down and keep his feet planted. Meanwhile, the protagonist is thinking it'd be way easier if he could ride a horse. Then his eye suddenly flashes a little. All of a sudden they start hearing swords clashing, and everyone's wondering if another group of warriors showed up. In the distance, there's a cloud of dust rising, and they say it looks like it's just one horse. Right away, Vlad recognizes that hoofbeat sound, and the guys are pointing saying it's that bastard who got away from them that day. It's the emo boy horse with the bangs and everything, and they call it the Son of the Prairies. Must be some epic title to them, you know. and the barbarians start freaking out, charging at it, saying this time they're going to catch it. 58 idiots come rushing in, but then what is this? Is that messy? It weaves through everyone like it's dribbling the whole team. They're in shock. How did a horse that big get past all of them? And the thing takes off like an arrow, leaving everyone behind. Vlad, up on top of the little hill, raises his sword and calls to it, saying he's right there. The galaxy-sized horse sees the kid, feels that aura coming off him, and heads straight for him too. The protagonist wants to run after it, but a guy comes in to slash him. Then the kid turns with that swagger, spins, and no, seriously, he just throws himself off the mountain, completely unhinged. I thought he was about to do some spinning attack, but nope, he just jumps. And you're like, look at how he's going to land. You're not the king of horseback riding, Blondie. The guy up top says it's impossible. The son of the prairies has divine blood. A creature like that would never allow anyone to ride it. Now Vlad is flying, eyes shining. He feels like the horse is telling him he doesn't have to hold back anymore, that he can run as fast as he wants. The barbarians are yelling to capture the kid now. The son of the prairies can't belong to some brat from the empire. But yeah, he's not trying to run away. You're going to have to deal with him one by one. And then the protagonist's eyes are glowing along with the horse's cosmic eyes, and I don't even know what happened. He shoots through the middle of everyone like a star. A brutal cutting sequence, just pure violence. Right away, the old guys realize it's gone bad. The kid is an aura knight too. Some of them are trying to figure out how many died in a single pass, and others are yelling to back off and handle it from a distance. But then the horse drifts, and the protagonist comes in from behind. They don't have time to turn their horses while they're shouting to split into two groups and surround him. But then did you see that? The protagonist's horse activates that big horn, and instantly the other horses panic and start freezing up. The protagonist closes in from behind like a final boss, saying now they're the ones who are going to be hunted. Meanwhile, the leader is beating on Chief Lamund, and Lamund is tanking it. The duel is fair. Lamund's problem is his horse is already foaming at the mouth, because it's not trained for this. It's basically a pack animal, and the chief is already right there saying it's over. He lands a clean hit on the old man, who blocks again, but gets thrown to the ground. His horse is there, tongue out, exhausted, barely hanging on. The old man chuckles and says it's impressive. He found someone else who made his blood boil. The barbarian says the old man is persistent, but this is the end. Then suddenly they both hear that dust cloud behind them, along with a horn sound, and the old man knows it's the barbarian's horn. They're sweating because Vlad is coming in from behind, whipping through everyone. Heads flying. The old man doesn't get it, because he has no idea what Vlad is doing. And then he sees the kid on the huge horse. The chief doesn't like that at all. He clearly wanted that horse, and he gets furious and tells the bastard to stop. He's mad because he got rejected by the son of the prairies too. He orders Vlad to get off the horse right now. Vlad, seeing him coming, wonders if the old man died. But the old man is there, barely moving, exhausted, and realizes he's not dead. The leader keeps yelling for Vlad to get off. That creature isn't something trash like him gets to ride. Vlad tells him to go to hell. Who does he think he is to tell him what he can and can't do? The barbarian lets out a roar, red light flaring, and the protagonist realizes that's magic. The sword tells him it's rare. But yes, some barbarians have that power. This guy is at least on the level of an aura knight with solid control. The barbarian is screaming that Vlad has to die for cursing that divine horse. Vlad tells him to try it. They charge, impact of light flashes everywhere. The horse is galloping, swords clashing, a straight-up honest exchange, side by side, clang, clang, clang. Then they stop facing each other, and the barbarian stares him down. Then he yanks the saddle, the horse breaks, Vlad keeps going straight, and the sword warns him to be careful. Now he's behind you. The guy pulls a drift and comes sliding in to slice Vlad from behind. Vlad looks terrified, then hold on, he's got a crazy horse too. The horse dodges on its own. Black messy. Vlad is shocked and goes, damn, that was dangerous. Now the barbarian is stunned. He knows that's a horse with divine blood, but he didn't imagine it was this extraordinary. In a single move, the kid already became one with it. Vlad, standing face to face, knows he's fought plenty of strong people already. He can handle this barbarian, but the problem is the gap in riding skill. The sword points out, yeah, he doesn't even have a saddle or reins. He's riding completely raw. True, not naked, but riding with no gear for the love of God. No protection. He's ridden so hard he can't even use his right leg properly anymore. It's shaking. The sword tells him he's at a disadvantage in this fight, and he knows he has to flip the situation. He remembers Lamund saying that when you fight a barbarian, you have to take away their mobility. So he taps Black Meiji and says it's time to dirty the ground, and they both surge forward. The barbarian says those two can't be allowed to keep existing. He has to end this now. He activates a bunch of runes across his body and comes at him, but the protagonist gets right in front and drifts. All the barbarians start wondering if the kid is trying to run, and it really looks like it, because Vlad rides off into the distance. The barbarian calls him a dishonorable bastard. How did trash like him dare to ride the divine horse? The barbarian comes in at full speed, and Vlad gives a little smile. As the guy closes in, Vlad says he heard they're born on top of a horse. While Vlad was born in the mud the horses step on, the barbarian has no idea what he's talking about. Then Vlad says he's played enough in the way the guy likes. Time to switch to his own style. He suddenly takes off his shirt and throws it at the barbarian, who has to cover up so his vision doesn't get blocked, and in that same moment Vlad jumps at him. He could have jumped and gone for a sword strike, but that'd be a crazy hard skill check. Instead, he grabs the guy by the neck, saying, now they're going to fight in the mud, and he throws the barbarian down. And then, wait, not just down. They go sliding and fall off the mountain. Dear God, that's both of them dead. They hit the ground. Everyone's screaming. The old man is in shock. He looks down, certain that no matter how strong a knight is, falling from that height is fatal. Then his expression changes and he says that brat is disgusting. Down there, the protagonist stopped riding the horse and started riding the barbarian. The barbarian doesn't even know what to say, looks totally lost, and then blurts out, "I'm a G of the Budat tribe." Vlad just says he doesn't care. Cut to Joseph's office. Someone says they know he likes the servant, but he should be careful. He asks what she's talking about, and there's a fair setup right in front. Then we see him leaving with Gemina, and the woman asks what he thinks he's doing. How does he have the nerve to take a fair without going through any procedure? Remember, just because he's from House Bayezid doesn't mean he can do whatever he wants. Vlad looks back and says it's because of the name Bayezid that they'll even see tomorrow. What is that? He just threatened to kill all the nuns, which I think is kind of, well, not great, but okay. Yeah, sure, go ahead, kill them, I guess. Let those nuns get what's coming to them. The woman tells Joseph he's someone of humble origin, extremely impatient, and a wicked person. She's sure he'll be nothing but trouble in the future. Joseph is standing there with that blank look, being carried by Vlad, still questioning things. The nun says she's worried the boy might stain Joseph's honor. Joseph is thinking, he heard Vlad acted disrespectfully at the church. What he doesn't understand is, this woman had plenty of time to come complain about that. So why is she only showing up now? Right when San Rosino gave Vlad recognition. The same person who's also respected by Priest Andrea. That feels intentional. But there's only one person who would oppose something like that and send this nun here, Bishop Pierre. This guy looks like the devil. Doesn't look like a bishop at all. But fine. Joseph knows Sora is controlled by two people. Him, recognized by the Bayezid family, and the Bishop of Sora, who follows God's word and takes care of everyone. But that delicate balance has been wobbling because Vlad causes too much disruption. And the stronger Vlad gets, the more influence House Bayezid gains. Now Joseph gets it. This woman's target was never Vlad, it was him from the start. At least he figured it out, not playing the idiot like I'm going to fight Vlad. And now he's angry, because there's a limit to everything. The convent people know Joseph isn't obligated to do anything because of his servant. So what's the hidden motive behind this? Suddenly someone apologizes to Joseph for interrupting the meeting. It's Zaire, saying Lemon and the other knights have returned. Joseph already knows if he interrupted like that, it's not good news. Then God calls for Joseph and says barbarians showed up. The nun is shocked and Joseph asks where. God explains they were on the roads connecting Sora and Varna, attacking everyone there. Joseph asks if God ran on his own. God says no. Laman ordered him to come get help. Vlad apparently captured the barbarian captain as a hostage and is holding him down. Joseph asks what happened to the mercenaries protecting the merchants. God says they all ran the moment they got a chance. The truth is, if it weren't for Laman and Vlad, everyone would have died. Joseph understands that right now everyone is only protected by those two, and that's dangerous. The nun is still in shock, but Joseph smiles. He tells Zaire, who for some reason he's calling Jaeger now, to lead the cavalry and forgot to guide them. They both say they understand. Then he turns to the nun and asks if the boy isn't amazing. She's like, what are you even saying? Joseph says the boy is of humble origin with an impatient personality, but he follows God's will and protects the young workers, doesn't he? The nun, looking totally awkward, says yes, it seems like he's protecting her. Then Joseph tells her to pass a message to that person. He says he appreciates how worried they've been about him, and that's why he'll be going to visit them very soon. Seeing the look on the nun's face, you can tell she's shaking. Basically, he said he's going to visit the church's king in Sora. Well, not king, priest. There's no king in a church. So then San goes to Vlad since they're escorting the merchant group. The bad part is, it's full of mercenaries, and they're closing in more and more. Laman says yeah, more and more are coming from the south. If they were just regular knights, they would have run the moment their leader got captured. Not only were they organized, but the guy right in front of them was high-ranking. This was starting to get extremely dangerous. They were going to be completely surrounded before they reached Sora. But why hadn't God come back yet? Then Vlad glances at the horizon and says they finally arrived, smoke in the distance. God along with Zaire coming in with the cavalry. Everyone gets excited, happy they're going to survive, while the leader is furious. Those bastards got there way too fast. Then he says the old man made a smart decision. They survived because they abandoned all their goods. If they'd tried to carry anything, it would have ended differently. Laman replies that being old has its advantages, and now that reinforcements are here, it's time for him to answer some questions. Why the hell were they in a place this far from their territory? The barbarian answers that they needed the son of the prairies. The old man says if they were looking for a horse, why were they robbing people? He explains that since they were far from home, they needed things to survive and to buy food. They had no other reason to come south. They were there for the master of the prairies, someone he never imagined would choose a boy from the empire. Then someone calls out to the old man and says time really is cruel. It's Zaire messing with him, saying he never thought he'd get beaten up by some random barbarians. Lemon says if he'd had a military horse, he would have wiped the floor with them. Zaire says fine, whatever. At least they're okay and they can go back to Sora. But the old man wants to know what they're going to do with that whole bunch of barbarians. Zaire says that in chaotic times like these, they need to avoid barbarians. He'll persuade everyone to leave. Then he activates the power behind his blindfold, and even the leader is shocked. He's glowing, saying he'll act like a civilized man. Everyone starts trembling. Even the leader knows this guy is on a completely different level. If he wanted to, he really could kill everyone there. So the leader starts yelling for everyone to fall back. The barbarians are like, "But, boss," and he just says they're a bunch of idiots if they can't understand the situation. They just need to shut up and disappear right now. Everyone's standing there wondering whether they should abandon their leader or not. But if they go back without him, the chief will be furious. So what are they supposed to do? Will reinforcements show up? Seeing Zaire coming, they convince themselves he's just one knight. The problem is, they remember how much trouble they had against an old man and a kid. One of them says, "Forget it. They'll come back another time. If they wanted to kill the leader, they would have already done it. And besides, there's no reason for them to want a war against the barbarians." They decide to obey, and the chief watches everyone leave. Laman then says there's nothing civilized about Zaire. Still, they're glad everyone backed off. And then the merchants all head toward Vlad, thanking everyone for protecting them, saying he's amazing. They want to hug the boy, but Messi suddenly lifts up and everyone gets startled. It looks like the horse is skittish. The protagonist pets Messi, telling him to calm down. Then Zaire asks what kind of horse that is. The protagonist says it's the same one he used in that fight against the death worm. Once again, it came to him. Zaire asks if that's the wild creature he talked about, and Vlad says yes. He thinks it's weird this horse is way bigger than a normal one. Just looking at it, you can tell it's extraordinary. The protagonist thanks him and says they're going to need a saddle because the kid's already sore. Zaire walks off saying, well, at least he gained a partner. But yeah, that's what we thought. Because when they get to the city gate, Messi absolutely refuses to go in. The protagonist says the damn thing won't move. Why is it acting like this? His friend looks and says he gets it. He also noticed the horse got angry when the merchants came close. He thinks it's funny because the kid on top of the horse is hated by horses, and the kid's horse hates all humans. It was hard to deal with either of them. He found someone exactly like him. So Vlad ends up staying outside by the campfire. Kind of abandoned, but that's how it is. The next morning, Layman looks back and Vlad says the horse is stubborn. Layman wants to know if it worked. He's holding some flowers and says, a little. Looks like the barbarians weren't lying about it. The guy they captured warned them that this horse likes red colors. That's because its breed always goes where there are roses and vines. Back in the prairies, everything was frozen, so for them, roses in the color red meant survival. But this little bouquet doesn't seem like enough. Lyman says now it's easy. He has the solution, so they just need to do it. The protagonist says it seems like that's the case, so the more red, the better. Lyman agrees, it's simple. Bigger is usually better. The protagonist starts thinking he needs something big and red. That's when he sees some red hair passing by. Is he going to use his young lady to win over the horse? And the old man says she clearly represents that color. But the girl and him don't seem to have a good relationship. Vlad says she's been grumbling since they were young. Their relationship goes way beyond just liking or not liking each other. But when it cuts to Gemina, she immediately tells him to disappear. Yeah, the redhead is jealous. Vlad tries to explain, saying he hasn't even opened his mouth yet. But she tells him to get lost, saying she's too busy and has better things to do. The protagonist says he only needs a moment and wants her to listen. She's still deep in jealousy. She tells him to go ask Miss Alice for a moment. He insists, saying he needs help. She turns around to curse him out, saying she's busy and he should go away. Then she runs straight into the bouquet of flowers. She freezes, not understanding what it is. He says he wants her to hold this to help him. She makes a tired face and says she already told him he can go ask Miss Alice. But the boy says no. This is something only Miss Gemina can do. She turns bright red, redder than she already is, totally confused about what he means. He's about to ask why her face is red, and she tells him to shut up. Then the scene completely switches to Joseph walking with Zaire to visit the barbarian. He introduces himself as the mayor of Asura and recognizes Agi of the Budat tribe. Ajol says he didn't expect the mayor to come personally. It's an honor. Joseph, cold as ever, says he hopes the trip won't be a waste of time. Ajol is shocked, thinking he's seen plenty of people who pretend to be cold and dignified, but this guy definitely isn't pretending. Joseph says he thought it was a ritual of their tribe, but he heard it's forbidden for them to capture a wild horse. They have a saying, something like so everyone can live in peace and shine on their own. Wild horses should stay in the green prairies. He thought the barbarians followed those principles, but to break that rule and still cross over, risking their lives all the way into Vayazid territory, there must be a bigger reason. AG stands up and says he thought a lot about it while he was imprisoned, and maybe it's better for him this way. Then he reveals he was the one who was going to take command of the Budat tribe. The only reason they broke the tribe's taboo to capture that son of the prairies was because they needed the fastest one they knew. Suddenly he shouts, calling out to them, yanking his chain, demanding to know what they did. Zaire already has the greatsword pressed to his forehead and tells him to stay still. Joseph tells him to explain himself. AG says he wants to know what they did to make the dragon go into a frenzy. Even Joseph looks startled, thinking about actual dragons, and AG says they did something with the dragon fragments. The mayor is thinking those fragments were evidence tied to the Iron Duke's security. It's all getting mixed up. The Iron Duke is that sarcophagus, and he's thinking it has something to do with this frenzy. Then AG tells them to bring the blonde guy who defeated him. Joseph asks why. AG explains it's because the son of the prairies is the only one who can reach the dragon faster than anyone else, and that creature must have chosen the blonde instead of him for a reason. Joseph says he'll think about it, but the barbarian tells him to hurry. He should know what's going to happen. The remains of a fallen dragon had inherited the blood of the perfect dragon. AG says the creatures lived up to now without realizing they were dragons, but something changed. What was about to happen would go beyond any limit of this territory. He demands again that they answer what they did with the fragments. From what I understood, those fallen creatures, like that worm they killed, the remnants of a dragon, found out they were dragons and regained their power. So moving on, the scene changes to the Baronoff Duchy, in the main northern city. The flag is stretched out, and Reinhardt from Overwatch is there with his arms crossed, saying the dragon is crying. His name is Timur Baronoff. Then an old man behind him calls out, starting to say the dragon fragments. He doesn't finish, because Timur immediately says it started. He wants to know what the mages are doing. Kyoto explains that this time things aren't good. No one can calm it down. Timur says to call the priests and start the prayers, but everyone wants to know where the holy knights are, since they still haven't arrived. In front of the door, with roaring coming from inside, Timur senses the energy is different than before. When he opens the door, there are 2 sealed coffins, and he realizes the fragments are resonating with each other. Next chapter, the scene switches to Marcella, looking beautiful and well-behaved now, telling the merchants who brought gifts that unfortunately Vlad received a mission and had to leave. They're all sad, saying, "We got here too late. I told you we should have come, thank the kid right away. Now we've got all these presents. Who are we even supposed to give them to?" Marcella looks a little awkward because she called him Vlad instead of Sir Vlad. But maybe this was a chance. The rumors that Vlad saved the merchants were spreading, and she wanted to help spread them even more. So she tells everyone he's busy because he's a promising talent of House Bayezid. The merchants say, well, that makes sense. He really is destined for great things. She says that while he's gone, they can leave their names there. The merchants thank her, while Gemina just watches and thinks she should be happy about it. But Vlad was getting more distant from the redhead. Then someone calls her. It's Marcella herself, suddenly right there, saying hi and calling the girl over. Come here, come here. Gemina asks, wait, you want me to take care of the visitors who are here because of Vlad? Marcella says yes, people will interact with Vlad through her from now on. Gemina says, okay, but they seem way too important. It would be better for Marcella to do it. She says that while thinking that if she makes any mistake, it'll stain Vlad's name. Marcella, seriously, she doesn't hold back, tells Gemina that if it's about who knows Vlad better and is more qualified, it's her. Because today's Vlad doesn't exist without her. She needs to be more confident. Gemina is shaken by those words, kind of in disbelief, asking if it's true. Marcella says yes, but Gemina keeps saying she makes too many mistakes and won't be good for it. But Marcella says she doesn't care if she makes mistakes. Vlad would accept her anyway. She heard he asked for her help to draw a horse's attention, and she needs to see that as proof that he still needs her. Now come to my room because yeah, even women have their battlefield. Is she going to help the girl put on a weapon? I'm scared of what Marcella is about to do to her. Then the scene changes to someone saying stability is necessary when you want to expand. It's Lehman warning that Count Gaidar won't be able to come north. Even if he has strong troops, there are still several places in the west, and the dwarves' battlefront was still going on. So before he heads north, he's going to have to deal with that. Joseph says he agrees, but Lehman says he's still worried about something else. That duchy he had, there's a coin photo or something. He doesn't really get it, but Lehman says there's a reason he thinks the last mission should be to the servant of House Bayezid. People might think his judgment is cold, but he needs to give that house some advice. The Western Knights have already surpassed the Northern Warriors. Basically, he's telling Joseph the people who are going to come after you later on have better fighters than you do. Joseph just says he understands, and the old man adds that he feels like a failure because when he looks at the Northern Knights, he realizes he didn't do enough. Back in his day, the North was more feared than any other region, not just because of the climate, but because of the knights, the monsters, and how ruthless the royal family was. Everyone there suffered and fought against everything. But now that same strength was fading as they became more settled. Like their success is making them weak. Everyone's getting soft, lazy, and comfortable. And that's why the West is getting stronger. They shouldn't underestimate Byron Reinald's request. They needed to prepare before it was too late. That request from the treehouse is probably the help Alicia, the blue-haired girl, said they'd need Vlad for, to hold the front line. Joseph says he agrees. The North today is different from the past, but they still produced high-quality fruit. The old man glances at Vlad and says that's true. Everyone's staring at the blonde kid like they want an entire empire to be carried by one boy. Vlad, though, is kind of confused. He's entering the city, and there are tons of people at the gate. The sword says they're there to see something interesting, and Vlad has no idea what. The sword points out that he's the one who saved the merchants, killed that monster, has ties to the Bayezid family and all that, yet now he's struggling just to bring in a horse. Apparently everyone knows, and that's the big story of the week. Suddenly someone calls out to Vlad. There she is, dressed all in red, looking like an actual plant, telling him to stop keeping them waiting. Vlad asks why she's wearing that dress. The sword tells him it's her combat uniform. She really prepared carefully. She starts lifting her veil, and Vlad sees a red earring. He's stunned. She looks beautiful and cute. The merchants are all impressed, and Vlad's horse immediately perks up, looks over and reacts. While Vlad stares, Gemina thinks it's scary having so many eyes on her, but she can't hesitate over something so small. She holds out the rose and tells the good horse to come closer. Everyone watches as the horse actually approaches, and Vlad manages to get through the gate. Seeing the horse totally smitten, shiny coat and all, Vlad realizes the idiot really does have preferences. Now the two are face to face, and Gemina looks a little shaken. Still, she reaches out and gently pets him. Then one of the merchants in the back yells that Gemina is the Crimson Lady, the true rose of Shijora. Vlad looks over like Harvin, you liar, making stuff up again. But everyone else starts shouting her name too. The girls toss little roses and it turns into Lady Gemina from all sides. Off to the side, Marcella is telling the other women that this is something nobody can do, even with all the money in the world. Someone from the back alleys is drawing this much attention. It was rare, but she finally got to see something like it. All of Shijora was watching those two. Cute. But the cute moment lasts about 5 seconds, because the next chapter starts up in the northern lands with dead creatures on the ground. That night, the girl with the little ear thing, I can't remember her name, says they wiped them out. There are orcs torn to pieces everywhere. She says it looks like everyone was killed, and in an instant there were more than 50. The guy with her says, yeah, most of them didn't even draw their weapons, meaning they died without realizing what was happening. Joseph's report was right. The story says the perfect existence was shattered by the Swordmaster, and its pieces scattered across the world. The girl adds that's how the fallen dragons appeared. Some don't have wings, others don't have scales or eyes. They're all fragments of an ancient being that forgot its origins, but for some reason one of them realized it's a dragon. And the one with the perfect leg is the fastest. Scene shifts to later at night. Someone says life is a cycle of choices, and nobody makes decisions for you. A lot of the time, you have to take control yourself. And now it was time for that decision. We see a knight bowing in front of a man. The knight asks if Jorge plans to ignore his orders. Jorge stares back and says Sigmund isn't his lord. The spiky-haired guy says the order is to eliminate all survivors from the dwarves' battlefront. That order came from Count Gaidar. Jorge tells him to take a look. Everyone who came back with him are just refugees. Sigmund says they've decided those people aren't any different. Jorge says the Count can't make that decision. Sigmund says refusing orders is the same as being disloyal. Did Jorge abandon Gaida's banner? Jorge says he's human, and he can't follow ridiculous orders like that. Sigmund says he understands, but he wants to know about the rest. Are they going to follow Jorge? Everyone lowers their heads and apologizes. They abandon him, saying that no matter how wrong the order is, a knight never refuses what their lord commands. Sigmund looks over. Well, look who's here. Godin, and Jorge sees him too. Sigmund tells Godin to step forward and handle it. Should he go to a world where he can shine even more? No idea what that means, but now we're in a meeting where someone says they need to be careful about the Iron Knights and Duke Bayezid. They have information that Baron Uthman has been making suspicious moves. There's a list of Bayezid Knights. The man looking at it, pretty sure it's Godin, says the Bayezid family's roster hasn't changed compared to years ago. Someone explains it looks like they failed to raise a new generation of warriors. Aside from the eldest son, Rudiger, there aren't any new knights worth mentioning. But he tells them not to jump to conclusions. You can't measure the name Bayezid with a report. Just like he's always been Gaidar's hidden sword. The Bayezids have their secrets too. The knights apologize and say they'll observe more carefully. Then one of them says someone from his hometown over in Bayezid territory mentioned something interesting. Godin tells him to say it, even if he doesn't believe it himself. The man says it seems a servant of House Bayezid is a real prospect. Godin asks the name, and the man says Vlad Skora. Apparently he showed up at the Battle of Daymare, and people say he was already using aura. An old guy at the table laughs, saying a servant showing up using aura is ridiculous. Sounds like the Bayezids are spreading crazy rumors because they failed to raise a new generation. Godin pauses. The name Skora doesn't sound unfamiliar. He remembers that blonde kid shouting. Then he realizes, damn, it was that brat from that day. His name was Vlad, but there's no way it's the same person. He just remembers the name and face. Still, he can't deny that the boy showed enough potential that for a moment, he wanted to take him along. But there's no way to know if that kid is even alive anymore. And speaking of barely alive, here's Vlad looking wrecked, saying he's about to die. The sword tells him to stop whining like a baby and finish eating. Vlad says he's not whining. He had to spend the whole morning training with Zaire. Then right after training, he had to talk to the old man who gave him aura training. After that, he still had to talk with the sword about his progress and planning. At this pace, the battlefield would be easier. The sword says the boy doesn't realize how lucky he is to be trained by so many people. Vlad says he knows. That's exactly why, even suffering this much, he keeps doing everything. Then Got shows up asking how Vlad's doing. Vlad doesn't get why Got has so much luggage. Got explains Joseph said that from now on, he'll be staying there. Vlad's like, wait, why? Got thumps his chest and says he heard Vlad built a stable in the yard just for his horse. And wherever Vlad is with his horse, Got has to be there too. Vlad asks, you think you can handle that beast? Got says it's fine. He's a knight of House Bayezid. He'll deal with it. Vlad goes, all right then, good luck. Got doesn't understand why the kid sounds so confident. Vlad just tells him to go away because he doesn't have the energy to talk. But Got says it looks like Joseph called him back. Vlad stands up asking why. Got says it's likely Vlad is getting out of that punishment. Back at the castle, Vlad thinks it's hard to believe anything that Liar says. But in the room, everyone's gathered. The old man is staring, and Joseph is facing Vlad. Vlad thinks this doesn't feel like the kind of atmosphere where you're being released from punishment. Joseph brings up the church day and asks if Vlad went against his orders to save the children. Vlad says yes. Joseph immediately asks if the same thing happens again, what will Vlad do? Would he defy orders again? They stare each other down. Vlad remembers he swore to always tell the truth, not to be loyal, so he says he can't lie. He tells Joseph straight up, if it were the same situation, yes, he'd defy him again. Joseph likes that. He's fired up. He thinks that's exactly why he chose this blonde kid. He stands and says, honor is a light that helps others, but conscience is the light that helps you. And when you're lost, that's what leads you to the right path. And since Vlad found his own path, Joseph pulls the cloth away and says, this armor will now protect that conscience. The breastplate sent by Saint Racino, an item made using countless techniques. Vlad puts a hand on his chest, thinking about the armor he's wearing now, that cheap brass piece. Joseph says he knows Vlad won't want to take it off, because it's proof of the path he's walked so far, but at the same time, Saint Racino's armor is proof of the path he's found. Then he says, come here, Blondie. Take a closer look. Engraved on the armor is that he's the knight who protects the children's breath. Joseph says that's it. That's the path Vlad will follow from now on. Vlad sees himself reflected in the armor. They're getting ready because trouble is coming with that walking dragon. Scene cuts straight back to the north, where a guy with a wing on his back is watching something and says they've arrived. This is the successor of the Iron Duke, known as Volkov. He's looking at smoke in the distance, torches approaching, and riders coming in. Snow explodes in the background. Turns out they're being chased by the little wingless dragon. The riders are panicking, saying they're going to get caught, while others shout to push just a little longer because they're almost at the position. The dragon roars, and from above, Volkov starts preparing a spear. His eyes sharpen, aura expanding at the top of the mountain, and everyone is told to get ready. Volkov's arm swings, he seems to sense something, and he fires what's basically a missile straight at the creature. Sure, he hit it, but the dragon steps aside, like seriously. It dodged. Volkov can't believe it. He knows the thing is fast, but he didn't expect it to dodge something that close. No wonder Lindblom is considered the fastest dragon of them all. Volkov orders the army to advance and not lose it. Everyone charges at the dragon, and it locks eyes with them. Then it opens its mouth and starts gathering mana in its throat, and everyone realizes they're in trouble. Volkov warns he won't let it do that, and throws another spear. The dragon is shocked again, forced to stop the spell and dodge. It stares at Volkov, who's standing firm up there watching. Realizing that every time it tries to attack, it'll get interrupted, the dragon starts trying to escape, but the knights decide to chase it. But the beast suddenly floors it. Just the force of that sound alone pushes the horses back, and it shoots off into the distance. 2 seconds later, it's already far away, and Volkov realizes there's no way he can keep up again. Cut to the office. There's a guy there saying that, honestly, this tea is incredible. I think it's Rudiger, Joseph's brother, and he's already right in Joseph's face, asking why he's there. It's obviously not just about tea. Rudiger tells him to stop being so jumpy. He doesn't need a reason to visit his big brother. It's not like they're strangers. Joseph, without taking his eyes off him, tells him to quit with that and get to the point. Looks like what that barbarian said was true. Joseph gets it immediately. The dragon sighting was real. Out west, they had the Deathworm. Up north, they had Lindblom, the creature that lives in the coldest place in those freezing winds, and also the fastest one. They really do say this thing is fast, like 15 times. It's kind of ridiculous. Joseph says something's off though. It's not the season for Lindblom to be active, and it doesn't even show up every winter. Rutiger says everything's changing, just like the Deathworm showed up that time in a different way. Now Lindblom is even attacking the White Blood Orcs, so they need to stop it before it completely loses it. Joseph asks where it's headed. Rutiger says they have no idea. It's moving so fast they can barely track it, which makes Joseph go, okay, so what are we supposed to do? Rutiger says that's exactly why he's here. They've been summoned to subjugate Lindblom. The emo boy agrees right away, saying Swara will provide whatever support they can. And since we already know Vlad is going to have to go, Rutiger adds that besides scouting the surrounding area, he'll also need some knights. Joseph saw that coming and asks how many. And then it gets weird. Rutiger says he only wants one. Joseph immediately finds that suspicious. Why ask for just one when you need a whole bunch of knights to deal with a dragon? The problem is the situation is so complicated that even if Rudiger asked for everyone, it'd be hard to refuse, so Joseph asks again if he really only wants one. Rudiger explains that yes, because unlike the Deathworm, swords work really well on Lindblom. The problem is the sword has to be able to reach it. Joseph asks who he wants. Rudiger gives that little grin like, come on, you already know. Right then someone shows up at the door saying he's there because he was summoned. Joseph is confused because he didn't summon him. That's when Rudiger reveals he called the kid without permission. The boy's already fully armored up now, properly protected, and Rudiger goes, Vlad, long time no see, the great dragon slayer of the north. And yeah, the obvious happens. Then the scene switches to the protagonist's room. He's there with Gemina, saying it's going to take more than a month. Now she's basically just jealous, saying it's really nice to see how busy he is. He's clearly popular. From this angle it even looks like she's smiling, which I don't get. She says it'd be great if Vlad's mother could see him like this. He's confused, and asks why she's bringing that up. She says she doesn't know, it just popped into her head. He tells her to forget it. Everything about that was more than 10 years ago. Gemina says it's strange, because she doesn't remember her own mother, but she remembers his, because even in a desperate situation, Vlad's mother didn't abandon him, unlike Gemina's mother. Damn, they killed the protagonist's mom right in front of him. Easily top 10 saddest things. The boy goes quiet and says that either way he was so young he doesn't remember much. There's this comfortable silence in the room, and then Gemina says it's ready. The boy's third crest, Saint Racino, is now on his banner. She shows it off and says you can't even tell it was made by someone else. Gemina's skills are seriously impressive, but it looks kind of puffed up. The protagonist says, yeah, totally. You can't even tell. Definitely. Then she comments that it looks like he's raising a dangerous dragon. He says the creature's nickname is Living Disaster. Gemina warns him that if it takes more than a month, it'll be winter. The protagonist looks a little sad and says autumn goes by way too fast. All of a sudden she grabs a little cloth and hands it to him, telling him to take it. He's like, what is this? She shows him it's a pocket handkerchief. He looks at it and chuckles, saying she'd been making it the whole time. She immediately throws it in his face and says she feels sorry for him having that horrible handkerchief he can't even use. This one's pure cotton, and he can do whatever he wants with it. She turns bright red, annoyed, telling him to stop messing with her. The protagonist thinks this girl is seriously hot-headed, but it doesn't make sense. She told him to use it, but she stitched her name at the bottom with little flowers. Cut to the north, they're already on the way. Someone says, I asked for Vlad only, so why did 3 people show up? Rudiger tells him to explain. The protagonist just says he doesn't know. Maybe Joseph's worried. Rudiger is sure it's for another reason, because Joseph also sent that damn Lemon, who's a pain, plus a captured prisoner. Even though Rudiger complains, he knows they're 2 useful knights. The only problem is they clearly don't get along. And now Rudiger's saying Vlad has to deal with those 2. The protagonist says he doesn't have the rank for that. Rudiger reveals Lemund is a knight of the old patriarch, so Rudiger can't order him around. Since they know each other, they can sort it out themselves. Clearly nobody wants to be the one to put those 2 in line. The protagonist looks back thinking he doesn't have a solution either. Lemund is staring down the barbarian, saying the worm crawled out of prison. The other guy tells him the old man should lie down and rest because he smells like death. They start bickering and trading insults, one calling the other old back and forth, while the protagonist just watches, thinking it's time to go home. Then suddenly he catches a weird smell and warns everyone there's blood in the air. Forvey tells him to stop making things up. He's not a wolf, how could he smell anything in snow like this? But the protagonist is dead serious. Rudiger says fine, then lead the way. They ride off in another direction, and Rudiger says the creature threw another fit. There are bodies everywhere, so many it looks like an entire town got swallowed. Turns out it was a barbarian tribe. They ask the human who came with them and he says no, it's probably a neighboring tribe. But the fact they're that far north means something strange is going on. Then Lemon says something's not right. A lot of the wounds on those bodies look like they were made by swords. But this doesn't look like a fight against anyone from the north. Rudiger agrees there'd be no reason for northerners to massacre them like this. The only option left is that there was someone there who didn't belong. They keep riding through the snow and celebrate making it to Barenhen Fortress without getting hit by a storm. The protagonist looks up and says there are 2 flags. Rudiger looks and sure enough, there's a red one flying. Rudiger's face tightens immediately. He wants to know what those people are doing there. The protagonist asks what that flag is and Lemund explains it's from the capital, the central region. Knights directly under the Sulka, with dragon blood. It's the crest of the Dragon Slayer Knights. So someone with the official title to handle the job has shown up. They reach the castle and are told those guys arrived 2 days ago. Rudiger asks why they're there. The answer? They were sent to subjugate Lindblom. Rudiger finds it strange, how did they get the information fast enough to arrive basically alongside them? He calls for their representative. The representative asks what it is. The 2 stare at each other without saying anything, and then the guy just says fine, he's going to handle it. The protagonist feels the tension and asks Lemund what these Dragon Slayer Knights are. Lemund answers like it's obvious. They're knights who kill dragons, but they're recognized by the emperor and commanded by central nobles who carry the blood of the Dragon Duke. Basically, when it comes to dragons, they are the law of the empire. Vlad figures some powerful people must have come. Then the protagonist looks to the side and asks if there was a fire there. Lemund explains the fortress itself is basically just a lighthouse. The place is actually known as the Lighthouse of Bayezid. They took an old fortress that had been burned down and built a massive wall to stop barbarians and monsters. It was one of the first steps in the Bayezid taking control of the north. The protagonist gets it now. Those guys came from the capital and raised their flag without saying a word. That's why Rudiger was furious. So is he going to blow up? Let's see. Because the door opens and someone says he finally arrived. There are a bunch of knights standing there, and behind them is Mircea, captain of the Dragon Slayer Knights. He looks like an older, more villainous Vlad, doesn't he? Rudiger says it looks like someone important showed up without warning. Mircea introduces himself and Rudiger says he's the acting captain of this fortress. They lock eyes. Vlad steps in, looks up and sees Mircea staring right back at him. And Vlad suddenly freaks out, he feels pain. He says it's the same feeling as when he saw the bloodworm, but why would he feel that from a person? They keep staring and Mircea gives a small smile. Rudiger asks if the Dragon Slayers are behind all of this, including the attack on the barbarians. Mircea says it was something that needed to be done. They have the Founder King's permission and hundreds of years of experience. Since Lindblom is one of the fastest creatures, they needed someone to draw its attention, and those barbarian bodies are perfect bait. The barbarian prisoner they brought starts screaming, calling Mircea the Empire's disgrace. Filthy trash, disgusting. Lindblom immediately restrains him and slams him to the ground. The prisoner yells for the old man to get off him. Lindblom warns him that one more word and he'll lose his neck. Quietly, Lindblom says he understands his rage, but rage only matters if you're strong enough. If he keeps shouting, he'll die here for nothing. Mircea laughs, saying, "It looks like the Bayezid raised a badly mannered man and a cat, apparently." The girl looks upset, her shoulders drooping. Rudiger says everyone is exactly where they should be, and maybe Mercia and his group should go back to where they belong. Then the Dragon Slayer Knights start drawing their swords. Rudiger walks forward like he's stepping through flames, and they all tense up. People move aside as he approaches. Now they're face to face. Rudiger asks who gave Mercia permission to raise that flag. Mercia says he made a request, but nobody answered, so he told his subordinates to raise it. Rudiger asks again if he got permission or not. Mercia says he doesn't think it's necessary because under Imperial law, the Dragon Slayers can use any manpower or facility anywhere in the Empire. Mercia steps down a stair, no idea why. But Rudiger tells him he only has those rights if he asks the master of the place for permission. Mercia asks if Rudiger is going to cooperate or not. Rudiger says yes, he intends to cooperate, but Mercia needs to follow the proper procedures. Rudiger points at the flag. Mercia asks what? Then he freezes when he sees the flag being lowered. He immediately shouts, demanding how Rudiger dares touch the central flag. Lindblom chuckles and says that's why nobody wants anything to do with them. He orders everyone not to move because the master of the fortress never gave permission. The knights face off with the old man. Rudiger tells Mercia to ask permission for his flag to be raised. In Bayezid land, he has to ask for help if he wants them to work to kill the dragon. That's step 1. Only after that would they help with anything. Mercia stares at him and says he'll regret it. Rudiger says he doesn't know how things work in the capital, but life is full of regrets no matter what you choose, and he'd rather regret it than not do what needs to be done. And it looks like the conflict ends there, because the scene cuts to someone looking into an orb, saying, Vlad, 17 years old. It's a guy showing an orb to Mercia, saying the boy was born in the slums of Bayezid County. Mercia is deep in thought. Shkaras' slums, golden hair, bright blue eyes. He felt the heartbeat in an instant. Now he's sure. Things around this boy always seem to turn out differently than expected, but he was born way too far away. The voice says yes, and Mercia goes on, saying even worse, he was far too low born. Still, he knows a promising seed can bloom anywhere. But why would a noble seed like that be in a place that remote? That wasn't enough. He orders them to find out more about the boy. The voice says they found what he did outside Skawara, but they can't find out anything about what he did inside. Mercia says something's off. The north is where they have the most spies. They should know everything. The one speaking through the orb replies that, unfortunately, all the spies inside Skawara have vanished. It seems that after the new mayor arrived, he took total control of the city. Mercia says that's strange. He knows that man hasn't been in charge for long. But the voice explains he used the influence he gained to go after certain people. Some of the spies were among those who disappeared. Mercia thinks swords are like authority. They need to be strong, sharp, and at the same time flexible. He knows this Joseph isn't good with a sword, but he was serving as a blade in another way for the Bayezid family. They really did have capable children, but there's only one place they can climb, meaning their territory, and Mercia wants to stir things up. The scene shifts to a room, and someone says that back in his day there weren't plans like this. It's Lindblom saying they don't know the intention, but at least they can figure out who attacked the village. If they use bait, they won't be much different from those dragon knights who use barbarians. Rudiger, though, says it'll be hard to defeat the creature without using a trap. How are they supposed to reach Lindblom? Dorothea adds that if they don't kill the dragon, those people can use it as an excuse to stay here. And Rudiger knows perfectly well they're eager to kill the beast and expand their influence in the northern region. He asks his companion how long it'll take to set up the trap. The other guy says, there's nowhere in this region to raise livestock. The best option would be to ask House Portley for help, but they'd need at least half a month. One of the guys nearby says, why don't we capture some barbarians? We could even steal the barbarians the dragon slayers captured. But Lamon cuts him off, telling them to stop with those crazy ideas. The central barbarians were all from the AG tribe. That would only create large-scale trouble, since the barbarians and the northern people have lived together for a long time. They kill the dragon, but then the whole place gets swallowed by war and the central forces take advantage. The guy apologizes, saying he didn't think it through. Rudiger knows Lamon is right. This would be the worst choice, which proves it might be exactly what Central wants because they'd love to watch the entire North tear itself apart. Rudiger mentions he heard Vlad's horse is really fast. Lamon says to forget it. Nobody can ride that horse. It obeys absolutely no one. The guy can't believe an animal can be that stubborn, and Lamon tells him to think of the most stubborn thing he knows and multiply it by 20. Rudiger's furious. He thought borrowing that horse might be a good idea, but without that option, the best strategy is the same one the Dragon Slayers use. The problem is, he can't just dump this on Central to solve. What they needed most right now to have any advantage was Lindblom's location. Suddenly, a man comes running in through the front door, calls for Rudiger, and says there are a lot of people outside the fortress asking for the gates to be opened. Rudiger asks who it is and what banner they're flying. The man says it's an Iron Gauntlet. It's Volkov's unit, the Spear Throwers, the Knights of the Iron Duke. Then we see, in the middle of the mountains, a bunch of corpses on the ground, and the dragon sniffing around taking a bite, and then it suddenly freaks out and starts roaring. Next chapter, we're in the city with Vlad saying he doesn't need this. Dorothea says he does. He needs that engraving so he won't get cold. Hold on, I'm not getting it. Is she trying to rub her butt on his face? Vlad's confused, saying everyone's face is uncovered, so why is she doing this to him? She explains he'll be out in the field longer. People are talking about how the boy is Veya's a dragon repellent. He just has to do the same thing he did with the Deathworm Master. Then Dorothea does the sequence. Whew, she had ink on her butt and drew something on his face that vanished 2 seconds later. For a second I thought she really was trying to put her shy little butt in his face. But she tells him to avoid the dragon's breath, because the engraving isn't invulnerable. Right, he's kind of skinny too, I forgot that. She says she'll put it on the horse as well, and he tells her to be careful not to get bitten. She tells him to stop messing around. It's not like the animal is a dog, but he thinks about how Gott has already taken a bunch of bites to the head. Laman asks if the boy has his preparations ready, and he says yes. Someone explains the scouts are back. It looks like the dragon took the bait. But at the same time, the situation is a bit complicated. They'll need AG to go to the other tribes and make it clear it wasn't the Vayazid people who killed the other barbarians. But until that happens, the tension against them might keep rising. Still, no matter what, all they can do is give their best on the mission. The old man asks if he remembers the details, and he says it's nothing major. He just has to lure Lindblom to the designated spot. The old man tells him to pay attention. He only needs to bring the creature to Lord Rudiger, who will set up an ambush, and while Rudiger is dealing with it, Volkov will throw his spears to provide support. He asks if the boy has any questions, and Vlad says none. The old man insists he should ask something. He's the center of the strategy. He should have more doubts. He needs to remember this isn't a simple dragon hunt. Vlad asks why, and the old man says the entire north depends on this subjugation, since the Cold War between them and Central has begun. The Baranovs and the Vazids, the pillars of the north, are involved, along with that damn Duke of Dragonblood. Just having all these people here already puts the north at risk, and the worst possible outcome would be the 2 northern houses working together, failing, and in the end the Dragon Slayer Knights being the ones who succeed. That would give Central every excuse it needs to start taking over the north. He tells Vlad to remember the dragon's final blow has to come from a northern sword. Vlad says okay. That's also the only way to rescue the prisoners from the AG tribe. Then there's movement, everyone looks back. Mirsai is smiling and Rutiger knows the beast has arrived. He calls the vanguard and tells them to get ready. In front of the castle, everyone's assembled. He says he'll see them at the gorge. Everyone thumps their chest, the gates open, and they head out. Seeing Vlad riding in front, Volkov asks Rutiger if that servant can really handle it. He looks too young. Rutiger says, "Don't worry, he's my best card." "Who gave you the blonde kid? Are you crazy?" Rutiger's praising him, saying it doesn't look like it, but he was the one who lured the Deathworm up from underground. That happened when he didn't even know how to ride a horse yet. Volkov finds it strange, hard to believe, but Rutiger says that's Vlad. He always does something unexpected. Volkov knows age doesn't say anything about a person. Skill and experience are what matter, and everything they've built up so far will decide whether the mission succeeds. He thought Rutiger was the only dangerous one in House Vazid, but there's another. Someone points toward the horizon, saying that based on the information, Lindblom should be over there. But they should be careful. People say it's gone mad, and is destroying its own territory. Another person says it looks like the beast has a different objective. His companion asks if he means the remaining dragon has gained intelligence. He explains that in general, these creatures act mostly on basic instincts. But with what it's been doing, maybe that's changing. He remembers the last dragon attacked pilgrims, so maybe the story isn't a lie. They look to the side, see tracks, and they're sure they found the right place. It snowed last night, and there are already footprints in the snow, which means it passed through recently. They keep following. They pass through the hills, the sun is already setting, and Vlad feels something's off. Everyone said the beast was heading south, ignoring its original behavior, but the tracks are going north, and they're leading into a forest where they'd end up kind of stuck. Right then, Vlad senses something strange. He looks up, and the thing is right there. Really close. He tells everyone to spread out, saying it's a trap. When everyone turns, the dragon has already lunged to go for him first. Good thing the kid has Messi. One pull on the reins and he dodges. The dragon stares, and immediately the leader tells everyone to light the torches. With that, they break a seal. A circle forms and they advance, saying it's to distract the beast. The horses start running around the dragon, which glances to the side and seems like it can't see everything clearly. It sees the shapes, the flames, and starts preparing an attack. The leader tells everyone to watch out for the breath, and the beast unleashes a sweeping blast. And when it hits someone, they turn into an ice statue instantly. But during the distraction, it looks like 2 of them manage to get in and slash it. Of course, with their bargain bin swords, it doesn't even scratch. Then another rider yells for everyone to get out of the way because the dragon is already behind them with its paw raised, and that's it. Split in half, completely trampled. The leader's still there. His eyes flash. He raises the torch, and it looks like the dragon's attention really locks onto it. He warns that he'll go first, and everyone should keep their distance while running. He rides out, the dragon chases him, and everyone follows between them. But then the beast looks back, leaps up onto the mountain before the rider can do anything, jumps again to bite him, lands in front of him already, preparing another ice burst. The leader tells everyone to spread out, but it's too late. The whole ground freezes, and the horse's legs lock up. Only he, Messi, manages to get out and kind of glide along the mountain like a sheep. The leader realizes it's gone bad. The dragon turned on the horses. He turns to everyone and tells them to dismount because the plan failed, and now they should at least try to cut one of the beast's legs. Honestly, I don't think they've got great odds. He's the first to know it wouldn't be easy. In a second, the dragon vanishes and is suddenly right in front of them. But then blood sprays. Everyone looks shocked. Even the dragon. It's Vlad. far off, who cut his hand and tells the creature and himself that this is the blood it wants. And it looks like we already know Vlad's blood has something special about it, because the beast goes into a frenzy the moment the drop falls, completely loses it. The blonde kid realizes it worked a lot better than he meant it to, and the blade spirit warns him he shouldn't have done that. A second later, the dragon is face to face with him. An explosion of snow, but we've got Messi, so the kid dodges. The leader behind him throws the torch to Vlad, he catches it, and the leader tells him to run. Vlad takes off with Messi at full speed, but the dragon is already charging down the mountain. Both of them have those shining eyes, and Vlad tells Noir, what I call Messi, to go faster. Meanwhile, up on a ridge at the top of everything, Volkov is standing still with his spears. In the distance, they can see Chivani's flare signal, and his companion says they're coming. Volkov asks the timing. The man says 5 minutes, then says 4 minutes, and then it's like 2 minutes. Way too fast. In just a few seconds, they're right in front of them. Immediately, Volkov turns and orders them to activate the signal. An arrow shoots up. Vlad knows they're reaching the gorge where Rudiger is waiting. They're heading straight for it. But Vlad starts feeling something weird. He's having another episode, and the spirit's voice asks what's wrong. Messi is struggling too. Even the dragon seems thrown off. Vlad puts a hand on his chest and says something is squeezing his heart. So the voice of the sword says it was a binding spell. Vlad wonders who cast it. Way off in the distance on the other side of the mountain range, that damn Mircea was staring him down. Rudiger's trying to figure out what happened, why the kid suddenly stopped. Weirdly, Vlad and the dragon are just standing there, and the creature starts backing away. The moment Rudiger sees that, he orders all the knights to advance, and everyone charges in, yelling to surround the beast and drive it toward the gorge. The Iron Hand knights move in too, both groups closing the distance, but the creature turns and tries to run. Rudiger calls for Volkov, telling him to land a spear strike and hit alongside the creature, but the bastard dodges again. Volkov keeps spamming spear explosions, but the beast keeps dodging and dodging. Then from inside the smoke it unleashes another blast of ice. The old man tries to warn them, but it's too late. And worst of all, it looks like it's heading straight for Vlad. The sword's voice tells him to pull himself together. Meanwhile, the old man thinks that if they can't use the best option, they'll have to use the second best. No way. He's not seriously going to sacrifice himself, is he? He throws himself in front of Vlad, saying he'll use the kindness of a retired knight. And here it comes. He starts glowing purple. He says the cold winds are getting into his joints. Everyone looks terrified. The knights are frozen in shock, and he shouts that he's going to protect the future. Someone needs to snap Vlad out of it. He's just standing there, spaced out. With his feet frozen, Vlad says it feels like he's caught in a web that won't let him move. He'd gotten out of the blade, out of that mess, but he still couldn't move his feet. While he's there, half buried in snow, the sword's voice keeps yelling, Vlad? Then he sees these shining lights, and he feels this strange warmth, wondering what it is. It's Loman in front of him, ready to protect him. And the sword says that was the true world of a knight, something built over an entire lifetime touching Vlad. That was enough to break the binding spell. Vlad reaches for the sword and finally reacts. His eye flashes, he draws the blade and swings. The place he was trapped in shatters, and Mircea appears, shocked. Mircea was so deep in the spell that when Vlad broke it, his eye started bleeding. And the bastard still says the kid isn't half bad. Vlad calls out to the old man, but the old man just tells him to keep going. Now it's his turn. Hopefully the old man doesn't die there. But Vlad turns and sees the dragon preparing another ice breath, freezing all the knights. Right away, Vlad grits his teeth, calls for Messi, and takes off at full speed. Even the old man's cape is frozen stiff while he mutters that Vlad is one miserable brat, while the dragon is freezing everyone. Rudiger watches from the side, thinking Vlad has the engraving, but he won't last long against the cold. Unfortunately, Rudiger can't unleash his own world either, or everyone will get hit. He can't believe they're going to fail now with victory right there. But then he sees it, Vlad cutting through the smoke, turning into that black and white all swagger. He pulls the greatsword, and it tells Vlad to give it everything he's got. The dragon, facing him in an honest head-on duel, sets off an explosion of light. Vlad swings, but it looks like he can't cut through. He only manages to crack it, saying the thing is too tough. But the sword says he did damage the scales. He has a chance. He just can't stop. Messi charges again, and it turns into a straight-up exchange. They clash, switch attacks, pure Dragon Ball energy. The dragon smacks Vlad with a paw. The sword gets knocked aside. Vlad forces another slash. The beast snaps at him, and the kid slips past again. And again the dragon bleeds a little, but it's still standing. Vlad starts getting confident, thinking he can kill it, which is a big problem, because that means he's done for. And that's when the real problem hits. The sword starts breaking. The blacksmith warned him. The beast's blood drips onto the ground. The dragon stares at Vlad and charges again. With no choice, Vlad goes for another strike, but his hand is shaking. The creature barrels through and lands another cut on his shoulder. The voice demands to know why Vlad is hesitating. He can't stop using the sword the right way. Vlad tries to answer, but before he can speak, the dragon is right in his face again. Then, boom, a massive strike slams into the ground. It was Volkov's spear. Volkov shouts that he'll cover them. Another spear hits the beast's back and it recoils, and then another comes flying from the top of the mountain, perfect aim. The dragon starts retreating, and everyone knows it's trying to get back to the plains. Rudiger doesn't hesitate. He tells Vlad to go. Vlad's the only one who can chase it down. Vlad hesitates, and the sword's voice says that any being that reaches its limit has no choice but to stop. Vlad wants to keep going, but the blade can't stay with him forever. That means he has to fulfill its purpose, basically use it until it breaks, one last time. Vlad gets furious, but he has no choice. He tells Messi to go. The dragon keeps tearing through the plains while Volkov rains spears down on it. The beast has to keep dodging, which changes its path and gives Vlad a chance to close in from behind again. The dragon looks back and Vlad brings down a vertical slash on its shoulder. The creature howls and Vlad keeps going. He's not holding back the sword anymore. He whips out a whole sequence of strikes, forcing the beast to stop, while the sword cracks more and more. He stays alongside it, more blood spraying out, and the creature stumbles, loses balance and rolls over like trash. The instant it tries to get up, Volkov throws another spear from far away and finally drives one into its thigh. Brutal. Volkov's hand is covered in blood. Anyone watching would think he nearly died doing it. He's basically handing the ball to Vlad, telling him, "I'm counting on you, kid." And Vlad, with no other option, charges again with Messi, saying this is the last attack. And now that he thinks about it, this sword is the one he used to stare at every day in front of the shop. He remembers the first time he brought it home, when he awakened the sword's spirit, and when he first awakened its aura in all those fights. He says, "Thank you for getting me this far." The dragon waits, starting to gather another ice breath. Vlad closes in, sees his reflection in its eye, and it feels like the two of them collide. He slices straight through it. Blue blood splashes across the snow, and everyone is stunned. Mirsikin can't believe it, and Vlad is crying, saying goodbye to the sword as it breaks. Only this kind of story could make me sad over a sword breaking. And among the broken pieces, the story says the sword was still shining, even without the night sky, because it had been held by a boy who wanted to shine on his own. It was made in the slums, but it had what it took to become a star. And in the end, the name it received was the dragon-slaying sword. Damn, that's it, everyone. Next scene, they're dragging the big guy by the feet. Vlad's off to the side now, full sad boy mode. Roberger comes over and says it was good work, but Vlad asks if the old man is okay. Hearing old man, Roberger asks if Vlad doesn't even know the guy's name. Vlad says no, the old man said something about completing duties or something like that. Roberger sits beside him and says, well, sooner or later Vlad will find out. He glances over and says it looks like it broke, but it gave everything it had. Vlad says, yeah, it definitely gave everything. Roberger says it probably won't comfort Vlad, but he'll get him a new sword. Vlad says it'll be hard to find another one like that. Roberger answers that sharp swords are everywhere. There are countless tough swords with a good shine, but it's always hard to find a sword that can respond to your world, your power. And finding a specific blade like that would be difficult even for the Emperor himself. But Vlad shouldn't get discouraged. Just because he won't hold it in his hands anymore doesn't mean it'll be left behind. It'll always be by his side as the title he earned. Vlad doesn't get it. What title? Roberger says Vlad can be proud because in this entire generation of the Bayezid, only the two of them have it. The sword was living proof that he was Vlad of Escalar, the Dragon Slayer. People in the comments are saying Vlad's sword got more character development than Sung Jinwoo. Next chapter. A letter arrives from Daymar. Looks like Baron Reynolds sent it. Joseph looks it over, asking if there's been any movement in the west. Zaire says no, Gaidor still hasn't moved. Those guys want to attack the north and everything's tense. Joseph asks when Vlad is coming back. Zaire says he heard Vlad contributed a lot to the subjugation, but he doesn't have any other info. Joseph figures it'll be at least a month, and Zaire asks why he needs Vlad. Joseph says unfortunately they're running out of time. The mission is probably finished and they're likely heading to Sturma, and if that's the case he'll go there himself, so he's gonna run into the blonde guy. Zaire says all slow and lazy, I'll prepare everything, and leaves the room. Joseph stares ahead, saying it looks like this is the game Gaidor wants to play. This was definitely an action with a specific purpose, and he never imagined that that stupid moment would become the key to this problem. He's thinking back to Vlad grabbing that woman's handkerchief. Joseph says that was the best mistake he could have made. The scene cuts back to the north. Someone slams a sword into the ground. I think it's Timur praising everyone for the good work. Volkov says House Vahizid helped a lot. At least they can celebrate that the dragon was killed by someone from the north. That way those imperial bastards can't use it as an excuse to interfere. Timur asks where they are. Someone says they already left with the whole Dragon Slayer team. The Vahizid are following and monitoring them until the very end to make sure they really leave. Timur says that with the White Dragon gone and those people leaving, there's no reason for this place to go crazy again. But it won't last forever. It's only a matter of time until another dragon realizes its potential. And this is happening because they're holding custody of two fragments. They need to separate them. But who could he trust with something that important? Being an Oath Guardian brings endless problems. Back at the castle, Lemon calls out to the kid, asking if he thinks he's carrying a corpse, because Vlad's hauling the old man along all wrapped up. Vlad says the wind is freezing and they're far from Sturma. But Lemon says Vlad must have forgotten he's a man of the north and he's not afraid of any cold. Vlad says he remembers the old man complaining his bones hurt a few days ago. Lemon tells the kid to stop being pathetic. Then we see Mircea talking with Rudiger. Roberger thought he'd already left. Roberger asks if Mircea isn't going to Sturma with them. So they're friendly guests now? Roberger says his father would be happy to see Mircea. Mircea says it's a rare opportunity but he can't live peacefully in a place like this. Roberger says he won't insist, but it's kind of shameful to let a guest leave empty-handed. Volkov took the spear that was stuck in the dragon's leg. Mircea could take the tail, for example, but Mircea says he doesn't care. He's already satisfied with the mission's success. Roberger agrees, saying carrying a tail around his luggage is unnecessary anyway. And they don't need to worry, they'll deal with the captured barbarians. The North will handle northern business, and Mircea can go back to the capital. Mircea says fine, but he wants to say goodbye to the new dragon slayer. Roberger says, just for a moment. So are they fighting over the blonde guy? Roberger walks past him and says that next time Mircea tries any tricks they won't let it slide. The blonde idiot plays dumb. What do you mean? What are you talking about? And the Norther answers that he knows exactly what Mircea did back then, when Vlad grabbed his chest and froze up. Roberger wondered why the kid suddenly stopped. That's when he caught it in the sword's reflection. Damn, Mircea was doing something. And he starts walking off, warning that there won't be a second warning. The blonde guy says it's fine. His friend leaves, and he stays there thinking that this time he acted kind of rashly. He wanted to see that person's world, but either way he wasn't disappointed, because now he's got something even more interesting. Just watching my boy Vlad. Get out of here. So many guys wanting my kid. Where are the women? There's an old dude and 3 kings/princes after my blondie. But the luggage is all packed, and then out of nowhere someone behind Vlad says he's impressive. Look who's showing up. It's Mircea saying the kid is incredible. But Vlad goes straight for honesty and says it would have been even better if it weren't for someone getting in the way. This guy's a bastard, huh? He messed with Vlad and now he's standing there. Oh, I'm happy to meet you. It's a shame that feeling isn't mutual. I wonder why it isn't, right? And our blonde guy turns around and says there isn't a single reason for him to be happy to meet him. But there are 1,000 reasons not to. Mircea says it's sad to hear that. His intention was for the kid not to go somewhere dangerous. Vlad tells the bastard to get out of his way. The guy just stares, noticing the kid was young, but he had this calm, sharp aura. And that was exactly how he expected him to be. Someone who keeps his head up no matter where he is. Was this the kind of person he was born to be? Then he says he's going to ask a few little questions and then disappear. Like, did his heart race every time he saw a dragon? The protagonist stops to think about the two creatures, but doesn't answer. And Mircea asks what he felt when he saw Lindblom's blue blood. Vlad is completely stunned, and then the guy steps closer, wanting to know if he didn't feel like drinking that blood. What is this, dude? Get out of here with that weird fetish. Next chapter switches to Vyazid County, in the city of Sturma. Vlad is sitting on the bed with his hand on his face, remembering that whole blood drinking thing. He thought it was insane, but his heart really did beat faster every time he saw a dragon. He even felt some kind of resonance when he fought Lindblom, but who the hell was that guy to know that something even he didn't know? Then someone knocks on the door. He says not to bother him and to go away already. But it's Roberger, telling the kid not to be so mean. They face dragons side by side twice. The protagonist gets up and apologizes, saying he didn't know it was him. It's just that people keep coming to talk to him all the time because of the subjugation. Roberger says it's fine. He thought the blonde kid was holding a grudge. Then he asks to come in and walks in with this huge case. He's so spoiled that he comes back with, "This is the first time I've seen where the servants stay." But the protagonist wants to know what brought this idiot here. Roberger slams the case on the table and says he brought what he promised, a sword forged by the best blacksmith in Vyazid, strong and sharp with good balance. The guy who made it isn't just famous in their territory, but across the whole kingdom, so it should be enough for Vlad to use. Vlad stares at it and says maybe it's too much. Roberger says there's no such thing as too much for a dragon slayer. This is his reward. He would have preferred the kid got a handmade sword, but that would cause misunderstandings. Yeah, because then Joseph would get jealous. Don't touch my blondie. Roberger says he knows this is what he can give him. Vlad says okay, he'll accept it. Then Roberger mentions Joseph is around and asks if Vlad already talked to him. Vlad says yes, but only for a second, because he looked busy. Robert Seeker says that thanks to a certain someone, sometimes it feels like Joseph is the servant instead of Vlad. The protagonist is kind of confused. What is he talking about? Robert realizes the kid doesn't know what's going on. House Vyazid had requested the summoning of all the knights. Scene changes to the wall, with the old man talking to the family patriarch saying the pilgrimage is coming to an end. The patriarch asks if he's decided. The old man says the decision was hard, but times are hard too. The patriarch asks if he's going to hand over the last duchy, like he's handing over a coin or some region he owns. The leader says it's a huge honor and it'll weigh on his shoulders. And the old man says that's exactly why he's handing it to the kid. And he's handing it to Vlad, right? He says that as a knight and vassal of the Vyazids, he feels relieved because now he's finally fulfilled all his duties. The patriarch thanks the old man for serving the Vyazids so devotedly for so long, and he thanks him back, apologizing for any trouble he caused. The patriarch asks if he's going back to his hometown. He says yes. Like, who are you even going to find there, old man? At this point, everyone's dead. But the old guy says he wants to see his fief. Then the patriarch asks him to stay a few more days before leaving. Lament is sure it's not about a farewell problem, so what is it? The patriarch says when someone is about to retire, it means someone new is about to appear. Right away, Laman says he gets it. Now, why all the knights were summoned? Looks like he recognized him. The patriarch says those who are qualified deserve to enjoy authority. Not only would he become the youngest knight, he'd also be the one who became a knight in the shortest time since starting his career. Laman says that's how it should be. Every record and tradition has to be broken. And the patriarch says that considering Laman loves keeping traditions, if he's saying that, then he knows it's a good decision. And the old man scratches his chin, saying this is a retirement gift, the moment a new honor would be born. Okay then, I'm curious. 3 days later, someone's walking through the corridors, all the knights standing still, already greeting the guy passing by. Zaire looks back and says Oksana used magic. The kid changed a lot. Damn, Vlad looks like the final boss now. He's coming in armored up, all cold and serious. But at the same time he reminds me a little of Mircea, doesn't he? The protagonist says he feels kind of weird. Zaire asks if he's nervous, and he blushes, and his hair changed too. Now he looks gay. Zaire tells him it's better to calm down because he's going to have to go in even if he's shaking, since today he's the reason that door is being opened. Suddenly Zaire shouts that Vlad, servant of House Bayezid, is now before the knight's door. They should allow him to enter. The door starts to open. The light hits the kid's face and he recognizes it as the knight's hall. Then he hears footsteps, and when he looks back, it's Joseph just staring at him, thinking that since he can't carry a sword, he can't be inside the hall. And he always thought that would be a line he'd never cross in his life. But Vlad had become the sword he'd dreamed of. Yeah, he's in love. Then he talks to the kid and praises him. First time Joseph's complimenting him properly. Stop calling Vlad my sword, you bastard. He's ours. Communism. Next chapter, everything's blood-soaked, with the story saying the red path is the path of honor. And Vlad had followed it without even noticing. Step by step. That was the place he'd been trying to reach back when he was stuck in the slum mud. The road to that shining star. The kid kneels and finally reaches the stars. The patriarch says the servant of House Bayezid did an excellent job making it to this place. He should hold the swordsman's commandments in his left hand and carve the following into his heart. A knight must always be able to see the world of possibilities. And that's the first commandment of the swordsman. The ones who followed that commandment were Gaudin and Sir Pablo, because both had the chance to kill Vlad or humiliate him. But they were honest instead. A knight should always listen to his conscience, and that was the second commandment, which is what Gregory and Cade did in that fog fight. Even knowing the order was wrong, they held their ground. You must never hesitate when it's time to act, because only your conscience decides the right time. The third and final commandment is that a knight must always follow the path of honor. The only way a knight can exist is without carrying even a speck of shame. The patriarch tells him to make the oath before all the knights. Then we see him looking at the sword, and the story says he always dreamed of this possibility, together with the person who was always by his side to witness it. He lived in the slum mud, but he always defended what was right, and the one who watched him from the beginning now also witnessed the kid's conscience. Because he kept his eyes on the stars, he reached a place he never imagined, and the same sword that brought him there also witnessed that day. Then Vlad says he swears before the commandments that he'd give everything to follow the orders of the swordsman masters. The patriarch says that he, as head of the house, gives the order. The kid was a servant when he knelt, but he's a knight when he rises. Damn. Vlad stands up. The story reminds us he's the knight of Damalicia, the one who protected all the children of San Rachino, the same one who spilled Lindblom's blood. And now he was the youngest recognized by House Bayezid. Even though he came from nothing, he built his own world, and everyone there witnessed it. Damn, even the sword tells the protagonist he deserves a like on this video. But now that the kid's a knight, I'm sure the problems coming his way are going to be even worse. We're in Gaidar's current territory, over in Trinova. Someone says the moment to push forward without hesitation has arrived. The only problem is the dwarves were making things unpleasant. That's why he decided he's going to move slowly, the same way the other nobles did. The only member of the Raynal family, Alicia, still had to get married. That guy there is the Lord of the West, Sigmund Gaidar. Gaudin agrees, and Sigmund keeps saying that a fragile woman like her has no way to survive in a dangerous world like this. This time, Gaudin was the one who'd have to get involved. He answers that all Gaidar has to do is ask, and he'll do it. So the Lord tells him to go to Daymar with his son and come up with a solid reason for being there. Gaudin's surprised. Normally he's only used for violence and war. But Gaidar says that like always, he's trusting Gaudin not to disappoint him. Gaudin replies that he'll always do his best. Then the scene switches to Patriarch Peter, saying he put the child in the position he wanted. Joseph thanks him, and his father goes on to say that soon the Northern Lords would hold a meeting with everyone there. Joseph asks if it's going to be the Grand Assembly, and Peter says yes. That was an event that hadn't happened in over 10 years. So why is it happening in their region? And on top of that, it's totally out of nowhere. Joseph didn't see any sign of it. Joseph wonders if it's normal for something like this to be so secret, or if it was rushed and nobody had time to prepare. Peter says that at the meeting, he wants Joseph close to Alicia Raynal and the Lord of Daymar. Joseph thinks that's weird. Peter explains that Alicia has been benefiting a lot from the north and has been holding the center, so it's time for them to make a decision. Would they become the gateway into the north, or would they be abandoned land that belongs to the capital? If they move too slowly on that decision, they'll end up as food for the West. The peaceful times were over. It was time for people to come together to survive, and Daymar, which had kept its neutrality, would have to make a hard choice. Joseph asks if Peter really thinks she'll choose the north. Peter chuckles and says he knows Joseph has been doing a lot to make sure she decides that. And this time, Joseph will get full support. On the matter related to Daymar, Joseph would represent the Bayezid, The pale guy just stands there in shock. For the first time, his father was giving him a job that required huge trust. Peter looks out the window watching Joseph, thinking that because this guy was born without any sharp claws, he'll suffer his whole life. And the Raynal house's decision isn't the only thing affecting them. Peter also has to make an important decision. And the longer he waits, the higher the chance blood will be spilled among the Vyazid. He needed to end this before his line came to an end. A cycle of endless fighting that hangs over the family like a curse. Basically, the two brothers are practically ready to kill each other to see who takes the throne. Next chapter, Vlad is up on the wall with the old man, who says he wanted to show him this view at least once. The castle walls look redder than at any other time of day. Storm's walls had endured time and the blood of enemies, and they protected Vyazid blood because blood was something you needed to protect anything in this world. And knights were the ones who swore to offer their blood willingly when the time came. The old man says the day will come when Vlad has to offer his own blood. Our kid now with that TikTok haircut I already want to mess up, says he knows that perfectly well. Only then does the old man say his name is Lamund. The protagonist doesn't get it, and the old man says, "Go on, kid. From now on you call me Sir Lamund. Now take this." The protagonist looks and Layman shows him a copper coin, saying it's payment for breaking his armor. The protagonist goes, "You're paying me with a copper coin." And the old man says it's worth way more than what he has now. He'll understand the coin's value when the right time comes. Then he asks if the boy got his mission as soon as he became a knight. Vlad says yes, he's leaving tomorrow morning. Layman says that if the chaos calms down, Vlad can visit him at the manor. Vlad says he will, and he'll take the chance to collect the not enough payment. But the old man holds out his hands and says Vlad is welcome anytime, and he calls him Sir Vlad. Vlad looks a little confused, but Layman says it was fun meeting him. Vlad gets a bit awkward, then smiles and says it really was fun, Sir Layman, and thanks him for everything he taught him. But then the scene shifts to Alicia's castle. She's slumped over the table, saying it's been a month since she sent the letter, and she still hasn't heard back from anyone. Her aide tells her to be patient, to wait a little longer. They always have to prepare for the worst, only then would they be ready for whatever happens. But she keeps repeating that this is the worst situation, the worst situation. Maybe she should do what Count Gaidar said in the letter, and marry his eldest son. The old man stays quiet, and she asks if she should or shouldn't marry into that family. He looks uncomfortable. Clearly he doesn't want that either. Alicia says she's shaking with rage. That damn marriage invitation felt more like a one-sided warning. It was total disrespect. They were dressing it up, but the message was clear. There was no promise about Raynal's future. It was obvious it was pure greed. She's realized everyone around her is a bunch of thieves. The old man tells her not to worry so much. Their chance to grow again will come. She sighs and says he's right, she'll keep pushing until the moment shows up. What she doesn't understand is why she hasn't gotten any reply from House Vyazid. It can't be that hard to send a servant. The old man says they've probably calculated everything already, and they know the territorial advantage Daimar has. The only thing that's making him a bit worried. Right then, someone enters the room saying a group from Count Gaidar has arrived at their barony. It's the man's son. The old man tells her he'll try to schedule the meeting for tomorrow morning and do everything he can to buy time. Please, hold on, he asks, because everyone knows a hungry eagle shows no mercy. There's Gaidar's crest, and his son Istvan arrives, saying this territory is really outdated. Gaiden answers that Daimar has always been like this. They prefer diplomacy over war. That's why they focus more on agriculture than trade. Istvan says that in other words, it's boring as hell. Everyone knows it. We're not going to have anything to do here. Gaiden says it would be good for Istvan to introduce himself. Istvan asks, so I just need to introduce myself and that's it? Gaiden tells him to act interested and make some conversation, but Istvan says he's not really in the mood. He hates doing any kind of work he doesn't want to do. Gaiden says he doesn't have a choice. That's the job he gets for having Gaidar blood, but Istvan doesn't care. He wants to know why his father is making things complicated. Take what you want. That's the logic he's always followed. So why can't they just take what they want here? Gaiden answers that the North has never failed to protect what it needs to protect. While the West got as far as it did by taking everything it needed, the North protected everything it already had. Gaidar is now the head of an entire alliance, and the most powerful person around. It's only natural he's being more cautious dealing with other regions. Ijulfan says, good. If you came with me, then my father's definitely taking this seriously. Then he says he heard the woman is extremely beautiful. People say her beauty is unmatched, even compared to all the other noble women in the region. That gets his attention. He smiles a little and says now it sounds more interesting. Now he's motivated. So is this about to turn into a mess between Gaidar, Gaiden, and our protagonist? Bring it on. The scene cuts to the capital. Brigantes. Someone says he has returned and bows before the throne. He greets his father, Sarnas Dragulya. Hopefully there won't be a one-on-one fight with his dad because this guy is basically dying. The son apologizes, saying that unfortunately the White Dragon was killed by the Knights of the North. Sarnas says he can't believe those northern barbarians don't know their place. But the son says the trip wasn't for nothing. He found a young boy in the north, a young dragon whose eyes hadn't opened yet. So he asks if his father has been to the north. Sarnas says he's been everywhere. He spread his seed across the whole continent. And a seed is a possibility. Nobody knows what will become. That's why he dedicated his life to it. Yeah, basically the old creep is saying he got a bunch of women pregnant all over the world and calls it his life's work. The father asks if the son heard the resonance of the heart with that child, and he says yes. He asks if the boy had the eyes, and the son says yes. Golden hair and blue eyes like them. The colors pass down through Dragolia blood. Sarna says, good. If he wasn't called by the dragon fragments, then it looks like he still hasn't opened his eyes, just like you said. The work of spreading seeds is always hard. Same with the waiting. Sure, it's hard work, old man, I get it. But he says humans still have to do it again and again. That's how he's lived too. And then what? Out of nowhere the guy looks like he's getting younger? Or am I imagining it? He says that's how he's been living too. Now he wants to find that child. Is this human a vampire with dragon blood who drains energy from his own children? And he still talks like some lowlife scum with that whole spreading seed speech. What a weird kind of villain. Speaking of villains, look who shows up with that smug face. Oh, my name is Istvan. The rumors aren't lies. You really are an indescribable beauty. Alicia just stares at him. He hits her with a nice to meet you, lady. I'm Aishvan of House Gaidor. She answers, welcome Aishvan of House Gaidor. And the old man notices right away. The boy came with dirty intentions. How dare he call her lady when her title is Baroness? Aishvan sees the old man's anger and chuckles. Alicia thanks them for coming from so far away, even though it would have been better if they'd warned her in advance. He's about to respond, but she cuts in. And besides, it would have been better to coordinate the necessary agreements for a proposal like this. She says she's disappointed with the attitude Gaidor is showing toward her house. Aishvan thinks this girl isn't just some harmless little thing. Her words are cold as ice. Godin steps in and says that as the Count said, this meeting was arranged by fate, and it's a precious moment. But Alicia asks what kind of noble family rushes and forces a meeting like this between houses. Godin says the Count values her immensely so much that he sent his own son. The old man is barely holding back his anger. He knows there's a reason they're acting so rude. They must be trying to get some excuse to steal this place. Suddenly, Istvan bows and apologizes for not following proper manners and etiquette. Then Godin says, good. Either way, Istvan is the heir of House Gaidar. His very existence makes any other procedure unnecessary. Alicia keeps staring at him and he tells her not to look so angry, because they're here to hear great news. She says they'll talk about the details later. For now, they can go rest in the accommodations that were prepared. But Istvan completely disrespects her, saying no, he'd like to spend some time alone with her, talking instead of resting. Alicia is shocked by how bold he is. He says he knows etiquette, says you meet the parents first, but the current situation isn't exactly favorable. Then the story says patience is a valuable virtue for everyone, but even that has limits. If someone stays patient even when others cross the line, it just becomes humiliation. Alicia, shaking with rage, asks how he dares. Istvan smiles and says it was easy, and in the background Godin is sure they'll get the justification they need. But the Bayezid family's knights had already arrived. She suddenly opens her eyes wide, and everyone turns, shocked. The doors swing open. Oh my god, look at that. Here comes the whole crew walking in. Things are about to get intense. Zaire and our protagonist are out front. Zaire versus Godin, Vlad versus Istvan. Damn. Zaire says it's been a long time since they last saw the Baroness of Reno, and they, the Knights of House Bayezid, have come to pay their respects to the Master of Daymar. Alicia already has that little smile on her face, welcoming the Knights of House Bayezid, and there's the tough guy drawing attention, like he's trying to soak up that aura. He steps forward, apologizes for being late, Miss Alicia. He says he came here in response to her call, and she's all smiles, thinking, yes, that's exactly it. He's the only one who has the right to call her lady, because she's the one who allowed it. Then he says he came to pay the price for having received her handkerchief. Istvan has no idea what this is about, and he's like, hold on, what do you mean? He got the handkerchief? And the tough guy says that handkerchief carries his name, and with it the weight of House Bayezid and his honor as a knight. Meanwhile, Vlad has already found Godin and is just staring him down, thinking he climbed up from the trash just to finally reach a place where his shadow could touch Godin's. And now that damn Moonlight Knight wouldn't be able to ignore him. Whew, so much tension. Because the scene switches to Istvan in the lodgings, saying he wanted things to be a little calmer. And on top of that, House Bayezid shows up to stir things up at a time like this. Vlad Discora. He's never even heard of this kid. He thought the boy was staring at him, but actually he was staring at Godin. That was new to him because it felt like an even bigger humiliation. He asks Godin if he knows the kid. He seemed arrogant as hell. Godin says it was a very short encounter, and he never imagined he'd run into him in a place like this. He thinks back, the day he spared that kid's life, it wasn't out of pity. It was because he saw a kind of potential in him, something even Godin wanted to support. Even knowing the kid could become trouble later. The boy really was impressive. It's almost unbelievable that this is the person he's been getting reports from. But now Istvan wants to know what they're going to do. His father already demanded a reason for them to take this place. Godin says there's a way. Winner takes all. That's a law that works anywhere in the world. The scene switches to Alicia getting word that Joseph said he'd do everything to prove their two houses have a great relationship. Alicia replies that if Mr. Zaire Yeager is here in person, they don't need to prove anything. But he places a letter on the table and says he sent it. Even if Vlad had her handkerchief, it would be hard to refuse Gaidar's marriage proposal based on that alone. She reads it and says she didn't expect this method. Zaire says that for Damar, Joseph is doing his best. Alicia says yes, it's a possible solution. Her grandmother was also part of House Oscar, the same one Madame Oksana came from, which means the blood of one runs in the other. That bloodline is strong because Miss Oksana is formidable too. The old man apparently didn't know that. Zaire confirms it, saying that's why House Bayezid is lending their swords. Alicia has the bloodline. If the Countess became her godmother, she could easily reject Gaidar's proposal, because then to marry her, Ishvan would have to speak to the Countess first. What worries Alicia is that she's creating too many unnecessary inconveniences for the Countess. But Zaire says Madame Oksana already said she would always welcome Alicia warmly. The old man isn't naive. He knows those words have two intentions. If Alicia accepts, House Bayezid gains justification to interfere in Reyno's affairs, which means Bayezid's actions weren't completely pure either. But right now, they don't have many options. Maybe they predicted all of this and deliberately arrived early. Joseph Bayezid was playing chess, and Damar was already one of the pieces in his strategy. Alicia asks if she has to decide right now. Zaire says no. They understand she must be stressed with so much to handle. Alicia thanks him, and the old man knows it's going to be a hard decision. The Gaidars are closing in using the excuse of marriage. The Bayezids are using the excuse of protection. It looks like there's no one Alicia can truly trust, but her sadness eases a little when she says, "It's been a long time, Sir Vlad. How are you feeling? Is the work you were entrusted with going all right for you?" He answers that he'll do his best for Miss Alicia. Those were the orders he received, and he wants to follow them. So what's going to happen here? Is Vlad going to marry her? I don't get it. It would have to be a political marriage, because even if Alicia is perfect, there's no way. Gemina is the longtime friend, unless the author goes down that happy route where everyone has fun. Still, the old man and Alicia are surprised by how resolute the boy is. The old man is sure there's one person she could trust completely, only he was willing to do whatever she needed, with no conditions and no second agenda. She thanks Vlad and asks to see the handkerchief, saying she needs to fix it up since he's been carrying it all this time. The protagonist reaches into his armor, and she gets embarrassed, thinking he really keeps it deep inside his armor. She likes that he's been treating it like a treasure, but when Vlad hands it over, something stands out. There's a name stitched among flowers, Gemina. He awkwardly says, "Wait, that's not the one," but someone snatches it from his hand. It's Alicia, and she's furious. The sword spirit tells the boy he didn't even notice her hand. He says he didn't feel her approach either. Then Alicia says she doesn't think this is the handkerchief she gave him. Vlad, flustered, says, "It's really not a big deal. It's just a handkerchief a friend gave me. I use it so I don't mess yours up." But Alicia read the name, Gemina, and asks if that's a woman. Completely innocent, he says yes. They grew up together, and she's staring at him with this dark smile, asking if that's really it. And the boy, totally clueless, goes, "Yeah, it's a really good handkerchief because it's pure cotton, so it feels nice to use." The old man and Zaire are thinking this kid should not be talking. He should stay quiet. Vlad looks to the side and sees everyone staring at him with pure hostility. He realizes something went wrong. Then the scene switches to Zaire, saying one thing he hates in this world is idiots, and Vlad is the biggest idiot he's ever met. Joseph prepared absolutely everything for him, and this idiot managed to ruin the whole plan with a handkerchief. He really had a talent for doing stupid things. Vlad looks miserable, apologizing, saying he didn't think things would go this way. Zaire is holding himself back, wanting to beat him up. He remembers the kid is 18, and on top of that, he's already a knight. He has to be treated like an adult, so he says, "You can leave the room." Vlad doesn't understand, and Zaire asks, "Why are you still here? Get out, or do you want to get hit like you used to before?" Vlad says he'd rather solve problems by getting hit, because he feels like leaving the room will make it worse. Zaire tells him to shut up and get out of his sight. If he starts beating him, he won't stop. The protagonist apologizes and bolts out of there. Zaire stays behind, wondering what to do with this kid. But the moment Vlad closes the door, he runs into a bunch of guys in the hall drinking wine, staring at him. He asks, "Hey, why are you all looking at me like that?" And they start laughing. Damn, the legend is here. That's the hero. Can't believe he's got 2 women in his arms. Respect. That's a life full of possibilities. Vlad tells them to shut up and leave him alone. They say fine. He needs space. The youngest one really is exceptional. The protagonist, embarrassed, says goodbye and goes, "I'm going somewhere else." And the guys start telling the Reno maids to be careful. The lady's heartbreaker is walking the corridors. Vlad is thinking, what the hell? How did things end up like this? He can't believe he messed everything up like that. All he wanted was for his first mission as a knight to go well. Even worse, all the knights are clowning him instead of helping. But the sword says it was kind of fun to watch. It thinks that's how knights show they care about him. It really seemed like the ones who followed Rudiger had accepted Vlad as one of them. Vlad says he knows something like this happened before. Whether they're alley thugs or high knights, people are basically the same everywhere. But there's not much he can do now. It's already done. The water's spilled and he has nowhere to go. Seeing a tree in the distance, he thinks it's been a while since he did that. Maybe he should pray. The scene switches to Alicia in disbelief, saying the more she thinks about it, the more absurd it gets. Maybe he really is completely hopeless. What kind of guy hands over her handkerchief along with another woman's? The old man says, well, the boy didn't lie. Her handkerchief was clean. She says that's the bare minimum. He says not necessarily, especially for someone young like him. She asks why. The old man explains, Vlad has been through some very difficult missions lately. The fact that it's intact and clean shows he took great care of it. He made a very stupid mistake out of ignorance, but it also shows his thoughts were innocent. At the very least, he wasn't like the others who raised their swords with ulterior motives. She says maybe that's true. Then the old man tells her to look to the side. There, in front of the tree, was proof of why Vanes had valued him. She smiles and says nothing has changed all this time. But then she suddenly wonders who that is walking toward him. Andre panics and asks if there's no one nearby to inform Zayar. It's an emergency. As the person approaches, the protagonist is talking to the snake, asking if the sword spirit still doesn't remember anything. The spirit says no, it only feels it has some connection to spirits. Vlad says, weren't you the one who said you remembered something when you saw Noir? The sword is about to answer but says someone is coming. When Vlad looks back, Istvan is walking up. So there are a bunch of graves in this place, huh? Probably someone you know is buried here. Vlad stands up without answering and says this is a place only those with the landowner's permission can be. Istvan asks, so you can, and I can't? Vlad says he already has permission. Istvan suddenly smiles and says Vlad is finally looking at him. That day, he felt invisible, because the bastard only had eyes for Godin. Vlad stays silent. Istvan says, Godin told me to tell you this. If you give up Miss Reyno's handkerchief, he'll accept that as payment for that second piece of meat. Istvan doesn't even understand what that guy is talking about. Either way, he doesn't care what the relationship between them is. He's here to collect. Yeah, as if. Vlad tells him to try taking it. If he thinks he can, he's calling him out to a duel. They say the men of the West never hide what they want, because to them only the greedy survive in this world. On the other hand, the North never backs down, because to them the only way to survive is to protect what you have. Istvan says he didn't expect the boy to hand it over just because he asked. So there's no other way. He draws his sword and points it at the protagonist, saying he's making it clear he doesn't plan to leave empty-handed. Northern kid. He's challenging him to a duel, with Alicia's handkerchief on the line. But the boy wants to make a point, and says he won't accept the duel until Istvan repeats it properly. Istvan is confused, and Vlad says he's a knight of House Vaenzid and the knight of Miss Alicia. If Istvan wants to request a duel, he has to say the full name, Western Thug, throwing titles in his face. And the scene shifts later into the night, with someone reading that it looks like he wiped out an organization in a city. He kicked out the entire Black Mage Guild, lured the Deathworm, and even killed Lindblom. The Vaenzid are really starting to get impatient. Rules exist for a reason, but these reports make it more than obvious they've been exaggerating everything. That day, he saw a certain possibility and knew the boy would grow into something. With a single sword strike, he could tell the kid had a real shot at becoming a good knight. Still, take it easy. He wasn't the kind of person who becomes a dragon slayer in a year. Either way, it's already surprising he learned how to use aura. That's not the kind of thing you learn just because other people want to teach you. It's a shame it's going to end like this. Maybe he should have taken the boy with him. Yeah, Godin, get ready. You're about to be shocked, my friend. All of a sudden, someone walks into the room. He looks at Istvan and says, it seems he didn't bring the handkerchief. He draws his sword and says, yes, that kid isn't very obedient. Godin says he thought Istvan was going to take it by force. Istvan explains he was about to, but the best part got interrupted. He doesn't know how, but that old man from Raynal and that eye-patch knight showed up out of nowhere with a bunch of men. But I managed to ask for a duel. Godin asks when, and Istvan says 2 days from now because they need to bring a priest to witness it. Godin says that's perfect. With a priest there, nobody can go back on their word. They'll get the justification they needed. And Istvan says he's even more eager to see that disgusting face fill up with fear. Now, I don't know if he means Alicia or Vlad. What I do know is he won't be seeing either of those. Andre is talking to Zayar, asking if he thinks Vlad can win. Zayar says it won't be easy. Istvan is the eldest son of the most powerful man in the West. He's extremely dangerous, someone who got the best training from a young age, trained his whole life, and has fought countless duels. Even Lord Lamont always praised the level of the Western Knights, and the fact is, Vlad's chances of winning are low. Andre thanks him for being honest, saying, well, I guess Alicia's handkerchief then. Suddenly Zayar cuts him off. Don't worry so much, that's the kid who fought a knight back when he was still a servant. And besides, Lord Joseph has full authority from the Count to deal with this. Obviously they weren't sent all the way here without a plan. Andre wants to know what this brilliant plan is. Zayar tells him to trust the process. Duels are a process. The old man thanks them for preparing so thoroughly. If they need anything, just ask. Zayar says yes, he was just about to ask for something. He wants to suggest the duel location to Lady Alicia. Then it cuts to the day of the duel. Istvan looks confused. Hey Godin, aren't duels usually held in big halls or lobbies? Godin says it seems this was a request from the Baroness herself. Since it's related to a marriage, she wanted her parents to watch the duel and they were buried there. Istvan thinks about it and is sure that excuse isn't very convincing. And he doesn't like this field. It's so well kept he can't even feel a single stone underfoot. He asks if it rained this morning and Godin says no. Istvan finds it weird, so why is the grass wet if it didn't rain? Godin tells him to stop complaining. This fight is happening in the north, so of course there are lots of things he isn't used to. he'll have to accept it. Creating a battlefield that favors you is basic commander stuff. Zaire glances back and sees everyone staring. He warns them that Gaidar's aura is fierce. They're going to hold for a bit, so Vlad should use that time to calm down. The protagonist stands there in silence with his eyes closed. Zaire knows he's holding himself together well, considering the boy's sworn enemy is right in front of him, and he's sure all that patience comes from the conviction to keep the promise he made to Joseph. Then Vlad says he's ready. Zaire feels proud and says, "Good. Time to show these usurpers the weight of the sword of justice. Come on, kid." After killing the dragon and all that training with Lemon, the protagonist hasn't fought anyone else, so this is going to be rough. Alicia is watching, listening as someone announces that aura use will be allowed in this fight. But it's not supposed to be a fight to the death, so if either life is in danger, the priest will intervene. He asks if they accept the duel rules. The protagonist says yes. Istvan nods. The priest raises his arm and says, "The god beneath the sun will witness everything." Then he orders the fight to begin. Istvan steps forward with style. He activates red aura, eyes glowing. He asks if Vlad brought the handkerchief today. Vlad, standing still, asks what Istvan will hand over if Vlad wins. Maybe, for example, he should hand over that sword. Istvan is furious. But the boy says he heard people in the West are used to stealing. He can't understand how they can be proud of it. He also comes from a place where stealing wasn't uncommon. But there, if you get caught stealing, you get killed. Vlad admits he's stolen out of necessity. But between him and Istvan, who steals out of pure desire, who's the greedy one? The protagonist takes his stance. Istvan is more interested in what kind of swordsmanship the kid is going to use. The boy says he hopes Istvan likes it because it's something he prepared. Suddenly, the Vayazid knights all plant their swords into the ground. Godin finds it strange. Why were they using long swords? With the way they're positioned, it's like they expected the duel might happen. Vlad tells Istvan to come at him already. He wants to see how strong Gaidar's successor really is. Istvan charges, swings a vertical cut that tears up the ground, but the protagonist backs off. Istvan raises the sword and goes for a thrust, but Vlad manages to deflect it to the side, protecting his head. He redirects the blade upward, knocking Istvan's arm aside, yet Istvan still brings down another vertical cut, forcing Vlad to retreat again. A whole sequence follows, and the protagonist can only defend and step back. The knights watching think he's holding up well. He just needs to keep it going. Godin notices the kid is handling the distance difference well, parrying the attacks using the opponent's own weight, and the grass is wet and slippery, letting him move even faster. On the other hand, for Istvan using a heavy weapon, his footing isn't stable. Someone planned this fight a long time ago. Joseph playing chess, always thinking in strategies. Istvan swings again, ripping up the ground. The protagonist dodges, dropping to the side. He looks up and sees Istvan bring the same blade that went up right back down at him before he can do anything. Vlad is forced to plant his foot, and Istvan's blade slams into his, then slides off, throwing Istvan's arm wide. The redhead is confused. This kid only learned swordsmanship a year ago, so how is he blocking everything? Vlad looks like he's about to push forward, but Istvan attacks again, using the reach advantage. The boy dodges again, dropping low toward the stomach, but Istvan abuses the extra reach and brings down another vertical strike that wrecks the ground. Istvan is losing it and tells him to fight properly. How long is he going to keep running away like an idiot? Vlad gives a small laugh and says, "You'll see." Istvan is furious at this cursed lawn. The more he strikes, the more it feels like he's standing in a mud pit. At this pace, the kid will end up with the advantage, and that would be humiliating. How is he struggling against some nameless nobody? He asks if it's because Vlad came from society's trash that he likes fighting dirty. If his mother saw how filthy he was, even she would be ashamed. The protagonist looks startled, then laughs and says, if Istvan knew what life in the slums is like, he wouldn't say that. He's disappointed. He expected smarter insults from a nobleman's son. He says that insult is more common than hello in the slums. Then he bursts forward in speed, sword nearly at Istvan's eye, and it looks like blood spills. The protagonist says Gaidar would be so happy to see the son, he's so proud of bleeding. Even worse, bleeding because of a slum kid who just became a knight. Istvan snaps. He flares his aura and blasts Vlad back. He stands there like a final boss in the smoke, staring him down. Vlad is still chuckling, but his sword is trembling. Istvan says he won't die easily. Gaidar watches and says the kid held out longer than expected, but it's over for him. Gaidar thinks that, as expected of Gaidar's successor, the depth and amount of energy he has is absurd. The boy will have to endure for a while against that. The advantage is that with a long sword, a drawn-out fight wears you down. The protagonist thinks he could turn this into a draw if he keeps dodging. Even Joseph said it was fine if he lost this duel. But it was the Vayazid knights who gave him this precious chance, along with Sire, his master. Even Alicia put her honor in his hands. Maybe nobody expected him to win, because it wouldn't make sense. A kid who left the slums a year ago, beating the son of the most powerful count in the West, someone raised with the best training possible to become a knight. Even if he lost here, he would learn something. But he's tired of only dodging and running, clinging to the hope that the future will be better. At the very least, he won't run in front of the person who destroyed his home. Suddenly, he starts activating his aura and tells Istvan to pay attention. He's about to witness the result of all the work it took to reach him. Istvan charges in, and the sword's voice says the true strength of a long sword isn't just raw power, It's the chain of consecutive strikes that keep momentum without pause. Vlad dodges one, but with the same spin, Ishovan keeps the blade swinging and throws 2, 3, 4, 5 more, driving Vlad back. Then comes a top-down blast. Now it's aura impact. The ground beneath Vlad collapses as Ishovan tells the disgusting trash to disappear and die. Another strike from below sends Vlad flying. He skids with his sword dug into the earth. He's realized Ishovan really is strong. He's never faced someone with this kind of technique. The reach of that sword puts him at a brutal disadvantage, and if that's the case, there's only one way to survive. The boy braces, then shoots forward like a bullet. Ishovan thanks him for coming to his death, but the protagonist slides in low, crouched, saying that now he only moves forward. Not for long, because on the next exchange he pulls back, but then he attacks again, saying he will keep moving forward. He'll cross the line of death, and with that he slips under Ishovan's sword. Ishovan notices him closing in from the side, but the protagonist is already at his flank, coming in to drive a hit into his ribs. Ishovan manages to drop the sword and use it like a full shield, blocking. But the pressure is all Vlad's. He's the one who got thrown away earlier. The protagonist says he won't let Ishtvan create distance and launches in again. Ishtvan, furious, says the kid is getting reckless. Suddenly, Ishtvan raises his sword and throws up a barrier of earth toward Vlad. Vlad gets covered in mud, and then from inside it, Ishtvan's sword thrusts through. Vlad is shocked. Ishtvan is confident it's over, but the boy only gives up his shoulder, and when the blade hits, it bounces off. Instantly, Ishtvan and Gaudin are stunned. How is this kid using magical armor? Something only holy knights are supposed to know. Even with the armor, the protagonist feels how insanely heavy that attack was. There's no way he can keep dodging forever. Ishtvan throws a punch, demanding to know what trick he's using. But the protagonist uses Laman's technique and drives his forehead into Ishtvan's fist. Ishtvan's punch lands, but his hand shakes with pain. His fingers are broken. The protagonist smiles, and the sword spirit says the moment has come. He pulls his sword back up, and now how is Ishtvan going to swing it properly? He's down to one hand. Ishtvan brings down a full vertical strike that looks like it'll hit dead on. There's a burst of light, smoke, dirt flying everywhere. Alicia jumps up in alarm. You can't see anything. The smoke starts to clear, revealing the glow of an aura, and when it's gone, the protagonist is standing there asking whether the fight was fair or not. And yeah, turns out the one who saved Ishtvan was Gaudin, and he says he wants a reward for it. Gaudin just stands there in silence, staring, but Vlad yells at him to answer. The guy calms down and simply says yes. Meanwhile, the kid is thrilled because his sword has finally arrived from Gaudin, so he asks if Gaudin remembers what he said that day. In the flashback, Gaudin says, "Hey kid, you're the one who showed me the way, so let me tell you something. Knights only take what's fair for them. Also, my name isn't Stangard, and I'm not 42. This meat I took was kind of unfair, so I'm giving it back to you. But I'm taking this head since that's my reward as the winner." Then the protagonist says, "Gaudin of Gaidar, my reward for this fight is going to be Ishtvan's sword." He'd already said that's what he wanted, and Gaudin is stunned, and everyone else is shocked. The kid is asking for a lot. Even Ishtvan is standing there, not understanding what's happening. But Vlad says it's nothing but fair since he was the winner. Honestly, Ishtvan was pretty easy too. The protagonist just dodged and won without much trouble. It really feels like he's the main character, because I was going to say he's getting close to Gaudin, but maybe that's already pushing it. The scene cuts to the territory, with someone telling Joseph they have news from Daymar. Joseph thinks he did the best he could to set things up, but this was a mission that might have been too much for the kid. He just hopes they avoided the worst possible outcome. Then, as he reads, he's surprised. He's kind of confused, saying this is unexpected. He turns to Vorden and asks if Gaidar Ishtvan was easy to deal with. Vorden says definitely not. The guy is in his 20s, but there isn't a single young knight in the West who stands a chance against him. Some people even say he'd become the strongest in that region. Joseph says that when he put this plan together, that's exactly what he thought too. Ishtvan was the son of House Gaidar, which rules that whole region, making him the perfect choice for Vlad's first duel. Because if your first opponent is famous, even if you lose, Vlad's reputation wouldn't take a hit. And if he managed to injure Ishtvan even once, that would already be a huge success. The idea was, if Vlad lost, Alicia would have no choice but to join the Vizid. But Vlad keeps surprising him. Then Joseph says, "Vorden, and that thing I asked you for." Vorden thumps his chest and says he can trust him. It's already prepared. But Joseph tells him to forget all of it. Vorden starts to say he's going to do it, then goes, "Wait, forget all of it?" Joseph walks to the window and says they'll have to plan everything from scratch again. Vorden's like, "But Joseph, we spent 10 straight days preparing." Joseph explains the situation changed. They prepared for the worst possible scenario, but forgot the best possible scenario exists too. He doesn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Vorden, on the other hand, is already crying, knowing how much work he's about to have. The scene ramps up, with the Western Knights staring down the Veja group, and Gaudin warns, "I expect you to return the sword." But Zaire replies, "Hold on. I don't think we had any issues with the procedures, did we?" Gaudin says, "Even so, it would be a huge inconvenience, wouldn't it?" Zaire says no. He doesn't see any problem dealing with it. Gaudin insists that taking a sword over a simple fight like that is obviously excessive. Zaire answers that it wasn't just any fight. especially since their side came all the way there without caring about the consequences. Godin goes quiet, then tells Zaire to say what he wants. Zaire says that isn't something he should even be asking. Godin should already know why he took the sword. Godin realizes it has to do with his meeting with Vlad, and says it looks like the negotiations are over. Zaire says yes, and if he understands, he can leave. Godin stands up, but says he guarantees they'll meet again. Zaire just says sure. It'll be a great day, he'll meet him in person. Godin says fine and asks him to pass along his goodbye to the kid. Zaire Sir Jaeger says that won't be hard to do, and with that the idiot leaves. But the master realizes the kid got involved with someone dangerous. Still, today the kid crushed it, and the scene cuts to Alicia saying that, well, now they have no reason to accept Joseph's proposals anymore. Endre says no, because it was her knight who managed to drive off Gaidar in his marriage proposal. Alicia says she feels relieved. Even if the Vajid family's protection can be warm, she doesn't want to give them any excuse to do whatever they want. But she wants to know a knight like Vlad isn't common, is he? Endre says definitely not. She asks how strong he can become at this pace. Endre says that with how things are going, he has the potential to become the next representative of the entire North. She asks if the potential is really that high. Endre explains he's still being cautious with his estimates. It's hard to measure, because Vlad is genuinely extraordinary. Then she starts with the little speech. It's not easy for me to be the head of this house, you know. It's so dangerous, what if things like that happen? It's so risky for me to keep getting threatened by nobles who want to take renown. Imagine if I had a knight by my side. Endre starts to realize what she's thinking, and she says it would definitely be a good proposal for the Vajid, wouldn't it? It would be almost like a blood alliance. The old man says maybe it's a bit early, even though there are knights who can become nobles. Still, she cuts him off. Endre, weren't you the one who said he'd become the representative of the North? I need to secure him before someone else does. That's definitely better than marrying some random stranger. Endre says that, looking at it that way, it does make some sense. And she's just watching the kid up in the tree, saying the way he carries himself is unique. The kid doesn't even know the young lady is losing her mind over him, while he pours the drink out for the little snake. Vlad laughs, saying, it looks like she really likes those offerings. And the sword spirit says that since the liquor is made from barley, he figured the snake being an earth spirit would like it. It's there looking cute, and it clearly seems like a female snake, with those eyes circling around Vlad, hopping around and his moment swelling up. And the sword says the blessing of the white snake is basically an extra life. The protagonist pets her and thanks her. Then the scene shifts to a meeting room, where Alicia asks if he's feeling sick or if he's hurt. He says no, he's fine. She mentions she saw him pouring liquor on the mountain. He says that's his way of saying thank you. Every time he comes to that place, he leaves with a victory, and he feels like the owners of that land are favoring him. Then she asks Lord Jaeger to pass a letter to Miss Oksana. It had been a long time since she'd received help from someone with blood ties, and this letter was for Joseph. If he has any trouble with the central government or with the West, the letter makes it clear who she supports. Zaire thanks her and says it will be delivered. Then she turns to the knight who protected her honor, Sir Vlad. She says she agrees that the old patriarchs of this house seem to like him. That's why, all of a sudden, she puts a chest on the table and starts opening it, saying she's sure the ancestors would allow her to pass this on to him. Something that has belonged to the family for generations. It's shining there, and the sword spirit says he's seen it before. It's elven amber, and only now do we find out there are elves living on the edge of the Empire's eastern forest. They have completely different entities and gods, so relations with them are limited. But it seems the first patriarch of this house had a close relationship with them, and this gem was obtained through that connection. They say it's amber made from the resin of an extremely rare tree, and her father had placed that amber in the sword's hilt. But since then, it was never used again and just sat there. And she believes it'll be perfect on the kid's sword. The protagonist is absolutely sure something that rare must cost an insane amount. So he asks, wait, this has been passed down through your family for generations. This is basically an heirloom. How am I supposed to accept your family's heirloom? She smiles and says he deserves it because he protected the house not once but twice. The protagonist thinks it's a bit much. Even Zaire looks kind of stunned, but the sword spirit is begging him to please take it. So Vlad says okay. He had promised the sword that if it helped him, he would do everything he could to recover its memories. That same promise is what carried him all the way here, and now it was time for him to help it find its memories too. He reaches out thinking that a knight only accepts rewards for his deeds. He thanks Miss Alicia, who's staring at him with a smile, while Zaire thinks maybe he shouldn't accept it. The sword thanks him for accepting, even though it knows it was kind of an over-the-top gift. Vlad says that either way, things worked out, and maybe this is the key to helping it recover its memories. The sword says it's going to find out now, because it's going to look at the amber through its own world. Suddenly, his vision goes into the amber, and they see that same tree from the snake scene. But then the scene completely switches to the Vajid Knights, commenting that the kid is ambitious. The pink-haired one says it's obvious he's not ordinary, and the bearded guy says the kid barely became a knight, and now he already wants to become a noble. They all laugh, saying he's an inspiration to every man, what a dreamer. The protagonist says they don't understand anything, but they keep writing, saying it's unbelievable that he's taking Randall's treasure. And she didn't hand it to just anyone. She gave it to the same guy she gave the handkerchief to. He really was the standout of the group. Vlad asks Zaire for help, saying Zaire watched everything, so he knows what happened, but Zaire turns and says he's more worried about the news he has to deliver to Joseph. The protagonist lowers his head, and then they finally see they've arrived. They were messing with the kids so much they didn't even notice they were already at Skawara, but they're still far out, so one of them says, "Shouldn't we camp outside and go in tomorrow?" The protagonist doesn't care, just calls for Noir and takes off. At the gate, Zaire tells him to handle it this time. He has to learn how to open and close the gate using only his words. Vlad thinks it's confusing. Normally, he sneaks in through some hole, and the knights warn him that if the gate doesn't open, they'll sleep outside and roast him all night. So the protagonist walks up to the gate and a soldier tells him to stop, asking who's there. Vlad says he's Vlad, a knight of Bayezid, and he completed his mission and has returned. The soldiers go, "No way, it's Vlad. He became a knight in Nindi Blue. Open it, open it." The doors start opening and Vlad's like, "Wow, it actually opened. So that's how the gate works." And Zaire says of course it worked. A knight was more than a title. It was a qualification and a symbol of honor. Only those who proved themselves could carry that name. And from now on he can open any gate in all Bayezid territory. Then some knights gather at the gate, welcoming Sir Vlad, and Zaire tells him to always walk with confidence, because it's the first time he's stepping into that city as Knight Vlad, not as a servant. Meanwhile, over in Ternova, Istvan meets with Gaidar, who says it would have been better if he'd handed over his own head. Istvan is like, "I'm sorry, father." But Gaidar can't believe he came back with a broken arm. What kind of disgrace is that, and what kind of face is that? He thought he finally had someone who could take over the position, but instead he ruined everything. Worse than that, he didn't even lose to that filthy Rudiger. He lost to a kid who just became a knight, and Istvan doesn't realize it. But what he lost wasn't only the sword. He lost all the influence they had across the entire Daymar region, and all the respect they had from the Bayezid. Gaidar wants to know what exactly that damn Godin was doing while his son was being humiliated. Gaidar only apologizes to the Lord, but Gaidar orders him to explain himself, saying he knew who that kid was. So Godin says he's going to be specific. The kid is someone who also has connections to Gaidar. He was raised by the renegade knight Jorge, and there's Jorge showing up again. That didn't sit well with Gaidar at all. He smashes his own throne, saying it's impossible, that bastard is ruining his plans from beyond the grave. Godin says the boy's talent was genuinely impressive, and all the knights there were skilled. On top of that, they picked good terrain, so the kid would have the advantage. And the biggest reason he didn't just solve everything is that there was someone there who could go head-to-head with him. Just Zaire being present was enough to make Godin go quiet. Gaidar says those northern bastards are always pulling dirty schemes, and asks if Godin doesn't remember the teachings of the ancestors who conquered the West. Godin says of course he does. Anything within your reach should be devoured. That's the only way to survive in the West. Gaidar says he's followed the ancestors' teachings his whole life. Carrying that crest, he destroyed and erased anything that stood in his way. The Gaidars were the pioneers of that, and they would never allow anyone to steal what belonged to them. And that's why from this moment on the eagle would turn to the north. They were going to recover his son's sword no matter what happened. Next chapter, someone's saying that's his first payment. 4 little gold coins, the protagonist notices. Vorden says, "You disappointed it's not more?" The protagonist says, "Yeah, a little. I thought knights got paid better." Vorden laughs and says that's why Zaire likes him. A knight isn't paid with money. That's not what they get. The protagonist asks what they get then. Vorden says a knight follows honor, works hard, keeps his commitments, and takes responsibility. Vlad says none of that has anything to do with money. He wants to know about salary. Vorden says the kid isn't getting it. When it comes to pay, he needs to understand that a well-fed cat doesn't hunt. If he wants hunger, honor, and a lot of money, he'll have to earn even bigger achievements. Honor pay is a reward given once a year, kind of like a special bonus, and he can look forward to it because he's accomplished a lot. The protagonist is about to say something, but Vorden tells him to stop complaining. He brought back the Reynau family treasure. He shouldn't even be talking. Looks like now, after the title of Dragon Slayer, he's picked up another nickname, the kid who wears 2 handkerchiefs on his chest. Squara's bastard. What the hell is that? Only 2. Yeah, apparently you can do that back then. The protagonist is furious, wanting to know how that asshole already knows about it. Then the scene cuts to a meeting with Joseph, saying he's officially a knight now, and has certain responsibilities, so he'll have to do patrols in the area. Vlad asks if he'll do it alone. Joseph says he'll get a few guards, but the responsibility is entirely his, and the area he'll probably prefer is the alleys. Vlad just looks at him like, yeah, that really would be like home. Joseph tells him to remember he'll have few people for that whole region, since Gregory and Maxim are using all the men Joseph has to send out. He can pay about 4 people, so that's the team Vlad can put together. He's in a very different position than when he dealt with mercenaries. A knight is the one out front. He represents the Bayezids everywhere. Vlad is honest and says, look, I only know people from the slums. Is it going to be a problem for you if I hire them? Joseph says he likes the concern, but he doesn't need to worry. Vlad may be a knight, but he's not a Bayezid's son. If it were a problem, they wouldn't have brought in a kid who worked at the Smiling Rose. Anyway, since hiring a team is hard, Joseph will recommend one person. Vlad thanks him, and Joseph says he can leave. But then Zarir suddenly asks if Joseph is planning to send that person. Joseph smiles and says that since it's Vlad, it's worth a try. This time, he'd have to trust the fact that Vlad is unpredictable. The scene shifts to the lodging. Gott is there like, Captain Sir Vlad, I'll do my best. Obviously, we already knew he was going to get called, but the protagonist still needs to build a strong team. Vlad tells him to stop being dramatic and act normal. Gott is all emotional, saying it feels so good to have followed him for so long and finally be rewarded. No more cleaning horse crap, getting kicked and bitten. Being close to Vlad really paid off. Vlad tells him to calm down, he's just being hired by the Vayazids. But Gott stays hyped, saying the important thing is sometimes you start as a mercenary, and before you know it, you're part of the family. Vlad smiles and says it's always good to have Gott around. He talks a lot and tries to dodge trouble, but he always does his job. Vanessa is there, looking amazing as always, telling him to take that person. He asks who. She says that one Othar. It's a waste leaving him standing around now that there aren't any fights there anymore. And he's huge now that he's eating well. The protagonist thinks Othar is reliable. He knows the slums really well, and he's loyal. But Vlad asks if she's sure. Any place with alcohol always ends in a fight. She says he must be crazy. Nobody has the guts. He really doesn't understand the status he has. The Smiling Rose is the safest place in all those alleys. Everyone comes there, drinks and laughs in peace. Because of that, business is booming. And why is that? Because Sir Vlad goes there. She says whoever works with him can stay there if they want. She guarantees food, a place to sleep, and they'll have a base. Vlad looks at the beer and says what he likes most about being a knight is that he can protect people without needing to use a sword. Vanessa just watches him practically glowing and smiles, saying he's finally starting to understand the position he's in. Vlad thinks good, then the last person has to be him. He's going to hire that other friend of his, but he's basically only calling people who aren't that great in a fight, except Athar, who at least brings some intimidation. Harvin is there drinking, saying this drink is delicious night and day compared to the poison that Captain used to make. Vlad is already in the room, and Harvin says these talks bring back memories. Feels like yesterday they were feeding Gemina to get her to fall asleep, but he wants to know what brings Vlad there. He definitely didn't come just to visit. Vlad asks if he's still studying that constellation and navigation stuff. Harvin says he gave that up a long time ago. Who would want a crippled navigator? Vlad says, hold on, you're the one who said you wanted to sail. That one day you wanted to escape this place and explore distant lands. Harvin looks down and says dreams aren't something you reach just because they exist. Sometimes you work hard and still don't reach them, and then you have to learn your place in the world. For him, just an orphan from the slums, this is already more than enough. Vlad stares at him and asks if he really believes that. Harvin lowers his head. Vlad calls his name and says birds that stay in a cage too long forget they know how to fly. Harvin doesn't get it, but Vlad stands up and says he understands. This place was eating Harvin's dreams. Then Vlad actually pulls out the cage blade. Harvin tells him to be careful. But it's too late. Vlad swings and the strike blows up the whole front of the house from the outside. People start running out, everyone trying to figure out what's going on. That was the captain's base. One of the local bosses walks up, telling everyone to move aside and clear the way. One of them looks up and orders someone to notify the chief immediately and bring all the members. Just when he thought things were getting better, some bastard shows up to cause trouble. Who the hell did this? Up there is Vlad standing in front of the destroyed wall. Harvin asks what's happening. What is this mess? Vlad says those pieces of trash were eating Harvin's dreams. Those worthless walls were in front of him, separating him from strength. They're what kept him trapped there for so long and made him forget what he's capable of. So if Harvin forgot and couldn't destroy them, Vlad would do it because Harvin did the same for him in the past. Harvin saved him from the depths of darkness in those alleys and reminded him what it means to have a goal. Vlad is wrecking everything. If I'm not mistaken, there are criminals from all over Score there, so basically he's picking a fight with Harvin's bosses. Outside, everyone watches the place shaking. But when they look up, who's on top? The final boss. Vlad tells Harvin to look. His dreams were still flowing. He was still alive. Harvin looks out the window, sees the sea, and says yes. He could finally see. Did he really have to destroy everything? Couldn't he have just opened a window? Later that night, they're walking through the alleys, and Harvin says being a knight is really something. Vlad destroyed one of the members' hideouts and somehow still walked away with a gift. Vlad asks what gift. He got a jar of Captain Whatever, that horrible drink they were talking about. Harvin says it still felt kind of weird to leave. Their boss might be terrible at making booze, but he did like Harvin. Vlad tells him not to worry. Joseph won't go after his captain. Joseph knows the difference between someone who's just a nuisance and someone who can become an ally. Harvin says that's true. A third of the economy in that region is just the smuggling the captain runs. He's genuinely talented, very calculating, and Harvin figures part of why he's been put in charge of the whole area has something to do with Vlad. Vlad says it would make some sense, but he doesn't have any details about the orders for that place. But now what are they going to do? Harvin says, why are you asking me? You're the one who's supposed to have the answer. Vlad asks why he thinks that, and Harvin says Vlad solved everything today without spilling a drop of blood, and even got Captain Hoover to surrender. The best thing now is to make sure all the bosses in the area know it. A new order has arrived in the alleys. Meanwhile, God is anxious, wondering why Vlad is taking so long. When he looks to the side and sees Vlad arriving, he runs up asking, "You damn captain, where were you all day?" Vlad tells him to calm down. Why is he so worked up? God says someone came to see him. Vlad doesn't seem interested and says, "Send them to talk to Gemina. She handles my visitors." But God says he thinks it's someone Vlad should meet in person. The scene cuts to Noir, his horse looking furious. And it's the barbarian who came to visit, saying Vlad is impressive as always. Vlad opens the door asking who's invading other people's territory. Then he's surprised to see it's AG. He asks what brings him there. AG says it's on the mayor's recommendation, so Joseph really sent AG in the end. Back there, Zaire was asking if Joseph really thinks that guy is going to bow his head to Vlad. Joseph says he won't do it just because they asked, but Joseph believes AG understands the position he's in and the sincerity of the offer they made. Zaire asks what the next steps are. Joseph explains that now they have influence in Dermar through Vlad. That means it's time to deal with the other northern edges. And Joseph heard the Booty tribe, AG's people, has a certain influence in the area. If they can make use of them, they can finally control the entire north. Many noble families have been challenging the Vayazids' authority, and it's time to answer with action. If they erase those threats from the region, the Vayazids won't fear any challenge. Zaire asks if Joseph really thinks Vlad has the power to restore the North's reputation. Joseph says that kid has more than enough potential. He rides the mount beloved by the barbarians, and he saved countless northerners by killing that dragon. If anyone can take control, it's Vlad. He's the only one who can break that chain of hatred. I'm in the mood for war and a full-on brawl. Let's hurry up and make friends with the barbarians already. Because in the next chapter, Gemina's out there in the hallways shaking, saying none of this makes any sense. She can hear a conversation coming from one of the rooms, someone saying it's far away. Then all of a sudden there's a knock from inside. When he opens the door, it's Gemina. She asks what's going on, why there's nobody in there. She's already got all the cloths she brought with her. She's confused, but she wants to know why she was hearing people talk if there's no one there. Was he talking to a ghost or something? He says no, it wasn't a ghost, but she's sure she heard other people talking. So she walks into the room and says it's time to switch rooms. He asks to where? She tells him to go to the one at the end of the hallway. She's thinking nobody can know what he's like now. And on top of that, she's moving into the room next to his, because there's no way to keep hiding this anymore. He looks back and realizes she's going to be his accomplice now. While she's standing there, she's thinking that whether it was in those dark alleys or with him shining like a knight, he was always worried about her. Because the protagonist is there talking, saying she should go to church more. But she just stands up, grabs the cloth, and he calls her again, asking if there's anything she wants, he'll buy it for her. She stops and tells him to think for a second and says he should worry about himself, idiot. She laughs and says he should buy some gear. She leaves, and he's left thinking he was just trying to be nice. From what I'm getting, he's hiding some friends in the room. Is that it? Then God shows up, telling the captain everything's ready. He says, perfect, then it's time to go. The scene suddenly cuts to a casino. The little ball is spinning on the roulette wheel, everyone's calling for an odd number, and the protagonist is there too. The sword is in his head, telling the kid he should have come earlier. There's no better place to train reflexes and visual tracking, and he's confused, saying he never imagined combat techniques could be used like this. By focusing his eyes, he can see things slowing down, until he notices something. The ball that was moving in one direction suddenly jumps back a step. The sword immediately says, that was a move outside the expected pattern. He stares at the organizer and already knows there's some little trick going on, but he also knows cheating in a gambling house is basically expected. The man glances to the side, sees Vlad staring at him, and starts shaking. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks the timing is perfect, because he needs a reason to start trouble here. Then someone calls out to Sir Vlad and asks if he's enjoying the games. When the protagonist turns around, it's probably the owner of the place, saying that if they'd been warned ahead of time, they would have arranged a warm welcome. Vlad asks if he's saying Vlad needs permission to be there. The man puts a hand to his face and says of course not. He says he'll escort the kid upstairs, because the boss is waiting for him. But Vlad asks what kind of talk that is. The guy's going to sit up there all comfortable and expect Vlad to walk up the stairs and kneel. Vlad stares him down and asks if he thinks Vlad is the same as before. The idiot almost starts trembling, until the big guy next to him tells him to listen. He's a knight, but there's a limit. Before he can even finish, a flying kick slams into his ribs and he crashes to the floor. God from the back tells them to behave, because the knight and the officers are here doing their job. Age is already itching to kill, saying it looks like nobody would miss these people if they disappeared. The guy with glasses is confused about why there's a barbarian walking around freely in Shkora, but Vlad says to call the boss now. Until they talk, all betting in this place is shut down. The guy tries to argue, asking why they're saying this out of nowhere. Vlad just says he's not repeating himself. Bring the leader to him now. So yeah, it's getting handled, because now we're in the casino with the knights talking. Vlad is causing a scene. I heard you already took down 2 organizations. The protagonist greets Sir Gregory, who tells him to take this. It was the pride of House Canor. Portly must have already told them about it. The protagonist thanks him, saying he shared it with Joseph, who liked it a lot. Then he asks if there's something Gregory wants to know. A little awkwardly, Gregory says that, well, it's pretty obvious he bought the kid. The thing is, it's related to his territory, And if he takes it public, people will say it's personal. Vlad tells him to just say it. It's fine. Gregory brings up the man known as Black Bear, the boss who controls all the meat trade for the slum people in Skora. That guy has a history of kidnappings. Basically someone with a pretty messed up background. What does Vlad think about taking him down together? Vlad gets what he meant by personal. Technically, Gregory comes from a family that also runs meat. Vlad needs to bring order to the slums, and Gregory wants to expand portly influence in the meat industry. And they can get that if they wipe out Black Bear. Vlad asks if this is supposed to be a warning or a takeover. Gregory says a warning would be too weak, remembering that woman Black Bear kidnapped and who ended up dead in another city. He says he was planning to end that guy anyway. Gregory says perfect. Then, he'll coordinate with the forces under his command. In 2 or 3 days, they start the plan. Tell him if the kid needs anything. Then the protagonist says he wants a bottle of whiskey. Gregory asks if he's drinking. The protagonist says no. There's someone he needs to buy too. The scene shifts to later at night. Look who Gregory went to visit, the blacksmith. But it's weird the door's closed. Maybe he's resting? He knocks, calling out, asking if the old man's inside. But when the door opens, the place is completely empty. He walks in, looking around, confused. Then his expression changes. The old man is dead on the bed. No way. Just like that, out of nowhere. The protagonist says he brought the liquor and the meat he promised, but he got there too late. Did the old man really die? He looks closer, sees there's no reaction, and then he smiles. That messed up story. He starts talking about everything he went through on the northern border, saying it was a wonderful place with snowy mountains that touched the sky. The white fields went on forever, stretching out in front of them. There, he fought a dragon as white as the snow, and that sword stayed by his side until the end. There's a lot he wanted to say, but only one sentence was needed. Thank you for saving me. No, the old man can't die like this. Then comes the emotional part, saying it was a plain, unremarkable sword, born from an old man's dream, completed in the hands of a young boy. The blade that once pointed at the heavens finally returned to the arms of the man who built it, shining brighter than ever. It's heartbreaking. But honestly, that sword, weapon, whatever might be the war item with the best story I've ever seen. Who doesn't remember when this story started with Vlad in the first image staring at the sword? It hurts. The old man died, but real life is like that. Time to move on. Next chapter, we're at the cemetery. Gemingla. Vlad, Harvin. Harvin says it's crazy that Vlad spent his first paycheck to bury him there. It's one of the most expensive cemeteries, close to the monastery. Vlad explains he just wanted to get the old man out of those slums, even if it was at the very last moment. And on the gravestone it says, the best blacksmith in Skora. The person who forged a sword that cut dragons and ghosts. And even so, he left without the world ever knowing his name. Nobody knows his name? Harvin says he asked around, but nobody has any idea what he was called. Vlad says the name doesn't matter. He'll always remember him and everything he did, and that's enough. This story keeps making it rain every time. After that, the protagonist is walking through the slums, glancing to the side and seeing a bunch of kids, wondering what's going on with them. They're all acting like that. If they want to ask for something, they could just come over and say it, but they just stand there staring without saying a word. Harvin asks if he really doesn't know why they're acting like that. Looks like he forgot they used to have those eyes too. This winter is colder than the last one. Vlad looks to the side and Harvin says a lot of them are going to freeze to death. Vlad says sometimes a blanket is enough for them to survive, but Harvin reminds him he just spent almost all his gold. At most he's got 1 coin left. The protagonist says he's not trying to stockpile money. With what's left he'll buy some blankets and a bit of food. He asks Harvin to deliver it and tell the kids to pray for the old man while they eat. Harvin looks at the coin and says, all right, 1 prayer per blanket. Sounds like a fair deal. Gemina wipes her eyes and says she'll tell Madam to prepare something for them to eat. At least a full belly helps you face the cold. And Vlad is thinking that's the goal. Little by little, they were going to change things there. That simple sword was buried with the blacksmith, but the star he forged was still lighting up those slums, even if its name and shape had changed. The kids are all happy. It's sweet. That chapter was great, but enough of that. Because now it's time for Vlad to step into a pool of blood. He's coming in with the whole troop. His team and Gregory's marching into Black Bear's territory. Gregory says this is way worse than what he heard. Once this starts heating up, that plague stench is going to spread through the whole area. He only wanted to take out the main place, but they're going to need a permanent solution. Vlad tells Gregory not to worry. Black Bear is the excuse they need to erase everything. Gregory realizes Vlad intended to wipe this place out from the start. Vlad explains that in these slums, to solve a problem, you have to cut the rot out at the root. Gregory laughs and says he likes how direct the kid is. Now they're face to face with the bear's base. Vlad says it's time to start. He shouts, introducing himself as Vlad of Skora. He's here to arrest the one who destroyed order in this part of the city, Black Bear. He's accused of murder, fraud, human trafficking, and the crime of ignoring the laws of the city's nobles. Black Bear, come out immediately or you will face judgment. Nobody shows up. Gregory says, well, looks like they're going to fight, just like Vlad expected. Black Bear gave them the excuse they needed. The only bad part is that inside they'll be heavily armed and ready, because they know anyone captured is getting executed. But the protagonist calls Ajay and Othar and says they're taking point. Ajay asks what the plan is this time. Are they here to scare people like at the gambling house? Because from what Vlad read, it sounds like they're going to have to turn up the heat. Vlad asks Aji what he thinks they should do with someone who sold a pregnant woman, so she and the unborn child in her womb could be used as materials for black magic. Aji stares at him, eyes shining, and says, "All right then." The door gets blown apart. A bunch of men get thrown back, yelling, trying to figure out who's coming in. Aji is the first to step inside, saying just killing them wouldn't be enough. Everyone's asking the same thing. Why is there a barbarian operating in Skora? Even worse, it's a barbarian from the Bodath tribe. Aja launches forward. The bandits try to move, but he stretches out his arm, activating that aura blade from his tattoo. And it's insane. Bodies burst, people get ripped in half by those blades. It's like a whip cracking across everyone's chest, and they try to surround him, shouting to kill that monster. Then Othar charges in with 2 axes and buries them into 2 backs. Another one comes spinning in and smashes into someone's head. The 2 of them have the whole place soaked in blood. Aja says his partner isn't bad at all. One of the bandits yells, asking why everyone's just standing there. There are only 2 of them. They should be able to handle it easily. Poor guy. An aura blade slices through the air. It looked like it was going to cut everyone in half, but instead it tore through the structure behind them. They got lucky the protagonist aimed at the sword over there, apparently. And then Vlad warns that anyone still standing was going to get cut down. All they can see is the shadow of the final boss, telling everyone to get on their knees. Oh, look who's acting tough now, trying to farm aura. Doesn't even look like the crooked Vlad from before. Next chapter. Most of the base is already on their knees, surrounded by knights. Gregory says, well, that settles it, right? We should leave these soldiers here and head up. Vlad says, fine. We're going to the upper floors. He opens the door and freezes. It looks like that black bear guy is in there getting blessed by a priest, who welcomes Sir Vlad. The protagonist asks who he is. The man ignores him and says he came on orders from the church. Vlad answers that he's there on the city mayor's orders. The man known as Black Bear was a criminal. And then the guy pulls the classic church move, like there is no criminal here anymore. This man has been forgiven and taken in under God's name. He has received sacred absolution. Yeah, here we go. Next scene says God is everywhere. But his light doesn't shine equally on everyone. First, it lights up the people at the top, giving more to those who already have plenty, and less to the ones down below. That's how a lot of people saw the church and God. The guy is holding the document, and the protagonist goes, hold on, are you telling me this man is innocent? And the old man says, absolutely, the bishop himself sent this. Gregory is confused. Wait, why would Bishop Pierre send that? Why would someone like him help some random slum boss? Vlad, meanwhile, is thinking, does he really believe a piece of paper can erase the tears of all the women in that church? Then someone in the room says, I'm an innocent man. It's Black Bear. God forgave me, and that's more than enough. Vlad stares at him, wanting to know what this forgiven thing is supposed to mean. The priest beside him says that's exactly it. His sins were absolved thanks to his sincere faith. Black Bear goes, exactly. Just like he said. Looks like your trip was a waste, huh? But Vlad is trying to understand how this even happened. Those women were sold. They shook from the cold, and they died in the dark. How was the bastard who caused all that smiling right in front of him? He's sure this is wrong. So he calls the priest over and asks if someone with sincere faith can be forgiven, no matter what they've done. The priest says, of course. Once he kneels and receives forgiveness from God and the church, it doesn't matter what crime he committed. After that moment, he's declared innocent. Vlad closes his eyes and says he understands. He calls Gregory over and asks if he remembers what Gregory told him in that fog-covered village. When nobody shows up to solve the problem and nobody takes responsibility when they should, then you have to take responsibility yourself. He's about to draw his sword, and Gregory panics, telling him to wait. But the protagonist doesn't hesitate. He says he'll follow the Sword Master's code and chops Black Bear's head off without mercy. Yeah, he definitely farmed aura, no question. But now he's got a problem with the church. The priest is in shock. Gregory knows trouble is coming. AJ is smiling, and the protagonist couldn't care less. The skull hits the back of the room. The priest looks over horrified and asks what that was, and the kid decides to mess with him. He slams the sword into the floor and says, I'm a sinner. Please grant me a chance at forgiveness. He basically used the game's rules against the admin. Of course it's not going to be that easy. Now Joseph has his hand on his face, trying to process whether Vlad really killed someone who'd been forgiven. Gregory apologizes, saying he should have stopped the kid. He never imagined that man would be pardoned by the church. Joseph explains it wasn't Black Bear who got the barony. It was given to him by the church. But everyone thinks it's weird. Why would a bishop go all the way to a slum like that? Joseph is furious, thinking those bastards really believe the Vayazids are a joke. He asks where Vlad is. Vorden says he's waiting in his office. They figured it was better to keep him out of sight for now. Joseph says that was the right call and orders Zaire to arrest Vlad immediately and charge him with murder. Everyone is shocked. Joseph thinks it was a stupid choice, but at least it's one they can understand. And the fact that this pardon was used on purpose shows the bishop had Vlad in his sights from the start, leaving Joseph with no options. He's planning something, and Joseph's plans usually aren't bad. Zaire says he understands. Gregory says to wait, he'll handle it. But Zaire says it's fine. If things go wrong, the blame will fall on him. He'll take responsibility. Then he walks out while Gregory just stands there, wrecked. Because of the stupidity he let Vlad pull, the teacher now has to arrest the student. All because Gregory tried to act for the benefit of his own house. Then Joseph says, Sir Gregory, as one of the people involved, you'll also be held responsible. Gregory bows and says Joseph is right. He takes full responsibility. Joseph thanks him for thinking fast and tells him to go to Varna right now and deliver this letter to a certain person. The faster, the better. Gregory wants to ask who, but suddenly he flinches. He says, okay, he'll leave immediately, as fast as possible. Joseph orders them to summon a mage. They also need to speak with his father and the people of San Rosino. Caddy's to cancel all missions from now on and gather all the most prepared soldiers. Something big is coming. Everyone agrees, and Joseph goes to the window thinking this day was always going to come. He just didn't expect those bastards to move like this. Bishop Pierre used Vlad as a trap to declare war, and if that's how it is, Joseph will answer like a true Vayazid. Maybe this is the best outcome. The time has come to make this city free of all its chains and finally make it belong to the Vayazids. Next chapter, what seems to be the Grand Archbishop asks if he really killed Black Bear without hesitating. The man drops to the floor and says, yes, your grace. He's far more intense than they expected. The man asks if he's the one Father Andrea pointed out. The kneeling man says yes, as far as he knows. The bishop closes the book and says stirring the boy up was the best choice. If everything goes well, they'll eliminate him once and for all. That cursed second son of the Vayazids trying to challenge them with that damn bloodline of his, along with that other thorn who keeps pretending to be a devoted cleric. They were all connected to that knight from those filthy slums, and now there's no reason to stay still anymore. His will is the will of the papacy, which means he carries the will of God, and he orders them to notify the mayor. His knight must be punished for ignoring the pardon, and they should prepare themselves. And here comes the Ku Klux Klan-looking crew. Get out of here. Red is even creepier. The old guy asks what he's talking about, and what looks like the Pope says they're going to use what they've been preparing since they arrived in Shuara. That boy they say was struck by black lightning. No matter how talented he is, it's impossible for someone to use aura and become a knight in 1 year. There has to be some shadow, something dark tied to him. And when the truth is uncovered, everyone who recommended him won't get away clean. What is this? Now they're trying to take down Father Andrea, too? The guy's actually decent. The scene shifts to the alleys, and the church's army is arriving. They stop in front of the mayor's mansion. The leader folds his arms and says they're there under the bishop's authority. Knight Vlad ignored a pardon sent by his grace. That's the same as ignoring the will of God. A grave offense on the level of blasphemy. Open the gates immediately, or everyone inside will be treated as heretics. Someone opens the door and says, my God, what a mess at a time like this. The Templar asks who he is. The man introduces himself as Maxim, of Lord Joseph's Knights. By the mayor's command, the Smiling Rose was under investigation at that moment. The Templar says that investigation is beyond their authority. The people inside are suspected of blasphemy. Maxim says they're overreacting. It makes no sense to accuse everyone of blasphemy, just because Vlad is there. The Templar says the trial happens in the church, and Maxim should know there's a line that can't be crossed between nobles and the church. Maxim says, unfortunately, they weren't the ones who crossed it, and the church's army really did roll up on the house. Maxim announces that from that moment on, they're activating legal jurisdiction and sealing the area. Anyone who wants to enter will first need the mayor's permission. The Templar says he'll regret it. Can a knight really bear the weight of defying the church? Maxim says he'll try, and he's got debts to the people here, so he doesn't have much choice. It's the least he can do to repay the price of his life, because Vlad and the others saved him. A little later that morning, Zaire says, didn't I tell you to always be ready for the next move? In the end, Joseph has to clean up your mess. Even after becoming a knight, you're not much better than a servant. Vlad apologizes, and Zaire thinks the kid is smart. He just needed a wider view. How does he fall for a trap this obvious? But Zaire also understands it's not just about perspective. Vlad's been running around the city, doing mission after mission, and in the process he didn't gain enough experience to understand the delicate balance between nobles and the church. Bishop Pierre knows exactly how to pick his targets. Zaire warns him, Joseph is trying to buy you time, but at most it's a week. Soon you'll have to give your testimony to the church, so get ready. Vlad says, okay. Zaire walks off, saying the air is cold and he'll bring him a blanket later. Locked in the cell, the sword tells the boy not to blame himself. He did what he had to do. Vlad says he knows it was the right thing, but he still feels like he acted the wrong way. Either way, he did what he thought was right, so the blame is still his. The world in the slums really was different from the weight a knight carries. And he remembers Zaire telling him to remember, a knight's sword is heavy because it has to be sharp. And now he's starting to understand what he meant. Meanwhile, time passes, and the bishop is thinking, so that's why they insisted on stalling for a whole week. In front of the church, a crowd is shouting that the trial is unfair. That man deserved to die. They heard he sold pregnant women. Vlad did what was necessary, so why is he being treated like a criminal? They want to forgive murderers, and now they want to insult their knights. Vlad is the pride of Skora. They won't accept this, even if it came from the papacy. This is the north, and the whole city is yelling, fighting for their boy. The bishop shakes his head, saying that's why people say northerners are no different from barbarians, and they really think he's going to be swayed by public emotion. He doesn't care about any of that noise. It's just a cheap trick meant to fail. This trial will make the will of the papacy clear. So the day arrives, and the protagonist is standing face to face with the church. Joseph is there, anxious, with people murmuring in the background. until the door opens and someone says they've arrived. When Joseph looks, he flinches. Standing there is an inquisitor. Everyone whispers that sending a heresy inquisitor is overkill. Even when they hunted the worst witches, they didn't go that far. Joseph realizes this makes it obvious it was all planned. The purpose of this trial was clear from the start. But where is Gregory, who still hasn't arrived? In the end, they were at a disadvantage because of the lack of time. The bishop tells Sir Vlad to place his hand on the Bible. It holds the word of God. He must swear he'll answer only with the truth. Vlad puts his hand on it and says he'll speak only the truth. And then the Bible starts to react. Energy appears around him, and the orbs the others have begun feeding into the ground. Vlad doesn't really understand what's happening while everyone else is impressed. The bishop says the trial has begun. If Vlad tells any lie, the light of the orbs will disappear. The bishop stares at Joseph, and Joseph thinks that if this keeps going, he'll have to prepare for the worst. While that church bastard orders him to pay attention and feel just how weak that proud northern blood really is. With that, they announce that the trial of Sir Vlad of the Bayazid is about to begin. The first question is, Knight Vlad, did you kill a man known as Black Bear, who had been granted a pardon? Is that statement true? Vlad says yes, and the orbs stay lit. The bishop says, well, he did tell the truth. So you admit you defied the word of God. The protagonist asks what he's talking about. He never defied God's word. But the man cuts him off and says they're moving on to the next question. Joseph already knew it. They were going to try to pin as much as possible on him with questions he couldn't escape. It didn't matter what he answered. That man would just twist whatever he said into going against God's will. Then the man asks if he really always made the correct and just decision every single time he killed someone. In cases like that, Vlad says yes, but one of the lights goes out, and the man immediately says that was a lie. Joseph realizes Vlad fell into the trap. It's impossible for anyone to always make the right decision. Words like always, just, and correct were designed to force the answer into being untrue somehow. Vlad is about to say he didn't lie, but the man ignores him and says they're moving on. The bishop then asks, a year ago, in the slums of Shawara, there was a rumor that a boy had been struck by black lightning. Was that boy him? Vlad says yes. Right away the bishop smiles, saying that terrifying sign came from him. Then, the protagonist doesn't understand, but the man ignores him and goes to the next question, asking whether after being struck by that light, he started hearing some kind of voice, or for example, received some kind of revelation from an unknown entity. Damn, the guy knows, doesn't he? And everyone around them is curious now. Wait, Vlad has a mark like that? Some people say no, impossible. Others say, well, they'll have to hear the answer. Some already start believing maybe his achievements have something to do with it. Joseph thinks things are turning against him. He knows the boy showed growth way beyond what makes sense, but that wasn't enough to prove he was connected to something heretical. Joseph had seen it with his own eyes countless times. Vlad shone with a radiant light, unlike anyone else. The bishop orders him to answer and asks why he's staying silent. But the protagonist doesn't know what to do in that situation. If he says yes, he becomes a heretic. If he says no, he'll be accused of lying. No matter what he answers, it'll be exactly what the bishop wants to hear. But then, suddenly, the spirit of the sword tells him to say yes. Right now, lies are the most dangerous thing. He just has to say the light caused some after effects, and he lost his head for a few moments. But if he says no, then it'll look like a total lie. And if that happens, he won't be able to explain himself. The protagonist points out there are still 3 questions left. At the pace things were going, he'd have to reveal the identity of the spirit of the sword. But the spirit tells him not to worry. Its identity would stay hidden no matter what. The protagonist doesn't get it. And then the bishop asks why he's stalling, why he can't answer. The spirit asks Vlad, once again, to trust it. Suddenly Vlad says, well, if you're asking whether I heard a voice when, out of nowhere, someone shouts to stop this right now. When Joseph and everyone else look back, it's Father Andrea arriving with Gregory. Vlad turns around, shocked, and the bishop slams his hand on the chair, saying he doesn't have permission to be there. But Andrea answers that there's no justice in this trial. He's the one who recommended Vlad. The very name Vlad of Skora was chosen by him. Vlad used to be a nobody walking through the mud, and still offered himself before the name of God. If anyone should be suspected, they'd have to suspect Andrea first. Looks like that's the bishop's plan, because he says, interesting. Permission is granted then. Andrea relaxes, walks to the middle of the hall, and Vlad looks at him. Andrea takes the boy's hands and says he did very well. Now he can rest and let Andrea handle it. Andrea tells Bishop Pierre to repeat the question. From this moment on, he'll answer in Vlad's place. Pierre says Vlad confirmed he is the boy who was struck by black lightning. After being struck by that lightning, did he begin to hear some kind of voice, or receive some kind of revelation from something unknown? Andrea looks over at Vlad, hesitates, and says of course he did. Everything Vlad did was accompanied by a voice. He already knows what that sounds like to everyone there. Damn, does Vlad have a curse? Pierre smiles, saying, well, it seems you've revealed something cursed. But Andrea cuts him off and says that if the boy hears a voice, it's the voice of the one who dwells above the heavens. Vlad carried a light that blinded and cut through any darkness. He protected pilgrims from the remnants of the fallen dragon and saved countless children's lives from heretics. The voice he hears is a voice of blessings, and that's why it's so rare for a knight to be valued by both Andrea and San Racino. He played it perfectly. Everyone starts saying, yeah, that makes sense. That's it. He's hearing God's voice, a blessed voice. That's why he's been doing so many good things. Pierre, though, says, the boy was born in the slums, in a low place. Do you really think he received the voice of God? You think it's that easy? Andrea answers that Lord Frausen was also the son of a ruined noble family. He suffered through countless hardships living in terrible places to reach the top and one day become the first and only sword master and the founder of the empire. God's blessings weren't given based on where someone was born, but on where they chose to go. Pierre glares, angry. Fine. Next question. Knight Vlad lived in Shawara, committing countless crimes in those slums. Is that statement true? Andrea says those actions were closer to moments of help and emergency necessity. Pierre replies that no crime is erased by that. But Andrea asks if Pierre has ever looked into Shawara's alleys. Theft and death were normal there. Crushed by tragedy, those were the only options to survive. That isn't Vlad's story. It's the daily life of everyone who lives there. If the church offered compassion to all those people, that chain of tragedy would be broken. Pierre insists none of that matters. Vlad's growth was unbelievable. Nobody picks up a sword and a year later becomes an Aura Knight. Who kills a dragon in so little time? Andrea says the boy was a simple mercenary who came out of the darkness and did his job in a miraculous way. And Andrea testifies that it was the first time he saw the radiant sword Vlad had possessed from the beginning. Pierre says there's no one present who can confirm that. Without witnesses, everything Andrea is saying has no value. Joseph then says he brought witness evidence. All of it had been written by Knights of Honor. Dukan of House Raynal, the Holy Knight Justia of San Rosino, and even the heir of House Baranov, who rules the North Volkov Baranov. All of them testified to Vlad's achievements. Pierre stands there with his fist clenched, questioning their plan. He questioned the boy's faith, his low origin, his past crimes, and even the suspicion that his talents were manufactured. He has countless accusations, but it looks like in the end he'll have to reveal it. He orders them to bring the binding seal. Then some Templars enter the room carrying a coffin. Everyone recognizes them as the Vatican's paladins. But what's happening in this city that those people need to be here? Pierre says he has one last question, and this time he won't use words. He'll reveal the truth of the situation through direct action. The coffin opens, and inside they can see the mirror of Saint Mariello. Pierre says that's right, the Vatican's sacred relic, which reflects a person's entire truth when they look into it. From this moment on, the exorcism would begin. Everyone around them says this is absurd. Vlad's innocence should have been proven by testimony and truth. But Pierre answers that he has a duty to eliminate every last doubt, and Joseph knows they're screwed now. This man is turning everything in his favor. If this exorcism ritual is performed, it'll become a mark of disgrace, something that would follow the boy for the rest of his life. The purpose of this trial had changed, and the truth didn't even matter anymore. Pierre's only intention was to destroy Vlad's reputation and everyone connected to him. It's more and more obvious the real excuse behind all of this is controlling the North. In the hall, Pierre tells the Inquisitors to prepare for the sacred prayer. But Andrea suddenly says there's only one sacred relic that reveals the truth, so how are they handling a Vatican artifact so carelessly? Pierre tells him to watch what he says. Seeking the presence of evil in people isn't trivial. If the boy's soul is pure, he only needs to stand before the relic and nothing will happen. Andrea knows that if he keeps pushing, people will start thinking all this resistance is basically a confession that evil exists in Vlad. He looks at the boy and says, unfortunately, he can't stop this. But Vlad doesn't need to worry. This relic only reveals impurities inside people. And Andrea's faith is unshakable, because he's already seen the real Vlad. The protagonist is still standing there, kind of frozen. Pierre tells him to stop hesitating. It's time to face the relic. The boy approaches, and the sword says it's fine. He should step forward proudly, the way he's always walked toward the light. The protagonist says, okay, then if it's confident, he starts walking. And suddenly it feels like he's stepping into water, seeing himself in a void. In front of him, out of nowhere, a knight appears. It feels like the true being behind the spirit of the sword, saying it now understands what emotion that old blacksmith used to see behind those eyes. All it ever wanted was for that humble sword not to hold him back. Here we go. We're about to lose another one. The sword says it taught everything it could. Its wish was to watch him grow even more. But to keep itself from being reflected in that mirror, it would have to descend to an even lower realm. Vlad doesn't understand what it means. The spirit explains that a knight's world is vast and deep like an ocean. Everything he'd done until now was like getting his feet wet. But now it's time to dive into the depths. Vlad says he can't. He's still far from that. The spirit says one day he'll make it. But from today on, he'll walk alone. Only he can forge his own world and complete it. Vlad says that would take a long time. Maybe he'd never manage it. The sword says it still believes in him. They'll meet again in a deeper place. Until then, goodbye. We just keep losing everyone. They're leaving without a fight. They're just disappearing. This is brutal. First time the protagonist loses his system, give it back. Vlad is there in front of the mirror being reflected. Pierre asks what he's doing. He's supposed to open his eyes and look straight into the mirror. Vlad says he understands. He starts to open his eyes and says he'll find it again, no matter what happens. Then his gaze begins to shine and the mirror reflects something. A light that fills the entire hall. Pierre, Joseph, Everyone along with Andrea are in shock. The mirror responded with pure white light, the purest reflection there is, proving he carried not a single thread of shame. Outside the church, energy starts gathering. Everyone in the city is confused. What's happening in there? You can see it from far away. Even Gemini and Vanessa don't understand. The thing is covering all of Skorathi. Pierre can't believe it, and Vlad says he can't see a single wrong thing he's done, so why were they blaming him and accusing him like this? Why did they keep trying to take everything he had? He screams that he never did anything wrong, and a white lightning bolt strikes the church. The entire artifact starts glowing with electricity, energy bursting everywhere. As everyone is lit up, the story says the boy hadn't done anything wrong. Up to now, all he ever tried to do was survive, and all his actions were always the necessary ones. But in the end, the only witness to his innocence was the voice that had always been with him. Damn, surviving is costing way too much, and we lost our little voice that used to give the tips. Now that damn Pierre is staring at himself in the shattered mirror. The relic the Vatican had guaranteed was destroyed, just because it reflected the soul of a knight. That wasn't supposed to be possible. He asks if anyone saw what was reflected in it. The person behind him says it can't be anything evil. If it were, the Inquisitors would have noticed. They say a bolt of light struck the top of the chapel. That was an extremely strong sign, someone with the kind of force and presence that could influence everyone's reality. Pierre's standing there thinking he couldn't make out what it was. It shone so brightly it didn't feel evil, but it was way too intense to be called God's blessing. He needed to speak to the Vatican. Even if it wasn't evil, it was some kind of anomaly, and something like that would interest them. That boy had to be taken to a tribunal again, but then the door opens, and someone announces they've received a message from San Rosino. Pierre tells them to read it, and it says Bishop Pierre de Schwara will have to explain his connections to the Black Bear, who was pardoned despite being a dark mage. If he refuses, an investigation against the bishop will be opened. He's screwed. He's furious, trying to figure out how those northern bastards are turning San Rosino's paladins against him. For them to be this bold, some other northern house has to be backing them. And the problem is, if the entire north unites, not even the Vatican would have the authority to stop it. So he says to summon the mage. They're going to send a letter to the Duke of the Blood Dragon. The scene cuts back to Joseph's office. They already know San Rosino's letter reached Pierre. Joseph says those people ignored what's been happening for a long time, but they definitely had issues with the local Vatican branch. Zaire agrees. That's why they didn't just sit still. Joseph smiles and says it wasn't a bad outcome. Securing San Rosino's support would have been difficult, but they pulled it off, and now a new balance of power was forming, involving an alliance between the Northern Lords and San Rosino. Then he asks Vorden how the priest is doing. Vorden says he's resting, but he'll need to stay in bed a few more days. It was hard on him, coming from so far away in such a rush at his age. Joseph tells them to treat him as carefully as possible, and if they can, it'd be better not to send him back to Vorden for the rest of the winter. Even though they used Vlad as an excuse to bring him there, that man's presence puts pressure even on the bishop. Andrea is so well known that nobody would question it if he became bishop. And at a moment like this, it's better to keep him close. Suddenly, someone at the door asks to come in. It's Vlad, escorted by Zaire. Joseph looks at him with that intense, almost teasing stare like, "What am I supposed to do with you, kid?" Vlad lowers his head and apologizes. Joseph explains that he's the kind of person who prefers getting results through careful, meticulous plans. But Vlad is always unpredictable. From day one, everything he's done has been impossible to read, and Vlad needs to understand the Vatican is going to be watching him now, because he interfered with those people's operations. Vlad apologizes again, but Joseph wants to know about what the priest mentioned, this idea that Vlad has a God's blessing living inside him. Vlad says that's insane. Joseph says it doesn't matter. He's going to make it real. Vlad is shocked, and Joseph says those are Vlad's special earnings, not a salary. His reward for everything he accomplished. Vlad remembers Vorden mentioning it. That's how knights actually get paid. Joseph reveals it's more than 300 gold. Vlad doesn't get it. Why so much? Joseph explains that since he only recently became a knight, he has the right to receive coins for everything he did in the past too. Vlad is thrilled and thanks him. But Joseph tells him to remember he carries a massive responsibility as a knight. He apologizes, but he keeps going. Knight Vlad ignored the pardon that carried God's will. That's clearly Vlad's fault, just like Pierre made clear. And unfortunately, he has to be punished. Then Joseph says that from today on, Knight Vlad is banished from Skora. Vlad can't believe it, and Joseph just stares at him. Everyone goes quiet while Vlad stands there, not understanding. Wait, what does banished even mean? As much as Vlad is hurting, Joseph knows what he's doing. If he leaves that loose end, it gives those people a reason to come back. The Vatican will want to go after the boy again in this city. If Joseph is too soft, it'll be worse than poison. So what he needs is decisive action. That's why he tells Vlad he has 1 week to leave Skora. So yeah, time to go raise hell out in the world. Next scene, they're in a bar with some guys talking. One of them says if he had 100 gold coins, he'd buy some far-off land and live in peace. Start a little business, build a decent village, that kind of thing. The friend next to him says he's lying. He'd probably blow it all and end up broke fast. The guy with the earring laughs and says maybe, but it'd still be better than living by the sword. Then he asks the kid what he thinks. What would he do if he had 100 gold? It's a younger Vlad, scrubbing the floor, asking where he even got that gold. The guy with the earring tells him to relax. Why so aggressive? It's just pointless bar talk. Vlad says if he had 100 gold, the first thing he'd do is pay his debts. The guy laughs and asks if he seriously owes 100 gold. What kind of kid that age owes that much? Gambling, Vlad says. It's not gambling debt, it's just things that need to be paid. Everyone in the bar looks confused. Who does he owe? And then the scene cuts back to Vlad thinking there isn't much time left, so the day to pay up has come. There he is with a pile of coins in front of Marcella. She says she already made it clear he doesn't have to pay, because he's protecting the place. But Vlad says lately she's been taking care of all the kids. She must be spending all her money on that, and on top of it, she's done a lot of improvements. All he wants is for the place to thrive. She says he doesn't need to give 50 gold for that. Vlad laughs and says he wants to improve the quality of the service there. She can see it as an investment. Later she can give him a bit of the profit back. Vanessa says fine, then she'll work hard. She can't disappoint her investor. But she mentions she'd been wanting to give Gemina a vacation. Vlad asks her to please take good care of the place, because he wouldn't like seeing it go under. She tells him to be careful. He barely arrived and he's already leaving again. Vlad says it's fine, he'll come back safe like always. She says she believes him. She's sure he'll do well. Then Vlad says thanks, Marcella. She looks confused about what he means. And we see in a flashback the day Jorge brought the boy in. She was the one who brought color into his life. That's why he wanted to thank her for everything she did. It feels like the season's about to end and another one's about to start. Because in the next chapter, we're at the church. The kid is carrying a bucket when Vlad shows up to help, asking how Andrea is doing. The boy says he still needs a lot of rest. It was really hard for him to come through all that winter weather in the storm. Vlad agrees and asks if there's anything he needs, anything Vlad can help with. The boy says no. Joseph already did everything they needed. But the boy asks if it's true. Vlad asks what? The boy asks if Vlad really received God's blessing. Vlad notices the rumors are getting out of control and says it's not what he thinks. The boy gets a little awkward but says Andrea was happy that Vlad finally became a complete knight, and also that he received God's blessing. Vlad, under his breath, says again that he didn't receive anything. Then the kid asks if he can bring his friends, the ones who prayed with Vlad, so they can have some fun. Vlad says sure, he's not going to say no to the kid. He hands over the bucket and the boy leaves, thanking him for the talk. Vlad thinks, okay, he'll go see Andrea, but there isn't much to do since he's stuck in bed. But then Vlad pauses for a second. Poor guy, he realizes it's gotten strangely quiet. The voice that always talked to him is gone. It had been so long that he'd forgotten what it feels like to truly be alone. But that's how it is. He turns away thinking he'll have to get used to it. The scene shifts to a bar where Gregory says they weren't born to be on the same side. Every time they team up, Vlad ends up getting a disciplinary lesson. Vlad agrees they really weren't meant for that. Gregory asks when he's leaving. Vlad says 5 days, maybe even sooner, if everything's ready. Gregory says the result wasn't exactly great, but you can't deny the plan worked in the end. And Vlad was the guarantee behind it all. With the Black Bear gone, the Canor family is going to expand a lot in Skorma. Even the negotiations with Joseph were already finished. Vlad thanks him, saying at least something good came out of all this. But Gregory says he can't deny it. He's in Vlad's debt now. The family patriarch even wants to repay it by sponsoring Vlad for the rest of his life. Vlad laughs and says it looks like he'll be getting free meat for the rest of his life. Then, Gregory says yes, he'll get sick of eating so much. Then Gregory gets serious for a moment. He says he doesn't want to embarrass Vlad, but what Vlad did that day as the Black Bear was the noblest thing he's ever seen a knight do. He doesn't know exactly when it happened, but everything started turning into religion, politics, personal gain, and ambition. But Vlad ignored all of that and simply followed the order and the code of the Swordmaster. Gregory realizes that in times like these, knights like that are incredibly rare, and he's even ashamed of it. But it's fine because at the same time, he's proud of Vlad. He raises his mug and tells Vlad to take care out there. Vlad thanks him and says he will, and they toast. After that, we're at the docks with Harvin saying he feels good. It's been a long time since he's seen a boat. He tells Vlad to look at it. It's a beauty. Even on freezing lakes, it makes you want to be on one. Vlad says something like that must cost a fortune. Then he asks if Harvin really wants to sail around. Harvin says absolutely. Vlad asks if he wants to go far from Shkara. Harvin says, well, obviously you can't sail without leaving. But what's going on with Vlad? Why is he asking this today? Showing up out of nowhere to look at boats, talking about prices and all that. Then they stop in front of another one that costs 200 gold, a bit cheaper than the others. That's why merchants use it so much. Vlad says he knows that's why he bought it. Vlad thinks it's to repay Harvin for never hesitating to help him and help Gemina. He swore that one day he'd pay that debt, no matter what. On land, they can call Harvin crippled, but at sea, he can go as far as he wants. Vlad shows him the ship's contract and says all Harvin has to do is sign his name. Harvin still doesn't understand what Vlad is saying. Vlad says he'll say it clearly. It belongs to Harvin. Harvin is awkward and tells him to explain. Vlad sees he's not reacting, so he suddenly puts something on Harvin's head and congratulates Captain Harvin. And yeah, another sweet emotional wrap-up. But they keep moving because it's time for the final goodbye to the old blacksmith he wouldn't see for a long time. Vlad thanks Maxim for protecting Rosa when he wasn't there. He thanks Forden for reciting the proclamation for him. He meets Gregory and Sir Cade one more time to ask them to look after the kids. And one by one he pays every debt he had there. Finally he can breathe easier when he thinks of certain names, but there were people he left behind that he could never repay. He visits Andrea too, but time went fast. In a house he talks with Harvin and says he already spoke with Gregory. When the weather clears up, Harvin should go to Isturma and pick up the meat the Canor family will be sending. It's not the same as sailing the great open seas, but it's good for a first trip. Harvin is confused. He'd already even made a connection for trade and commerce. And the main guy says, you've got to be ready whenever you can. He asks Othar to always back Harvin up in business, because the two of them together meant a lot to him. Then Harvin asks if he's leaving tomorrow, and if he already said goodbye to the mayor. The main guy says, yeah, early tomorrow morning, but that guy's strict. Right now he's been pressuring the bishop, Pierre, so that their meeting doesn't happen. And even just going over there to say goodbye to Joseph could give the Vatican some political leverage, since they're saying he's being favored or something like that. Harvin says, man, what an annoying situation. But at least he's already met everyone he needed to meet. And he says, well, there was still one person left. Oh man, is he really gonna leave Jamina in the city? Probably no way he's taking her. But wait, no, he's at her door telling her to open up. How long was she gonna stay hidden in that room? He's got something to say, so open it already, because if she doesn't, he's gonna break this thing down. She's not answering until he says Harvin already told him what happened at Captain Hoover's hideout. She knows Vlad, so if she says something, it gets solved. But for now, step away from the door because he's gonna count to 3 and break it. She starts running right away. He's already on 2, but on 3, she opens it herself. She doesn't even look at him, just asks what he has to say. He should say it and disappear. Vlad looks at her and says he wanted to wait for her patiently. But now he doesn't have time, so she's gonna have to understand that. Gemina looks at him, not really getting what he means. And suddenly, he throws her over his shoulder. She demands to know what he thinks he's doing. He says he has to take her somewhere and takes off running. Next scene, they're in the middle of the city with her screaming, telling him to put her down right now. Vlad complains that she had to lock herself up for a week and force him to do this. She tells him to explain where they're going. It's late as hell. What does he think he's doing? Then he gets serious and says tomorrow he's leaving. She says that's exactly why she always tells him to be careful and not get involved in trouble. But he explains that in the past he was running away, and this time he's being kicked out. She clings to him, calling him an idiot. He says it's fine, better they try to kick him out than try to kill him. Then the city bell starts ringing for curfew. He mutters that it's later than he thought. He really has to run a bit more to make it in time, and then he takes off like a bullet while she yells at him to let her go. But in the next scene, she's all flushed, looking up at a huge dress in a shop window, saying it really is pretty. The clerk greets Sir Vlad, who apologizes for being late, and asks if the order is finished. The man says yes. He was going to deliver it tomorrow since he didn't see the boy today. Vlad tells Gemina to try it on. Obviously, she has no idea why she should. Next scene, he's already outside the city, saying that when he gave her that dress the other time, she looked really beautiful. She stops for a second. He asks what's wrong, why she's acting weird. Gemina's bright red, asking what he's even talking about. Vlad looks back and says, good thing it fit right. She's not going to grow anyway. She clenches her fist, saying she's had it, and she's going to smack him. Then he explains that from now on, she doesn't need to borrow from Madame anymore. She can wear this. She says he bought a bunch of cosmetics, earrings, a necklace, shoes, even a fan. This must have cost a lot. He says it cost about as much as the sword in front of that forge. She tells him to stop lying. She knows those shoes alone have to be like 5 gold. Vlad says it'd be even better if she'd had time to do her hair, but he was busy too. She says it's all his fault, getting kicked out like an idiot. What she wants to know is when he's coming back this time. Vlad says who knows. They didn't say anything about it, so he has no idea. She squeezes her hands and says it's not like he's never coming back, right? He asks if she's trying to come with him. Is that what she's thinking? She says he must be out of his mind, like she'd ever leave the Smiling Rose. Vlad says, speaking of that, Madam said she's thinking about letting you run the place. Gemina's caught off guard, and he says he'll be back before it goes bankrupt because he invested a lot of money. He's definitely going to show up again to get his investment back, so she has to take care of their home. That redhead turns even redder. Our home? What do you mean, our home? Then Vlad starts rummaging around in his armor and hands her a handkerchief. He says he didn't know this is how nobles did it. She doesn't really get it. Did what? Then, like he's trying to be the last romantic on earth, he kneels down. He calls her Miss Gemina and asks if she could give him her handkerchief. She still doesn't understand what he's talking about. And the story says there are 2 ways for a knight to receive a lady's handkerchief. One is tied to the tip of the sword, and the other is directly into his hands. And in the middle of that empty square, the knight bowed in front of the young lady, and the handkerchief passed from her hand to his. The girl might not have realized it, but the knight took on a huge responsibility with that act. It was a vow to protect her forever. Yeah, here we go. And honestly, Gemina never had many problems. I've got a feeling her turn is coming soon, and then the kid's gonna lose it. After that, we ride through the city. He took Gemina back to the Smiling Rose, and now it's time to leave. I think that's Joseph's room in that picture. The main guy is there with his banner mounted while Got is out front saying today's free, it's cold as hell, his butt is freezing. Vlad asks what he's doing there. Got says he's waiting for his friend because he's the knight's attendant. The main guy tells him to remember he's an exiled knight now. It's better not to come with him. Better to stay in this city and secure his life. But Got says no way. He's invested too much time and suffering into Vlad. He's not letting him leave that easily. He climbs onto the horse, calling Vlad stupid. There are tons of slick guys out there, and if he goes alone, he'll be broke in a week. The main guy says he's not exactly honest for saying that. Got says he only trusts him. Vlad might know the streets, but he knows the world. Then he asks about buying a boat for his friend. If Vlad wants, he's accepting gifts too. The main guy laughs and says that depends on how things end up. Got asks where they're going, and the main guy says east. His friend says that's kind of random, isn't it? But the main guy remembers that Amber Alicia gave him in the vision of that strange tree. Apparently it's not the same one at her house, because he says there's something he has to find there. God says that's good, better than wandering around with no goal. Then Vlad looks back and tells Ishiniue to take care. It was time to go. He got on the horse and they left through the gates. From above, Joseph watches the kid leave. Sire shows up saying it's really cold today. But then Joseph starts with the dramatic stuff. Yes, it's cold, but my heart is even colder. It's not just cold, it hurts. He didn't look back even once. That means he has a goal in mind. I'm sure things are going to get messier from here on out. Jaeger will need a lot of strength so we never lose what's ours. Sire says it's fine, he'll follow Joseph forever. But is he sure? Vlad is extremely unpredictable. It would have been better to give him a mission or send him somewhere specific. Joseph says he wasn't going to steal the freedom of someone who's always followed orders. This was a precious moment for him to finally experience acting only on his own ideas. He tells Zaire to understand that this was a historic moment for both of them. A knight setting out on a journey carrying only his own honor. It was an ancient tradition being brought back, something from his grandparents' time. Then the story says Skora adopted him and the Vase had raised him, and now he was finally a knight on his own, carrying his own crest. But of course it wasn't going to be that easy because the scene cuts to the imperial capital in Brigantes. Under the dragon banner, someone asks what he thinks of Pierre's proposal. Mircea says it's a perfect plan. It provided justification and brought benefits. Sarnas on the throne says yes, that old bishop came up with a very smart plan, so he authorizes him to accept the proposal. They were going to plant their banner in the north, so they're going to attack the north. That's crazy, but alright. Next chapter, we're out on the eastern border region in Dobrachiti. Someone's slamming the table, asking again and again, "You're telling me this happened again?" It's the chubby guy who's the baron of the region, known as Damaltia. He wants to know what they're doing. Every time they're about to harvest, someone comes and digs up all the fields like they were waiting for it. The soldiers try to explain they left a bunch of guards overnight, but from one moment to the next by morning they were gone. The Lord yells that he doesn't care, and the men just apologize. He puts a hand to his face, saying there's nothing useful in this place. The soil isn't rich. The climate is mediocre. All they have is a bunch of trees and land that barely produces. And now if they can't even sow at this time of year, everyone's going to starve. He starts to say something about soldiers, when suddenly someone smacks a goblet against his head. Damaltia says if they're short on troops, then throw everyone in prison and force people to work. They're about to starve, so there's no reason to care about anyone. This is definitely the forest monster's fault. He tells them to gather all the soldiers again and protect the fields. The men just answer, "Yes, my lord." They walk out while Damaltia says his head hurts. Maybe he should hire a mercenary to deal with this. He looks to the side and says that damn forest is wearing him down. And today it looks scarier than usual. And look who's there, the main guy and Got. He put everything on the ground, showing they've got some steak, salt, pepper. Got picks up a little wooden thing and asks what it is. The main guy explains it's a pilgrim certificate Andrea made for him. Got says the kid definitely brought a lot of valuable, rare stuff. So how did the idiot forget the flint, the little stone that makes sparks? The main guy tells him not to complain. He brought another one too, and it's trash. Got says his worked fine until Vlad smashed it to pieces. The main guy says no, it's this thing's fault for being defective. Then he tells Got to stop whining and help, or they're going to freeze to death. Then suddenly Vlad says enough, he can't take this anymore. He grabs his sword, startling Got, and stands up. His friend tells him to calm down. He'll light the fire. Vlad doesn't need to do anything. But then Vlad looks to the side and says the guy over there was supposed to deliver a flint to him. Got doesn't get it. And then someone behind a tree lets out a little laugh. A big fat guy appears, saying the kid's got sharp ears. Got gets it. Unfortunately, they ran into bandits on the first day. And the mercenary, this guy's huge, holding a blood-covered mace, asks if he noticed them, why didn't he run? Trying to act tough? Poor idiot, staring at Vlad without realizing he's risking his life. Staring him down, he says the kid's got a pretty face. He could definitely sell him anywhere for a good price. The bandits in the back ask what house he belongs to. If he tells them, maybe they can return him to his parents for a good payout. Vlad ignores all of it and asks if they have the flint or not. The guy's just standing there, totally confused, and the protagonist tells him to check whether it's there or not. He laughs and goes, "No, hold on, this dude's crazy. You're out of your mind, kid. You've got something seriously wrong with you. That's when the protagonist notices he's wearing a necklace loaded with fingers. So he starts drawing his sword and says, fine, forget it, if the guy doesn't want to look for it, he'll handle it himself. And while he's thinking, he remembers that when he left his hometown, he made a decision. The others are already shaking where they stand. While Vlad tells himself he's going to reclaim the drive that had weakened, the same drive he had at the beginning. He points at the mercenaries and orders them to hand over everything they've got, including their lives, which were worth less than any animals. The leader only has time to see Vlad walking up, and then the forest erupts in screaming. Early the next day, the soldiers are out front saying, this place feels weirdly terrifying today, like some creature could jump out of the woods at any moment. His friend tells him not to joke around. There are already a bunch of rumors going around. But then, all of a sudden, they hear something coming closer, and immediately raise their spears, demanding to know who's approaching. In the distance, they spot a horse with huge teeth and ask if it's a monster. The protagonist tells Noir to relax. He can't bite them. The soldiers don't get it, and the protagonist tells them to lower their spears and says he captured the bandits who'd been causing trouble in the area. The soldiers ask if he means the murderers who'd been slaughtering people in the village. Then they see some barefoot men walking along, tied up and all, and damn, Vlad is brutal. He made them carry the leaders' heads to the city gates. The soldier freaks out, obviously. It's horrifying. The protagonist says he's Vlad of Asura, the Knight of the Vasity, and he wants to speak with the city's leader. The scene cuts to a house in the middle of town, where Demaltia is all smiles, saying, well, who would have thought? The knight who proved himself is coming to Debrecci. The protagonist bows and thanks him for the hospitality. The Lord says the boy captured the people who'd been giving them a headache, so of course he had to come talk to him. Then, full of formalities, he tells him to sit down and make himself comfortable. The protagonist stays standing in front of him, and Demaltia goes, so you captured 9 bandits? Vlad says 15, counting the heads they were carrying. Only a few managed to get away. Demaltia thanks him and says it's impressive. He deserves an incredible reward. Vlad says he's glad to hear it, while Demaltia keeps talking. Seeing as you're a knight carrying a banner, are you trying to prove yourself? Vlad says that's exactly it. Demaltia says then he arrived at the perfect time, because there's something he needs help with, something only a knight with honor could accomplish. Vlad can already tell this guy wants to use him for free. It'd be better to take the reward for dealing with the bandits and get out of here. He needed to focus on the clues that would lead to those traces of the voice. But then Demaltia says strange things have been happening in their region. It's planting season, but the moment they scatter seeds in the fields, the seeds vanish. Even with soldiers stationed there watching all night, they disappear in an instant without leaving a trace. If it were an animal or a monster, there's no way the soldiers wouldn't notice. And what the older people in town are saying is that it's the work of spirits living in that forest. Vlad is obviously interested, because that's exactly what he's looking for. The scene shifts to the forest, where a little girl is picking red fruit and tasting it, saying it's delicious. She keeps gathering them, saying her mom is going to love it, when suddenly she feels something off. She wonders what that was and turns around, and there's a gigantic beast staring at her with yellow eyes. She screams, but who knows if she made it out alive. Next thing you know, there's a hole dug and the girl gets buried. In the next chapter, Gott says something's not right. This place is broke, he's sure of it. Anyone can tell. One look and he knows it. That guy isn't the type to pay. The moment it's time to open his wallet, he'll come up with excuses. Then Vorden stays close to Joseph. He asks Gott if he knows his nickname. Gott says he has no idea. The protagonist says it's Vorden the swindler. Gott gets nervous, saying the guy looks innocent. He's really that slick? Vlad says he's a snake. Looks like he uses his face to get away with it. And according to people from the home she was at before, it looks like there was a hole with a bunch of red fruit nearby. Actually, the one saying this is one of the town's knights. Vlad thinks this guy talks too much. Doesn't he know the basics of an ambush or staying quiet? Even for a knight from some small place, this is ridiculous. Zero common sense. But the knight won't shut up. Oh my god, what a tragedy. Such a sweet girl. Her mother's just crying over at the Lord's manor. It's awful. We have to... Suddenly, the protagonist covers his mouth and goes, Shaw. The soldiers freeze, but they're even more scared by the look on Vlad's face. Everything goes silent. Then the boy flinches and bolts. The knight tells everyone to follow Sir Vlad, and then Vlad stops, looks down, and says they've been robbed. When the knight looks, the seeds are gone. How could everything they put in the soil disappear without a trace? Vlad asks if he brought the shovel he requested, and then he starts digging, thinking he definitely heard something, but he didn't see any movement, and there aren't any footprints. He asks how far it is to where the child disappeared. The knight behind him says it's very close, but why is he asking? Then with one more shove of the shovel, the crater appears. Vlad knows immediately, there's no way to even see the bottom. No human dug this. He turns to the captain of the town's knights and tells him to take him to the place where the child vanished. Next scene, earlier in the day, someone asks what Vlad is doing. It's Demaltia asking the knight, who says that after visiting where the child disappeared, Vlad is gathering the village elders. The Lord doesn't understand. The knight says it looks like he's asking about the past, about old traditions that used to happen there. Demaltia says that's insane, because the old folks are going to start talking about weird nonsense. The knight says maybe they got wiser with age. Either way, they won't say anything that could be used against the two of them in front of some unknown knight. Dalmatia rubs his face, knowing this could turn into a problem. The boy's crest had St. Racino's emblem, which means he has strong ties to the Vatican. He can't tell him to stop now, especially since he was the one who asked for help. But Vlad is digging around more than he should. Dalmatia orders some people to keep an eye on him, to make sure he doesn't go looking for what he shouldn't. The scene cuts to a cabin, where Got asks if there's really nothing they can remember. They have to think about the child who fell into the hole. She's in the dark, she's scared, she needs help. He watches to see if anyone reacts. One of the elders says this isn't the first time it's happened. Barley disappeared too. That's why when they were younger they performed certain rituals. But after the Vatican banned it, they stopped. Some of the elders say that back when the rituals were done, nobody got dragged into those holes, though some people still got taken by wolves. Vlad asks who the rituals were for. The elders look at him and suddenly everyone's faces change. Got asks again what kind of rituals they were. If they don't talk, there's no way to save the children. Winter is freezing. She'll end up dying out there. Finally, one elder decides to speak and says it was for a spirit of the earth, more specifically the earth spirit that lived in that forest. Vlad asks for more details, but Got suddenly tells the captain it's better if they step outside. No matter how young he is, he's still a knight, and more importantly, he's a knight carrying the Vatican's emblem. The elders are watching how he reacts. And with things going like this, even the ones who want to share information are clamming up. Vlad leaves, telling him to find out everything he can. But as soon as he steps out of the cabin, one of the soldiers calls out to Sir Vlad and asks if he can talk for a second. He says Vlad doesn't need to worry. Those rituals weren't anything too strange. Vlad says he knows perfectly well that this kind of idolatry is forbidden by the Vatican, and if it's discovered here, it could bring a very serious punishment. The soldier panics, but Vlad says he understands these are rules people here have followed for a long time. He'll pretend he never heard anything about earth spirits or rituals, and he swears to God his only goal is to find the missing child and figure out why the seeds are disappearing too. Then he tells the soldier to stop watching him, and to please tell his lord the same thing. The knight apologizes for offending him, and thanks him for cooperating. God comes out of the cabin and says, well, it doesn't sound like some scary ghost. It sounds like something that makes the land fertile, and they do rituals so it'll do the work. Normally when you plant, you have to dig deep into the soil, and it seems like the earth spirit did that for them. Either way, he can tell the elders are all over the place, saying stuff that doesn't really add up. The protagonist thinks it does add up. He's already seen a spirit snake living in a tree. Then God says there's one part that's actually creepy. It looks like the place where the rituals happened is the same area where the holes appeared. And whatever it is, it definitely likes being underground. The protagonist gets it. Underground shows up at night, clearly a nocturnal creature. He starts putting all the information together. Rites, earth spirit, offerings. It all sounds different, but it's really the same thing. He tells Got to get more barley. Got asks why. Vlad asks if he isn't the person who once made a monster come out of the ground. It was time to set the stage again. Later that night, they're alone in the forest with a pile of seeds on top of a rock, and Got asks if this is really going to work. When they put the seeds on the ground, it worked, but on a rock he doesn't think it'll go well. Vlad explains that when he dug the hole the creature came out of, he felt stones. That means the creature can't break them, so if it wants the bait, it'll have to deal with the rock. Got starts to ask, and what if it breaks it? Blah blah blah, but Vlad tells him to shut up. The creature has arrived. Suddenly the barley trails they left on the ground start getting followed by this strange aura, with the soil trembling. In an instant, the first seeds vanish. The creature moves toward the rest, heading straight for the rock. And just like Vlad expected, it can't destroy the whole rock. Whatever this monster is, it has to show itself. A paw appears. Vlad is about to draw his sword. The creature starts gathering the barley, and when he looks closely, it's this tiny, adorable little thing, a yellow mole straight out of Lloyd's world. Even the horse can't believe it. Got snaps, telling those old people to wake up. Those idiots said it was a spirit, but it's clearly a mole. Vlad smiles and says it's not just any mole. It's a glowing mole sitting there eating calmly. Then Vlad suddenly lunges like a bullet. The little thing is still cutely munching, but Vlad is the real monster now, staring it down. The creature tries to react, but it doesn't even have time. Vlad catches it. He says he got it, but then the creature starts glowing gold, blasting energy in every direction. Got asks if he really caught it, but then Vlad, who was standing, seems to drop to the ground. When Got looks around, neither of them is there anymore. Noir whinnies to get Got's attention and shows him there's a hole in the ground. Got's left wondering what just happened this time. Vlad is sliding down the mole's tunnel until the scene shifts underground. The ceiling starts shaking and then Vlad drops onto the ground. He's stunned for a few seconds. He has the feeling he fell like forever. But where exactly was this? He looks back and sees he's in some underground place. What the hell is this? He starts shaking the mole, demanding answers. He's holding the little thing there. She's already passed out, saying it's her fault. He doesn't even know how he ended up this deep, but he'd better get ready. He's already grabbing his sword, turning on his aura while the mole just watches. The kid's glowing all over, and she's all cute there in his hand, but you can tell she's got her eyes on the amber in the sword. Vlad looks around, thinking that nothing in life is ever easy. Climbing up from there would probably be impossible. But when he closes his eyes, he feels a light breeze hitting him, which means there's an exit somewhere. He looks at the mole and says, "Hey, you little bastard. If I'm not out of here today, tomorrow morning you're my breakfast. So move it, show me the way." He keeps going with the mole glowing in his hands, saying the path looks endless. Then all of a sudden she turns off, and Vlad warns that if he were her, he'd turn the light back on before she ends up dying. Obviously the poor thing obeys, all awkward about it, and he keeps walking, saying if she goes out again she's getting punished, because she's the one who got him stuck in this place. But then the little mole starts flailing her arms from side to side. Of course he has no idea what she's trying to say. Still, he says first he needs to get out of there. The wind feels closer, so the exit can't be far. Right then he sees light coming from a hole in the ceiling. He heads over all excited, saying he finally found the way out. Only then he feels something weird. A noise, vibrations up above, and the mole looks scared. He notices and wonders why she's acting like that, and why those strange vibrations in the ground are so intense. Either way, it's obvious some insane power is being transmitted. He should climb up and see what's going on. As soon as he comes out through the hole, he starts looking around, and in front of a tree there's a giant creature hacking away with an axe. Like a mix of an orc, maybe some hairy ogre, who knows. Vlad has no idea what that thing is. It's not the kind of monster you see up north. And the most important part is the mole looks terrified. Then he remembers he's looking for a tree. He activates the aura in his eyes and suddenly sees that that tree is the source of the spirit. And the creature in front of it is clearly trying to bring it down. Normally he wouldn't get involved, but unfortunately he's going to have to deal with it. So he tells the little mole to go hide and stay quiet. He steps out, saying the secret to ending a fight in a single strike is to prepare. The moment the thing swings its axe, Vlad jumps in, saying it's a precise, unexpected attack. That's how you finish a fight in one go. He's already behind it, about to land an aura-filled sword slash, but the creature senses something. Still, Vlad manages to take its head off before it can react. He slides to the side and his expression changes. The energy is still flowing, and he says those bastards are at it again. The monster turns into a still-living creature with no head. Next chapter, God is yelling for the captain, asking if he can hear him, begging him to say something, but obviously nobody answers. Just little rocks sliding down into the hole. Yeah, he'd better not jump in there. God thinks he's losing it. What's he supposed to do? Should he go down? While he's stuck on that, Noir hears something and starts walking off to the side on his own. God turns around, sees him taking off, and says, "Hey, you damn horse, stop right there." But then he feels something strange too, like a scream mixed with crying, and he remembers the villagers said the same thing. When you heard that, you knew it wasn't human or an animal. Now he gets what they meant. God freezes, then looks to the side and decides to slap himself into action and stay close to Noir. It's safer. He runs after him, saying he doesn't want to be alone out here. Meanwhile, the headless creature comes in to chop Vlad with the axe. Vlad watches from the left, dives underneath, dodges the attack, gets behind it, draws his sword, and lands a clean hit behind the thighs. Blood sprays, and he realizes the strikes are working. At least it won't be using that leg anymore. But the little grin disappears when the monster comes in with a massive axe swing aimed at his mouth. The protagonist is shocked and barely manages to block with his sword, but he gets launched far away and dragged along the ground. He realizes the blows from this bastard are just like that other one's, same disgusting weird aura. And then the thing grabs its own head off the ground and puts it back on. Vlad immediately gets it. Another creature with immortality. Half-assed attacks won't work at all. So he has to remember the moment when the voice allowed him to use her world. Damn. Does that mean Vlad is about to awaken that lightning technique? He says he needs to reach the moment when his world connected with the voices. A white glow starts expanding around him, and the creature is stunned when it sees the boy charging with a sword wrapped in white lightning. White light, because all lightning is light. But this is white light. The monster swings the huge axe again, but right when the cut looks like it'll take the protagonist's face off, he crouches, slips past and slices across its belly. He keeps the rhythm going. Look at the kid's style. He slides out, pushes off his leg, comes back from the other side and cuts under the arm, saying he'll keep tearing this monster apart until it dies. The moon starts getting drowned in blood spraying everywhere. The monster getting completely chopped up. What a scene. Pure aura farming this thing totally off balance, surrounded by electricity. The protagonist charging again. A vertical axe strike comes down to crush him, but he sees it and has to back off. It looks like he's doing well, but he's exhausted while the monster keeps getting healed by the mist. He thinks it's driving him insane. He cuts the arms, the legs, the head, and the monster just regenerates. He already cut the heart, pierced the liver, every organ. Even with its belly split open and its intestines hanging out, it won't die. He remembers the voice said she managed to defeat the headless knight with one cut, but maybe that only proves his world is still too weak. But he can't think about that now. It's time to keep swinging until the monster drops dead. No matter how many times he has to stab it, he'll cut off all 4 limbs, the head, and turn it all into cubes. Strangely, the monster starts laughing. Vlad tells the bastard to wipe that smile off his face. Then the protagonist senses something approaching. He wonders if it's another one of these things in the same forest. But suddenly, the one coming in is Noir. The big horse shows up with that glowing horn. The protagonist is in shock. The monster looks back. Yeah, that's a real war horse. Noir charges in and blows up the boss's belly. Are you kidding? What is this? He sends the monster flying, and even lets out a wait. What's the horse sound called? Google says it's a neigh. Noir neighs. The protagonist runs up, hyped, wanting to know how Noir found this place. He asks if he's hurt, but then he looks back. The monster is getting up, but this time something surprises him. The wound Noir made isn't regenerating. Then the protagonist realizes Noir has something special that works on this monster. The creature is trembling. Vlad smiles. He mounts up and says they're going to finish this. The story says it doesn't matter how bright the thing you carry is, if you don't have the strength to protect it, it can be taken. Because this world is full of people who profit from other people's tears. And raising your sword for those who can't protect themselves, that's what the Code of Master Swordsman calls for. That's what being a knight means. And look at him go. Lightning sword strike Noir, with the horn lit up, aura blazing. The monster charges too, sets its axe, and throws a vertical slash, trying to predict the hit and take Noir's head off. But the protagonist slashes to knock the monster's arm upward, while Noir strikes again, this time straight into the center of its chest. The thing howls and gets blasted away by a barrage of blue light. What was that? It smashes through 1, 2, 3, 4 trees way off in the distance. Out of nowhere, this turns into a Naruto fight, breaking barriers. The monster is there suffering, coughing up liters and liters of blood. The protagonist goes in, saying it's working. Noir's attacks are destroying it. But now the dumb orc is shaking, turns around and tries to run. Or actually, not exactly. The bastard backs up against a tree, so if Noir headbutts him, Noir's going to get wrecked. That's why the protagonist tells him to stop. The monster raises its arms. He doesn't get what it's doing. The protagonist watches, trying to understand. Wait, is it threatening to grab them because it can't attack? He figured it wouldn't be easy to deal with. But this level of intelligence is way higher than he expected. The monster already figured out Noir is the only real threat. And the biggest problem is, if they charge straight in, Noir will slam his head right into the tree that's the spirit's source. So what do? Do they go in or not? Right then, the little mole is stuck to his sword. The protagonist looks to the side, asking how she even got there. She's all cute, holding onto the hilt, looking at him, while he says, "Get out of here, go hide in the hole." But she grips the handle tight, starts glowing, and the amber resonates. Vlad doesn't really understand what's happening, and the creature by the tree suddenly gets covered in light, because when he looks back, the whole tree is responding to the call, and the sword receives the spirit's blessing. Now the protagonist is sure that with this power, maybe he can cut the monster. The cute little mole. Are we really getting a mole companion in the series? That'd be awesome. She climbs into Vlad's armor and pops out, still adorable. With those huge little fingers, she points, telling him to go in. He laughs and says, yeah, he gets it. He moves instantly, telling Noir they're ending this now. The monster plants its foot, lets out a roar, but when it looks at Vlad, it freezes. He looked like a dragon staring it down, and before Vlad even reaches him, the monster tries to run in panic. Worst choice possible. Vlad comes in with the most unreal formation, 35 layers of power aimed straight at the monster. But then the scene cuts to a candle. Up on a staircase, there's a ritual happening, and the candle goes out. That demon woman Lamashtu or whatever says the light of Dubrestit has been extinguished. Someone needs to go confirm it. The dark, creepy knight says he's on his way. Lamashtu knows there's only one soul that could push past the limits of her curse, and that ruined region shouldn't have anyone at that level. So who was it? And there she is, staring. What, is she trying to seduce someone? No thanks. Vlad's already got Geminin. Then the scene goes to that little girl who got lost in the forest, hiding between some logs. Now we know when kids disappear, it's because the mole was saving them from the monster. She hears someone voices getting closer, and she gets a little hopeful, but then she gets scared it might be that monster again. She decides to stay quiet. Vlad comes closer. Suddenly he startles the girl, saying he found her. The poor kid screams in terror, but after a while she thanks him, saying he was the one who saved her earlier. Not Vlad, actually the little mole, who's there bringing more red fruit. When the girl sees that, she starts crying from emotion, and the protagonist says it's time to go home. Nice and sweet, classic hero hug. The next chapter starts saying that if you have something that shines, you need to know how to protect it, because if you fail, all that's left is miserable ruin. Another destroyed city, and now to survive, they'll go on an endless journey. Looks like we're going to meet some dwarves in this story. Every story has to have dwarves and elves, no way around it. One of them is standing in front of a lava waterfall. Someone shows up behind him saying the fire still hasn't gone out. The guy in front answers that someone had to stay there and watch everything until the end. The person in a white cloak says they're relieved they didn't arrive too late. When the dwarf turns around, the person reveals they're there because of a commission. They came to make a request. The dwarf asks if they want it done now, and the person shows that inside the bag there are bars of an extremely rare metal that can only be used in the eternal flame, and they're there to beg the master of the last forge to please forge it. The dwarf asks what he wants. The guy pulls off his cloak and says he wants the dragon-slaying sword. Who is this guy? He doesn't look like the sword's spirit, or am I losing it? He's somewhat important, because the dwarf looks shocked to see that face, and the man says he would kill the primordial dragon. I don't know if this is a gift or something from the past, but now we're back with Vlad, over by a case there, staring at his reflection in the water. Gok calls out to the captain, asking what he's doing there. It's way too early. Vlad says he slept more last night. Gok goes, yeah, but who would have thought we'd run into a monster like that in this area? You said the creature's body disappeared like smoke, right? Vlad thinks so. Those things don't leave any trace. Clearly someone put that creature there, and he has zero doubt it's connected to whoever was behind the church. He tells Got they need to report it to Joseph. Got says that'd be good, but there aren't any mages in the region. Should they send a letter? Vlad says a letter won't work. It's winter. It'd take way too long to arrive. What eastern city would have a mage? He stops to think. Well, if we're in the east, there's a place called Vitskaya. Some people know it as Tanovo, and maybe there's a mage there. Vlad says perfect. Then that's our next destination. Get ready, because it's the first thing we're doing in the morning. Got leaves, while the protagonist keeps thinking he's sure he dreamed about something. But he can't really remember, like it was an illusion, a mirage or something. Yeah, he dreamed about the dwarf thing, but he remembers someone saying they were going to kill the primordial dragon. So that's it. It's the spirit. So the spirit that lived inside him is the guy who killed the dragon. He really was the real deal. And the protagonist starts connecting the dots. The whole killing a dragon thing, that familiar voice. Maybe it was a fragment of memory the voice left behind. He knows he's still connected to that person. Yeah, it's him. It's his face, saying they'd meet in an even deeper world. The protagonist raises the sword and says that one day it would happen. But morning comes. Damolte tells the kid he should stay a little longer. It's still too early. The weather's awful for traveling, so why the rush? Vlad thanks the Baron and says he came to do what he had to do, and now it's time to leave. Damolte thinks, damn it, I wanted to squeeze a little more value out of this kid, and that damn friend of his took a bunch of my coins. Then Vlad says, Baron, please don't forget what I told you yesterday. Damolte says, all right, I remember. From now on, I won't burn the forests or expand the fields. I also won't carelessly cut down the trees in that area. And the protagonist adds, also, every now and then it doesn't hurt to offer a few tributes to the forest. Last night, he witnessed that forest's will. Then he hands over a coin, saying it's a tribute offered to the god who blessed his victory. Damolte notices that instead of the kids saying they worship spirits, he took it as a prayer to a forest god. He never imagined he'd see a northern barbarian acting so nobly. And then all of a sudden, he turns polite, bows and says he wants to express his deepest gratitude for all the devotion Vlad showed. He says he'll always remember their last conversation. The protagonist bows too, saying that even from far away, he'll keep praying for Dobrecity's prosperity. Then he glances up toward the top of the house, telling him to take care. Then we see that the tree of Dobrecity, the city's symbol, is a spirit tree. And down below it, look who's there. We didn't get a little mole this time because it's staying there, eating its red fruits and taking care of the forest. And with that, the little creature also learned the girl's feelings. It catches a scent, and she comes closer with the villagers. From now on, they wouldn't forget each other. And finally, everything had calmed down in the Dobrecity forest. The little mole waves goodbye, all cute. But then the scene switches to that bastard Pierre. He's leaving, while up above Joseph wants to know if they found out who he is. Zaire reveals that it looks like he's the biological son of Duke Dragulia, which would make him the half-brother of the Dragon Slayer Knight. Those people are involved in every problem, huh? Joseph thinks, if he's Mircea's half-brother, then what does that mean? We don't find out. But we see two banners approaching. Pierre opens his arms and greets Radu Dragulia, a guy who's an extremely important member of the Dragon Slayer Knights alongside Mircea. Even though he's young, he's already killed countless dragons. He's considered a hugely successful knight and one of the strongest in the Empire. Joseph says he's from Cisparata, because he comes from the family with dragon blood. Just based on reputation alone, you could say he's stronger than Rudiger. But why are there so many dragon slayers roaming around the north lately? In theory, if they're there, there should be a dragon. But that puts them in a dangerous situation. Joseph asks Scythesayer if there's been any other dragon-related incident, like the Deathworm one, or Lindblom. Scythesayer says no, nothing else has been recorded. After the last conquest, the north is peaceful. Joseph doesn't like it. If it's peaceful, why does he feel so anxious? He's missing something important. Right then, Vorden opens the door and says they have urgent news from Sturma. Bayezid's eyes spotted something suspicious moving across the north. The two of them look back, startled, and when Joseph reads the letter, he understands. This is the root of all his worries. He says his judgment was wrong. Sora's power wasn't even Pierre's interest. This is all his fault for not understanding the intentions of someone who's lived as an exorcist his whole life. Sora is asked what he means. Joseph says all the northern churches that belong to the Vatican are on the move, and at the same time the Dragon Slayer Knights are arriving too, and they're all heading toward Mosheim, Uthman's barony, which is where Lamashtu is, so the enemies are going to fight each other. I'm confused. Zaire doesn't get it either. What does that mean? Joseph explains that what Pierre wanted from the start was a holy war. Next scene, we're back in the forest with Vlad and Got eating. A knight in front of them tells them to eat slowly. Nobody's going to steal their food. One of the knights asks, are you crazy? How long have these two been in the forest? The older guy says it looks like it hasn't been just a few days. Vlad slams his bowl on the ground and says he's feeling better now and thanks them. He says if he hadn't run into them, he'd be in serious trouble. The knight is freaked out, thinking it's the first time he's ever seen something like this. Vlad sees everyone staring at him like he's got two heads and asks what's going on. What's the problem? Then the redhead says, you're not from Central, are you? Vlad says no, he's from the north. But why did he mess up? What happened? The guy says no, it's nothing. It's just the first time he's met someone from the north, so it caught him off guard. Normally, since they're just low-ranking soldiers, they never hear a thank you from someone like Vlad, someone at the level of a knight. Vlad realizes maybe he was too polite. Looks like Central cares way more about hierarchy than the North does. Then the guy asks where he's headed. Vlad says he's going to the county of Vitskaya in Thanobu. The guy says, funny coincidence, they're going to Thanobu too. God celebrates, saying that's a relief, Captain. If they follow them, they'll make it there. He tells everyone they were scared of getting lost in the forest and starving to death. Vlad thinks God is an idiot. How is he accepting an offer from people he doesn't even know? Especially when God was the one who said he'd come along to keep Vlad from getting tricked. But then the guy stands up and introduces himself as Istvan from the Fallen Tree Mercenaries. Vlad starts to say he's Vlad of Skora, but then remembers he's not from Skora anymore, so he just says his name is Vlad. Istvan says it's an honor to meet him. The trip goes well, and we arrive at Thanobu's capital, a place considered a trading hub with the Eastern Elves. That's why countless mercenaries and merchants go there. Istvan, watching Vlad, thinks the kid is young, but definitely a knight. It would be useful to build a relationship with him, using some soup and a few kind words. Istvan asks if Vlad wants to check out some places to stay, since he knows a few decent ones. Vlad thanks him for the recommendations and says he plans to meet the local lord. Istvan says he understands and goes, well, obviously the lord is in the biggest building in the city. We'll be at the inn by the entrance, right at the intersection, so if you need help, you know where to find us. Vlad says he'll remember that and thanks him for everything. Istvan says goodbye, hoping they'll meet again, and they leave. Vlad thinks that later he should buy them a drink, but Got says he's going to have to pay for something expensive. More like, Vlad doesn't get why. And Got says, didn't you see their equipment and how fast the castle inspection ended? They look like some kind of respected mercenaries here in Central. Vlad says that makes sense. It wouldn't hurt to get to know them better. Now let's go. He said it was the biggest building in the city, but how are they supposed to find that? Suddenly Vlad runs straight into what looks like a gigantic Greek-style castle. He says, yeah, maybe this is it. A huge garden, the whole thing looking like a fortress. At the gate, a knight tells him to identify himself. Vlad introduces himself as Vlad, a knight of the Vyazid, and says he came with a request for the lord. The knight asks what he should say. Vlad explains he has an urgent message that needs to be delivered to his master. For that, he'd need to borrow the mage. He asks the knight to tell the lord that a knight with serious trouble is asking for his kindness. The soldier says he understands and tells him to wait a bit. Got takes the chance to say they also need to find a place to sleep later. It was daytime, then it got late. And now it's night, and Vlad is still there waiting, eyes closed, thinking he's been through something like this recently. He turns to the soldier and asks when he's going to get an answer. The guy just says he doesn't know. Vlad says it's a simple request. He just wants to know what the lord's answer was, but the soldier tells him to stop being annoying. He has to wait until the lord comes out to see him. The guys farther back start asking who this kid is. Otho says, no idea, looks like some guy from the north or something. The one on the left says that explains the nasty smell. Must be the stench of the disgusting barbarian he is. The one on the right says, careful, he might hear you. Vlad hears him say, I don't care. What's this northern bum doing here? Vlad starts to understand what Laman told him. He remembers one of the lessons where the old man said people in Central think the whole continent obeys them, like they're the center of the world, and their nobility is unmatched, and everyone else is dirt-eating trash. To them, the people of the north are just a bunch of underdeveloped barbarians. The kid should remember that Central's discrimination is colder than northern snow. He calls the knight and asks if he thinks this is a joke. The soldier looks over and says, I'm not the one saying that, kid. Calm down. But then Vlad snatches the banner from Gott's hand, throws it on the ground and says he's waiting for an answer, not permission. The banner opens up showing all the houses. The soldier gets furious, asking how he dares put a banner in front of a count's house. That's disrespectful. Until he sees that Vlad has 2 dead dragons already. Vlad says that even if he were just a regular knight, he has the right to hear the count's response, showing the banner worked. And now Count Vitskaya is there in front of him, asking how old he is. Vlad says 18, and the count says, hold on, you're 18 and you've already killed a dragon? Vlad says he was 17 at the time. Then Vitskaya says he heard that on Vlad's banner there's the Dragon Slayer insignia. And Vlad says yes, that's correct. But the old man wants to know who gave him permission to use that. And Vlad of course plays it up. He says it was the captain of the Dragon Slayers himself, Sir Merced Dragulia. Vitskaya doesn't even finish his meal. He sets his fork down thinking, this filthy northern barbarian comes into my house and has the nerve to say not just a noble's name, but the name of someone that would be the biggest lie in the world. He warns the kid that if this is a lie, he'll meet his end right there. The knights are all ready to draw their swords, but Vlad says he killed Lindblom, and Mersa was there to see it. He isn't lying. Seeing the kid just standing there, he smiles. The boy doesn't back down. Then Vitskaya asks if he's here to borrow a mage. Vlad says yes, he has urgent news that needs to be delivered to his lord. Vitskaya thinks that in his entire life he never imagined a northern knight would come asking for a mage. Normally he'd refuse, but now he's curious. So he asks, can I know what message you want to send? You seem pretty rushed. And Vlad reveals that a few days ago, in the Dobrichity forest, he discovered an evil presence, a monster that doesn't exist in the north. But when the locals described it, they called it a troll. Only that isn't the important part. The monster was afflicted by a curse that made it immortal, no matter how many times you kill it. Vitskaya looks shaken and says, wait, so it doesn't die even if you kill it? That makes no sense. Vlad explains that something similar happened in the north in the past, and he suspects something unknown and evil is starting to move again. The knights are all there muttering among themselves, like this kid is talking nonsense. Who even is this lunatic that showed up? But Vitskaya takes a sip of his drink and asks, where exactly? Vlad says it was in Dobrichity, at Demultia's place. Since this was the closest city with a mage, he traveled without stopping. Vitskaya watches him, realizing the kid really is trying to deliver a warning, but he keeps staring at him like he's judging him for how he treated him. Still, he says, fine. Lend the crystal ball to our friend from the north. Vlad thanks him, and Vitskaya apologizes for making him wait outside. It's just that lately a lot of knights have been trying to talk to him about stupid things, and he assumed this would be one of those. Now he can go deliver his message. Vlad stands up, bows in thanks, and leaves the room. Then Vitskaya tells them to find out the truth. The soldier says, all right, I'll send some men to Dobrachiti. But the old man snaps at him. No, that's not it. You useless idiot. Find out if this kid really killed a dragon, and if he's a knight of the Vyazid. You were supposed to learn everything about him before he left. The soldier just bows, says he'll go now, and leaves. The old man puts a hand to his face, thinking, my God, I spend all this money, and I've only got idiots working for me. Here we go again, another old man falling for Vlad. Get out of here. He's thinking the kid seems kind of tense, but he carries himself with a certain dignity. He doesn't know his place, and he's arrogant, but he clearly has the confidence to act like that. And he might be someone useful in the future. Then the scene shifts to the message room, but Vlad asks him to repeat that one more time. The guy in front of him says, a magical message costs 1 gold coin per letter, and the farther it has to go, the more expensive it gets. Gaijin turns to Vlad and says they're screwed. They just got a little money from Demaltia, and they're about to go broke already. But then the guy turns out to be a fool. He says, oh, don't worry. Since you're envoys of the Count, you can use it for free. They relax, and Gachiyu says he should have said that earlier. He thought they were going to go bankrupt over one message. The mage walks up to the orb and says, all right, just tell me the wavelength of your area. The two of them are like, wait, wavelength of what? And the guy says, to send a magical message, I need the region's wavelength number, don't I? That's what makes the message arrive in the right place. Vlad turns to Got. You know it, don't you? You definitely know. And Gachiyu's like, know what? Exactly? The mage realizes he's dealing with two idiots, but says it's fine, he'll look it up and tell them. Walking through the corridors, Got says if it weren't for a talented guy like that, they'd be done for. Vlad agrees, saying, this stuff is way too complicated. And now he's starting to understand why the Vyazid care about politics. Just knowing how to use a sword wasn't enough to be a knight. He really had a lot to learn. Then Got says, the meeting wasn't great, but at least you met the Count. Vlad doesn't see why that matters. And Got says he talked to the attendants and found out most of the decorations were gifts from the elves. Vlad only notices it now, but when he looks around, there are a lot of very elf-like details in the statues. And Got tells him to remember that elves barely let anyone into their lands. That means if this Count has all this stuff, he's secured a strong trade route. In other words, they could communicate with the elves. Later that night, Vlad is in his room with the aura activated in his eye, watching the amber. Once again, he sinks into that world with the tree, wondering what that place was. It was strangely powerful and beautiful, but at the same time it felt sad. After that, he's sweating, saying that, as expected, he can't stay there for long. But little by little, he seems to be able to see a bit more. Maybe as his mana and his world expand, he'll be able to see it more clearly. Then suddenly someone is at the door, calling for Sir Vlad, asking if he has a moment. He opens the door, sees it's the knights, and asks what it is. The guy says, out of nowhere, when Vlad's about to sleep, sorry to bother you, but can we train? Vlad, confused, train? They say yes, fencing practice, nothing serious. Basically a warm-up before bed. Northern knights rarely visit Tainobo, and for them it would be an honor to experience northern swordsmanship. Vlad looks over and sees the guys in the back smirking. But that's perfect, because they know a really easy way to crush any kind of prejudice. Vlad says, all right. They gave him the chance to send a message in a comfortable place to sleep, so it's only fair he lets them ask for something too. Next chapter, in Vitskaya's room, they're saying it's certain. He's part of the group of knights who killed the dragon. The old man asks, okay, and? The man says they tested his skills. None of their knights stand a chance against the kid. Vitskaya drinks his tea and says, my God, so he really is that strong. The man says that out of the 5 who fought him, unfortunately 3 won't be able to go on missions for a while. The old man jolts and turns to him. And you? What happened to you? The man doesn't even answer. He just remembers the flashback of him facing Vlad. Vlad staring back with everyone defeated at his feet. Still, he tells Vitskaya that if he fought Vlad 10 times, he'd win 9. Even that impresses Vitskaya. This man is supposed to be the strongest in Tainobo, and even he can't guarantee a 100% win against an 18-year-old. Should we hang him by the neck as a warning to the guards? He must mean hanging the guards because there's no way. He's thinking the kid is extremely dangerous, and he failed to recognize it. And worst of all, the first impression was awful, since he left the kid standing outside. The old man smiles, saying it'd be great if he were just a little smarter. The next day, the old man invites the kid for tea. He comments that tea culture isn't developed in the north. Vlad says that's true. Up there, they'd rather grab a bottle of liquor. The old man says that's a shame, because this tea, for example, is made from elven plants. They're gathered on the eastern border and prepared in a special way. One of the most important things in this territory is elven spices. All the nobles in the region fight over them. The mysterious ecology of that race drives nobles' imaginations wild. For example, there's a rumor that this tea increases a person's lifespan. That's why it's more expensive than its weight in gold. Vlad is surprised and asks if it's really worth that much. The old man says he doesn't know if it truly extends life, but it tastes good and it's good for the body, extremely effective for coughs and colds. Out of nowhere, Vlad thinks, colds? Joseph always tried to hide it, but his shoulders would shake and he'd cough quietly. Would this tea make winter easier for him? Why is Vlad suddenly trying to please Joseph? Why didn't he think about Gemina, the girl who suffered in the slums with him? Take the elven tea to her. Vitskaya notices the kid is deep in thought and smiles. Then he asks, do you want me to set some aside for you? He's watching him. He's basically laid a trap. But Vlad says that kindness usually doesn't come for no reason. The old man laughs and says that as expected from northern knights, they don't sugarcoat things. And he thinks he likes that. At least, unlike most northerners, this one is willing to talk. He says yes. The kid saw through him. He values the skill Vlad showed in killing a dragon, and there's something he wants to ask. Lately, a certain man has been disrupting the trade routes and stealing some of the resources they sell, which has been a huge headache. Vlad asks if it's some kind of bandit. Vitskaya says no. All the knights escorting the caravan were defeated. Vlad finds that impressive. Even if they're inferior to the knights of Ayazid, they're still Central Region warriors. But he nudges Vitskaya. If your knights couldn't handle it, how am I supposed to solve it? The old man says humility is good, but not when it goes too far. Vlad is recognized by San Rosino and by countless northern houses. He has more than enough skill for this. He tosses a bag of coins onto the table and says Vlad will be paid well. If he manages to stop whatever is interfering with the trade routes, he'll get even more. Vlad looks at it and says doing it alone would be difficult. Vitskaya says that's fine. If he can drive the man out of the region, even for a short time, that's enough. He's thinking, this kid is just a cheap knight I'll use for now. It'd be great if he solved it. But if he can hold things together while I call someone truly famous, it's still worth it. Vlad smiles and says okay, but there's something he wants more than any gold coin. The old man asks what it is. You can already guess. Vlad says that as a wandering knight, he wants to see the wide world. And now that he's this far, he'd like to take a look at the elves' forest. On top of that, he also wants a box of that tea. Vitskaya realizes this kid is a shameless beggar. He thought he was just a dumb young knight. But the kid is asking for something with real value. And now it's hard to refuse. Who in this world made this product? The story is basically saying Joseph is the big reason Vlad is who he is. Get out of here with that, Joseph. Vitskaya says the condition was only to block things for a short period. But that isn't enough because letting a human set foot on elven land puts him at huge risk. Vlad says, don't the elves also want the trade routes back to normal? Count? If I solve this problem, I'll be helping both sides. And apparently that works. Then the scene changes to a night shot. Two eyes watching from a bridge. A merchant is hiding under a caravan, with everyone defeated on the ground. Someone steps in front of him and says it looks like he's the one with the elves' goods. The man underneath says yes and begs to be spared. The bandit goes to the door, opens it, and sees all the items inside. So yeah, obviously he's the one stealing. And now it's the next morning, and I already saw this coming. He hired Stefan's mercenaries, and Stefan is asking, you called us for this? Vlad says yes, that's the plan. Stefan says now he gets why Vlad already had horses for everyone, and why the payout was so good. Wait, but it wasn't all of Stefan's people. It's just those horses over there. Vitskaya Castle's people, that's all. And Stefan asks how badly you beat those guys up for them to be staring at you like that. The protagonist tells him not to worry. The fights were fair. But his friend says he just got to Tenovo and he's already making everyone hate him and hate Stefan's mercenaries too. The protagonist tells him to stop complaining. He's going to make good money and then they'll just move on to the next town. That's what mercenary life is supposed to be like, isn't it? Stefan says, yeah, their situation is awful. And honestly, that really is the best option. Vlad says the guy's going to get a cut of his pay, so he'd better enjoy it, because he won't get another chance at a job this big. Stefan sighs and says fine. He'll do anything for his great employer. And the protagonist is thinking it was a good call bringing this guy along. A mercenary who knows the region is way better than those knights who just sit around in the castle, especially since those guys clearly don't want to cooperate. He asks Stefan how long it'll take. Stefan says, well, at least 3 days. Vlad is excited. In 3 days, he'd see the elves. And finally, maybe he could use that amber to figure out what it has to do with the elves and the voice. Surely they'd be able to recognize what it is. He looks out at the horizon and says, it's time to go. The next chapter starts with the carriage in the middle of the forest, and Stefan saying they're almost there and telling him to take a look. That abandoned little house out in the middle of nowhere was the exchange point, and it also meant they were only allowed in up to that spot. One of the guys up front warns that the elves should already be around. They're up ahead, and they're supposed to keep an eye on the luggage. Vlad says fine, they can do whatever they want. The guys ride off, and Gott says those bastards are making it pretty clear they don't want them meeting. Vlad says he gets it. House Vitskaya is supported by the connection they have with the elves, They won't risk that in any way, so he tells God to rest for now, since there wouldn't be any bandits around there. Vlad is thinking, first of all, the contract said he'd be going into the elves' forest, and now that he knows exactly where it is, he's got time to leave and come back later. He lies down in the carriage saying he's going to rest and plan the next step, but then he notices the air there is insanely refreshing. You couldn't find anything like that in the north. Wait, what's that? The boy is being watched by a seriously dangerous little elf up in the trees. The scene cuts to the exchange point, where the guy sets a small box on the table and says that's all they can pay for. Now, but the elf, basically the final boss, stares him down and says they hadn't agreed to that. The human tries to respond, but the elf explains that turning Tozan leaves into tea isn't easy. It's not the kind of job you do with 2 or 3 people. The human tries to apologize to Lord Vardis, but Vardis cuts him off and says he knows perfectly well there's a bandit blocking the trade route. Seeing Vardis' reaction, the Vitskaya soldier thinks the negotiations are about to fall apart. There's silence for a few seconds, until Vardis asks if the tea has been selling well. The guy says yes, if they get a little more time, they'll definitely be able to pay everything they owe. Vardis, though, wants to know how things are in the regions outside the central one. Are they liking the tea? The soldier explains it's starting to spread among the central nobles. It'll reach nobles in other regions soon because that's how trends work. Vardis says good, because that means other lords will be interested in trading directly with the elves. The guy immediately understands it's a threat, since right now only they're allowed to negotiate. And Vardis says this is the last chance he's giving them, only because he doesn't feel like going through the trouble of finding someone else to sell it. The Vitskaya soldier thanks him and says they'll do their absolute best to get the other half of the coins. But then Vardis suddenly asks who that person is who came with them this time. The Vitskaya soldier doesn't really get it, and Vardis says he means the man lying on top of the carriage. Everyone's a little freaked out that he can see or sense someone's presence, but they want to know who exactly he means. Then a pentagram appears in Vardis' eye. He stares at the wall and sees a light on the other side, thinking that person's presence is overwhelming. It's extremely hard to describe, strange and familiar at the same time. He goes quiet, then says the journey was hard, so he'll serve tea for everyone. People don't really understand because that wasn't even a thing. But Vardis says he wants them to bring the person who's in the carriage. So he's interested in the wild blonde guy. There he is, sleeping peacefully, totally relaxed when suddenly he sees a flower bathing in a lake. The protagonist wakes up startled and wonders where he is. It felt like a dream, but at the same time it was way too vivid. He looks around and suddenly remembers what this place resembles. When he looks back, he's in the presence of that spiritual tree. Except now it's covered in countless different flowers, and one of them even falls, drifts through the air and turns into a butterfly. That's when he's sure he's dreaming. But the butterfly flies over, lands on his nose, and he just sits there, confused. One thing he knows, this is the world his grandmother remembered, and the only place where he could learn more about existence, he's trying to think. But then something starts yelling, "Captain, Captain, Captain!" The butterfly is on his chest, and he wakes up to Got shouting. He jolts, opens his eyes, and what is going on here? He's got a redhead back home, so get out of here, little elf. Are you leaving or staying? And everyone's watching. The protagonist doesn't understand anything, and the knights are obviously confused too. Then the mischievous elf girl asks if it's this, pointing at his chest, this pointing at the sword, and this pointing at his nose. So she was the butterfly from the dream. Next chapter, she's standing behind Vardis, staring at him with a weird expression. The protagonist is still confused, realizing there are 2 elves looking at him strangely. He feels unsettled and already wants to leave. Then Vardis reads the inscription on his armor and says, "The knight who protected the breath of children." What does that mean? The protagonist puts a hand on his chest and says the people of San Rosina from the Northern Church engraved it on his armor because he once saved some children from a certain creature. Vardis says that's splendid, and the elf girl in the background agrees. Vlad, though, notices that strange girl is staring at the armor and at the amber he carries. So the elves and the spirits really do have some kind of connection. Then the door opens and another elf comes in carrying some tea. Vardis says it's the perfect time. He wanted to pay his respects to the knight who stood against unusual creatures, regardless of what race they were. Vlad thanks him, saying he's honored. It's the first time he's met someone like that, cold but undeniably a good person. If everything goes well, he might get the chance to visit the elves' forest. Tea is served to all the knights and they thank them, saying they'll drink with gratitude. Vlad looks at the tea on the table and thinks, he doesn't really like tea, but he has to make a good impression. He picks it up and says the fragrance is really nice. But when he's about to drink, the elf girl stops him. She stretches across the table, telling him that's not how you do it. Now she's clearly trying to get close to Vlad, and everyone around is confused. The knights don't get it, and even Vardis is thrown off by her behavior. She's leaning toward him, saying he can't drink that. Vlad, seeing the situation, asks why. She stares at him, looks down, and says he can't. And that's that. While her feet lift up, that's apparently the whole interaction, because now he's sitting there with a look on his face, saying he doesn't understand what just happened, and he doesn't think he did anything wrong. God tells him to watch the faces he makes because the elves are all staring. When he looks back, it's a whole bunch of pointy ears watching him, and God says he's sure that kid has high status, because the moment she walked in, all the elves treated her with extreme courtesy. Vlad says that apparently his chance to enter the elves' forest has become a lost cause. He wants to know what exactly he did wrong. But Dot says it's time to go. They need to cross the mountain before dusk. Except as soon as he says they're leaving, someone tells him to wait. When he turns around, the elf girl is whispering something into Veratis's ear while staring straight at Vlad. Veratis stands up, clears his throat, and says he feels bad sending the boy off like this. First, he wants to ask him to forgive the mistake the girl made. Vlad says it's fine, but Veratis comments that something happened earlier in the carriage when he was up there. Didn't it? The protagonist goes quiet. Veratis glances to the side, and the elf girl is looking back like she wants him to say something. He sighs, walks up to Vlad, and says he'd like to meet him again so they can make up for the lack of courtesy. Seeing the hand, the protagonist wonders if a handshake means the same thing to elves. Veratis explains that's how they invite someone. Unlike humans, they don't normally shake hands. The Vitskaya soldiers are completely confused. What is happening? They had to work like hell just to start talking to the elves. How did this kid show up for one day and already end up shaking hands with them and getting asked to stay longer? And the protagonist isn't stupid. He shakes Veratis' hand and says he accepts with gratitude. It would be a valuable chance for him to learn more about the world. The elf says yes. He hopes the young man comes back at least once. Also, it would be good if he brought that amber with him. Vlad is surprised, but the elf explains the girl got extremely interested in it, and in him too. When Vlad looks back, she's just standing there smiling, giving him a little wave, glowing, completely elf-like. Got called her a child, but the truth is, with elves, who knows? She could be 200 years old. Vlad leaves, saying he didn't even ask her name. Got asks why he wants it. Vlad explains it's so he knows how to refer to her next time he comes back. Got says he gets it. She really was beautiful in a very elf kind of way. If she grows just a little more, looking at her would become a real challenge. Vlad turns to Got and says, "What are you talking about? She looked really young." Got replies, "Vlad, you have no idea. She could be hundreds of years old. You can never guess an elf's age." Vlad feels awkward, thinking, yeah, that actually makes sense. One of the knights calls Vlad over and says he needs to stay alert from now on. Once they pass through the forest and reach the bridge, everything becomes a danger zone, the area where the bandit usually attacks. Vlad agrees. That stone bridge they passed really did look dangerous. The man says, yeah, they've lost countless carriages there. Vlad says the sun's going to set soon, so why don't they spend the night there? The soldier says that's not an option. This forest is extremely cold compared to the ones in the elves' domain. If they don't get back as fast as possible, the tea leaves will freeze and get ruined. From now on, they'll keep moving constantly, even if it means cutting down on sleep. The protagonist says fine, he'll go up front, and he asks them to protect the sides of the carriage. The knight thanks him and heads off, and Got comments that now that he's been invited by the elves, everyone's treating them well. The protagonist tells him not to focus on that because they've got a lot of work to do, and he tells Ishtvan to keep an eye on the back of the carriage. Vlad thinks with 6 knights plus him in the middle, there's no way some random bandit can mess with a group like this. If that guy shows up, it means he's after something else. Even so, Vlad has the feeling he's walking straight into a lion's den. So they head through the mountains, night falls, and they're getting close to that bridge. Vlad is leading the way, always sneaking quick looks over his shoulder. Everyone's on high alert, trying to figure out where that filthy thief is. That's when the protagonist spots what looks like a bright star shining on top of a mountain. The light intensifies and he feels something whip past him. In the blink of an eye, one of the riders in the back gets smashed dead center in the chest by a rock and falls off his horse. He's already out cold, and everyone's standing there like, what the hell was that? Vlad's shaken too because even he couldn't see it properly. And the worst part is it was a rock that hit the guy's chest. How does something like that punch through a steel breastplate? He's thinking it's impossible, until one of the others tells him to look to the side. Up on the mountain peak is that damn bandit who's been robbing them this whole time. But Vlad is sure of one thing. That's not some random small-time thief. That guy is clearly on a knight's level. Random thought, but why did the girl who likes Vlad tell him not to drink the tea when they're selling tea to everyone? Something is obviously off here. Next chapter comes in with the mountain bandit grabbing another stone in his hand and firing one more shot straight into another knight's chest, knocking him off his horse. One of the Vitskaya soldiers being carried yells for everyone to get off their horses and form a defensive formation. Vlad tells them not to dismount. People start to complain, but Vlad says they're on a bridge with zero protection. If they stop there, they're just sitting targets with nowhere to hide. And he's already realized something. This guy isn't trying to kill them. If that were the goal, he'd be throwing something sharp, not a bunch of rocks. This is clearly a warning. That man on the mountain is a predator, basically saying he can kill them whenever he wants. So Vlad orders everyone to run, saying that from now on they're going full speed. He's the first one to accelerate, telling Noir to go all out. God orders everyone to follow Vlad, and the Vitskaya knight tells them to pick up the ones who fell and carry them along too. They start speeding up, but the people in the back still don't really get what's happening. One of them answers that they don't have a choice, just follow. From above, the bandit watches everything, eyes locked on Vlad, or maybe on his horse, and once again the mountaintop flashes, and they know another rock is coming. The protagonist tells them not to worry, and to focus on escaping, The rock comes again, but this time Vlad activates the aura in his eye and manages to hit the stone mid-flight, causing an explosion right in front of everyone. The rock thrower is impressed, and Vlad says it'll work. The first attack was unpredictable because he didn't react in time, but now he can finally respond. The knights get fired up, he really is pulling it off. And if they just follow Vlad, they'll be safe. Except it's not going to be that easy. The bandit starts charging down the mountain at full speed. Vlad feels relieved once they've crossed the bridge. At this pace, they'll reach the forest. But then suddenly he senses something wrong. A ridiculous amount of mana surges in front of him, and it's the mountain guy standing there with his sword ready. That energy washes over everyone, and the protagonist yells for them to spread out. The strike looks like it's going to land clean, sweeping through the whole forest. When the smoke clears, the protagonist is lying on the ground. The trees behind him have been completely wiped out. The carriages are flipped over, and the knights are all down. The bandit walks up and says Vlad made quick judgments and brave decisions. His execution was perfect, so it wasn't bad at all. He's honestly a little impressed. He always thought Count Vitskaya only had a bunch of corpses, but they actually managed to get a good knight. Vlad isn't here for small talk. He drops into a dueling stance and goes straight at the old man. His sword is almost at the guy's neck, but the older man just turns and blocks. The guy's building aura like crazy against Vlad. He blocks, even glances to the side, and then look at that slash, carves an S into the ground. Vlad keeps pressing, trying to overwhelm him, but the man defends calmly. Then Vlad lets out a shout, activating that white lightning, and the older man actually looks surprised. The blast of light hits the man's sword and knocks him back. Now Vlad's standing there with his electrified blade staring him down, and the older man wants to know what he is. How did he learn that swordsmanship? That catches Vlad off guard because it sounds like the older man recognizes the sword voice style. Then the older man lowers his sword to the side and warns him. Depending on his answer, he might have to take his head. He floods his blade with insane aura, and he's got that smoky-looking technique too. Now Vlad wants to know what the older man is, and the man says it seems they're both curious. Then he says the path of the sword stretches straight and true, without hesitation, and the only thing that passes along that path is a single decisive strike, found in the unexpected. He stares with aura spilling from his eye too. In the next instant, he's already past Vlad, saying that's the essence of death in one cut. Light flashes everywhere, and Vlad's amber sword goes flying and sticks into the ground. The older man disarms him, puts the blade to his neck, and says he'll ask one last time what Vlad is, and who he is to be using imperial swordsmanship. Next chapter jumps to Vitskaya praising Vlad, saying he succeeded at an extremely difficult job. He heard it wasn't an easy fight. It's just a shame they couldn't find the man's body. Obviously Vlad didn't win, right? Then Vlad remembers the moment the man pointed his sword, and Vlad, confused, asked, "Imperial?" The older man says it looks like Vlad has never even heard of it. Doesn't he know what kind of swordsmanship he's using? Some of the soldiers start getting up, and the older man says it looks like they're going to need a long conversation. Vlad was supposed to wait for him in Tanobo, and if he doesn't show up there, Vlad's life will be in danger. Back in the conversation, Vlad says he just got lucky. Vitskaya laughs and says sure, luck is part of talent. He has no idea how much trouble that bastard was causing. Vlad says the man was an extremely skilled opponent. Even with the nearby knights, there was no way they could have taken him. And now Vlad understands why Vitskaya didn't send a captain of knights. He knew how powerful that man was, and that nobody else would stand a chance against that unknown enemy. Vitskaya pours tea and says he carries a lot of responsibilities, and always has to worry about what comes next. Vlad asks if he had failed, who was Vitskaya planning to call? Vitskaya says he would have called the captain of the Dragon Slayers. The problem is, to get those people to cooperate, you need a big justification, like a dragon showing up, or an enemy so dangerous that nobody can handle it. Since Vlad knows him, Vlad failing would have been the perfect excuse. The protagonist realizes Vitskaya had a perfect plan to use him. If Vlad died, they'd just call another knight. Vitskaya says either way he's relieved Vlad solved the problem, because hiring Dragon Slayers isn't cheap. He tosses Vlad a bag of coins and tells him to take it. It's more than they agreed on, and he heard Vlad got an invitation from the elves, so he doesn't even need the recommendation letter. The extra coins are to make up for that part of the payment. Vlad glances at it and says he's leaving. He stands up, and Vitskaya asks if it isn't a waste for him to rot away up north. He also knows Vlad was exiled. Why serve a lord who abandoned him? It'd be better to work for someone who recognizes his value. He promises he'd treat Vlad so well, he'd forget how insignificant the north is. Vlad stops, neck vein bulging. He clearly doesn't like hearing that. He tells Vitskaya he appreciates the offer, but he'd rather work for a lord he can trust. The older man chuckles and says that's a shame, but it's fine. He has a feeling they'll meet again someday. But when Vitskaya glances to the side, he sees Vlad staring at him like a final boss. He freezes and drops the tea, which shatters on the floor. Vlad is just quietly building aura, and Vitskaya is trembling. Vlad walks away thinking, yeah, they'll meet again, because he's going to make him pay for deceiving him and deceiving the North. Honestly, out of all the scumbags in the story, that old guy wasn't even that bad. He only tricked you a little, put you to work, and he wasn't even trying to kill you. But Vlad doesn't care about any of that. He's walking through the streets when a little pebble hits his boot. He looks to the side, sees nothing, and keeps walking. Then he suddenly stops and says, nobody's following me, right? Someone steps out from between the walls and says he isn't one of Vitsfishi's knights. It's the same older man from before. He says he knows Vlad isn't that man's knight because Vlad chose honor. Now they can talk properly. The scene shifts to some skewers. The older man says they're not bad. How did Vlad find this place? Vlad says alleys are always the same. The older man thinks this kid is strange. He carries the dignity of a noble house, but he's clearly used to backstreets, and he looks more natural here than anyone. Then the older man asks if Vlad isn't going to ask. Vlad's like, ask what? The older man says, my name. Vlad says retired knights don't give out their names that easily. The older man's like, what the hell? How do you know I'm retired? Vlad says he's exactly like someone else he knows, skilled with that unhurried vibe, and even the way he looks at people. The older man takes a sip and says Vlad's kind of right. More precisely, only the ones who became the worst possible version of themselves end up like that. And besides, there were still things he hadn't finished. Let's just say his retirement came a lot earlier than he expected. Vlad stays quiet, and the older man says Vlad owes him his life. When the blonde kid agrees, the older man says that means he can collect a fair price. Vlad sort of agrees, saying, yeah, that makes sense. The older man explains there's a lot he wants to ask, and a lot he needs to do. So for a while, Vlad is going to help him. Vlad tells him to calm down a bit, but then the older man suddenly puts the elf leaves on the table and asks if Vlad knows what they are. Vlad says they're leaves for elven tea, and the older man says that isn't tea. It's a drug, known as Epsilon. In the Empire's language, yeah, it's treated as elf tea, with a fresh fragrance that makes you think of forests, and a sharp taste that makes your eyes light up. That's why it's been spreading among young nobles in the central regions. But recently, the young nobles who've been trying it have been, let's say, logging out for good. Everyone's testing immortality, and not staying alive to talk about it. Vlad asks why. Does it cause hallucinations or something? The older man says no. If it had side effects like that, people would have noticed a long time ago. What it causes is extreme addiction, and the awakening effect is insanely strong. When it's in your system and you don't have it anymore, it triggers a brutal depression, so bad that some people decide to hurt themselves. It starts with the fact that the nobles in the capital were already depressed. The empire was losing. The battlefields were expanding. The old generation held all the prestigious seats, and there were no opportunities left for the young. In times like that, nobody was noticing the addiction to Epsilon. Vlad says if that's the case, they should just ban it by law. They know the cause, so problem solved. The older man says Vlad really is naive. The web of darkness runs way deeper in this world than he thinks. Interest in Epsilon has taken root deep inside the empire, so deep that a few deaths won't stop it. Because Epsilon makes a lot of money, and money gets traded for power. The old elites and the dealers are profiting off young people dying. Same story as always, some people's misery is other people's happiness, and he wants to put an end to it. Yeah, sure, let's blame the elves here, everyone. I know they've got big ears and they're pretty, but they're clearly selling poison to everybody. Next chapter. The protagonist is standing there, looking at the lower city and the wealth up on top of Tanabo. He says the old man was right. That slum hasn't been cared about for a long time. And the guy warned him that Tanabo is getting richer and richer. Count Vitskaya is establishing himself as a major power in the central region, but obviously the people in his city aren't sharing any of those benefits. More and more people are being pushed out from the top of the city and dumped into the slums, all of them being moved into those areas to increase Epsilon production. I'm a little confused. Is the tea harmful? But then he's processing the leaves to make more Epsilon. So does he have those leaves? Isn't he the one who gets it from the elf already processed? Anyway, Vlad realized this guy was stealing the tea leaves because it was the only way to save those lives. Clearly, this guy was a noble just as noble as the world Vlad saw on his sword that day. And now the kid feels motivated to help him. Here goes Vlad causing a huge mess in the central district that's going to land on Joseph's head later. Poor albino emo is going to have to fix problems again. 20 gold coins, he says it's a weird price for a life. Probably what the count paid him, right? Vlad says he'll leave the rest of what this guy owes him as a debt. And then, out of nowhere, he calls Got over and says that's his payment. Got is stunned. 3 whole gold coins. Then our boy hands over 1 more and says this one is for security, to pay for the place they're staying. On top of that, it's to cover him and the old man sleeping in the other room. Got immediately goes, hold on, I'm not paying for him. Don't tell me this old guy is traveling with us. And Vlad says that for now. Yeah? His friend asks if the old man at least has a horse, so he won't be stuck without one. Seeing that, the protagonist hands over a few more coins and says to buy a decent horse for him. Nothing expensive, just one that can actually ride properly. But now he's wondering why this old man is so broke if he's that skilled. Still, Vlad moves on, saying he's going to visit Stefan. God asks why. He'd already been paid when they came back. Vlad explains that he has to talk to that guy because Count Vitskaya definitely won't hire him anymore. Also, none of them ran away during the mission. A mercenary team like that was extremely rare. He wanted to keep a connection with them. God says that's true. Vlad heads out saying that as soon as he gets back, they're leaving, and God should get everything ready. God looks at him and says, wow, the captain's shoulders have never looked this broad. When I met him, he was just some little bandit who didn't know how the world worked, but now he really looks like a knight. Don't fall in love, seriously. Later that night, we went to the forest, left the room, and went to eat soup out in the woods. And the old man asks, "Wait, so you don't know who your master is?" Vlad answers, "If I knew, I would have told you the moment you put your sword to my neck. I came to this city because that's what I'm trying to find out." The old man stares at him and realizes the kid doesn't seem to be lying. And he says, "For God's sake, what a headache. How are they supposed to figure out information like that?" But the protagonist wants to know if the swordsmanship he's using is that Imperial Knight style. The old man says yes, it was known as Imperial swordsmanship, and the death in a single cut principle was a technique only a few selected people learned. It was an elite group within the Imperial Knights. Vlad realizes it's obviously something incredible, and he wants to ask if he can't use it too. The old man says that doesn't matter. What he wants to know is whether the kid's father is the emperor or something like that. All of a sudden, Got chuckles and covers his face. The old man doesn't get it and says he isn't lying. He tells the kid to think carefully. Maybe he was born with imperial blood, or maybe his family was close to the imperial family, something like that. Got keeps laughing because he knows the kid is dirt poor, and Vlad says no, he has no connection. So the old man says, well then things get complicated, because the death in a single cut principle is a technique that belongs to the empire. People in the north might not recognize it, but the closer they get to the central region, the more people will know what he's doing. And if things go wrong, he could be accused of insulting the imperial family. Vlad asks what he should do. The old man says it's not like there's no way out. First, the technique Vlad is using is one that became famous a long time ago. Our blonde guy asks what he means, and the old man explains that the technique Vlad used is much closer to the original form. He tells him to look at the soup. It's a simple basic vegetable soup, just like Vlad's technique. Then he takes some meat, starts cutting it up and tossing it into the pot, saying the technique changed a long time ago because it was used by countless people and a lot of modifications happened. It's been 300 years since the empire was founded, and since then it's been evolving. And just like the soup, now it's tastier. God is basically drooling while the protagonist is curious about the technique. Then the old man says the death in a single cut principle comes from surprise, not from polished rules, but from unimaginable ideas. What Vlad has to do is add his own ingredients to his swordsmanship, enough ingredients that even the people from the empire would get confused. When the old man says that, the protagonist remembers the voice said something similar, that the time had come for him to do things on his own. Only he could create his own complete world. The old man offers the soup, saying that even if the power was born from the same root, Vlad can create his own sword art. After that, it's basically sleeping and eating, and now we're in the elven forest of Al-Sharina, that super elfy place with people going down some stairs, and then Varatus tells them to open up. The cosplayers greet him, he walks into the room, and he's surprised. The elf girl, who's who knows how old, is floating there, dancing, and there are some elders greeting Varatus, who asks if a revelation is happening. The elder says yes, it's been a long time since they went through this. She's shaking with her eye glowing, and Varatus asks if she's okay. The elder explains that no matter the revelation, there's always something hard to endure, and this is the first one she's dealing with since she was made the elven priestess. Suddenly her eye turns completely white, and the energy around her body fills the entire room. The elders are all scared, and then she says it was starting. A dragon was approaching. The creature with the red eyes stares at her. People in the room ask her to show it, but she says no. The dragon was watching. Varatus is about to ask the elder to stop this, but the elder tells him not to interfere. She may be a young priestess with little experience, but he would offer part of his world to her. Then he slams his staff on the ground and asks what he should show her, and she screams that they need to see the sword. Suddenly it's like her power finally starts working. There are tree trunks. The old man looks shocked using her eye, and under the trunk of a tree there's a sword embedded in stone. Huh, so is this the elven Excalibur? Our boy is finally going to get a crazy sword, right? But does it compare to the blacksmith's one? I don't know, that one had more history. For now, we're back with the protagonist trio. Vlad wants to know what the plan is to stop Vitsgaz's people. If he just keeps robbing caravans, it's not like the tea won't still be sold. The old man says yes, like Vlad knows. It's hard to stop the sale. That's why he'd rather destroy the source. He wants to use a kind of beehive strategy. If you keep poking the nest, eventually the important part comes out. That's what he's doing against Vitsgaya, setting a trap. Then he asks, by the way, did the Count ask for the Dragon Slayer's help? Vlad says yes. That's what the guy himself said. The old man is surprised. The Count is asking the Dragaliers for help without going through the Empire. In theory, that should be forbidden, because the Vitskaya don't have that kind of influence. What Vlad wants to know, though, is why the old man wants the Dragon Slayer to go there. The old man says it's nothing, and it's better if Vlad stops poking around trying to find out. And he thinks that sometimes information alone is enough to put someone's life at risk. That's why he didn't want to say anything. Then suddenly Got points to the side and says that's what they were looking for. Vlad says yes, they found it. The elves' exchange point? Not sure. But the next morning, that elf girl is calling for her brother. He answers, what is it, Holy Maiden? She makes a face and tells him not to call her Holy Maiden when it's just the two of them. He laughs while she's mad. There's a basket full of fruit, and she tells him to take that too when he goes. Varatus asks, and where to? She just says he looked really hungry. Still confused, he asks who. Then someone calls Varatus and warns him There are some humans walking around the edges of the forest. Viratus orders them all to be sent away. But the elf says some intruders claim they were specifically looking for Lord Viratus. More precisely, one of them said he was invited by him. The person introduced himself as Vlad of Skora. Viratus is surprised while his sister is just playing it off, pretending she doesn't know anything. Then he asks if the kid said he was hungry. The archer is kind of confused about what he's talking about. Then the scene cuts to Vlad holding his stomach, and Got laughs saying it's unbelievable he's hungry at a time like this, especially because he said he was invited, but they all got arrested and thrown behind bars. The protagonist says he guarantees he got an invitation, but Got tells him to stop lying. A bunch of arrows hit around them. Vlad says it's fine, the arrows didn't hit anyone. And the old man tells the kid he didn't pay the price with his life. And Vlad answers that at least he managed to bring him there, didn't he? So the old man told him to find the elves. Now even Vlad looks a little awkward, wondering why they invited him in the first place if they were going to act like this. Also, he noticed the elves seemed weirdly stressed. Suddenly the cell door opens, and Viratus welcomes Vlad of Sora to the elven forest. Vlad stands up and says apparently the elves' hello happens in a jail cell. Viratus apologizes for what happened and hands him the basket of fruit. Vlad kind of surprised. Wait, you're not letting me out of the cell. Viratus explains he needs them to wait one day. There are procedures they need to deal with, and he asks Vlad to understand. Recently everyone's been on edge. Vlad asks if they're on edge because of them. He also noticed everyone, including Viratus, looks tense. The elf thinks this human is someone who caught the attention of the Holy Maiden of the World Tree. Maybe it wasn't a coincidence he arrived at a time like this. Then he reveals the reason everyone's like that. A dragon is coming. Soon, the young World Tree will bloom, and the sharpest dragon, one that has always been interested in the tree's power, is coming for it. He apologizes for receiving them at such a bad time. Vlad says it's fine, and asks if there's anything he can do to help. Vlad says no, just the offer is appreciated. But the elf is thinking, humans have light souls but filthy mouths. They're beings you can't trust. Still, the spirits around this kid were warning that he's a protector of nature. And hey, that little mole is so cute, I already miss it. Then the scene cuts to Vitskaya's office, and he wants to know why he's there. And look who showed up. That bastard Mirsai, asking, you invited me, didn't you? Vitskaya says yes, but he's thinking I'm just some random noble. In theory, this guy shouldn't be answering my call, so what's going on? Mirsa stares at him. The old man starts trembling, then he jumps up. Ah, welcome, please sit. Mirsa sits down, acting all strange, while the old man asks if he wants tea. They have the best, but Mirsa says elven tea doesn't suit his taste. The old man agrees, saying something like that isn't worthy of him. He yells at someone to bring black tea, the best one grown in the southern regions of the archipelago, and Mirsa says none of that is necessary. The old man keeps trying to offer wine, but Mirsa says he wants to get straight to the point. He just wants to know how Epsilon production is going. He got information that someone was attacking the delivery routes. Vitskaya says yes, but it's already been handled and production is back at full speed. There's no problem at all. Mirsa asks how that's even possible. They'd said the person was so skilled that even a bunch of knights couldn't handle them. Vitskaya says it's true, but they got lucky and got help from someone far away. Mirsa looks interested, and the old man says it was a northern knight, someone named Vlad. The moment he hears that, Mirsa freezes. A chill runs down his side. Vitskaya laughs, saying he's just some abandoned dog from the Vyazid, but the kid really is talented. Of course, since he's from the north, his upbringing was awful. He kept running his mouth without knowing his place. You can't deny it. Those northern barbarians can't hide what they are. Low blood like his always shows eventually. The old man doesn't realize it, but he's basically insulting their lineage too. Mirsa asks if Vlad really looked that way to him. The old man doesn't get it, and Mirsa says true blood shows itself no matter who's looking. That bloodline the old man claims he recognized, did it look inferior to him? Mirsa gives him a stare like a dragon. Next chapter, an elven elder is staring at the amber sword, impressed. He says the boy really is a precious guest. Where did he get that amber? Vlad answers that he received it from House Reynau, and he knows it's a family relic. The elder closes his eyes and starts repeating the name, Reynau, Reynau. Then he says yes. The sword master, one of the knights who followed him, used that surname. He remembers pale, sorrowful eyes and hair the color of water. Vlad asks if the elder knows anything about the maple tree inside the amber. But the elder wants to know how Vlad even knows about the scene sealed in there. Vlad can tell the man isn't happy about it. The elder keeps staring at him, thinking the boy could shine like starlight. But even if he shines, no human should be allowed to look at a world that doesn't belong to him. The elves around them start whispering. Vlad isn't sure how much he can say. Still, for some reason, he feels like he can't lie. The elder says, well, does it matter either way? Then he explains the maple tree carved inside it is in the western region, a place that used to have the greenest forest on the whole continent. Vlad, shocked, asks, wait, the west? People say it's a complete desert. There used to be a forest? The elder says yes, it was the forest of Elvenheim, but that's where everything burned, obviously because of the primordial dragon. A little later, Vlad is resting in one of the elven houses, wondering how he's supposed to deal with this now. He has to find a tree that doesn't even exist anymore. Suddenly, the old man stands up, saying he's going to examine the Tuzon leaves. Vlad asks him to stay, because the elves told them not to leave the room. The old man says it's fine, he'll just tell them he was there. Vlad tells him to be careful. The atmosphere is tense because of the dragon. The old man heads out saying not to worry, he won't get caught. He's done this countless times before. Then he looks at Vlad and tells him to remember his master is connected somehow to the imperial family. He's sure of it. Frozen, the founding king of the empire, also abandoned the throne. But his glorious footsteps have carried on for hundreds of years. All anyone knows is the beginning of a legend. Nobody knows the ending because it's a complete mystery. And he believes Vlad is somehow connected to Frozen's unknown ending. It's confusing too, but apparently the emperor gave up the throne, went out into the world, and somehow there's a link to Vlad. Maybe he formed the group of knights who faced the primordial dragon. That's just a guess. Vlad says it doesn't matter. The clues he had end there. But the old man says they don't end at all. If anything, this is just the beginning. If Vlad's master is someone who inherited Frokena's will and footsteps and then disappeared, all Vlad has to do is find where Frokena's story ended. Vlad says that'll be hard. The old man himself just said nobody knows where Frokena's ended up. The old man replies that humans don't know, but the elves might. Then he smiles, says he's leaving, and literally hops from branch to branch. Vlad is stunned by how fast he vanishes. Still, what he said about the elves knowing something might be true, since the elder recognized the maple tree inside the amber. Now Vlad wonders, what if the voice hasn't seen that place directly either? What if the voice learned about that tree through the amber, the same way Vlad did? He stops and realizes he has no idea what any of this really means. It's been incredibly hard to figure out where his master came from. Someone knocks on the door. Vlad says they can come in. And then, who shows up? The so-called holy maiden just stares at him. Vlad doesn't really get it, and she asks for a moment. Next scene, Vlad is walking along branches by the Elven River, thinking he should have ignored her and stayed in his room, because this is unbelievably weird and everyone keeps staring. He's about to ask where they're going, but two elves glare at him. She says there's something she wants to show him. Vlad, confused, asks what. She says it's about that amber. There's something she really wants to show him. Vlad thinks this is coming out of nowhere. What is she planning? Then she says the world tree wants to see its mother at least once. It seems it's never seen her since it was born. Vlad realizes the maple tree inside the sword's amber is the world tree's mother. The elf says the world tree is finally going to bloom this spring. It'll be the first time it's ever happened, and she's been waiting for it. And Vlad just happened to pass through now, carrying some of the mother's memories. They keep walking, and she says the place inside the world tree is extremely secret. Only a few elves can be there. Without the tree's call, it's impossible to enter. She places her hand on some roots, and a passage of light appears. Vlad is stunned, and she welcomes Vlad to Squara. He's the first human to come this far. He looks back, the elves are standing there and nod. He starts walking into the hall, but suddenly the ground shakes. The elf says it looks like the tree is happy. He arrived. Vlad looks up at all the nature plants and roots everywhere, and recognizes the world tree. But while he's caught up in it, out in the forest there are elves completely torn apart, holes in their chests. The thorn dragon is already coming. It'll take some very main character looking blonde guy to save that situation. Next chapter, back at the world tree with butterflies flying everywhere. Vlad doesn't understand what any of this is. Then the elf asks if he can show the tree. He has to be the passage connecting the two worlds. Vlad looks to the side, then says okay. He draws the sword, kneels, and holds it up to the tree. The butterflies fly in front of them and touch the amber. A woman's spirit appears and the sword starts to glow. Vlad finds himself face to face with the maple tree, and then the spirit of the world tree appears between them. She looks at them with a small smile and breaks apart into countless butterflies. The whole sword starts trembling, and Vlad says he can feel the endless possibilities the world tree carries, every tiny chance tied to the same name. Some butterflies touch the maple tree, which shines and reveals the mother of the current world tree, glowing as she looks down, and the daughter goes in for a hug. Vlad says everything was blooming. The elders call for the elder, and he's crying, saying he waited his whole life for this moment. Light hits Veratus' face as he looks to the side. The whole forest is lit up. Everyone overwhelmed. Got noir. Even the old man collecting flowers. Everyone stops to watch. It's like a small world being born, and something like that has to be protected. That's why the blue-eyed knight never let go of his blade, and the crimson descended toward the earth. That had been the knight's gift to the child being born. The spirits look beautiful, forming on the leaves, and the elves cry, saying, long life. At last, spring had arrived in Al-Sharina. A petal falls onto Vlad's head, and his hand is wrecked, bleeding badly. Vlad's relieved the elf girl is there, thinking she'll heal him, but she only asks if he's okay. He awkwardly says it looks like everything bloomed. She says yes, and all the flowers are thanking him. Vlad says he's relieved it worked. She apologizes for what happened to his hand. He says it's fine, it was his choice. The last thing he wanted was to interrupt that moment, because if he loosened his grip on the sword, the vision would fall apart. It was sweet of him, but the amber disappears along with it. Vlad panics because it was a treasure of House Hainal. Then he hears something moving nearby. The elf says it's okay for it to show itself to him now. The roots pull back, revealing it. Vlad mentally calls it Excalibur, but it isn't. It's that insane elven sword. Vlad senses a strange faint light from it, but at the same time it's terrifying, like the blade itself is aimed at him. His blood keeps dripping from his hand onto the ground, and suddenly he's in a sea with only the sword. The sword tells him not to come closer and blasts energy at him. The sword's spirit says he's too small, he can't even open his eyes. He should disappear before he gets cut down. So it's not the founding king, it's the strongest of the strong? Vlad gets yanked out of the vision. The elf behind him asks if he's okay. What happened? Vlad, shaken, asks what that sword is. She says it's nothing special, just the sword master's sword, meaning the founding king's sword, which scares him instantly. He's trembling, asking, wait, then why is that sword here? She awkwardly says she thinks the sword master handed it over to the elves. The empire was always cruel, but he was a kind man. Vlad keeps asking what it really is, and she explains it's the guardian sword that protects people. It's been used to slaughter countless enemies and is considered the perfect sword because it was the first to pierce the primordial dragon's heart. These days, it's a talisman protecting the world tree. Vlad, uneasy, asks what exactly it's protecting it from. She says it protects against those who want to observe the world tree's possibilities, especially all the dragons in this world. And yeah, one of them is already on the way. Next chapter, Vlad is lying in bed thinking about that sword. Then the human swordsman appears in a nightmare to kill him, saying he told him to get out of his sight, and he stabs through the boy's chest. Vlad jolts awake. Just having that sword is enough to give him nightmares now. He's sure it wasn't his imagination. That was clearly a warning aimed at him. Hatred sharp as a blade, endless. But why was it aimed at him? Because he has dragon blood. He's Dragulia. Suddenly the old man shows up. The kid's having nightmares? And what happened to your hand? And who's the idiot who wrapped it like this? You can't even use your fingers. Vlad ignores all of it and asks how the investigation went. The old man says it looks like the teas and leaves are separated. Some they sell to humans, others they keep for themselves. Vlad says maybe that's just for business. The old man says he thought so too, but the leaves they keep clearly have differences, meaning there was intent from the start, something nasty aimed at humans, or more directly, aimed at the Empire, since all the elves' hostility is toward it. Vlad looks lost and asks what he means. And honestly, it's exhausting having to call everyone the old man and the elf, because their names still haven't been given, but there's no choice. Under the Empire's shining surface, there was blood and tears from countless people. And mixed into that was elven blood too, because to the elves, humans weren't any different from the dragon that burned the forest. In the past, it might have been the primordial dragon of perfection that burned everything. But the ones who drove the elves out of the forest were the Empire. Vlad looks shaken, and the old man can tell things are getting complicated. The Empire was weakening, and a world tree was being born. He warns that one way or another, the Empire will eventually have to reap the seeds of the sins they planted. A while later, the elf is there again, rewrapping the bandages on his hand, saying the wound just won't close. He tells her to tie it properly, because his fingers are changing color from how tight it is. She says it's his fault. Who told him to hold the sword like that? He says he didn't know things were going to go down that road. She gives him a look and says he loves making excuses, and that doesn't inspire any confidence. He says she should have warned him. And the elves nearby, Gots and the others, are listening to the argument, kind of confused. Then she says to forget it, she's going to take all the bandages off, and the protagonist notices. It looks like it's recovered a little. She opens a box and looks kind of unsure, saying, the elders told me to use this, I think. Vlad immediately realizes it. She's never done this before, has she? She pauses for a second, then tells him to trust her. She saw someone use it once when she was standing nearby. He's sure she's about to mess something up, but she tells him to give her his hand, and he does. The kid's hands are all calloused, and she says that must have hurt. He says honestly it didn't hurt that much. It's just kind of embarrassing to be a knight who got cut by his own sword. But she says no, this is something he should be proud of. It's the mark he earned by helping the world tree bloom. The elders prepared this for him to use and said it would work really well, but then all of a sudden she starts shaking. The protagonist calls out to the holy maiden, but at the same time he feels something in his chest. It's the same feeling as when he saw that demon worm in Lindblue. The maiden's eyes roll back and she says he has arrived. The dragon raises a paw, and 15 elves lift their shields, only to be completely shredded. The monster charges in, slaughtering everyone. Bodies are being torn apart. The elves are panicking, calling for Veratus, and saying the monster is way bigger than they expected. He draws an arrow and tells them not to fall back. They have to hold the front line. It's the only way to buy time for the magic circle to be completed. The soldiers lift their shields again and their spears, saying they'll do their best. But the dragon comes rushing in violently, while an elf above tries to fire arrows down. The creature notices and blocks easily with its thorny scales. The archers realize every attack is getting deflected. One of the spearmen yells that the neck is exposed, but the spears do absolutely nothing either. The beast just looks down, everyone freezes, and they're about to get eaten. Except they don't. A blue mana arrow flies in and hits it right in the eye. Veratus is there with his pentagram activated, saying the possibility had only just been born, and it wouldn't be stolen by greed. The dragon writhes in front of the army, then looks at the trembling elves. In the background, the mages announce the circle is ready. They tell everyone to get back, and suddenly 7, 8, 9 circles appear over the beast. Elements pour out of each one. They slam their palms to the ground and the monster gets hit from every direction. The whole forest lights up and Vardis shields his face from the smoke, wondering if they manage to win. Through the smoke, the dragon is still there, covered in blood that isn't its own. It's the soldier's blood. The elves say they barely did any damage. The thing had grown enough to develop strong magic resistance. The soldiers shout that swords and spears aren't working either. Maybe they should retreat and regroup with the main force. Vardis says no, they're ending it here. They can't use the world tree as a shield at a time like this. He tells everyone to get ready again. If they attack from the left where its blind spot is, they'll win. He watches the dragon and says he just needs one more opening. Then they hear footsteps heading toward the world tree. Vardis understands immediately. Another dragon is approaching it. Back with Vlad, the holy maiden is trembling, begging for help, saying the dragon is coming, and she collapses to the ground. He doesn't understand, asking what this is. The elf beside him says it's a revelation. The world tree can sense threats far beyond mortal limits, but the only way it can send messages is through the holy maiden. She's the only connection between the tree and the elves, and the one rule is that a revelation from the tree can never be ignored. If she's asking the boy for help, it means she saw hope in him. The elves start kneeling, begging him to please help protect the possibilities that had recently bloomed. The maiden grabs his hand and starts crying, pleading for him to help. The protagonist is still confused. He looks at the old man, wanting to know what he's supposed to do in a situation like this. The old man says, "Don't look at me, kid. I'm not your lord and I'm not your knight." That's when Vlad realizes it for the first time. He's in a place where nobody is giving orders. Whatever he decides here is on him. He wipes away a tear and says, "Maiden, wipe those tears, because I, Vlad of Asura, will fulfill my duty as a knight." Meanwhile, down below, the elves are getting completely butchered. The dragon is charging at full speed, ripping through everyone in its path. The wide-eyed civilians are all running, about to get hit by another swipe, when someone slams a staff into the ground, forms a magic circle and raises a barrier. The monster gets stuck outside while the people escape. The elder asks why they're still wasting time there. Everyone was supposed to leave. He tells the warriors to organize and form a front line. They raise their shields, but everyone already knows they're basically tin. The dragon keeps hammering its claws into the barrier, and little by little it starts cracking until it breaks completely. Inside, everyone is terrified at how easily the magic barrier is falling. The elder knows this monster was made from the remnants of the fallen dragon. And because those remnants once belonged to the primordial dragon, they aren't fooled by magic like this. He tells everyone to create another layer of magic circles. They have to stop this monster, no matter what. The beast gets surrounded from all sides. Each circle attacks with a different element. Top, left, bottom. The elves cast spell after spell, but the paw keeps pushing through. The elder starts coughing up blood. Then the dragon shifts focus and lets out a roar that destroys everything. The great elder spell gets cancelled, and now it's on the warriors. Because he's down on the ground thinking there isn't much he can do with this old body. He's not the one who can stop this monster. The soldiers tell the great elder and the others to run, that they'll hold it off as long as they can. But he already knows it's impossible. Even Vardis' elite soldiers would struggle. He thinks it's bitter, being unable to protect something they waited so many years to see bloom. Then he notices something shining beside the dragon. The elder looks over, stunned. And there he is, the old guy, saying the monster is ugly as hell and asking if he doesn't agree. And behind it, Vlad is already coming in. The monster turns, sensing it was drawn by the other energy. But the protagonist moves like a shadow. But then in the next chapter, we rewind a bit to see how they got there. The two of them running along the upper levels, watching the dragon moving toward the army. The protagonist glances over and sees the beast advancing, the barrier going up. The old man says they got lucky. The others are managing to buy a little time. He closes his eye and Vlad wonders what that energy is. He asks what the old man is doing and the old man explains. His right eye carries reality and his left eye carries his world. With both active at the same time, he can see. The protagonist asks, "See what?" He says he can see the truth that's desperately hidden behind lies. That's his specialty. When he opens his eye, energy starts expanding and catches the dragon in an inverted view. He starts hunting for a flaw the monster is trying to hide, a fatal point that would kill it in a single strike. Then he spots part of the front leg and tells Vlad the best place to hit is under the armpit, in a membrane there. He tells the boy he'll draw its attention and Vlad will get one chance. That's when the protagonist charges in, activates his aura, and it looks like he lands it clean. In the smoke, the old man says the kid did it. It was a perfect strike, except it wasn't. The monster was faster and used its tail to block, and now it's bad because the beast is staring at him up close. It roars and swipes, forcing Vlad back. He dodges the first one, but the monster follows up and knocks him backward. He stumbles, loses balance. The monster comes in again and he blocks, but he gets launched far away. He slides across the ground barely alive. The problem is he realizes this thing is on a completely different level from Lindblom. This is the power of a dragon that's fully matured. The old man comes in from behind. The monster notices, looks back, turns, and roars. The old man has his eye active and sees the spikes closing in. He spins, dodging, building up aura, closing the distance, slicing through the spikes, still defending until the beast just doesn't stop attacking, and one of them catches his shoulder and throws him back. Vlad calls out to him, But suddenly the monster's tail comes from behind. Vlad realizes he won't be able to defend in time. But the elven elder slams his hand to the ground and raises a flimsy barrier. Barely, but enough to keep him from dying. Still, the protagonist gets thrown away. The old man calls Vlad's name as he sees him getting launched, tumbling across the ground completely wrecked. He rushes forward thinking it's over, while the dragon glances back and decides to ignore them, turning to face the elves again. After seeing that, the elves know they don't stand a chance. In the rubble, the old man finds Vlad and tells him to get up. The protagonist spits something out, catches his breath, and the old man says he got lucky. Thanks to the elder, he survived. And it really was close, because the San Roshino armor got shattered. He asks if the boy is okay. Vlad says yes, but asks about him. The old man looks at his shoulder and says he barely avoided a direct hit. He can still swing a few times, but he wants to know if the boy can fight. Vlad checks himself. The white serpent's blessing is still with him, even if it's weaker. The sword is bent, but still sharp. So he says he can still do it. At least one more time, he can face this dragon. The old man says perfect, because they have to finish it with this attack before the monster reaches the top. The beast is starting to climb the tree, and has already wiped out all the elves. The dragon just stares at the spirits huddled on the world tree, terrified. It's licking its lips, greedy like it's about to eat those little creatures. When Vlad and the old man arrive, they see bodies torn apart on the ground. At least it looks like the elders managed to hide with the others farther back. The old man says, yeah, but the beast has already climbed. He asks Vlad if he knows how to climb a tree. Vlad says that's not the important part right now. The old man agrees, no matter how good they are at climbing, they won't catch it. Vlad starts wondering what they're going to do, when a magic circle appears under both their feet. The elves are casting, and the elder asks the one who carries the tree's memories to help. Roots burst from the ground and start lifting them. It shoots up fast, and it looks like they're catching up to the beast above. The protagonist looks up, closing in on the creature's back, but down below the elves are completely out of energy. One of them passes out and faceplants, and the root he was raising falls apart. The protagonist thinks they're going to drop, but the old man says it's enough. Suddenly he jumps, blasting off beside Vlad. The creature senses something coming, and the old man is already on its back. When the dragon looks back, the old man's attack is already swinging in. He says the bastard is going to pay the price. But the monster manages to throw its tail up to block. Still, it gets cut. Sliding down the tree, the old man realizes the cut wasn't deep enough. Then the dragon lands a solid hit, slamming its head into the root. The old man slips off to the side, bleeding again, and the monster comes in for another attack. He even mutters for the little dragon to go easy on him, when, all of a sudden, the eye starts shining again. A beam so strong it was blinding even the dragon. And there it is, Vlad coming in from behind with the kid's lightning sword. He lands a clean slash to the head, but it looks like he forgot this thing is basically armored all over. The hit doesn't seem to do much, like the dragon was actually laughing at him. Vlad yanks a dagger from his back, determined to wipe that grin off its face. He drives the blade straight into its eye, yelling for it to die as he floods the monster's body with the electricity from his aura. At the same time, that cut on its tail is still bleeding, and the beast is thrashing in agony with Vlad on top of its head, clawing wildly in every direction. The old man, though, loses his footing and gets thrown down. He falls, smashing through houses and branches, and it really looks like it's over for him. He's down there trying to get up, muttering that he should have just retired already. Seeing that, Vlad thinks the good news is the old guy's alive. The bad news is he has to face this beast alone now. The dragon whips its head side to side, trying to fling him off. Vlad manages to hang on, but then the thing starts running full speed and slams forward with Vlad stuck right on the front of its head. Vlad coughs up blood, and the monster still doesn't stop. It's tearing through hanging houses, trunks, whole trees. Then a room cracks open and Vlad gets smashed and thrown inside. The monster laughs while the boy starts losing consciousness as he falls into the hole. But something is glowing, and you can already guess what it is. In the next instant, it's like he drops into an ocean. He's unconscious when suddenly, light washes over him and a colorful butterfly appears. When he opens his eyes, he's in a field of flowers. With all those butterflies around him, he stands up, confused, trying to figure out where he is. Then the sword's voice asks if it hurt a lot. Vlad doesn't even turn around, but there he is, standing still, imposing. When Vlad looks again, he's right there, reddish hair, armor, perfect posture. And that sword, wait, isn't that the same one? Vlad runs toward the spirit, happy like an excited kid. He tries to get closer, but somehow he can't. He keeps walking and walking, yet the distance never changes. That's when he understands what's happening. He stops and asks if it's still too soon for him. The spirit doesn't answer. Vlad clenches his fists, saying he's been working so hard, so how can he not even get a little closer? The spirit thinks about that pain, not being able to reach what you want even after giving everything. What could he possibly say to comfort him? Then he tells Vlad that no matter what, he's still proud of him. Vlad has to understand the world is a place where there are more things you can't do than things you can. Even so, he's someone who keeps reaching toward the stars. The spirit admires him because he can keep dreaming even when nobody recognizes his effort. And he can't forget that because the world he's chasing will soon become his. He tells the boy to lift his head. Vlad looks sad, but he wants to know if he's really doing well. The spirit says, of course he is, but he wonders whether Vlad will be able to face what's coming next. It feels like the further he goes, the bigger the problems that cross his path. Then the spirit asks, Vlad, do you remember the day I taught you my swordsmanship? Back then, Vlad was reaching for the moon and it felt completely out of reach. But recently, that same moon had been reached. He needs to remember the paths he took and where he came from. Every step he made, he's endured the world collapsing on him countless times. And even so, he always carried himself with nobility. Up to this moment, he's given everything he had, and that's enough. The only thing he can do is keep the same attitude, and he finishes by saying Vlad was right. Suddenly the swordmaster's blade comes spinning in and lands in front of Vlad. Vlad asks what it is, and there it is, embedded in the ground, radiating aura. The spirit says everything begins when someone believes in themselves, and that's the one thing Vlad can't afford to lose. He tells him to have unshakable faith in himself, the same faith the spirit has in him. Vlad looks emotional, and then maple leaves cover the spirit. The butterfly's energy seems to drift toward Vlad's eye, glowing in countless colors, and then he wakes up again, lying on the ground with them all around him. When he looks up, he recognizes where he is, and when he looks to the side, he's made up his mind. From now on, it's his turn to go on the offensive. Time to draw that blade. Outside, the dragon is roaring at the creatures, thinking it's finally gotten close to these monsters, even though it's almost finished. It's going to devour the potential of each of these children and become the perfect being. It roars again, until someone tells it to shut its mouth. The dragon suddenly sees butterflies surrounding it, and they've brought the boy up like an elevator, and he tells the filthy lizard to stay quiet. Vlad steps up face to face with the monster, fully powered up, the super sword, the creatures on his back, butterflies swirling around him. The monster looks shocked and recognizes the sword. It breaks into a cold sweat, roaring in fear, while Vlad stands there focused. He closes his eye and starts diving as deep as he can into that inner world. He has to reach a place he's never been before. Then he opens his eye, wrapped in energy, saying his time has come. It's time to protect everyone there. He's shining intensely when the dragon charges at him, but Vlad charges back. You get that side-by-side moment as they close in. The dragon lowers its horn, the protagonist plants his foot, and the impact hits. This time it's a fair exchange, because the monster's whole head snaps back. Vlad swings again, and he slices the horn clean off. One cut takes the horn, the eye, and sends it flying. Now the dragon is writhing, shaking with fear. It lets out another roar and fires a storm of spikes at Vlad, but the boy is about to activate that mangacap, veins in his eye nearly bursting. He looks like he can see every movement, and he says he can finally see the truth behind it all. Hidden among those hundreds of lines where he dies, there was a single path where he lives. He starts moving through the spikes, dodging each one. The dragon, still terrified, raises a paw to strike, but Vlad sees the perfect moment. When the dragon locks eyes with him, it feels that same presence from the swordmaster. The beast freezes, paw raised, unable to move. Vlad finds that spot under the armpit. This sword isn't going to break. The dragon starts cracking apart into countless particles of light. Vlad says it's his turn and slashes to the side. From the top of the world tree, you can see a beam of light that turns into a massive blast into the sky. The elves who are still alive down below, the elders, everyone is staring upward. The entire forest is swallowed by a white glow. Veridis is shaken, trying to understand what that was. There was an unbelievably powerful force there. One of the elves tells Veridis to look at the dragon. It's falling from the tree, defeated. Seeing it in the distance, Veridis wonders what in the world could do that. When he sees the glowing sword, he recognizes a completely different aura. It felt like the swordmaster's energy. Insane. Vlad crushed it. Is he going to keep the sword? We'll probably find out, because in the next scene, we're at a meeting with the elves. The guy up front announces that the Great Elder is undergoing treatment and can't be present. The elves ask what the human knight wants. The old man thinks these people still haven't escaped that nightmare, but maybe this is the right moment, because they managed to weaken the hatred aimed at the Empire. He says Absalom and asks them to stop distributing the tea known as Tuzon to that place. The elves ask why they would stop supplying something that's in high demand and selling so well. Even if he helped protect the world tree, he can't interfere in internal matters. The old man says he's clearly not being direct enough. What he means is, please stop spreading poison throughout the Empire. Some elves act like they don't even know what he's talking about. What does poison have to do with Tuzon? The old man asks if they truly don't know what's behind the leaves they're selling. The elves fall silent. The older man warns that if the leaves keep being sold, even this new forest won't be safe. One of them doesn't like hearing that and asks what that's supposed to mean. The older man explains that the Empire has been a mess lately. He understands the elves want to take advantage of the chaos, especially considering the hatred they still carry toward humanity from the past. One of the elders says his words are too harsh. He may have fought to save the world tree, but he's going too far. That said, they'll allow him to leave alive because of the help he gave. He calls everyone's attention and tells them to listen and not make this mistake. The Empire hasn't weakened. Only the imperial family has lost some strength. His Majesty has a terrible illness, and the whole Empire knows it. The elves must already have that information too. Because of that, the imperial blade that used to obey the family is now the Emperor's guardians. And that's shaking up the power structure. And behind all of them, there's an old dragon waiting for the perfect opportunity. The Empire's nobility has been swelling their power since it's been a long time without war, And now not even the imperial family can stand up to the nobles. And when power grows like that, ambition wakes up. The nobles are starting to raise their banners, each with their own excuse. And to the old man, Absalom's presence is one of the clearest excuses they could use to attack. The elders want to know who he really is. And then we finally learn his name, Augustine. He was the former commander of the imperial force. We already knew he was dangerous, but the elves looked genuinely rattled. He was someone who protected the imperial family alongside the guards. Augustine tells them not to ignore what he's saying. Absalom's distribution will become a deadly poison. The army is going to end up attacking the elves. For now though, in one of the rooms, Vlad is lying in bed, exhausted, but he hears noises around him and wakes up irritated. God turns and says, "Captain, you getting up already?" Vlad says it's way too loud. God, confused, says he's losing it because it's strangely quiet now. Then he says, "Oh damn," and smacks Vlad on the side of the head. He asks if Vlad can hear or if his ears got wrecked in yesterday's fight. Vlad says no, he can hear. But now he's seeing all these little spirits around him, already realizing this is an effect from the fight at the World Tree. He's annoyed, telling them to get away because he needs a break. Then his expression changes, and when he looks to the side, the sword is there. God says, "I was gonna ask when you woke up, but what sword is that?" Vlad doesn't hide it. He says it's the Swordmaster's sword. God starts to respond with, "Oh, got it," but then freezes and goes, "Wait, whose sword?" Vlad repeats that it's the Swordmaster's. God raises a finger and says, "You're not talking about the Swordmaster, who's the Empire's founding king, are you?" Vlad says yes. How many times does he have to say it? Besides, there isn't any other Swordmaster. Now there's a lot going through Vlad's head. God doesn't even know what to say. Vlad thinks he'll have to figure out more about this later. About the man who killed the primordial dragon. The man who used to see the now-forgotten spirit world, and the person who carried the imperial family's sword. He's sure it was that voice that handed him this sword. It's like the sword belongs to the voice. Meanwhile, down below, the elves are examining the dragon's body, until Augustine approaches and asks to take a look. He steps closer and checks it. Seeing that Vlad hit the exact point Augustine told him to. The strike tore through the heart exactly like it was supposed to. But the boy didn't stop there. He must have felt it in his fingertips, because looking at the sword's trail you can tell he'd already killed the monster, and still kept cutting, splitting it all the way down the middle. He didn't stop even after it was over. Even if sword techniques come from the same root, each one carries a different personality. The start of the attack might have been kind of noble, but it ended in a brutal way. Damn, Vlad basically photoshopped the thing, split it in two. Augustine thinks this guy is going to be trouble. A young northern knight using the imperial family's swordsmanship. Just his existence and the way he fights were huge contradictions. Meanwhile, Vlad's out on the balcony catching a bit of sun, saying he can feel spring coming. But the spirits are all still stuck to him. He asks why they won't just go home, and why they keep circling the kid. At least he's calmer now that he's not hearing the creatures anymore. But he could still see them. He stops to think that lately he'd been way too obsessed with forcing his world's power to grow. But this experience taught him something important. If you want to draw out all the energy from the depths of the world, you have to keep your composure first. Forcing the energy to come out caused collateral damage that was insanely hard to endure. Even Rudiger, the strongest in the north, could barely stay standing after doing it. All of a sudden, the Holy Maiden shows up behind him, annoyed, saying he shouldn't have taken the bandages off. Vlad says he looks like he's already recovering. Then he starts trying to act all smooth, standing there like he's tough, even with his abdomen torn open, saying the bandages were too tight and his blood couldn't even circulate. And the little elf is slightly blushing. What's going on here? Is the so-called Holy Maiden not that holy after all? She says his injuries were way too deep. That's why she had to wrap it tight. He had broken bones all over his body. If it were human methods, it would have taken a month to treat him. He stretches and says, well, elven medicine really is effective then, since it took less than a week. Could he take some with him? Also, he wants to ask for some cough medicine too, one without any side effects. When he says that, the maiden gives him a hard stare. He freezes, and her eyes start to glow. Seriously, can she tell he's thinking about Joseph coughing? Vlad and his thing for Joseph, and Joseph being into him too. Unbelievable. Still, she says she can give him some medicine, including the cough one, to help someone else recover. But it won't help much, because the reason Vlad recovered so strongly is that his life energy is extremely high. The person he wants to help won't be able to make good use of that medicine. They just stare at each other, and Vlad suddenly looks sad and goes, all right then. Seeing he's down, she says it's fine. She'll give him some of their tea. That would bring a bit of comfort. He thanks her, and she tells him to sit so she can rewrap the bandages. But he doesn't want that. At the same time, Varatus is coming down the hallway, saying it looks like the Holy Maiden has already arrived. Then he asks if the boy is okay, and apologizes for not coming earlier, since he'd been busy. But he walks in without warning, and the scene he finds is weird. The maiden is rubbing moss onto the boy's chest. What is this? They're way too close. What kind of vibe is this? Varatus realizes nobody even heard what he said. Vlad looks excited. Oh, you're here. But then he feels the villain's stare. He's confused for a second, then says, hold on. She's just applying medicine. But Varatus keeps staring, and Vlad asks him to trust him. Like anything's going to happen. Everyone knows Vlad is Geminas. But yeah, He's been walking around winning people over. Asura then walks with Vardis down the corridor, saying the Great Elder wanted to meet Vlad personally. The meeting was only delayed because the Elder was recovering too. He hopes Vlad isn't disappointed, like the Elder forgot about him. Vlad says it's fine. He never thought that. Vardis says it's a shame Vlad's sword and armor were completely destroyed. He could tell both mattered in a lot of ways. True, his San Rosino armor was insane, forged in legend. Getting another one like that won't be easy. Or maybe it will, because Vardis says Vlad might like this. Vlad doesn't know what he means, but Vardis introduces himself and says he brought the guest to the world tree. The door opens. The elders are all there, kind of tucked away in the back of the room, welcoming Vlad of Asura. And to his right, there's something stored. There's even a little chest, you can see the foot of it. The elder asks if he's been comfortable. Vlad, all polite, says yes. Great Elder, he feels as comfortable as if it were his own home. The old man says he's happy to hear that. He heard Vlad lost his sword and armor, and they need to compensate him. The cloth is pulled away, and Vlad is surprised. Honestly, considering they're elven items, you'd expect something more stylish. But let's see what it does. There's the mantle that goes underneath, and the breastplate. When Vlad looks, he sees the San Rosino writing is still there, the guardian of children. The elder says they found that part intact and decided to incorporate it into the armor. He would keep the title Defender of Children, because the elder truly thinks it fits him. Vlad bows and thanks him for thinking of everything. Then the elder looks at him and says that sword was meant for him to take. The master swordsman's blade was there to protect the world tree. Vlad was the one who pulled it out, and the one who protected the tree, so he's the only one who deserves to take it. It's a shame they have to let it go, but it was a sword they themselves couldn't handle. But the elders get startled when Vlad says he has to return it. They don't understand why. Vlad explains the sword said it doesn't want to go. It told him it wants to stay there. I wanted him to take it, but he has to farm aura, right? Shameless grinder. The elves are all shocked, not understanding what he's talking about. So Vlad says, if they want to give him a sword, then please forge a new one. He doesn't need the best sword in the world, just one that can carry his world. And he even says it in a nice way. This kid is something else. Sometime later, Augustin is tossing things onto his horse, saying he's leaving. Looks like Vlad is staying longer. Vlad says yes. The elves said it'll take a week to make a new sword through the ritual. Augustin doesn't get it. A sword through a ritual? What does that mean? Vlad says he has no more idea than Augustin does. Augustin says Vlad should accept whatever they give him. But there's one thing he's curious about. Who exactly is Vlad's master? If Vlad doesn't know either, maybe the list of dragon slayers could be a clue. Vlad asks what list. Augustin explains it's a list kept in the capital. Brigantes, House Draculia, kept extremely specific information on everyone connected to dragons, and if Vlad's master is a dragon slayer, he'll definitely be in that book. But a man who can use the Imperial sword style and kill a dragon at the same time, there's only one official figure like that, King Frozen. Still, there could be unofficial ones like Vlad today. Nobody knows about him. Augustin knows this kid is a young northern knight with Imperial swordsmanship. Even if Vlad is blooming on his own, he still needs to be careful. Augustin thinks that even if the name Augustin doesn't carry much influence, it could still help protect Vlad in the worst-case scenario. Then he pulls something out and tells Vlad to carry it. Vlad looks down and sees a strange coin. And finally, the old man introduces himself. His name is Augustin. If anyone recognizes the swordsmanship, just give them that name. Vlad listens, surprised, and smiles. He thanks Augustin for everything he taught him. As the older man looks at him, he says that after giving up everything, after a whole life of loyalty to the Empire, in the end, he feels like he managed to leave a mark on this world. And that's another person leaving. People in this story show up and then they're gone. We're following Vlad. Later in the library with the spirits, the maiden asks if the old man left, and Vlad says yes. She says she feels relieved. Vlad asks why, but she says she won't answer. Vlad just thinks it's hard talking to this weird girl. She's inconsistent all the time. Then she suddenly asks if it's true that in a place called Daymar, there's a white snake. He says yes, it was gigantic. He points at the other spirits and says it could swallow everyone there in one bite. The maiden says she wants to see it at least once. Technically, it would be like the uncle of these little guys. Vlad asks if spirits have families too. She says she has no idea, she just calls them uncle because they're older. He realizes he's not going to learn anything about elves from her. Then he brings up the sword. He asks if there's really any need to prepare a ceremony for it. He saw there's a forge right there. He just needs a long sword, durable, and that's it. But she says no. She's going to make the sword for him and he should pay attention, because right now she's studying hard to help him. Vlad says that's exactly what he means. Why are they trying so hard? She says it's fine, it's a ceremony she has to do at least once. If she can't do it, the tradition doesn't continue. It doesn't get passed to the next generation, and then it's lost. And she doesn't want the next maiden to have to learn from books like she did. She promises she'll make a beautiful sword for him. Vlad thinks he isn't the only one trying to find his own path. She's also carrying a ton of obligations all by herself. He smiles and tells her she can take as long as she wants, he'll wait. She looks at him, smiles, and goes back to studying. Time passes, we're in the Elven City, and suddenly God says this seems like a bit much, doesn't it? Vlad says he doesn't like it either. There are a bunch of elves beating drums. The whole army gathered. The maiden even put on a special dress and is standing in the middle of the altar. The elder is in front, and God says they should maybe think of it like a festival. But the old man starts saying the sun is strict, but the moon is kind. It would return to the blind eye for a short moment, but for that Vlad needs to remember the shape of the sword he wants. Vlad asks if he just needs to imagine it. The elder says the more vivid and intense the image, the better. Then he tells Vlad to step forward, sit down, and close his eyes. Vlad walks up and stops in front of the maiden, and wow, the artist really showed off here. She looks beautiful. Vlad closes his eyes as she comes closer. With her outfit floating side to side, she stops face to face with him. The big drums start pounding and she tells him to visualize. The drums keep pounding and she says he has to think about what he desires, what he wants to carry with him, because the answer can only be found inside himself. She starts dancing, shifting left and right, spinning steps coming and going, Vlad staying focused. The spirits begin to gather around the metal. Vlad pauses and tries to imagine what he truly wants, what he really wants to take with him, something that shines brighter than countless stars in the night sky. He imagines a sword, light bursting everywhere, and he says that's his star. Butterflies circle around him and something lights him up. It's the beam of light from the door of the nameless blacksmith's house opening over him. He walks in saying yes, this is where his journey began. He finds the old man there saying he finally arrived. The blacksmith looks back and says, about time. Vlad, emotional, says he wants to ask for a sword. The old man says it's perfect timing because some really good material just arrived. He tells Vlad to take a look. It's called a meteorite, material from something that falls from the stars. It has no impurities and it's extremely hard. Vlad says he wants the sword to be a normal size and without much decoration. Maybe because the first one he ever held was like that and he got used to it. The old man laughs and says Vlad doesn't get a choice. That's the only kind he knows how to make anyway, so that's what it'll be. Then he says, all right, let's start. He puts the meteorite into the pot with spirits all around it. The old man starts working. The spirits heat the fire or throw themselves into the furnace. It's chaos. Vlad is like a kid talking to the old man, telling him stories. Time passes until he plunges the sword into the water. The metal cools, and he says he's finished. Vlad looks kind of sad, like it ended way too fast. But the old man just smiles, and our boy knows that place isn't infinite. Even so, he wishes he could stay a little longer. Still, the blacksmith hands over the sword and says he feels relieved. This time, they can leave and say goodbye. Vlad says yes, and the old man waves, saying it was good to see him again after so long. Then everything falls apart, and Vlad closes his eyes, saying he feels the same. Damn, this chapter is hard to narrate. Way too emotional, no way around it. And looks like our boy just got a seriously nasty little sword. Meteor metal, blessed by spirits too. An elven blade, and it's going to get used soon because the scene cuts to Baranov, the capital in Vestapol, where Timur is on the throne telling them to stop talking nonsense. Why are they telling him to hand over the dragon fragment? Devious, the mustache guy who works for the dragon slayers, says he should already know. The more pieces that come together, the higher the chance the dragon becomes perfect, and Lindblom himself was drawn in by that potential. Timur thinks he already knew there's no hiding dragon-related things from those people. And Devious says the city of Havanoma already proved what happens when those uncontrolled powers start acting up. He can see what happened to those leaders of the Western Alliance. Looks like they died. Timur asks if he's being threatened. Devious bows and asks him to calm down. How would that even be possible? He doesn't want his friend to misunderstand the proposal. House Dragulia simply wants to share their burdens, something heavy that must be on the Duke's shoulders. He knows Timur needs to focus on northern affairs to deal with the Uthman family situation. So why not just hand over the dragon fragment? That way the weight he's carrying would be lighter. Timur realizes the guy is backing him into a corner. Either he loses the fragment or people will think he's allied with House Uthman, someone who doesn't want to help solve that problem. And either option is awful. Devious says it's fine. He'll give the Duke time to think, but Timur leans forward and says there's no need. Iron doesn't change. The oath they made to the Swordmaster will stand. Devious can go back and tell the Blood Dragon Duke to stop with these stupid offers. Devious smiles and says fine, but will he deal with the consequences? Timur lets out a roar, asking who he thinks he's talking to. Devious and the dragon soldiers drop to their knees. Timur declares he's the one who rules the North and the guardian of the Pact. They should get those filthy paws out of his sight, those damned fallen dragons. House Steel will not bow to them, and that's how the war in the north starts taking shape. Meanwhile, Vlad is in the Elven city, and Gott is saying it's crazy how much all of this must have cost. The kid looks sharp. The maiden takes one look and tells him not to even dare put a price on it. The armor was infused with the blessing of the World Tree. Even the sword case was made from fragments of the World Tree. Those aren't things you buy with money. Gott, embarrassed, apologizes. Then the protagonist says the armor is really flexible at the joints. He can move easily, and it's insanely light. The maiden says she's happy he likes it. He says yes, it's all amazing. He's never seen gear like this in his life. But then she looks down and says, well, about the sword. It has the shape, but it isn't a perfect product. She apologizes since it was her first time. She couldn't do it properly. She's standing there with her ears drooped, looking adorable. But he tells the sacred maiden he genuinely likes the sword. And because of it, he got to reunite with someone precious. Besides, if it were a sword he couldn't use, the old man wouldn't have handed it to him. She says, well, if that's how it is, she feels relieved. Then she asks him to deliver this letter. He asks who it's for. and she says she wants to reach the young lady of Daymar, Alicia Reyna. She wrote an apology letter about the amber, since she found out the item was basically a family keepsake. And the letter underneath is another message from the Great Elder. Vlad says that's fine. He'll make sure to deliver both. The maiden explains they'll be sending some people to Reyna and Dobrachiti. They want to find the spirits that exist in those places. He thanks her, saying it's good to know. Lastly, she hands him a folded letter tucked into a flower and tells him to only open it after he passes the crossroads. He's confused. What crossroads? She tells him not to worry. He'll know when he sees it. Then she says goodbye, saying that's the farthest she'll be able to see him off. Vlad looks at her and sees she seems a little sad. He's still curious though, and says he just wants to know one thing. Could he know her name? He realizes he has no idea what it is. Something's off, because the elves get startled. The girl turns bright red, her ears twitching, asking why he wants to know her name. Vlad doesn't get it, and when he looks to the side, the soldiers look like they're about to kill him. God says he must have made a huge mistake, while Vlad has no clue what he did wrong, because they're practically drawing their swords. A little later, Varadas shows up to explain that the concept of a name is completely different for elves than it is for humans. It's extremely sensitive, so it's good he learns that. Vlad apologizes, hand to his chest. But back at the meeting point, they say this is as far as they'll go. From here on, he should know the way back. Vlad says yes and thanks them for everything. Varadas says they're the ones who should be grateful. The forest of Alsharina will never forget the kindness he showed. Vlad smiles, until Varadas turns serious and tells him never to ignore the sacred maiden's words. Vlad bows, says he'll keep it in mind, and apologizes for worrying them until the end. Varadas reaches out, thanks him again for protecting the tree, and says he's looking forward to the day they meet again. Vlad says the same and says he's heading out. Jamon is on Noir, and there's the kid. On his banner now, he's got the elves symbol. That's respect. And to think that banner started out tiny with the fist, the Vaizid symbol. Vlad smiles and looks back as the elves wave, and with that they leave the forest. But then Vlad says, yeah, he really is seeing the crossroads she mentioned. There are 3 paths. He looks at the flower letter and thinks, well, she said to open it here. God checks his map and says the right path goes back the way they came through Tanub, and ends in Dobrachiti. Vlad asks about the middle path, and God says that one leads to the central region. Vlad says, all right, then they'll take that one. But God asks, wait, you're not even going to check what's on the left? Vlad asks what's there, and God explains, it looks like the lands that connect to the capital of the Brigantes Empire. Vlad figures Augustine probably went left, and Augustine also asked him to try to find him when he went to the capital. But the letter the elf gave him says to never go left. She must have seen some vision where he ends up dying. The scene cuts to the capital of the Brigantes Empire, where the alleys are covered in blood. Someone is breathing hard. It's Augustine, who just killed a bunch of people. Then someone approaches saying it would have been much better if he'd surrendered peacefully. That was the whole reason he retired. Augustine says he doesn't really know what to say. He's surprised to meet someone so highly regarded here. Of course, it's that bastard Merce. The old man starts taking off his bandana and says Mircea must have nothing better to do, coming all this way just to talk to a useless old man like him. Mircea says he's being far too humble. Honestly, he's pretty impressive. Even old teeth falling out, he's still that sharp. Augustine looks and knows all he needed was one more step. He was about to expose how evil Abzillion is and what it's doing to the world. Mircea raises his arms and says it's not grand, but this is the retirement ceremony they prepared. He hopes Augustine likes it and he goes to draw his sword. They stare each other down. Then something catches the old man's attention. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and an aura that feels cruel. That's when he remembers the monster's cut. Started noble, ended cruel. That wasn't the work of just anyone who happened to awaken a unique technique. In the blink of an eye, Mircea vanishes and appears behind him, and in that moment, Augustine understands the boy's power was passed down through blood, a predator's instinct, and poor Augustine gets completely shredded. At this point in the story, any old guy the protagonist meets, you just know he's dead 15 chapters later, because there's no way. Old people are basically banned in this city. Vlad has no idea. He's arriving at the village of Wisteria, saying it's quiet and peaceful. He thanks God for knowing about this place, because finally they can rest a bit. He wonders how long it's been since he's been back to his hometown. He thinks and says maybe 6 years. Vlad says that's a long time, and God says yeah, but he only wanted to come back after he'd made something of himself. Vlad says, well, it worked out, right? He became a squire of the Vayazids. In times like these, just staying alive is already a huge achievement. God says that's true, but either way, he just wants to take a quick look, see if his mom and siblings are doing okay, and then they'll leave. Vlad asks if his mom is a good cook. God says yes, her potato soup is the best. Vlad laughs and says if it's that good, they should stay a few days. God gets really happy. He just didn't want to stay and end up slowing Vlad's journey down. But at the entrance to the village, they get stopped. Some guys point spears and ask who's coming and what he wants there. God introduces himself. Thompson, come on, it's me, Got. The guy doesn't seem to recognize him, and God explains he's Got from the mill house up on the mountain. The guy goes, oh, the mill house. That Got, how many years has it been? Where have you been all this time? But there are some people in the background giving each other weird looks. One asks, who's that guy? And Nedorta answers, you know him, it's the second son from the mill house. The other guy says, "Oh yeah, I remember. That total idiot." Vlad hears that and thinks it's strange. After 6 years, the welcome should be warm, but Got doesn't seem welcome at all. Then they come closer and say, "Hey Got, we're glad you're back, but you're gonna keep quiet and leave soon, right? Because the atmosphere around here hasn't been good lately." Got finds it weird and says, "Oh yeah, maybe I'll stay a day or two." The guy tells him to go in and says to stop by the chief's house and say hello. Got starts walking in, thanking them, saying they'll talk later. But suddenly he hears someone telling them to stop. The guy blocks Vlad too and asks his name and why he's there. Got says, "Thompson, he's my guest." But Thompson says that's exactly why they need to check him. Got shouts the guy's name, but Thompson stays serious, acting like he's threatening everyone with that spear, saying he'll ask one more time what his name is. Vlad looks at the spear, then at Got. These people, instead of welcoming them, are trying to humiliate them. So Vlad just makes a sharp clicking sound with his tongue, and Thompson flinches when the kid throws his arm up, revealing the armor and the Vayazid crest, saying he's a knight of that house and they'd better not ask his name again. The poor peasant starts shaking. The guy is practically drooling, like he can't breathe. But then Vlad pulls his aura back, and they all drop to the ground. Vlad tells them if they understand, they should move aside. The idiots apologize, bow, and Vlad walks in, while Got is apologizing to the captain. It's pretty clear they're acting like this because it's been a long time since he's come home. The main guy calls out to Got and tells him to take the banner. He shouldn't forget he's not just some random mercenary wandering around anymore. Now he's someone whose every move carries real weight, since he has the responsibility of being the Vayazid squire. Got gets emotional for a second, thumps his chest, and says he'll lead the way. So he heads out in front carrying the huge banner. Meanwhile, in one of the houses, an older guy goes, "Huh? The second son from that mountain house came back?" The man in front says, "Yeah, boss, looks like he's back. And now he's the squire of some knight." But the guy on the left starts laughing, saying that was a good one. That total idiot, a squire? The only thing dumber than him is anyone who believes that. The mustache guy says he thinks it's suspicious, but the people up front say the kid really did look like a knight. The vibe is kind of off. The town's boss says that kid came back with a knight at a messy time like this. The mustache guy answers that you never know what kind of trouble that damn god is going to cause this time. How about hiring a few mercenaries to keep an eye on them? They still have that group that got sent out to Baron Rosmitis. The guy on the left says to stop being stupid. They can't waste a mercenary group on something like that. The village leader says maybe it won't be necessary. Then the guy on the left stands up and says, "Dad, you can count on me. I've got an old score to settle with that bastard." Next chapter, we're at Got's house. His mom's eyes are all swollen and she's apologizing to the knight, saying she didn't want to show that side of herself on their first meeting. Got asks why she cried that much because it makes no sense. But Vlad remembers the two of them cry like idiots, and his eyes are swollen too. Got's mom apologizes for the meal being so simple. She doesn't think it'll suit a knight's tastes. If she'd known he was coming, she would have tried to get some meat. But Vlad says it's more than enough. He's been chewing on dried meat all day, and just having something hot is already way better. Vlad tastes it, and Got says he told him, "Her potato soup is amazing." His mom tells him to be more careful with how he talks to a knight. Vlad smiles and says Got was right. It's really good. She thanks him and says she feels relieved. Got hasn't been in touch for a long time, but at least he made it back in time for his sister's wedding. He looks surprised. Wait, Mari's getting married. His mom says, well, he can stay at least to see the wedding before he leaves, right? Or does he have to go right now? Got a little awkward, looks at Vlad, who's trying to act all knightly, and says, what a shame. Guess I'll have to stay here eating this delicious soup for a few days. His mom thanks him and says she'll prepare anything he needs. A while later, the main guy is outside, noticing it really is a quiet little town. At least it looks well kept. The only thing is, people are weirdly tense in the streets, and there are way too many soldiers for a village this size. He remembers Thompson at the entrance asking if he was leaving soon, and warning that the atmosphere has been bad lately. One thing Vlad is sure of, something is going on in this village. Noir looks over with him, and a group is coming down the road. Vlad sighs and says it looks like Got really did something to make these people furious. If they gathered this many just to come say hello. They stop in front of the house. One of them yells for Got to come out right now. The bastard who ran off in the middle of the night. A thug like him never should have come back. He'd better get out of that house before they go in there and beat him like a dog and drag him out. The door opens, and Got says they're way too loud. He'd just eaten his mom's soup and was sleeping in such a nice, peaceful mood. So what's with this whole crowd? He figured they'd meet one by one, not all at once. And what's this talk about him running away in the middle of the night? He only left because the moon looked nice that day. But the guy is furious, saying Got stole his money and ran off at night. That's what he's talking about. He's right up in Got's face, ready to swing. Got, trying to act cool, thinks all he can do is laugh. How did guys like this ever seem threatening back then? This is child's play compared to what he deals with every day. So he says, you haven't changed at all since the old days. Honestly, that's kind of sad. His friends start whispering that Got changed a bit, that his vibe is different. Normally, he didn't even have the guts to look Thomas in the eye. Thomas hears it and obviously isn't happy. He says the idiot must have lost his mind. Got tells him to calm down before his eyes pop out of his head. He'll pay the money. How much is it? He'll even pay interest. Thomas starts to say 1 gold and 50. but then cuts himself off. No, 2 gold, that's what you owe me. God throws a pouch at him and it hits his chest. He adds, there's extra in there. In exchange, let's never cross paths again. Thomas doesn't like that at all. He throws the coins down next to Gott and tells him to pick that crap back up. Who knows where that filthy money came from? He probably got it by scamming or robbing someone, just like his father used to. That actually gets under Gott's skin. Then Thomas says he heard the idiot even brought a fake knight this time, carrying a little flag and everything. He really became a pro at fooling people. Gott tells him to shut up, because if he keeps talking, he won't be able to handle what comes next. Thomas says the one who won't handle it is Gott. When this pathetic little act gets exposed, who would believe an idiot like him became a squire? He and that guy are both fakes, because if he accepts a squire who can barely hold a sword, then his standards must be trash. Now he's insulting Vlad, and Gott doesn't like it. He's ready to draw his sword. But Thomas says he's just an idiot trying to act tough. Then someone says that guy is just a petty thug. Vlad steps forward saying seeing people act like this almost makes him nostalgic. Did he come back to his hometown or something? Thomas looks over and says, so you're the fake knight the idiot brought? Vlad looks at him and asks what he'll do if Vlad is a real knight. Thomas says their jokes stop being funny. What kind of knight would take an idiot like that as his squire? Vlad says, you crossed the line. There's no saving you now. God is there asking Vlad to calm down. Seeing that, Vlad says they're lucky this is God's hometown. He just stares at them and Thomas and the group freeze, staring back. Vlad snaps his fingers and says at least they'll walk away alive. The scene cuts back to the mayor's house. Someone slams the table saying when something like this happens, they're supposed to tell him. The older guy tells him to calm down. Like there'd really be a knight in a tiny village like this. And the one who brought him was God. Like that kid who's an idiot could bring a knight here. But then Stefan shows up, telling the village mayor he's going to say it again. Security here is the responsibility of the Broken Tree mercenaries. He'd better not forget that was the Lord's request. The mayor says, fine, next time I'll tell you. But my son went to check out the problem and he'll bring news soon. Stefan thinks this is their first job in the region. If things go wrong right at the start, he'll have to wander again looking for somewhere else to work. Then the door swings open and someone yells that they've got a huge problem. The fake knight is about to kill Thomas. Stefan flinches and the mayor orders all the town's troops to be sent out. Anyone who touches a hair on his son's head is to be killed. Outside, there's shouting. Stefan is furious. Everything turned into a mess before they even moved. He tells everyone to get up, saying he doesn't know who the bastard is, but he's going to learn a lesson for putting Stefan's work at risk. But everyone's expression changes when they see the main guy smiling, with Noir having fun and Thomas being dragged through town. The mercenaries are thinking, why do they keep running into this kid again? Thomas, being hauled along, screams for help, and his father shows up yelling for someone to stop this immediately. But the townspeople are all thinking, how are they supposed to stop a horse? They can't. The leader calls them a bunch of useless bastards and orders them to level their spears. Vlad rides straight at them with his whip, Noir beside him, and Noir gives them a look that makes everyone shake. They don't even have the nerve to stand their ground, and they scatter as Vlad rides through. He stops in front of the rest and asks, where's the head of this village? Step forward. The guy is trembling and doesn't want to say anything. Vlad demands the one who sent this pathetic trash to show himself. Who's the bastard who ignored a knight's honor? The village leader asks where this filthy fake knight came from. But Stefan behind him warns that if it were him, he'd be on his knees immediately. The leader asks what he's talking about. It's just a kid. Maybe he has some skill, but they've got dozens of people. They can overwhelm him and win with numbers. Stefan puts a hand to his face and says the man really can't see it. In that moment, it's like a predator laughing at a helpless sheep. Stefan raises his hand and says, I'm leaving. The rest of the village goes, what do you mean? You were hired for money. You're here for situations like this. Stefan answers, did you pay us anything? We got a request from Baron Rosmet, the lord of this village. Then he says, people like them living in a quiet place that only knows peace have no idea how the world works, and now they're trying to get everyone killed. The villagers are terrified. A soldier in the back tells the idiots to drop their swords and weapons. That man is a real knight. If he wanted to, he could kill everyone there with a wooden sword. Stefan is already walking away when the old man tells him to wait. Then Stefan goes up to Vlad, bows and says they've finally met Sir Vlad. Vlad laughs and says it's been a long time, Stefan. The villagers are confused. The mercenaries are showing respect to the kid and seem to know him. Now the old man is scared. So he really is a knight. Vlad looks to the side and says the leader of this place is very lucky. He's taking a vacation, so he's feeling generous. The old man's legs give out and he drops to the ground. Next scene, he's screaming and apologizing, begging for forgiveness any way possible. He can't believe he disrespected a knight by not recognizing him. Vlad says, 3 gold per person. That's the price for letting the ones who pointed spears at him walk away alive. But he can't ignore the ones who attacked his squire's house. The old man begs forgiveness and says, 3 gold is too much for a village like this. Vlad says he's not finished. His son will cost 10 gold. What the old man needs to understand is that's a very low price for the honor of a knight who was insulted. It's compensation. Baron Rosmet would consider reasonable. A soldier nearby mutters that at least he'll still have his head on his shoulders. Then Vlad says there's another method besides money. The old man asks what, and Vlad says to cut off the left arm of each of those men, and for his son, both arms. He's offered 2 options, and he's not negotiating. The old man realizes the kid is serious. Vlad asks if he has anything else to say. The village chief bows, knowing talking now would only make it worse, and says, "All right." Vlad says he wants to speak to the captain alone and tells everyone to leave the room. The old man is taken out, and Stefan stays there, saying that whole thing gave him chills. He hadn't expected the kid had a side like that. The protagonist, though, thanks him, saying everything only worked out because Stefan was there. Still, he'd honestly been thinking about cutting someone down just to make an example. Stefan tells him it's better not to joke like that when you're a knight, because people take it seriously. The protagonist tells him to sit, sets a drink down, then asks how they ended up there. He was way too skilled to be protecting a small town like this. Stefan answers the obvious, part of it is the dear knight's fault. At first it was good for them too because their pockets got heavier, and being far from the city isn't so bad. The air out there is fresh. But like you'd expect, there isn't much decent work in the Tannable region. They didn't want to keep taking crappy little jobs because they'd end up turning into a bunch of bandits, so they chose to work for this little town even if it's small. Vlad asks what the request is. Stefan says, well, it's not right to reveal the terms of a contract, but it's not exactly a secret either, since pretty much everyone there knows. Looks like a war is about to start in the region. Vlad's surprised, and Stefan explains it's a territorial war, the kind where people die so nobles can play their games, and the request he got from Baron Rosmet is to protect this village from the bandits who've been raiding the area. Vlad thinks it's weird. Wait, he hired a team of mercenaries to deal with a few petty bandits? Stefan says that's exactly the problem. It was supposed to be just a bunch of small-time thieves, but when you actually look, it's obvious they're not just random nobodies. Those bandits were extremely polished, moving exactly like trained soldiers. Stefan thinks it's a bad sign. Probably some noble is trying to secure routes in the region, all to get ready for a declaration of war. Vlad asks what Baron Rosmet is doing. Stefan explains he's sacrificing a few villages to buy time. During that window, he'll gather as many resources and troops as possible to build a defensive line. That's how territorial wars go. Human lives get thrown away as strategy. Stefan warns they're only staying one more week before leaving, because this place has already turned into a sinking ship. Vlad asks who Baron Rosmet's opponent is. Stefan says it's House Philos. Most of the raids are pushing in from that direction. The protagonist goes, wait, Baron Philos? Stefan asks if he knows the family name. Vlad tries to remember. It feels like something he's got tucked away in his memory. He starts repeating to himself, Philos, Philos, and then he remembers the time Zaire fought a guy while he watched. There's also a scene of someone standing in front of a burning house with bodies all over the ground. The man who caused it all was known as the Mud Boar from the central region. He's sitting there eating a steak perched on top of the bodies. Someone calls out to Sir Colin, saying they're finished. Colin gives them a look and asks if that's all they managed to get out of this village. The soldiers around him apologize, saying unfortunately it was just too poor, but they need to keep the faith that the next place will be different. It's a village near Marcia, and it seems like the headman there used to collect some kind of taxes, so maybe they've got money. Colin says that sounds good. Someone like that must have stashed some cash. What's the village called? Obviously Wisteria Village. Colin says perfect. He can already smell the gold coins. The idiot has no idea he's about to run into the elven boss there. But for now, Gott's sister's wedding is happening. They're up at the altar. Everyone cheering, crying, they're even roasting a pig and everybody's practically drooling. Gott says Mari loved it. She's even getting a knight's blessing at her wedding. Vlad says you can't really call it a blessing since he's not a priest or anything. But the important part is that Gott mentioned the groom has some connection to people in Marcia. Gott says, yeah, apparently they run a clothing shop or something like that, and they're doing well. Vlad says, don't forget what I told you. Send your family to Marcia as soon as the wedding's over. We don't have much time. Gott gets a bit serious and says, all right then. Vlad tells him to go because the ceremony's about to start. Gott waves goodbye, saying he'll be right back. Meanwhile, Vlad is already asking Stefan to take a look. Stefan says, sending some forces toward the enemy to escort was a good idea. There really are armed forces coming this way. Vlad asks how far they are. Stefan warns they'll arrive tonight. They need to start preparing immediately. Vlad says they'll try to protect this moment, but as soon as the ceremony ends, they need to warn the villagers. The protagonist asks if the enemy sends scouts, and Stefan says their scouts have already spotted him. Vlad stands up and says he'll be back soon. In a nearby cave, one of the guys says he can't take eating dried meat anymore. How long are they supposed to live like this? Another guy tells him to relax. Lord Colin will be here soon. Looks like they're going to declare war after taking this village. Baron Philip promised a huge reward, so today they're going to make sure everything goes right. Those are the enemy scouts, talking about how they saw there's a wedding going on, a party, good food. Yeah, today's raid is going to be a good one. One of them agrees, at the very least they'll have something decent to eat. But then someone shows up, Vlad telling them they won't be having dinner today. Next thing, Colin arrives and finds all his scouts up on crosses. He confirms they were the ones working with him. Colin is sure that whoever's in this village isn't normal. Nobody there should have been able to handle those guys. It makes no sense that none of them escaped. He's sure they hired some mercenary, so what are they going to do? They've raised the 3 bodies in front of the town and the enemy has arrived. The leader says they'll have to send a message in kind. He shouts demanding to know who left his subordinates here like this, and orders them to show themselves now. otherwise he'll cut off every head behind that gate. One bad outcome is the gate not opening and them having to force their way in. But worse is the gate opening and Vlad stepping out, saying it's been a while since they last saw each other. But this won't be a pleasant reunion. How are you doing, Colin of House Philo? Colin doesn't really know who's coming out. Vlad says he feels a little disappointed. Looks like what happened that day didn't leave much of an impression. Colin still doesn't understand what he's talking about, but he remembers someone with that same laid-back smile, that kind of expression. Vlad gives a small laugh and says, hey, and then Colin remembers Zaire, back at that Squire test, when the guy dodged everything Colin threw at him. The protagonist introduces himself as Vlad of Squara, Lord Zaire's squire. Colin recognizes him immediately. Yeah, he really is just like that kid. He's even wearing that arrogant smile of that bastard. No more talking. Colin explodes forward right away, charging Vlad, saying he'll get revenge on those damn Vasids. The soldiers shout for Colin to be careful, but he's already on top of him, saying today he'll kill those northern farmers. A direct impact, smoke everywhere. Colin's blade wrapped in aura, but when the smoke starts to clear, Vlad is there blocking, saying he's not a northern farmer. He already told him he's Vlad of Squara. Colin tells the bastard to shut up and tries another strike, swinging with the hilt, but Vlad slips left and gets behind him. Colin manages to avoid that and throws a counter, but Vlad stays on defense. The soldiers start asking what they should do until one says it's obvious they'll help Sir Colin kill this guy. Then, out of nowhere, an arrow hits one of them in the mouth. From behind the walls, the whole group comes out, mercenaries and townsmen, everyone aiming. Colin's knights raise a shield wall, saying those filthy arrows won't work on them. They shout to hold formation and push forward. Then one of them steps into a strange black liquid. That's when he realizes it's oil. He tells everyone to fall back, but it's too late. Stefan lands a fire arrow and says that's why everyone needs to watch where they step. The whole field gets swallowed by flames, and the soldiers get roasted. Colin hears the screams and looks back, only to see his team being cooked alive. He's furious, but Vlad steps closer, saying now they've got an arena just for the two of them. He wants to meet this so-called mud boar. The next chapter starts with Colin saying, I thought it would be an easy mission. So easy it'd be trivial, something I didn't even need to worry about. To me, it was an insult. Him asking me a knight to play bandit in the region, but I couldn't refuse under those stares, all because of a single duel. That defeat took away every excuse I could have made, but it also motivated him to leave an even stronger impression. The plan was for the mission to be an absolute success, better than anyone else could have done. That way he'd reclaim his position. That's why he killed hundreds of people without caring that the blood carried no honor. But again, there was some northern trash trying to block his path, and he says he'll rip the boy's head off and deliver it to his lord. He promises. Vlad thanks him, saying that just means his head is worth more these days. Colin, though, is starting to notice the kid's aura has changed. Vlad asks how much Colin's head is worth. Colin has no idea, but he'll need to find out after he's torn it off his body. Meanwhile, Colin's soldiers are burning in the fire and taking arrows to the chest. Stefan orders the mercenaries to put 2 or 3 arrows into each body to make sure nobody gets out alive. Then he shouts for the rest of the town soldiers to throw water and start bringing the fire down, now before it spreads to the village. One of the men turns to the captain and says it looks like it's over. This was the last one. Stefan says no, this is only the beginning. If Vlad loses, this village will be completely destroyed. The two of them stare each other down, face to face. Colin is confused. How did this kid develop so much in such a short time? Even so, the result won't change, and he charges. Vlad blocks again, watching his movements, while Colin thinks that even if the boy's world has manifested, the gap in their innate strength is incomparable. The blade nearly reaches Vlad's face, and Vlad stretches his arm upward, making Colin miss and slam his sword into the ground. Colin is getting thrown off, wondering how this kid is dodging every full power attack. That's when he notices it's not just the kid's sword that has mana, his whole arm does. Colin changes his grip to try to cut again, but Vlad meets it head on and stops him. Colin spins his blade, saying it doesn't matter what little trick he uses. At the end of the day, he'll be defeated by real power. Another strike comes from behind, but Vlad extends his sword and twists, deflecting the human's blow and throwing the arm back. It probably feels familiar. Zaire defended like that too, because Colin starts demanding his head, calling him a bastard, and then he launches himself at Vlad again. But the kid activates his mangacap and watches every one of Colin's movements as he closes in. He notices Colin's strength comes from his thick legs, always braced into the ground. Because of that, Vlad steps in early and drives a shoulder into Colin's chest, entering before the sword can. Colin realizes the little bastard used magical armor to force that situation. And up close, Vlad takes advantage of Colin's restricted movement and spins in tight, ripping open his stomach. There's an explosion, and Colin's standing there with his belly torn open, having to endure Vlad's follow-up. He can't understand how this kid keeps switching from attack to defense like that. The swordplay is weird, like he learned techniques from different knights. Vlad keeps the pressure on. Colin defends again and again. Then the protagonist asks where Colin is exactly. Colin doesn't get it, but Vlad is genuinely curious. Where does he stand in this vast world right now? He shouts for the bastard to answer. Colin says fine. He'll show him the true strength of Colin of House Philos. The impact lands dead on, sending rocks flying everywhere, energy surging, both auras clashing as the two of them close in through the smoke. Vlad comes in low again, and Colin tries to throw another horizontal slash. But in that moment, the kid thanks Colin from House Philos. Then he deflects the low attack, flicks the sword upward, and Colin ends up disarmed. At the same time, he thanks him for giving the answer, and with that, he pierces his stomach. The blade goes straight through. Colin spits blood. Boom, he drops to the ground, and the boy looks up at the moon, saying it's just a little more. He's about to reach what once seemed impossible. Then the scene shifts somewhere else, and look who's there. The damn villain. Goddard, that bastard, saying the time has come. Goddard wants to know if the Duke of Dragonblood gave the go-ahead. As soon as Goddard confirms it, he starts laughing, saying that finally they're going to be free of this curse, the hunger of the West. Then he orders Goddard to go and bring back the head of the one who claims to be the Guardian of the North, along with that damn kid who stole the like on this video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell and I'm out.